Marchessault deep. Given up top for Shea. Chased by Sammy G. Girard got it away. Penalty coming up on the front. It's a breakaway to win. And he scores! Sam Girard! His first goal of the season. The game-winning goal in OT. And the Avs knock off the Preds by a final score of 3-2.
Leaves it for Shea. Doesn't take a shot. Sam Girard will force him back. Girard steals it. Breakaway in overtime. Sam Girard. Yeah! Sammy G gets the GWG. His first goal of the season against the team that drafted him. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over!
Sammy G with the finish. Pick it off, take it the distance, and get yourself a finish. As Sammy G is, the hero of last night. His first goal of the game, both for him, first goal of the season for Sammy G, first goal of the season for Devon Toews last night. And the Avs look like the Avs. I think you've got like a 4-game stretch here now where it looks right. You know, you get unfortunate in that Winnipeg game that you couldn't scratch one across the board. But as far as the attempts or the chances you had with the chances to finish and the amount that you actually did capitalize on some opportunities, still rang some off the iron, still barely missed the net on others, but it looks like the effort and the style is there, and it's only going to get better once that projected date of Val Nichushkin coming back to the lineup on Friday happens. I'm really excited about where they're at. Like, they're playing physically. They're getting pretty damn good goaltending out of Georgiev. And we're riding that roller coaster, aren't we? Where one game, or not a game, a week or two, Georgie is down. And now it feels like we're doing that upward trajectory thing again, where he could turn it on for the next couple of weeks. And we'll talk to Bednar tomorrow, because I would love to hear where he's at. They waived Kakinen, so he is no longer part of this equation. It is back to Georgie and Juice, but I don't know whose net it is necessarily now. I mean, it really is. It's the uphill climb of, here's a 5-goal night, 15 saves on 20 shots. And then you get nights like Winnipeg, or you get nights like Nashville. Even the Carolina game, he gave up 4, but it felt like he made some really huge saves at the beginning of the game to give you a shot. This is what the experience is with him. And I know it's not something that is super palatable for a lot of Avs fans, because you just want to see a guy who's going to go out there and be the same every night. And I would agree with you. If you've listened to this program for any decent amount of time, you probably have heard me say I think the best quality that a professional athlete can possess is consistency, because it makes it so much easier for a coach to game plan around. We all know there's some guys in sports, what do they call them in fantasy football? Like boom or bust type of players, like the guys that they could have a 20-point game one week and then they could go for 1.5 points the next. It's a frustrating way to try and build a roster if you have too many guys like that. And it's frustrating in hockey when especially your goaltending is like that. But bottom line is, you're at where you're at. So you kind of just got to cross your fingers and hope that he figures it out, and he has been over the past few games. His last 3 starts, he's got a .922 save percentage. Only allowed 7 in his last 3. I mean, if you do that, if you allow 7 goals in 3 games, odds are the Avs are going to win at least 2, if not 3 of them. Just kind of how it's going to roll. Because offensively, they're so talented. They're just so hard to stop. Because they have so many things that they can throw at you. And look, I want to shout out Sammy G because there's been a couple of guys in town that have been the punching bags of the local fan base around here. And I've always defended Sammy G because I'm like, there's things that Sammy G does as a defenseman that just not a lot of people can do. And his ability to skate, escape traffic, buy time. Is he elite in any categories? No. Is he incredibly large? Of course not. I mean, I think that's the biggest knock on him. The biggest knock on him that I hear all the time is he's tiny. Okay, but when you're smaller, can you do other things? And the answer with him is yes. Like, he's pretty electric when he's got the puck on his stick. As far as just being able to find space, avoid pressure. He's not super mistake prone. He'll make a few. But this is what you get with Sammy. Like, to make a play like that, just to jump on a puck and then have the ability to outskate everybody. You know, did I know he was going to finish? No. But he certainly got the ability to. It's a huge play. Huge. Not to mention he had 3 blocked shots last night. Like, the guy's willing to lay his body on the line, too. I'm a huge Sammy G fan. Huge. But you get that win against Nashville. You get a little bit of justice from earlier in the year when you lost 5-2 in Nashville. They just have seemed to find a little bit of a rhythm now. And when that team starts to find it, look out. And again, I don't think it's any coincidence that all of this kind of happened the second that Artturi Lehkonen was put back in the lineup. And I think the more that you get these guys shuffling in, the more that you're going to see this level of play stay consistent and even raise. In 4 games, Lehkonen's got 4 points. 2 goals, 2 assists. But he's such a difference maker. And I cannot wait to see what this team looks like again with Val in the lineup. And I'm glad either one of 2 things happened. We don't know. The Avs held the fort in the offseason and said, we're gonna eat this one more time. Or they went to the league and the league said no. So whatever that is, I'm actually glad we're in this place because I'm not going to spit the numbers at you again, but we all know what this team's record is with and without Val in the lineup. And you can see the importance of having good hockey players on the ice and how big of a difference that makes. When you started this season and you had all these guys out and then more guys were just starting to trickle out of the lineup over and over and over again. I mean, look, this is the stuff you have to deal with. But I give a ton of credit to some of the younger guys on this roster for their ability to step up. I think Ivan Ivans played really, really well with his time on the ice. I even like I know he's not a super young guy or anything like that. I mean, he's pretty young. Parker Kelly. I think Parker Kelly stepped in and been a little bit of a grinder. And when you're still trying to find what the peak of your game is and you're trying to see how high you can take your abilities, if you just, if nothing else, give balls out effort, I think it's enough. And we see over and over again, Parker Kelly's got the ability to stick his nose in places that maybe some other guys wouldn't. Damn right it is. Between Ivan, Parker Kelly, Kovalenko, Prishapov, you got a lot of guys at least giving you the proper amount of effort when they're on the ice. Now, you can't sustain, and they've done a pretty good job of this lately, but you can't sustain, hey, Kale, Nate, Mikko, go win the game for us every single night. But that's where the reinforcements seem to be around the corner. I don't know how much longer Drouin is going to be out, but I would imagine it can't be that much. I mean, we were talking about him maybe making the flight over the weekend. So maybe on Friday you get both. You get Druin, you get Val both in the lineup, and then you're talking about a top 6 in your forward group that actually looked like something that you thought could happen before the season started.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
I mean, I don't know what the rotations are going to be here, but let's just say you go Lehkonen, McKinnon, Mikko. You got Druin, Middlestat, Val. I mean, that's a pretty formidable top 6. And then you can drop guys down like you would have originally thought where they were going to play, which is guys like Logan O'Connor is a third liner now as opposed to a second. Like you can start to get that all figured out. But I am incredibly happy and impressed with the way that some of these guys are playing. Because you needed a lot of young guys to step up, and it took a minute, but I think they're starting to find their stride a little bit, and then they can be asked to do a more proper role when guys like Val and Jonathan Druin and Miles Wood, when they start getting back in the lineup. And then, yeah, eventually your Landeskog's and your Ross Coltons, but that's a little bit farther down the line. But super happy with that last night. And I said this from the jump. The Kähkönen stuff threw me for a loop because it was so out of left field that you had so many injuries on a roster and you were taking 3 roster spots on goalies. And I thought, for the first time, man, are they really trying to push Georgiev out somehow? And look, with the way he started the season, it was understandable because you couldn't win hockey games that way. Not with the lineup that you had and not with the way that he was playing between the pipes. Even if you had your full roster of dudes, let's say everybody was healthy. If that's the goaltending you're getting, good luck. Because there's no way with that level of play you were going to be able to win hockey games at a consistent rate. But this is part of the Georgiev experience. Like, he's going to ride those highs, and you are going to feel those lows. And hopefully, like, maybe this was a strategy all along. You bring in Kähkönen, you give him a start, and it's kind of like you're lighting a fire right under his keister and saying, don't make me have to do this because I don't want to. Don't force me into making this decision. Because I think mentally all along for the guys up top, whether it's Bednar, Sakic, McFarland, they all thought to themselves, what do you want? And their answer would be, I want Georgiev to be the goalie and play well. That's what I want. I want the guy that we signed a contract to and threw some belief behind to pull it together.
For Sammy G, I'm going to have to add to my hotkeys Yoda going, judge me by my size, do you?
Yeah, well, people do. And I think it's unfair because there's plenty of guys that don't have the size that they should for a certain position, but as long as they can do other things that aren't relative, sorry for the Sean Paytonism, relative to their size, you're in the clear.
Should we talk about, do you really want to, excuse me, do you really want to go down that rabbit hole of guys not having enough size relative to their position? Are you sure?
All I'm saying is, you can be, how about, Draymond Green has made a pretty good career out of being a smaller guy at a big position that plays bigger than what his position would ask for. Like, he does that. So you see this across all sports. There's plenty of shorter quarterbacks that make it work. I mean, if you look at what Kyler Murray's doing right now in Arizona, it's, can you bring other stuff to the table? Ooh, I like this one. Georgie is to the Avs as Westbrook is to the Nuggets. Yeah, it is. But the difference, and the main one here, is that Westbrook's role as a bench guy. Georgie's role is key and crucial to winning a championship. You can win games in which Russell Westbrook's 2 of 11 on the floor with 4 turnovers in 20 minutes. You're going to find yourself in a really tough place. if Georgiev's on that stretch and you're trying to win a chip. Because his role's just more important. But it's the same type of thing. It's like when he's good, he's really good. When he's bad, he's really bad. So 303-504-0925. What a win last night. As the Avs they're trying to hang around for now. Back to a 500 record, 8-8 on the season. And soon you will see finally a lineup that has a little bit more of a semblance of what you thought at the beginning of the season. So they've kind of held serve. If they can get one more win here coming up tomorrow against the Kings, it's going to be a national game on TNT. Get one more, put you at 9-8, and then you get Val back in the lineup. Sky's the limit. It's done a decent job of keeping this thing together. But if you look at what Winnipeg's doing, they just continue to win and rack up points. They're 14-1 now in the year, 28. So you're still 12 points back of Winnipeg. Got to continue to do what you did last night. Broadcasting from the back of the Shanker Studio, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? And where you should not.
Yeah, I thought he was really good. I thought both goalies again. So the game for me tonight, they're really tough to create scoring chances on because they're going to come at you with numbers and swarm you. But if you can break them down and play ahead of their pressure, then you can get some really good looks. And I thought we did that, especially in the second period. And Saros came up with some big saves, and then it was the same at our end. I felt like the number of chances we gave up wasn't that bad, but like some of the breakdowns we had were big ones, and that's when you need him to make a big save, and he did that.
I agree with the coach after the game last night. It's a different level of confidence that you have when Georgiev's playing well. And remember how the game started. We were just, 2 minutes in? Not even 2 minutes in? And Evangelista gets a goal, 1-0 Nashville. You're already working from behind, and you had that thought in the back of your head, didn't you, where you're like, okay, is it going to be one of those nights? And you know what? To his credit, held it together. Now, first minute of the third period, you give up another goal, and now it's 2-2, and now it becomes a dogfight again. But you can't ask more of your goalie situation right now than, hey, man, you give up 2, we're probably going to win. And that's what he did. So shout out to Georgie last night with a really nice stretch of games here that he's had as of late. Now, I want to get to the Broncos. I saw a couple of different videos. We call these video compilations of field goals throughout the course of the year. And what you noticed was the Alex Forsyth get knocked on your butt thing is not unique. That it's happened over and over and over again. Now, I'm not a coach. I'm not a special teams coach. I don't know what that's supposed to be. All I know is that looks weird. Like, that doesn't seem like that's what you teach. But what am I supposed to think when that's happened over and over and over again throughout the course of the year? Now, hasn't burned you until you absolutely needed it. But
over and over and over.
But this is the
and
point.
Over and over again.
The point is, when you have a team like the Chiefs, they're too damn smart. If they see a crack in your armor, they will exploit it. They will figure out what your Achilles heel is, and they will pound that into submission. And if you aren't on your P's and Q's with every single detail playing against a team like that, I mean, I've called them lucky throughout the course of the year, and I think that luck is certainly a factor in sports. There's no doubt about it, especially when you're that good. I say it all the time. When Tom Brady, who's the greatest winner that sport's ever seen, but when you talk about the big-time winning stuff, Super Bowl wins, playoff wins, how many of those are decided when Tom Brady's on the sideline? Well, part of that is being lucky. I mean, Seattle doesn't run the ball with Marshawn and you pick it off in the end zone. Kind of lucky. Tuck rule. Kind of lucky. Vinatieri in multiple snowstorms, nailing kicks. I mean, good on him, but for Tom Brady, kind of lucky. Luck is a part of it. But it's also a creation. You block a field goal, a chip shot at the end of the game, it's lucky that you found a way to do it. But you put yourself in the position for the luck to happen because you exploited something that was a weakness. Again, the reason I can't break this down and totally go crazy is I don't know what I'm watching on special teams. And I think most people who try and do this to you are probably lying. Now, there are very smart people online who break this stuff down, but I watched McAfee, who I think I can trust in the special teams game. Okay? Guy was a punter and a holder for a long, successful NFL career. He broke this down. He said he's never seen this before. And the thing with Forsyth is, from what I understand, when you're blocking on a field goal unit, you go inside out. So all the pressure inside you take care of. Outside takes longer to get to the kick, so you don't worry about it all that much. But you have to take a step dig in and hold ground. And what it looks like with Forsythe is all the weight is on his heels. And I don't know if this is a strategy of his or if he's trying to avoid maybe injury or injuring somebody else. So when he rocks back and falls down, is the hope that just people fall on top of you and it ends up like, remember the Battle of the Bastards episode in Game of Thrones where everybody's on top of each other? Like, is that what he's hoping for is going to happen? Is just that he's going to fall and then nobody else can do anything because they're just going to trip over the top of him. Maybe. But all I know is this, that's got to get fixed. Because you guys tell me, if I tell you the Broncos got a 20-yard field goal with 2 seconds on the clock to win a football game, are you confident they hit it right now? I would hope the answer is yes. But after seeing that, I don't think you can. Now you're scarred. So again, hard for me to judge, but just as a dummy outsider, the strategy of falling straight backwards onto your butt when the ball is snapped doesn't seem like it's proper. Now, the next step is this. The Broncos, who should be 6-4, are now 5-5. 10 games into the season. But they still have a hold on a wild card spot, and a pretty decent one, because Indianapolis is awful. They aren't going to catch you. Cincinnati certainly can, and Cincinnati's schedule is set up pretty well for them. They got a couple of tough games here coming up against, at LA against the Chargers, and then at home against the Steelers. After that, it's at Dallas, at Tennessee, Cleveland, Denver, at Pittsburgh to close out the year. It's something that's, I think, pretty similar to what the Broncos are facing for the rest of the season. Which is a couple of tough ones, but for the most part, you should take care of people on your schedule. The Broncos got a tough one this weekend against Atlanta, but then it's Raiders, Browns, Colts, at LA Chargers, at Cincinnati, at the Chiefs. Their end of the season is tougher than what the Bengals is. So you need to build a cushion. What's the expectation? What is it? Like, you get to a place where your mind has to change from what you thought before the season. It has to. The expectation of Commanders fans now, as opposed to when the season started, totally different. Expectations of Dallas fans before the season started, as opposed to now, totally different. And for me, I'm expecting them to make the postseason. I've said this all along, and I've had people sort of laugh at me when I said this, or they've questioned the actual word that I've used surrounding it. But I'm going to say it again. The Broncos are good, okay? They're good. I don't think they're great, but they're good. You hang in there in Arrowhead like that, should have come away with the win. 6-4 football team. We're talking about something totally different. I mean, a win against them would have erased all of the, oh, yeah, well, have you beaten any really good teams? Well, you could have said Kansas City got dealt their first loss, but again, you blew it. So you can't do that now. But I think with what their schedule sets up to be, making the postseason, yeah, I do expect it. And had this been a different year with different teams that are sort of breathing down your neck, then yeah, totally different. But what I'm telling you, we're 10 games into the season, and you got, I think, one team left to worry about taking a spot in the postseason, and that's Cincinnati. Then yeah, I think you're in good shape. Not to mention, you're a game off of where the Chargers are at right now. Well, it could be 2 games. I forgot they had the bye mixed in between. But the point is, you're not far off. And the Chargers play Cincinnati this weekend. They play Baltimore the following weekend. They play in Atlanta the weekend after that. They play in Arrowhead the weekend after that. Like, they could be dealt some losses here coming up. But your goal is every week we should be doing one thing. Focusing on a Broncos win and then taking a peek over at what Cincinnati did. But my expectations are still postseason because I think the team's good enough. I love the progression that Bo Nix is on right now. I don't think there's a single person on the planet that would tell you that outside of Jaden Daniels, he's been the best rookie quarterback of the lot. If you look around the league right now, I think there's a handful of teams that would take Bo Nix as their quarterback right now. And if your starting point for a rookie season of a QB is we were in cap hell, we were trying to maybe not rebuild it from the foundation, but do a pretty hefty rebuild. And you're a 500 football team in a position to make the postseason 10 weeks into the year, yeah, you're off to a really good start. And I think Bo Nix is really starting to settle in and understand the offense. And people can point to last week, only scored 14 points, wasn't a great second half, all that stuff. But that's where, again, this is where I sit on the fence, Nelly, and I feel like people are going to yell at me for either being too harsh or too soft on Bo Nix. I'm not surprised that the second half of a very tough road game against arguably the best defense in the league, you only had 53 yards of offense. I'm not surprised that a rookie quarterback struggled in that environment.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's what we said all week long leading up to that game, is that the Chiefs have an elite defense and that Chris Jones gives quarterback nightmares. So I understand that was a reasonable expectation, but it still hurt to see. It still sucked.
His next step, though, to me is he does pretty well with a clean pocket. He's obviously really good athletically. He can make plays happen like that. I think in moments where they need a play to happen, he's gotten a lot better at making that happen. That third down at the end of the game was, I think, such a crucial growth moment for a rookie season. But he's got to get better under pressure. And this is sometimes the trouble you can have with young athletic QBs is that when they're staring down the barrel of a unblocked blitzer, they're so athletic they think they can avoid it. I'm not just talking about the couple of times in which they had a free blitzer right up the middle and he ran straight backwards, which is not the proper decision to make. I think Vic's actually right yesterday. Sometimes just take your medicine and do the Peyton Manning thing. Fall down. Just say, you know what? It's a loss of 5. We'll make it up on the next play. Or it's a loss of 5. We're going to punt and flip field position. But there's a couple of times where he was scrambling out of the pocket and you felt somebody gaining on him, and it's like he could have thrown the ball away, but he just wouldn't. That's now the little stuff that he's got to work on as this season continues to progress. But I'm pretty encouraged with a couple of things. I think that Audric Estime as your bell cow back is a good move. And it pains me to say that because I was really hoping Javonte would find his form again. And I don't know if it was the injury or if it was the year off or what happened. Because remember, it was a pretty devastating knee injury that he suffered. He just doesn't have that explosive gear that it felt like he had when he was a rookie. When he hits full top-end throttle, he looked like he was scary to tackle. And at moments we've seen that this year, but certainly not consistent enough. And I think the coaching staff is telling you that. When they're playing Marvin Mims at running back and basically giving all the carries off to Estime and just saying, go do your work, gives you, at least in my mind, a pretty clear idea of the path they want to go down. But my expectations are still high. I think a postseason berth, given the rest of the conference. If this is the NFC, And the teams breathing behind you are the Rams and the Seahawks and, the Bucks and some teams that maybe if they find, and certainly San Francisco, if they find themselves a little bit healthier towards the end of the year, they can turn it on and rattle off a few wins. Like, it's a different ball game, what we're talking about. Again, you know what the NFC has right now? Their top 6 seeds are, their top 2 wild card seeds are 7-win football teams. One of them being 7-2 in Minnesota. It's just, it's a different sort of animal that you're dealing with it in the NFC than the AFC, and that used to be flipped. The NFC used to be the easier conference. Not anymore. But a 5-5 record in the NFC right now would put you at 9th. But you would be smashed in between teams like the Niners, Bears, Rams, Seahawks, Tampa. Different thing. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Let's get to college football stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the NFL weekend, and we'll do it next. Do it every week following the college football weekend. It is college football stock up, stock down, and we always start with the quarterbacks. Now, stock up. How about Jackson Dart? Now, his numbers weren't overwhelming. 13 of 22, 199 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Also led the team in rushing with 8 carries for 50 yards. But it's who he did it against. It's all about making the right plays. When you play against Georgia, you have to be damn near perfect. And he was. For Ole Miss to step up and get a win in that situation and now thrust themselves firmly into college football playoff at large conversations, it's big for Ole Miss. Not great for CU, but big for Ole Miss. And so, Jackson Dart, 22 touchdowns, 4 picks on the year. The only losses that Ole Miss has, they have a bad loss to Kentucky early in the year, and then a 3-point overtime loss to LSU. Jackson Dart is going to have the best numbers by far of his 3-year starting career at Ole Miss. And his team should be near the top 10 now. We'll see when the rankings come out tonight. But they have a decent shot of making the SEC championship game. They have a decent shot of making the college football playoff. And Jackson Dart is having a good year for him. I was waiting because I've heard a lot of hype surrounding Dart over the past couple of years for this version of him to emerge, and it sounds like it's finally getting here. So stock up, Jackson Dart. Quarterback stock down. Anyone who takes a snap for Florida State. Okay, anyone. I don't care what your name is. Don't care how many snaps you get. If you line up under center and receive the football from the center and you have a Florida State Seminole helmet on, you are in this category. They're 1-9 on the year. Remember the team that was 13-0 last season? They're 1-9. Brock Glenn was the guy who was mainly under center last week. He was 5 for 18 for 51 yards and 2 picks as they got demolished last weekend. Their backup wasn't any better. Remember, this season started with DJ Uiagalelei. And now they're 1-9 after going 13-0 last season. And it's ridiculous. I don't know how you go from being that good for a second to that bad in that big of a hurry, but here we are. Florida State has just almost in every conceivable way been not just worse, but like worst in program history type of thing. That's how bad it's been. But they can't seem to find a quarterback who can throw the ball downfield. They can't. I mean, for them to lose 52-3 to Notre Dame, I want to know who the hell their one win is this year. So they beat Cal 14-9. And then they've suffered 8 losses surrounding that. Just brutal. But anybody who's taking a stab for the Seminoles, you get the stock down, and it's ugly to watch. Big 12 teams stock up. I don't think there's any doubt about this, right? It's CU. Not only do they continue to win and win convincingly on the road, a 41-27 win on the road over Texas Tech, they are now currently in the Big 12 championship game. They control their own destiny. They can be a Big 12 champion and a college football playoff representative at the same time. Their offense is incredibly potent, as we all know, with Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. And as long as the defense is okay, I think they're going to win and win out. That includes, by the way, you want to talk about expectations. I am expecting CU to win the Big 12 championship game. I think they're the best team in the Big 12. At least for what they have left. If they played Iowa State right now, neutral field, I don't know if they'd win. If they played Kansas State again, I don't know if they'd win. But for what they have left on the schedule, including a matchup with BYU at the end of the year, yeah, I think they're better than all those teams. I do. So they get the stock up. Big 12 teams stock down. Yeah, Iowa State has just puked on themselves. They were unbeaten 2 weeks ago. They were in prime position to head into the Big 12 championship game and potentially the college football playoff. And they've lost 2 straight. This week in a 45-36 loss to Kansas. They're now out of the championship position. They can't get a stop when they have to. And they seem to be handling the big moment very poorly. And this is where I give credit to CU. CU faced some adversity last year and they crumbled. This year, you have that brutal loss to Kansas State, and it's like, how do you react? They win. Two different teams on two different trajectories looking for the same goal who are handling adversity in totally opposite ways. And thank God CU has shown some testicular fortitude and has not like shied away from the position that they're being put in right now. So credit to them. And Iowa State, God, if you're a Cyclone fan, you got to be sick the way the last 2 weeks have gone. National team stock up. Yeah, I think you got to give it to Ole Miss. I was talking about Jackson Dart earlier, but that 21-10 win at home over Georgia. Quarterback's playing well. They kept Georgia's offense in check, which a lot of teams can't do. Remember that Bama game? Bama had to hold on it for a while, and then Georgia just started going crazy. To Ole Miss's credit, you keep that team in that position for 4 straight quarters. That's an incredibly difficult ask of your defense. And Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss were able to do it. And now, like I said, I think they're going to find themselves at least in the top 10, maybe somewhere around 7 or 8 in the country, the win over number 3 Georgia. But it was huge for them to get themselves back into SEC championship conversations. National team stock down. I've been waiting to do this all year. Not that I've wanted to, because I love Cam Ward, but Miami just looked a little fake. Like the way they were eking out wins. You know, that 4-point win over Virginia Tech was super screwy. The only win on the schedule, remember what I just said this for Florida State, was Cal? And they beat Cal by a point with a weird sort of end to that one. Louisville the week after that felt like they should have gotten them. They've been hanging by the skin of their teeth all year long. And finally they found an opponent, and I've watched Georgia Tech a couple of times this year. Georgia Tech is just a grindy team. They aren't super talented. But let me tell you something, dude. You get to a position where you're playing against a team that's just hungry and wants to hit, and that's Georgia Tech. You got to be able to bring it for 4 quarters, and Miami just didn't have the horses to do it. And I think that was their last real test, because they got Wake Forest coming up, who's 4-5. The final week of the year, they're playing against Syracuse, who's pretty good. They're a 6-3 football team, but they should be able to handle them. They're still going to win the ACC, because I don't think that Clemson is going to be able to get them. But I got to see how the tiebreakers work. I forgot SMU is currently at the top. They're 5-0 in the ACC. So we'll see. But you suffer a loss like that, that one's going to hurt. And they were number 4 in the country heading into that game. They might be out of the top 10 once the rankings come in tonight. Let's go Heisman stock up. I hate to be repetitive. It's Ashton Jeanty. I know they played against Nevada and it was a close game, but the dude had 209 rushing yards again and 3 touchdowns. What am I supposed to do with that? I mean, on the year, I didn't even look up the overall numbers. Uh-oh. Felt it. We haven't had a good 6 a.m. sneeze in a while. So, Boise State is currently 8-1. They have 3 games left. Ashton Jeanty has 1,734 rushing yards. It's going to be crazy in the amount of yards he could rack up by the end of this season. And, like, undeniably in the conversation, but between him and Travis Hunter, you have 2 freaks doing things that you've never thought were possible before. So each week it's going to be one of these guys, and it's just going to be something different. But let's go Heisman stock down. I think it's Cam Ward just because of the loss. If they were undefeated, because he's having an incredible year, but to keep up with guys like Ashton, to keep up with guys like Travis Hunter, if he was undefeated doing that at quarterback, it's a different level of conversation you can have, but just not, I don't think it's enough now. Yes, I think 1 loss for a QB is what keeps him out of it, and it sucks to say, but I think it's the truth. Upset of the week.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
I think it's two choices. It's Kansas over Iowa State because Kansas was 2-6, but they were supposed to be in that game and keep it close, or it's Georgia Tech over Miami. You pick your poison, one of those two. And that is college football stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the college football weekend. People are saying it's intestinal fortitude, not testicular. Incorrect. I go with testicular fortitude. Why? Because sometimes you got to grab the huevos and put them on the table. You just gotta. And watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
deep. Given up top for Shea. Chased by Sammy G. Girard got it away. Penalty coming up on the front. It's a breakaway to win. And he scores! Sam Girard! His first goal of the season. The game-winning goal in OT. And the Avs knocked off the Preds by a final score of 3-2.
Leaves it for Shea. Doesn't take a shot. Sam Girard will force him back. Girard steals it. Breakaway in overtime. Sam Girard. Yeah! Sammy G gets the GWG. His first goal of the season against the team that drafted him. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, because this party is over!
Nelly is a musical savant.
Yes.
He's a musical savant is what he is. I was wondering, why G thing? And then I said, oh, yeah, now I know why.
Because it's
the
a
G
Sammy G thing.
thing. God, how sweet was Mosier? I don't know if you saw that goal last night. I don't know where you were. I don't know if you witnessed that. That strip and then able to delodge the stick and then find the time to make that shot in that chaotic moment. I don't know if you got a chance to see it unfold.
Yeah,
but we did.
If you didn't catch it, Moj, so Sammy G rips one away in OT, goes on a breakaway.
Explain
and
it to him like
he
probably wasn't.
finishes, because Sammy G is like really good with the puck on his stick, and he's very fast for his size. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, and he's a smaller defenseman.
Smaller guy, yeah.
Okay.
And the other guy was holding his stick, so he already got assessed a penalty.
Oh, really?
So even if he didn't finish, the Avs would get in a power play, a 4-on-3 in OT.
But
That sounds
Sammy had the poise to collect himself before approaching the goal and just go top shelf left. And it was so cool. I mean, it was just so cool for him to see him do that. For his first goal of the season.
First
correct?
goal of the season.
I don't know if you're
First?
aware of this.
I don't know if
Whoa,
yeah,
that's
it's
cool.
First. You know who else had his first goal last night was Devon Taves, too?
So where
He
were
did?
you?
Yeah, what were you doing yesterday?
Oh, I was on the concourse drinking beers.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. I wasn't even around.
Good call, dude. Good
Yeah.
game.
That was
fun.
fun.
Dude, it was. I guess Riker and I were both really pretty pumped. You know, it's hard not to get. It's hard not, even though it's a regular season game, it's hard not to get too funky. When, you know, dude, with a poke check and you got to break away to win the game. I mean, that's a pretty exciting moment, right? Take a play at the plate to win the game.
Mm-hmm. I love that
I
it
mean,
was Sammy G.
it's like you got a 3-pointer. Yeah, that kind of thing.
I love that it was Sammy G, because I've been a longtime Sammy G defender of people hate him because he's tiny.
He
Let's be
catches. Yeah, all right. I went on the PhD show yesterday. Let's stop with this hate on tiny people, because I caught it yesterday. No more hate on small people. It's over today.
Are you taller than DMAC or not? I'm
I am.
asking genuinely.
I am genuinely taller
Okay.
than DMAC by
Okay.
2 inches.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so now you're
And
hating
it's
on
not even-
DMAC.
You guys have
See,
measured.
listen.
All right, you measured me in this studio. What was I?
You were 5'9".
5'9".
5'3".
Mosier, don't put that out there. What am I, Mosier? Because I'm barely shorter
Now,
than
I
you.
didn't
barely.
I didn't see what shoes.
My ass. Okay, let's. Okay.
Let's
stand
stop.
back to back. Stand
You wanna
back
do
to
the
back.
back to
Come
back?
on.
You wanna do
Stand
the
back to back.
Let's
see.
go.
Let's see. Both people are very confident in their sizes. All right, on camera, stand back to back. Let's see. Hang on. We're gonna bring this camera up. Nelly, what's the verdict?
Oh man, Moj looks ever so slightly taller.
Moses got
And
like
I'm the
2
small
inches.
guy. Okay, and I'm
He's
the
got like 2
small
inches
guy.
on him.
Yeah,
What do you?
Yeah, I mean,
what's
the
that?
height doesn't
what is
lie,
that for?
dude. So enough of this crap.
Don't be
Enough.
Okay. yeah.
Enough of this crap.
Here,
no more.
Moj, let's get an exact
No
measurement
more.
there. Here you go.
No more small people hate. And you don't even want to bring Nelly in here. I tower over Nelly.
That is. What is your height, Nelly? What are you? 5'8", 5'7"?
Yeah, 5'8", 5'9", depending on who you ask.
Okay,
So
no
5'8".
more.
it sounds like
No more.
This
That's it.
is all Nelly
I'm
and the
done.
basketball
I'm
guy.
done with this crap. I'm serious. I'm done.
Okay. All right. Here's the thing, though. Small guy Sammy G, and he gets hate because he's small. That's the truth. Like, people,
100%.
for whatever reason, and I've tried to explain this over and over again, and look, I know I'm not some hockey savant, okay? But Sammy does things that are pretty rare for people at his position. His ability to find open space, to handle the puck, his speed.
Yes.
It's all something that's necessary if you lack physicality
You
and
have,
size.
you have to make up for it.
Yes.
Listen, here's the bottom line. Vinny, this is to you, and Robbie, this is to you. Small people, smaller, are smarter than bigger people. That's just a fact. Look at the history world. It's just a fact. Small people make up for it in guile and brains. They're smarter than you.
Okay.
And there's
Does
nothing
me
you
by
can
my
do
size,
about it.
do you?
You know, I think people used to get on Napoleon. Like, oh, he's this little dude, right? Napoleon complex. You've heard that phrase before, right?
100%.
I think Napoleon was actually kind of average size for dudes back in the day. George Washington was looked upon as a
He was
giant.
a giant
He was
man.
my height.
He was 6'4".
He was 6'2". No, he was 6'2".
Was he 6'2"?
Yeah, he was
6'2".
my height.
And he's like Manute Bol of 1793 or something, you know? Like he's dunking on, like he's posting up George Washington posted up everybody, and then he wrote this famous song. I mean, everybody knows this George Washington tune. No reason, short people got no reason to live.
The smartest big man in the world, the smartest large human is Nikola Jokic. And after that, it just drops off. After
So
that,
he
no
pulls,
other
he
large
pulls the
human.
tall, he pulls the tall brains up, and then after that, it's just
That's it. Everybody else is dumb.
Can I tell you something? It's like, it's not something I think that I would enjoy, but I hear a little Randy
Newman.
Newman ditty, and I'm like, it makes me happy. There's something about that vibe that puts a smile on my face. It's hard not to be happy.
Is he alive still?
Well, I don't know.
Is he the guy that he came up with that L.A. song?
Yeah,
though, right?
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 80 years old. Yeah.
Well,
He's still cranking out music for Pixar, I think.
Well, his most famous one is "You Got a Friend in Me," right? Because
Yeah,
of
that
Toy
was that-
Story,
yeah,
with how big
Toy
that
Story,
was.
correct? Yeah.
Vinny says, Vic, you walked into a glass door. How's the brain? Good point, Vinny. Good
Okay.
point. We'll ignore that
So
portion.
anyway, there's a couple things though. So Sammy G, hell of a finish, get the
Great
win in
finish.
overtime, get a couple of points. You're waiting for reinforcements. Val's gonna be back on Friday. Druin's got to be around the corner, but this is the good part of the Georgiev roller coaster. Now we're at the wee part of the Georgiev roller
How
coaster.
about that save at the end of the third where the puck is just sitting
sat there.
It's sitting on the shelf, and I'm thinking to myself, why isn't somebody from Nashville poking that through? What do they not see the puck right there?
They
I
did
do.
not. Well, Kelvin DeHaan did. I think that was it. Oh, that's why I said, thank God it was the big fella and not anybody else. Thank God it was Michael McCarron and not like Philip Forsberg, right?
Yeah.
And no offense to McCarron, but he's a 6'6", 235-pound fourth line center. So that's his role. That's his job. Okay, he's not the most gifted of all athletes at the game of hockey, although he's an NHL player, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't see the puck. DeHaan did, and he literally one-handed it through Georgiev and out. I almost barfed. I mean, I'm like, there's no way they're going to lose this game on a crazy little play like that.
Right.
At the end. No way.
Well, look, we can hear from Bednar, and I want to. Can you cue this up for me, Nelly?
Incidentally, real quick, though, who got the second goal of the game for Nashville? Did you hear? Did you? Colton Sissons.
Yes.
Did you hear how disappointed I was? You probably don't remember what I said. I'm like, this guy doesn't score against any other team in the league, and now he's got 2 in 2 games against the Avs.
Yeah.
I bet you got to be kidding me. This guy, like, for some reason, guys just play well against certain teams. Guys get fortunate against certain teams. This guy has made a living on playing the Avalanche. Patrick Hornqvist was another guy for the old Predators that did the same damn thing, and I'm like, they get contracts to keep playing hockey because every time they play the Avs, it's a 3-point night. Now, for him, it was only a 1-point night, but you get my gist.
By the way, Napoleon was 5'6.5". I thought he was like 5'1".
No, I would tower over that dude, man.
Why don't we just go through history and all the dudes Vic could post up?
Here's Bednar after the game on Georgiev.
Yep, certainly did. It's great to see him feel confident. I think you just seen his demeanor. Just the way he operates in his blue paint. Can you tell the difference between Georgie last night and Georgie in the middle of October?
Well, and here's the problem. Georgie's an enigma, okay? Because something became very clear. They waived Kakinen yesterday, so he's no longer part of this equation. And originally, when they made that move, I thought, okay, are they trying to push Georgie out? Because I didn't know what this all meant. And I think more than anything, they're just trying to light a fire, right? Because if you ask any of them in an honest moment during that stretch, and I think they would tell you, we want Georgie to be the goalie and have confidence in our goalie. That's what they want. But I say this all the time. The biggest asset that an athlete can have is consistency. Doesn't matter your skill level, as long as coach knows what you bring to the table every single night. And when you got a guy whose highs are very high and his lows are very low, it's very difficult at that crucial of a position to try and figure out how to deal with that.
It's very interesting, the process that has taken place here to start this season to get Georgie right, or at least to try to get him right. They didn't outright cut him. They didn't publicly skewer him, right? They didn't put him out there. They said, hey, he's sort of in timeout a little bit. We're going to sign this other guy. We're going to make this an open competition. We're going to allow Eustace to get some run. But Georgie is still in the mix. This is the approach they took here. It wasn't this guy sucks, come back to us when you're ready to play. It wasn't that. It wasn't a hard-handed approach. It was easy. Let's get his confidence back. Some players you have to deal with that way. He's one of those players.
Somebody said in the appetizer, Moj, that Georgiev is to the Avs as Westbrook is to the Nuggets. And I was like, kind of. Like when he's good, he's really good, and when he's bad, it's really bad. But here's the difference. Westbrook needs to give you like 20 minutes off the bench. Georgiev needs to be a guy who is key for you to win a championship.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to be great. I think Saros is a great goalie. I mean, they just signed him to a new contract. They're paying him like he's a great goalie. Hellebuck is a great goalie. Shesterkin is a great goalie. Ottinger is a great goalie, right? These are great goalies. I think Georgie right now is a good goalie. He doesn't have to save your butt.
Yeah.
You've got plenty of offense to get it done. We'll go back to Darcy Kemper, and every team is different. Is Kemp's the greatest goalie in the league?
No, he was a good goalie.
He was a good goalie.
Who was good enough to win a cup.
You're damn right. And that's all you need. And because he's a good goalie and you can get that goal support when you have your full constituted team, you pay him $3.5 a year and not 9 or 10, right?
Yep.
I mean, Shesterkin's going for 11.5 for God's sake. You know how much salary cap you're eating up with that? And I would argue to you, is the difference between Georgiev at his best and Shesterkin at his best worth $8 million a year?
So that's
you're paying the consistency.
Yes. But I think that's the team philosophy that Mosier's regarded. He thinks this team, the Avalanche, would rather spend the bulk of its money on skaters than goalies. And other teams do the opposite. This team is not wired that way.
And on any given night, you can really stink, and maybe that goalie can bail you out like crazy. You don't want to have that a lot. Winnipeg's got everything going for them right now. First of all, Hellebuck's playing great. And second of all, they're pouring the puck into the back of the net.
Now, is this what the Avs are doing by force or by choice? Would they be willing to do let's spend a lot of our salary on goalie because they haven't been able to get one, or because that's just the situation they're in?
That's the situation they're in.
Okay.
And by the way, it's tough to find those guys. I mean, you saw Swayman just get 8 per from Boston. Ullmark got 8 per from Ottawa. So if you have a guy like Georgie, and he's playing great right now, so let's not mistake that. I mean,
he's had a really nice stretch.
Even though he gave up 4 the other night, I thought he was great.
You and me both.
But to have him at a cost-effective price under 4 per is really helpful to your organization if he's playing well. If he's not, it obviously drives you crazy.
When we come back, I watched multiple video compilations, as I'm sure you guys saw yesterday, of the Broncos field goal unit this year. And that was
worse than it ever looked.
What happened at the end of the game against Kansas City was not some anomaly.
Should not be a surprise whatsoever. The fact that we sat there with our mouths wide open if you had seen what we saw and what many of you, I'm sure, have seen, it shouldn't come as a surprise. That was destined to happen eventually.
We get to it next.
Not out of the zone. Yossi kept it in. It bounced through Middlestat. In front, score. Colton Sissons. He never scores against any other team in the NHL, and that's his second goal of the season, second against the Avalanche.
So we got that Mile High Dreams Gala tonight, and I was like, man, if only I won the Mega Millions, I could throw a party like that every single weekend because it's $361 million tonight. And if you download the Tulatero app, you can skip the lines at the convenience store and get it directly on your phone. So if you download the app and use my code MAGIC, I'll do you one better. You get a free credit to play in Mega Millions tonight, which is $361 million. It's Tulatero. All of your favorite Colorado Lotto games right there on the app, and do it from the convenience of your own home, where you can participate in Colorado Lottery games. All of them available on there, including that $361 million jackpot tonight. So download the Tulatero app, Tulotero. Use my code MAGIC and get a free credit to play in your hand for $361 million. It's Tulatero, your lottery app.
I want that guy on the show, Nelly. Nelly, I want the English traffic guy on our show. Where's he based? Is he in England?
I have no idea where that's coming from.
Well, we need him.
Yeah, like dude's hanging out on the Isle of Wight. It's like 3 PM over there, and he's like, right, only 25.
Is he on the Isle of
No
Man?
problem. That dude blows me away. I'm repeatedly blown away by Vic, and his name is Vic D.
Yeah, did you know that?
He's trying to get all hip with his name.
Yeah, my name's Vic D, and I do the traffic. Watch out!
Let's
now
get him
I'm
on.
Going rapid.
We got to nip this in the bud because it's a topic. Every time we go to break, we talk about it off air. So let's just get him on, get it over with. He's got to be baptized to the show.
It's fascinating, and I love it. I just want to know where he comes from.
Why is Alex Forsyth falling?
He's not from Waco.
No, he ain't.
Why is Alex Forsyth falling over every time that they attempt to kick?
One thing that we've deduced over the last 24 hours is the mishap that occurred at the end of that Broncos game that kept us all just pulling our hair out for hours is not a one-time moment. It will never be a one-time, oh my God, look what happened. It was coming. It was something that the Chiefs saw on tape. It's something that the Broncos simply did not fix. And at the end of the day, I actually am more angry at Broncos coaches today than I have been all season.
Yeah.
This is as angry as I've been at the Broncos coaches because that is something that has been a problem all year. Did you see what our boy Brendan Perna put out yesterday?
That's the one I saw.
Brendan Perna put out a compilation of all PATs and field goals. And the same thing is happening every time. The left side's getting caved in, just like it did in that Kansas City game. If he sees it, you don't think KC and Tobe, their special teams guru, you don't think they're seeing this stuff?
Well, I'm trying to figure this out. They're not stupid. So why do they think that's okay? And I was trying to look, I'm not a special teams coach. I don't know bleep about what you're supposed to do when you're blocking for a field goal. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure having all your weight on your heels and getting bowled over every time is not the proper strategy. And I said to Nelly, is it like, do you guys remember in Game of Thrones that episode, Battle of the Bastards, where it was a big war and all those bodies were stacked on top of each other? Remember that? Was that his strategy? Is it if I fall over, people will just fall on me and then they can't get there, right? You know, is he doing that so he doesn't get hurt? But none of it makes sense. Like, there's no way that can happen that consistently and they let that go without a move being made, or they're just okay with it. That's what I don't get.
Yeah, because they see it every week too.
Yeah.
Sean Payton, and maybe he's not, I mean, how often does Sean Payton truly look at special teams film? I'm sure he does, but he probably doesn't sit and pour over it. He's more worried about his offense and taking care of his kid. He delegates that kind of stuff.
Right.
But that being said, even the worst special teams coach in the National Football League knows what he sees on film, right? Even the worst guy knows what he's looking at and understanding that, you know what? It's you know what it's like? It's like you have this staircase going up to your deck. That sucker's wobbly and it's cracky, and every time you walk up, you're like, oh, it's gonna collapse sometime. It's gonna fall down. I'm gonna get hurt. You know it's coming sometime. It's just not right now. Well, it finally happened.
It's how I feel every time I take a golf cart across a rickety bridge at a golf course.
Oh, God.
And I'm just terrified it's going to cave in
100%.
every time I drive over the top of it.
Yep.
And this time it caved in, right? It actually did. And I don't get it. I don't know what the strategy could be. And Nelly, did you listen through the McAfee breakdown? Make sure there was no cursing, because I would like to get him in on this, because they talked about it yesterday.
Oh, he never curses.
McAfee is somebody who I would say probably is a special teams expert. You know, it's kind of his job to be a punter and a holder.
Yeah, he sort of knows all that stuff.
Let me know when it's ready, Nelly, and then we'll play it. But his whole thing was, you are never taught to not pick your head up and have all of your weight backwards. Look, I'm not 320 pounds, but I'm pretty sure if Forsyth was rocking backwards on his heels, I might be able to push him over if I just go straight at him. And so that's what I don't get. And it costs you a football game, and a huge one. One that could have damn near, I don't want to say solidified a playoff spot, but gotten you close to it. I mean, really close. Gotten you a giant win in your development and progression as a football team with a rookie quarterback. Like, all of that stuff matters.
How often does the average fan, Vic, or us or anybody really pay attention to the blocking scheme of an extra point or a field goal? We never do.
We don't. But
we never do.
This is why, if you look at pro sports today,
but they do.
Do you know how many coaches are on the Broncos staff? Count up the coaches, please.
It's got to be 29 or
count up the coaches.
All right.
And the analysts and the assistants
Right.
and the film guys. Count them all up. You don't think they have every second of the game analyzed? Every second of film down to every movement, where guys are going, how they're moving. You don't think they analyze this stuff? They do it after every practice, Moshe.
Yeah.
You go to training camp and they have that film up. They're analyzing every single play at practice. You mean to tell me, and again, I'm not trying to be a jerk about this, but all season long, you are seeing the left side of your blocking scheme cave in.
I counted 28.
That's with strength and conditioning.
Okay.
Yes.
You're watching the left side of your entire line cave in. And it's happened consistently, not once or twice, consistently. You don't think that's going to catch up to you? At what point do you say maybe, and this is why it's easy to blame Forsyth, and I feel bad for the kid, but maybe an adult in the room says, hey, he's just not big enough to play that position.
He's three bills.
Okay,
I mean,
he's not powerful enough to play that position. Whatever you have to say, he's not the guy to play that position.
Yeah, because
or we're not giving him the right feedback to play that position.
there's no way that they watch that film and the coaches don't say a word to him when that happens, right?
You can't be taught. I listened to David Treadwell yesterday. He was on with Kreckman and Lindahl. Treadwell, the former Broncos kicker. And he said, listen, you got to get a kick. Everybody wants to say, well, why did it take so long to kick the ball? It didn't take long. The kick was fine. Listen to Treadwell yesterday.
As a kicker, you're not aware of it. That's not your job. Your job is to go out there and focus on the field goal, the kick. You're blocking everything else out. You're not worried about the rush. If a kicker and you're worried about the rush, you're screwed, because then you're not focused on kicking the football. So that's the last thing you worry about. That's why, first thing I said, that double pop is the worst thing you can hear as a place kicker, because you just don't anticipate it happening. Now, I've seen a lot of teams, especially at the college level, they beef up nowadays. They'll go grab a D tackle or two and bring them in at guard or tackle on the field goal protection team if they've had block issues. And that's okay to do. Switch people out. If to get the best people you need up front to make sure that there's no penetration, think about it. These defensive linemen are so good nowadays. The D tackles, the defensive ends, the outside linebackers, they're so big, they're so athletic.
All right, so we went on and talked about how it's not necessarily the player, it's the size of the player and the way they're taught to block it. By the way, that falling on your back thing, you understand that's a taught move? You understand?
Well, that's what I was wondering.
That's the design move to flop, or whatever you want to call it, pancake yourself, because now your legs are in the air. Your legs are in the air, and you want whoever's coming at you to run into your legs to slow them down.
I was wondering that, and then we got a text here from Austin. Todd Davis on DNVR said that the Broncos sometimes actually taught people to fall back so people will fall over you and not have enough time to get through. That's what I'm saying. The fact that I saw that over and over and over again tells me that I guess they want him to do it.
Exactly.
I don't know.
There's no way any coach can look at that from the beginning of the season and say, this guy's landing on his back every time. We got to do something. It's got to be more like, all right, he's doing exactly what we're teaching him to do. Go to your back, get your legs in the air, and slow the rush. If that's what you're teaching, if this is what field goal blocking has become, what the hell is that?
Well, let me hear McAfee. McAfee yesterday was talking about this, and he loves him some special teams, so we got the opportunity to dig into the tape. Here's what he said.
Okay, this dude has the worst technique I've ever seen from somebody playing in this position. Squatting on heels, doesn't even lift up his head. Having him be on the field side, okay? So this is on the right hash. So the upright's over here. So science tells you this ball's going to have to go this way to go through the uprights. So the crew that is on this side, and I don't know how many they pick up and flip, but the field side group is your group. This has got to be sound. This guy does not deserve to be on a field side of any field goal team that I've ever seen in my entire life. I have no idea how they've gotten away with it this long. This guy just gets his ass sent. Now, these people are going to fall. There's a chance you're going to fall. Die slowly, though. Leo keeps his feet, battles through, explodes through the ball. It is picture-perfect technique, and it's taking advantage of a fish that they certainly knew. I don't know if coming into the game they knew the 54 was the fish, because early they weren't attacking him as much, and then about the second kick, they started like giving a little shove. Third one, they're like, wait a minute, hold on, we got this guy. 54, if he goes back out there for the rest of the season, he's going to get this type of treatment. That's the way it works on field goal block.
All right. At the end of the day, tell me if this is false or fake. False or true? Sorry. That loss is that loss.
Why do you have so much trouble with true false stuff?
I don't know. That loss is on the Broncos special teams coaches.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, Vic, can I ask you a question?
At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to.
I want to ask you.
Even Sean Payton said it yesterday. We got to coach it better.
Brett Kane, Vittorio Lombardi.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to Sunday, the chance to win at Kansas City, when was the last time the Denver Broncos had any sort of kick blocked like that?
I showed you tape yesterday, 1990 in Buffalo.
Okay, so
they had a 19-yarder block.
Okay, that's 34 years ago. Okay, I mean, has this ever happened under Sean Payton's watch?
Will Lutz did have a kick blocked. Yes, he had 2 kicks blocked in New Orleans, one by the Broncos. Will was taken back by Will Parks. Yeah,
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about in his time as a Broncos head coach.
No, hasn't happened as a Broncos head coach. Haven't seen one. No.
Okay, I remember the Will Parks one. That was a great one.
Yeah.
So I mean, are we overly freaking out here?
No, because it cost you.
Okay, but
no.
Understood.
And for those of you who say move on, no.
I'm not saying move on. I'm saying when was the last time this happened?
You're not. We're not.
Are we making a huger problem out of it than it really is?
No, these things add up because Sean Payton says everything adds up. Coaching is so important, right? He's the one that always says coaching is so important. Your coaches let you down in this game, not your players. You coached it up the wrong way. The end.
You know, I how about this to back up Vic? Moj, it'd be different if that was 55 yards. Maybe that'd be different then. It was a chip shot to win the game.
Understood.
It was a chip shot.
If the Broncos were getting kicks blocked every fourth week,
but that shouldn't matter.
Okay,
if you got a kick blocked in the first quarter,
I think
it doesn't matter.
I think it should be
last
automatic.
Play of the game to win a game.
Agreed. And I think that kick should be automatic. I even said so on Sunday. I said that's what hurts so bad is it really should be automatic from there with a professional football team. It wasn't.
And Lutz wasn't missing that. Lutz is a good kicker too.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the way, so last night you said something in the break, Moj, that I've been telling people for 2 weeks. And I think it's probably too late now. The Dolphins with Tua are such a different football team than they are without him. They are unwatchable without Tua. And Tua jumps back in the last couple of weeks, and that team is like a viable offensive firepower back.
Did you see him put his head down to make a tackle on the sideline?
That's
Did you think what I was thinking?
So turnover, Rams are taking it back the other way. It's at the sideline. And Tua basically crouches down to try and hit around the knees, but his head's right there. And he took a full-speed knee right to the side of the helmet. He was fine, from what we know. But that's been replayed on the TVs in here about 1,000 times already today. And I get why, because this is going to be, I think, most of Tua's career now, is if he gets hit around the head, then we're all going to look at it and, like, Zapruder film that thing. What do you say to him if you're Mike McDaniel? Do you want him doing that? I've said this before. People give Cam Newton a lot of grief in the Super Bowl, and it's warranted because it's the Super Bowl. But I've understood quarterbacks who are that important to their team, who are franchise players, if they want to make a business decision, I get it.
I think
because
for
making a
Tua-
tackle in week 5 when you throw a pick does not equal if you get hurt on the play and you miss 8 games.
But I think it's all instinctual. How do you coach the instinct out of a guy? He wants to make a tackle. He wants to slow a guy down. He's trying to do the right thing. I don't know. I mean, that's the way Tua operates. Teddy Bridgewater clearly operates in a different way.
Well, and Teddy's
You
a
know,
different story because Teddy's not a franchise guy.
I understood, but we all remember that business
Oh, yeah.
decision here in Denver. But I just think that's all instinctual. I get what you're saying. The bottom line is the Miami Dolphins with Tua, they look like a top 4 seed in the AFC to me. And without Tua, you're right. They look like it's like Mike McDaniel ate a whole box of stupid pills when Tua's not in the game. And then Tua's in the game, and all of a sudden he looks like Einstein reincarnate.
You know what it is? And I noticed it last night. His ability to release the ball so quickly and decisively. You notice his release?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, bam. Just, whoop. That's how he throws the ball.
Part of it, though, listen, part of it's because he's a lefty.
Yeah, it's weird.
I'm telling you, when you watch the Tua flipped, Brett, have you seen the Tua flipped?
Yeah, I've watched on the other side of the room before.
And blam. What does it look like?
It looks normal.
Right. Now, but when you watch him as a lefty, what's it look like?
Prettier.
It looks more badass, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What is it about these dang? Well, Steve Young's throwing motion was not pretty. I'm going to tell you right now, it wasn't. Mike Vick's gorgeous, and obviously we know about Tebow, so I don't want to get there.
Hey,
but Tua's way more like Mike Vick than he is Steve Young in terms of it. In my opinion, his release. But he looks pretty throwing the football because he's a lefty. Lefties look prettier.
Hey guys.
What?
Every break we do what now? The last couple of days, what have we done?
Tell you to go.
No, we listen to traffic report.
Oh, that's right, traffic. Right.
He's on the phone. We'll get to him next. Okay, let's head out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we talk to the voice of traffic, Vic D. Hi, Vic.
This is Bond, James Bond. How are you?
What's going? All right, listen. We've not met, and I'm sure you're a.
Who the hell are you?
Yeah, what's going on here? What's happening?
I'm a good old boy from the South that just has a knack for putting on a British accent when I do traffic. How about that?
You know what? I would love it if that was a full bit. I'd love it. So wait, are you the main guy for us now? Are you doing traffic all the time, or we've heard different voices? What's going on?
Well, I'll be very honest. I'm standing in for somebody, but I do love this shift.
All right, we want the other guy fired. You're it. All right,
yeah,
listen.
No, tell the other guy to get bent. You're our new guy.
Yeah, you're the guy. We need your voice on traffic.
Oh, wait. You're filling in. What's his name? Spataro? What's his name?
Mike Spataro's.
Yeah, get rid of that guy.
Yeah,
No offense. I mean, sure, he's a great
out.
guy.
Coley's out. You're in. So what is your Vic D is your traffic name? If you don't mind us asking, what is your real name? It's like Benedict or something, isn't it? What is it?
Benedict Carlisle. I live in a castle. Yes, I'm going to play up to all your stereotypes. It works for me. I mean, why spoil a good thing, right?
Benedict Carlisle from a castle in England. Okay,
This guy rules. I love this guy. Okay, so
he's a smart ass.
I know, but that fits perfect with us. I don't know if you heard. I mean, we were just like every time we come back with a traffic report, we couldn't help but talk about it for a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say I think it eases everybody in because I could be reporting, crashes and everything, and people kind of just listen to the accent and think, well, that's so charming.
Honestly, it is.
It's an accident, guys. Be careful.
There could be a 25-car pileup at I-25 in Colorado, and I don't give a rat's butt. I'm listening to Vic just tell me, there's multiple traumas on the scene and all this, and I'm like, no big deal.
You'll be delayed for 3 hours. Oh, talk to me more, Vic. Tell me how.
All right, so you want to remain an enigma, right? You don't want us to really know anything about you or your background or where you're from or anything like that. You want to just be this guy who is lives out in the ether world and then disappears when Spataro's back.
I love that image, but I'm willing to answer any of your questions.
I have a question.
I may not be honest about it, but I'll answer them.
I have a question. You originally, your family, your ancestors, wherever, you guys are from England, correct? Correct?
It's a very yes.
Great Britain.
Yes.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean no offense by this whatsoever, but I've asked this question to English people before. What do you guys do on the 4th of July?
We cry because that's when we got our butts kicked. And what do you think we do?
Vic's famous question is to Richard Fleming. Well, do you put out fireworks? I mean, what is it that you do?
So I've always been curious with the traffic job that you guys have. Do you go into work? Is this something you do from your basement? Are you doing it in your PJs? How does this go?
It's generally a bit of a hybrid sort of thing. So yeah, I mean it's office/home.
Well, it used to be at I-25 and Spear, like right around there, like I-25 and 20th.
Correct. Yeah, I think the studios are on Monaco. Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. Vic, I just want you to know, given our stature in the city now with some of our ratings, we have a lot of power. If anybody ever messes with you over there, just give us a call at 92.5.
Yeah.
Your job is secure for life. At least on this show it is.
I will certainly do this, but I have to correct you. You did mention sitting in my basement in my pajamas. If I ever do sit in my basement, it's always in a three-piece suit. I am
with a pocket watch. You own a pocket watch, don't you? I guarantee you own a pocket watch.
I do. Yes, yeah, pinstripe soup and a pocket watch.
He's got Peaky Blinders on constant repeat.
All right, Benedict.
Hey, thanks, Vic. Appreciate it, man. Great to talk to you, buddy.
Anytime. Take care. Bye-bye, guys.
I love this guy.
That guy rules.
He's our guy.
Guy's so cool.
He's our man.
Dude, and he totally, you know what? He fit this show so well because he leaned into every single barb that we had for him.
He did, but he's coy as hell.
Oh, I know.
This guy is incredibly coy. I think that he's running from the law. That's my theory, okay? You
think he was running meth in England or something?
Well, I don't know what it is. Maybe, who knows, some illegal Roman treasure trade in Manchester or something, and then he actually doesn't have he's got proper Queen's English. If you've ever been in England, man, you tell those accents all over the place, different ones. He's got the proper, straight up, the Queen City, the whole 9 yards. But this
Well,
guy's
you know
over
what?
here doing traffic.
You know what?
And his name's Vic D. Like his real name is like Graham or
I'm
something.
going to give him credit. At least he knows how to pronounce Arvada. Not like some people in this town who continually mispronounce Arvada.
Agreed.
I can tell who you are by how you pronounce Arvada.
Nelly, once a month with that guy. I just want to have a chat with him every once in a while, just see what's going on.
You know,
And
cracks
we,
me
we
up.
forget to ask him what that thing do.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
I bet he loves saying Westminster. Like traffic could be a nightmare all over the city,
you-
but he's going back. Well, like Westminster Abbey, he's going back to Westminster all the time.
Hey.
There's nothing going on in Westminster.
Tell
but
me you're
it's
not
all
from-
right because I love it, right?
Tell me you're not from Denver by just pronouncing Arvada. Do you know how many butcherings of Arvada I've heard? Arvada.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost comical, and nobody corrects these people. They just let it go.
Well, also Louisville, right?
But Arvada's basic, dude. You can't mess with Arvada. It's the West Side.
That one, can I say something about Louisville? It's the dumbest spelling and pronouncing this country has for any. Like, how are people saying that in 4 different ways, but only one is specifically correct depending on your geographic location? Louisville, Louisville, Louisville. Like, there's a whole bunch of different ways you do it.
Depends on where you live. There's a town in Texas, and it's pronounced Colorado City, not Colorado. Colorado City.
Well, those guys are idiots.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
they're
just
dumb,
the way it works.
But they're dumb.
Well, what about Buena Vista?
Yeah, I mean that's butchered both ways.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You know, we should do that, Nelly. I'm not kidding. Once a month, we get this guy on and we just have him say words to us.
He's very. I gotta find out. I want to find out more about this cat because I don't know anything more about him right this second than I did before he came on the show. He just danced. He completely two-stepped it.
We talked to this man for about 6 or 7 minutes. I don't even know his name. I don't even
He
know
wouldn't
his true
tell us
name.
his real name. All he did was blast Vic for calling him Benedict.
Mosier, I have a question for you. Last night after you called, and a great call, by the way. The final moments of that game last night were fantastic. Anytime you have overtime in an NHL regular season game, the chaos of 3-on-3. So Sammy Girard, no, I'm not going to use a but. There's no but. This is you doing you things, and you were wonderful. You said something after the goal was scored. Sammy G scores the goal, and you said, "Grab my tail and call me Judy." What does that mean?
Well, I said, slap me on the tail and call me Judy.
Okay, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Now, I've heard that before. What is the origin?
And you don't say tail, you say a.
Okay, what is that?
That's just a fancy way of saying, oh my God, I'm blown away, I'm shocked.
Gotcha.
It's not really fancy, but it's just an old colloquialism, if you will, from
So
years
it's
gone
just
by.
a way to express how crazy that finish was.
Utterly shocked I am by the proceedings that just happened. Yes.
This is one of the rare times I look for like phrases that I can't find an origin for. Because I've heard it before.
Yeah.
Moj, I've heard it. But usually when we hear is some sort of expression or whatever.
Maybe we should ask Vic, because I'm sure that some guy in England about 1733 was saying it.
Oh, there was, what did we just look up? Oh, get off the schneid.
Yeah.
Schneid was short for Schneider, which was a tailor back in like the 1800s, and that was associated with poor people. That's where that comes from. Yes.
Okay.
Schneid
here it
is short for Snyder.
I just found it. It's from the southern U.S., colloquial, like I said, mildly vulgar, an expression of astonishment upon learning something unbelievable.
No, I know the definition.
Chiefly something positive.
So you found Sam Girard
definition.
scoring a goal unbelievable?
Well, to poke it away from Brady Shea, draw a penalty, and rip it home on a
That's a good
breakaway
point.
for his first of the year.
Can I ask you this regarding?
Oh, here's a good one. Here's a synonym. You ready?
Yeah.
Butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
I like that one.
That's a good one.
You got to go with that one.
Yeah, can you do that one? And
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
That's great.
I'm going to do it.
Just
I'm
start
doing
working
it.
these in.
I'm doing it.
Dude, I got it.
Okay.
Parker Kelly doesn't have a goal yet, does he?
No, he's
Almost
so-
last
But
night.
he's so close.
Almost last night.
He's so close. When Parker Kelly scores, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
That's so good.
Parker Kelly finally scored.
100%. I'm not pulling. I hope he's sleeping right now. There's no doubt about it. But I am pulling for no other human on the planet to have a goal right now more than Parker Kelly. That guy busts his hump on a nightly basis. And he just can't seem to buy one.
Can I ask you guys what will seem like a dumb question, but it comes from.
Hold on, Vic. I love that. Butter my butt and call me a biscuit. I'm doing it. Absolutely, I'm doing it.
Okay, so on the game-winning goal, the Nashville player clearly impedes with Sammy, right, Moshe? Clearly impedes Sammy.
Yes.
He grabs his stick. He's going to get whistled for a penalty.
Yes.
At that point, when you got the guy's stick and you know you're going to get penalized, why let go of the stick? Just grab it.
I don't
You know what I'm saying?
know.
You're going to get penalized. Why give him a shot at scoring? Just grab the stick altogether.
If he had tripped him or anything like that, Sammy G's going to get a penalty shot because he's going to have.
He's got the advantage.
He's going to have direct line to the front.
What
of
if
the
you
net.
just grabbed the stick out of his hand?
That would have been that might have been a tough call. But if you directly impede a scoring chance,
Okay.
then you're going to get a penalty shot awarded. I think it was just mild enough that you're going to have a penalty because it's right in the. Once Sammy breaks away and you do anything to him, that would have triggered a penalty shot, in my opinion.
All right, more refereeing, please. Walk me through that penalty that was called on Rance with that dude that like chopped his face in the boards, and there was.
That was Michael McCarron.
Yeah, what happened there?
Well, he gave him a cross check to the hip.
Okay.
See, I didn't see that there was originally a penalty called at all. He gave him a little cross check to the hip that just throws him off balance a little bit. That's not I'm knocking you down. And by the way, McCarron's 6'6".
Yeah.
That's not I'm knocking you down play. That's just get you off balance for a quick second. Just a little bam right in the hip, right? Right in the outside of the thigh. Bam. Then he goes down sort of to one knee, and then Rantanen goes and squeezes him in the corner. I think he barely touched him with his shoulder.
Yeah.
He never got the head. He never got anything. He squeezed him. And so if they review the play, let's say they call nothing. If they go, hey, man, this could be a major penalty, they're allowed to do that now. Look at it. Oh, it's a major. 5-minute, all you can eat for Nashville. They can't then rescind that down to a minor. If they didn't call it first, then you can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
But if they call it first, then they review for a major. They can either make it a major, they can make it a minor, or they can make it nothing. There are three options. They have all three options. They can say, we completely screwed up. There was no penalty.
Yeah.
They elected to keep it as a minor. But I didn't realize, and neither did Riker, that they had originally called a penalty on the play. At least that's the explanation I was given. Hey, Brett.
Well, after that, I was just like, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. You know what I mean?
Hey, read this one. Here's a synonym right here. Read that one.
No.
That's a synonym,
What
though.
site is this?
It's
Wiktionary?
Wiktionary, yeah. I mean, I can say that on the air, right?
Look at the text from Ty. He's got something quasi-similar.
All right, let's just get the break, man. People are getting filthy.
Yeah, back after this.
The year is 2024. If you've got a problem with your arm, you got a problem with your foot, you got a problem with your body at all, you go get it taken care of, right? Well, what if you're dealing with some sort of erectile dysfunction? You don't have to live like that. You need the right treatment specifically for your situation, and every case is different. That's why the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the answer, because they're better medicine, the leader in treating men's sexual health issues here in the great state of Colorado. They've been in the Front Range area for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of dudes are living better lives, and you can too. Their treatment success rate is over 90%. You're going to be physically better, mentally better. It's going to be great. Staff are experts. Your initial visit, just $99. You'll get a test dose right in the office. If it doesn't work, all of everything is free. All the blood work, all the appointment, everything. But you know it's going to work. So do yourself a favor. Call today, 720-440-7900. I go in there for my low T and get my blood drawn and all that kind of thing. See, dudes, nobody's embarrassed about Jack, man. You're getting fixed. You're getting yourself happy. You're getting yourself well. 720-440-7900 or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, you know what's really great? I mean, a really great, smart decision.
Hey, by the way, real quick, talked to Raj in the break. He's right. When you look at it, Sammy G's got to be in that offensive zone for a penalty shot. What's interesting is if you had a guy breaking out of his own end in an overtime, and he's off to the races, and you take your stick and you huck it at him at center ice, and he's got a clear breakaway.
I was going to ask you about that.
And you knock him down.
If I just used my stick like a javelin.
How could that not be a penalty shot?
It's worth it.
Let me say this. Like other things that I've witnessed in the past year and a half, 2 years in the NHL, I've never seen that happen before. I've never seen a guy intercept a puck on a breakaway in his own end in overtime and then take off across his own blue line, have a guy huck a stick and spear him, impale him at center ice, and I've never seen it happen.
Well, I've said the same thing, Moshe, on like the end of football games when there's a second left or something like that.
I just think it's got to be. I feel
hang on.
like it's got to be a penalty shot. I feel like it has to be.
When there's like a second left on the clock, and let's say you're down 4 and somebody's on the 2-yard line.
Right.
I'm telling my defense, guys, if there's even a sliver of a shot that guy's going to catch the ball in the end zone, hug him.
Tackle him.
Like, take him to the ground and make them play that play 15 times in a row.
Especially in college football. I've never understood that in college football. If there's a Hail Mary, right, tackle him every time.
Well,
but it's not a spot foul.
That's true. That's true.
It's not a spot foul in college football.
But Hail Marys are like...
The odds of you knocking the ball down are better than giving them an extra
But if
play.
you know you're going to get beat, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If a guy gets behind you, tackle him.
Like, if you're at the 2-yard line and somebody, you know what, you just got cooked on an out route.
Right.
Wrap him up and bring him to the ground. Do not even make them do the play over and over again. But, speaking
Slap
of...
me on the tail and call me Judy.
I'm told you said something else last night that we can't use on the air, but it drew a lot of attention.
It was, but I thought it was benign. Now, the boss had a different opinion.
Hang on. Whisper it to me. What'd you say last night?
Go do it off here.
Here, I've got it.
You have it?
I have it. Why don't you take this outside and you tell me?
We'll do it during the break.
Well, yeah, I can do it during the break.
Just go listen to it. It's right there.
All right, you and I listen to this real quick. Fill time, Mosher. I got to hear this.
I don't think it's that bad. So the boss heard me say something earlier in the game. Apparently, Johnny Lyles was offended, and Kyle made it. It was nothing. I thought it was nothing, but I don't know. Maybe it was something. So the guys are outside the door right now, and they're both listening to it. They're checking it out. They don't. I think that Vic, and I think that's what you think. I think that's what it's. That's it.
I don't even know what was it. What? I don't get it. I
didn't even hear. It was kind of hard to hear to start with.
Well, I'll whisper it to you in your ear. All right.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. Okay. Well, that's just an accident.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, that's whatever.
Hey, you tell our boss, who I know is listening, we're on cable TV, and there's some things that we should be able to get away with.
Well, you could say that on here and just end up on drunk takes. All right, so you know what a really good decision is, and this is where you know your franchise is in a great place.
What's that?
You know when you have, especially when you invest a first-round pick in a quarterback, it's really smart to fire their OC halfway through the year. It's really smart, and it shows you're on the right path.
You're being facetious, but I thought you were talking Broncos. Instead, you're talking Chicago
No,
Bears.
I want to get to the Broncos in a second, but think about this for a minute, guys.
I mean, Waldron just got gassed. Is it his fault?
Shane Waldron was the OC for Chicago, and he has been fired. Now, this feels a lot like a scapegoat move, right? I mean, this is just Eberflus is making a move because he feels like he has to make a move somewhere, and he's not going to change quarterbacks.
We played the two hosts from Eberflus's show in Chicago yesterday morning.
Holy moly, like they knew something.
Okay, so they blast him, right? And I thought the guy was over the top. It felt like Eberflus's next move is, all right, that's it. I'm firing Waldron. I mean, it's like they got on me on my own radio show, and now I've got to go fire my OC because I have to appear like I'm doing something.
Well, here's what, if you guys missed it, this was ESPN 1000 yesterday. This is the coaches show. So we do with Bednar every single Wednesday where he joins us at 8 o'clock and we talk Avs with him. This is the Matt Eberflus Chicago Bears version of that. And here's what it sounded like.
You know, we're looking at this week and this week only. We do have evidence on tape that we've played good football during the course of this year. We got to pull on those experiences.
Coach?
Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
All right, we'll put them on hold and see if we can reestablish.
Damn. I mean, come on, man. This is 2024. Can we get a freaking landline? I mean, what are we doing? Seriously. Get the man a phone that works, please.
We'll try to reestablish with Matt Eberflus
Pause for a
momentarily.
second. I want you to go later in that clip now, Nelly, to where he really starts freaking out. Because here's what a dynamic that I love. Because we have all played one of these two roles on this show. Guy freaking out. Guy feeling like he has to calm everything down for a minute. Like, we've all done a version of this.
Mm-hmm.
But that guy, I think the show is Cap and Hood, and I don't know who's who. But the guy who was yelling and saying the phone line's as bad as your offense right now continued to do this about a minute later.
We'll try to reestablish with Matt Eberflus momentarily.
You're in crisis. Just say it. Yes, this is a freaking crisis, and we better close ranks and find a way to fix this. Because it's freaking embarrassing to have a charter franchise look that god-awful, unprepared.
You know, these people that cry about charter franchises and we're a charter franchise.
You don't deserve the right just to have a good football team because you've been around for a while.
We're a charter franchise. We're one of the original 6. We deserve. You don't deserve crap.
Can you do me one favor, Nelly? Because we didn't place at the end. Can you give me the last 10 seconds of this, by the way? So this was all in about a 2-minute span, but like the last 10 seconds.
Uninspired, and it falls at his feet. It does. Say it.
You know, can I say something?
No, at the very end of the clip, though, the other guy who's staying calm, he goes, I'm assuming Matt Eberflus is not coming back on with us.
So can I say something about Chicago football, the Bears? They will always go down in the history of the NFL as one of the elite franchises, right? NFL Films always touts the Bears. The Bears, Walter Payton, that defense, I get it. Has there ever been a more underperforming franchise in NFL history than the Chicago Bears?
They were relevant.
You've done nothing.
Yeah, they were relevant in the 80s.
You've done nothing.
They were not relevant in the 70s, really not the 60s at all, maybe back to the 50s and 40s with Papa Bear Alice and all that.
You're a freckle on the back of the NFL when it comes to accomplishments in this league. You've done nothing. You've won nothing. You're nothing but hype. That's all Chicago is.
Okay. I'm so glad you said this because I was like, I don't feel like I can say this because obviously I'm biased because I hate the Bears. But I'm like, outside of one nice little mid-'80s Super Bowl,
That's it.
The way that Bears fans have talked to me, a Lions fan, my entire life, I'm like, we're like the same.
Like, who are you?
My team has been historically incompetent and like way worse overall than yours. But the way that they speak is like they have 15 Super Bowl rings on their finger.
You've done nothing. In fact, you pale in comparison to the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos historically eat you alive. You are the JV team. And yet you speak as if you should be awarded some honor. That host is like, we're a charter franchise.
So
Nobody
what?
cares.
Yeah, so what?
Who else is in that?
The Giants.
That department.
The Knicks. The Knicks of the NBA.
The Knicks.
The Knicks have not won an NBA title since before you were born.
Yeah, Dave DeBusschere
and they
and company.
carry themselves as if, oh my God, it's the Knicks. Who cares?
Yeah, the Knicks are a great one.
Suck.
How about the Toronto Maple Leafs?
Yeah, they haven't won since 1960.
It's another good one.
And they act like they're God's gift to hockey because they're in Toronto or they're an original 6.
79.
You know another one? The Cowboys.
Well, I mean, they won 3 Super Bowls 30 years ago.
It's at least
Yeah,
pretty
it's at
recent.
least in your lifetime.
Hey, Brett, how old were you when the Cowboys won Super Bowl?
I was 6, 7, I don't know, somewhere in there.
What have they done in the last 3 decades? 3 decades. What have they done?
They've had decent teams that
They've
haven't
done
won.
nothing.
Well, hang on though, Vic. The difference here is Chicago for about 80 years has had like a nice little 5-year stretch, right? The Cowboys were pretty good not that long ago.
I am so tired of the Chicago people touting that team and that history as if it belongs in the annals of the NFL. You are trash. You're a trash franchise. You are. You're laughed at. We make fun of you. Did you watch Hard Knocks this summer? Did you watch Eberflus?
Yeah.
You could see this coming. You are pathetic. You're not owed anything.
Isn't that weird, by the way?
Hold on. I don't disagree with you, Vic, but maybe I'm a little bit surprised at the veracity of your charges here.
Because I'm so tired of, it's that entitlement. It's that we are a charter franchise. We deserve better. That line set me off. That line. You don't deserve anything more than any other franchise in the league. I don't care where you were born.
Okay.
Were you born with a silver spoon in your mouth?
No,
because you're
I think what the guy,
charter
I think
franchise?
he's trying
What
to
does
say,
that even mean?
I think he's trying to say you should have more pride. You should be better than you are.
Well, fix yourself.
He's holding them accountable. I mean, he really is. But I dig where you're coming from. I get it.
Chicago actually had 2 of them. I know Cubs fans tried to play it off before they won the World Series, or even after they won the World Series. Like, we're the lovable losers. I'm like, you guys are so loud.
You know what? That's another trash franchise historically. I used to go to Cubs games just to have fun. Nobody went to watch them win. They won 1 frickin' series in my lifetime, and they think you're trash.
Hey, when I lived there, Brett, I went to a lot of Cubs games, and yeah, there's that certain sense about that, like you're special.
That's why I love.
know what?
Yes.
Well, here's the thing: the Cubs were basically the Detroit Lions of Major League Baseball.
Sure.
You think of yourself as trash, and they think of themselves. They thought they were special. You know what I mean? It's a whole mindset thing. Even though the performance of the franchise is virtually identical,
I had honor. I was self-aware about my team.
Exactly.
In fact, when I lived in that part of the country, we used to go to White Sox games because we were just so put off by the arrogance of the Cubs.
I've said this forever.
We did.
White Sox fans, you guys rule. You guys are awesome.
We had much more fun. You know, you White Sox fans, at least you know you're trash.
In the
right?
same,
At least you know who you are.
In the same city, I don't know that you can have a bigger dichotomy between fan bases than Cubs and White Sox fans. It is we're talking about 2 different species of human being by a mile. Now in New York,
I would imagine since he's not calling back, that'll be all from Eddie.
Yeah, pretty much. Can you imagine, like, Jets and Giants fans aren't that far apart? You know what I mean? Yankees and Mets fans aren't that far apart. Cubs fans and White Sox fans are different planets.
See,
it's crazy.
This is why I love Cleveland fans. Mm-hmm. Browns fans are the best.
Did you just call them
Cleveland? Yeah, I just
Cleveland.
I had some twatch.
Cleveland.
I had some twatch back there. I love Cleveland fans because you want to talk about self-awareness. Browns fans are like, yeah, dude, we suck. We're always going to suck. Even when we're good, we kind of suck. That's what I love about those people. The people that are the
Embrace
Bears,
the suck.
the Cubs fans, they suck.
Jets fans, another one.
Oh, the worst.
Yeah, Jets fans and your stupid fire guy who shows up every game. Nobody cares.
Here's the difference with the Jets fan, though. The Jets fan talks about how good they're going to be before the year starts, and then it hits week 6, and they go, I knew we were going to suck. Like, they change. They do that. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Texture, I'm a White Sox fan. You guys are 100% right. It's also very different worlds of where those 2 stadiums are.
Of course. You go to, listen, I've been to many Cubs games and many White Sox games. I'm telling you right now, you can think whatever you want of me. I am much more White Sox than I am Cubs.
I am as well.
I was on Cubs games were like fake.
I went to Cubs games because I lived on the north side, not because I self-identified as a North Sider.
You go to
let's wear a sweater and go to the game today.
It's like
you want to go to the Cubs game.
It's
so entitled.
Going to a Lakers game is a Cubs game. You're going there because it's the thing to do that everybody wants to go to. You go to a White Sox or a Clippers game, you're a fan. You're 100%. A fan of that team.
You're just there to jack around.
All right, or that.
Everybody needs to jack around sometimes, Brett. I mean, come on, man.
All right, I get a question.
Pretty cool.
Surrounding Dion and Sean Payton that I would like an answer on because both these teams outperforming, I think, what we expected. We'll get to it next.
Because it's freaking embarrassing to have a charter franchise look that god-awful.
You're just like me. Trash!
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're getting towards the end of the year. The CU Buffs find themselves in a position to where they can win the Big 12 and make the college football playoff.
Hold on a second. One more team that people bring on that gets too much hype over the last 30 years. Somebody brought this up. And you're right. This is fair to bring it up. My school, Notre Dame, gets a lot of hype.
They do.
Unwarranted. Here's the difference. Albeit they haven't won a national title since I was in school there. That's how long it's been.
They made an Natty recently.
Yeah, but they haven't won a national title since 1988 when I was a sophomore and I lost my shoe. Sun Devil Stadium. That's how long it's been. My shoe is still lost, by the way, on the field.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes. That's how long it's been.
You wonder where that shoe is, though?
Here's
today?
the difference. It's not like this team has been winless or bad. They've been, I guarantee you, since that day, I guarantee they're top 10 in wins in college football over the last 30 years. Look it up. Top 10. So it's not like they've fallen off. They just haven't won a title. Big difference between that and the Bears. The Bears suck. That's the difference. Go on. Sorry.
Deion has found himself in a pretty amazing position in year 2, which is currently in a spot to make the Big 12 championship game, which if you win that, you make the college football playoff. Sean Payton has found himself in a wild card position with a rookie QB and $70 million in dead cap that they cannot use. Between both of them, who's changed your perception more on their ability to coach?
That's a word that I think you need to define. I think Deion Sanders has proven he runs a very good program and knows how to run a program. How much is he coaching versus Sean Payton? Like,
fair.
How do you define coaching?
Totally fair.
That's a little bit, Brett, like you on a Lions Sunday morning about halftime. It's a loaded question. A little bit of a loaded question because I'm not sure there's a right answer to this. I knew Sean Payton could coach. He won a damn Super Bowl. Now, he did it with Drew Brees, who's a total stud and a Hall of Famer. But I knew the guy could coach. I just didn't know that he could get a rookie quarterback in this team. And again, they don't lack talent. They lack superstar talent, correct?
Explosive talent.
Correct. But cohesively, they've put it all together almost every damn week, right? I mean, it feels to me like he's gotten the most out of what he's got, and they're doing it the way they have to do it in order to get it done. Pretty impressive to me. The most important part is not even X's and O's. Yeah. The most important part is the culture and the belief inside that room. And Coach Prime has done the same damn thing.
Coach Prime has done everything he promised to do. He's done it.
Yep, already.
You know what he's done too? He's done so admirably and so selflessly. He's hired the right coaches to coach. He knows his strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
He knows who he is and what he does. He is Prime. He'll get them there.
He doesn't lack
He'll
the confidence.
get them there.
Yeah.
Now you coach him up.
So here's the thing. My answer to this is Deion. And I think for the obvious reasons you guys were saying. First of all, I didn't know how good of a, quote, coach Deion was. Now, again, how much is he actually diving into the X's and O's and stuff like that? I'm not sure. But there's plenty of coaches who are delegators, and they just hire the right people, and they do the jobs well, and you just kind of oversee things. But the argument I would make for Payton is because of the situation that they found themselves in, because they dug themselves into a hole, okay? I think it's fair to say that we all have some skepticism last year after how the offense looked not very good, and we expected maybe Sean Payton to come in with Russell Wilson and make that thing look viable, and it didn't. And it looked bad enough where they just said, screw it, I can't do this again for another year. You bring in a rookie QB, you eat all that salary, and now you're in a playoff spot. I think that's incredibly impressive. But for where Deion's at right now, he is coaching so well, this football team, that you have people on national TV who were maybe once seen as Deion haters, skeptics, whatever word you want to use. We're now Stephen A. and First Take are asking questions like this.
I believe that the Dallas Cowboys should tank the rest of the season get the number 1 overall pick so you can draft Shedeur Sanders. And by the way, hire primetime Deion Sanders as your head coach for the Dallas Cowboys. I think that should be Jerry Jones's master plan. That's right, I said it. Hire primetime Deion Sanders. You got to tank the season to make sure you can get his son as your quarterback, okay? And you move forward that way. That is what I believe the Dallas Cowboys should do, because as much as I appreciate the job and appreciate the University of Colorado and the citizens of Boulder, Colorado, giving primetime Deion Sanders this opportunity, the bottom line is when you think about primetime, we shouldn't be thinking about Boulder, Colorado.
All right.
We should be thinking about someplace else.
Stop.
And I think
5
Big
seconds.
D, Dallas.
But then you're
Stop. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Hard no. Hard no. Prime's talents, as we've come to find out, Prime's strength, Prime's brilliance is as a marketer, as a guy who is that. What would you call him? How would you reference what he does in the college environment? He is able to sit there like a beam of light and attract the best around the country to a place like Boulder, when in years past it's been difficult to do that. So you can't pull that off in the National Football League. The National Football League is a merit-based league. It's a draft league. It's a money free agency league. You can't just talk a good game and say, come play for me. That's not how it works in the National Football League. In the college game, the strengths of Deion Sanders thrive. In the pro game, completely different ball of wax.
I think you nailed it. I'm going to say something, and this is not a pejorative, okay? I mean this as a compliment because I think this is necessary in college football, and this isn't all Deion is, but it's really helped. He's kind of like Don King. He's a hell of a promoter.
He's a salesman. He's a very good salesman.
He's a hell of a salesman. And in college, there's no salary cap. You sell, and you can buy all the best players that the country has to offer.
Hey.
Okay? So Deion is kind of up there, crazy hair, waving the American flags. Hey, come to this thing. It's going to be the biggest show in town. And it works. It works. But that's just the beginning point. The next step is you have to actually make that work, right? There's plenty of talented teams across college football. You know, I remember Ole Miss one year had the number 1 recruiting class in the country, and they were god-awful. They were terrible because it didn't matter because they didn't have the right coach. I think there was Hugh Freeze at the time. The point is you bring them on campus first, and then you have to have the acumen to coach them and put them in the right positions, and they've done that. By the way, Deion has said, I think 1,000 times, I'm not coaching in the NFL, because I'll give him full credit for this. Deion's very boastful and can be arrogant, as we know. He's also, I think, self-aware enough to be like, my talents are here, not in the pro game.
For sure. I mean, and his ability to mold young people and influence young people is significant. You walk into a National Football League locker room with a guy who's married with 3 kids, right? And she's grinding his gear. You know, it's a bit of a different story with a 34-year-old veteran, right? You know what I mean? These are grown adult men with their own families and so on. It's a different story. Not only that, I don't know what kind of relationship Coach Prime has with Jerry Jones from his days as a Dallas Cowboy. I'm sure man-to-man, it's a very good relationship. But the problem is any coach that goes to the Dallas Cowboys, it's really not your team. It's Jerry Jones's team. And so there's never, ever any way that a guy like Coach Prime, in my opinion, could work and make it work with an owner like Jerry Jones. Now, I will say this.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
You see, that's his whole attitude about everything. He'll get somebody else to coach his team. He'll get somebody else to do this.
Yeah, that's a decent point, though, Moj. Could Jerry have the stomach for somebody who's a bigger personality than he is?
I don't think so.
He had Jimmy there, and that proved to be a problem. He had Bill Parcells, who's a big name in the league, and Bill didn't like it. It's not about Dallas, guys. We're talking about the wrong thing. We're not.
Hold on, but
it's about
Vic.
Deion is not an NFL coach.
No, he's not.
He's even said it. That's not his cup of tea. Those aren't the guys he's trying to motivate. He wants to build kids. He wants to mentor kids. He wants to do the kid thing. He doesn't want to deal with adults who already have a salary and an attitude.
Yeah, but I'm not dumb enough to think that this, as much as I support that program and CSU and want the programs in this state to win, I have enough self-awareness to understand that Coach Prime is not long for the University of Colorado. That's not his final destination, I don't think. I think it's his final destination about 5%. 95% says to me he's going to end up eventually somewhere bigger. Yes, and as much as Buff fans don't want to believe it, maybe you do, there are programs that are much bigger than the University of Colorado.
Now, things could change.
They could.
If he lands this quarterback, Juju, who we're told now, reports coming in.
This is the guy that was on the sideline when he was at UCF. Is that correct?
Reports are coming in that this kid is going to switch from SC to CU.
Really?
And if this happens, if this is indeed a thing, hold on. Hump the brakes. Everything changes
for one
here.
more day.
No, this is what I was going to tell people too. If you have fears that Deion leaves, and I have it too, like I still have it. I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this year. There's something that still sticks in my head about his kids are going to be gone, and maybe, and if they continue to win, he is going to be the most coveted coach in college football that feels attainable.
100%.
So there's a fear that still happens. But usually when that goes around, you kind of look at recruiting and you say, all right, if a coach is about to leave, look at their recruiting class and the effort they're putting into it. They're putting a lot of effort into getting guys to commit to Colorado, which should give you at least a little bit of solace. But I want to go back to something towards the end. Can you just cue up the end of that clip from Stephen A. there, Nelly, for me? Like the last, 10, 15 seconds, something like that. He's talking about Deion. He brings up the whole Dallas thing, whatever. It's not going to happen. He's not going pro. But towards the very end, he said something, I thought this is where Vic was going to take it, and I'm glad you didn't, but let's just do it for a minute. Go ahead, Nelly.
That is what I believe the Dallas Cowboys should do, because as much as I appreciate the job and appreciate the University of Colorado and the citizens of Boulder, Colorado, giving primetime Deion Sanders this opportunity, the bottom line is when you think about primetime, we shouldn't be thinking about Boulder, Colorado.
Okay, stop right there. This is someone, sorry, Stephen A., I think you're an incredible entertainer. You don't know college football. Do you know what doesn't matter at all in college? The least important thing, I think, in college football, the least important, market. Market doesn't matter. You want me to give you the top 10 recruiting rankings right now?
Tuscaloosa.
Eugene, Oregon.
College Station.
Columbus, Ohio. Norman, Oklahoma. Doesn't matter where you're at market-wise.
South Bend, Indiana.
It makes no difference. And people keep going back to that. Deion. You know what Deion is?
Where the hell is
Hollywood.
LSU in the Bayou? Where the hell?
Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
Have you been to Norman, Oklahoma?
Hey, you ever been to Oxford, Mississippi, Jack?
I haven't.
Our boy KJ's from there.
Oh, I know. But this is what I'm saying. It's like, why do people keep associating Deion with, you know what would really fit? Hollywood. It doesn't matter in college football.
100%.
It doesn't matter.
You don't have to be a New Yorker.
Yeah, you
like
tell
Stephen A. Smith.
In fact, the big market teams typically suck.
Let's bring him to Rutgers.
Yeah, you tell that to UCLA, right? Exactly.
I mean, UCLA. Atlanta has Georgia Tech.
Correct.
New York has Rutgers. They suck.
Isn't that typical East Coast arrogance? Isn't it?
But I think
it typical East Coast arrogance? Is it not the pretentiousness of the East Coast mind?
But there's
that
some
everything's
sports
about
it does.
market. Everything's about market.
Some sports it does. Baseball, it matters. Basketball, it matters. Your market does matter.
College football doesn't matter. I'll say this too. Whenever he decides to leave, whenever that may be, God, it's hard for me to even imagine. I went through the little the playoff predictor. I started clicking on games and wins and wins and wins. If dude, if they just get to a Big 12 title game, they're in a pretty good spot just to be selected, to be honest with you.
Well, here's the issue.
But they'll be a 3-loss team, which
if
will
they
suck.
lose in the Big 12 championship game, then they're out.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is that
so now just went out.
But whenever he decides that he's done with Boulder for whatever reason, the program is going to be in such a much, much, much better place than it was before we got there. It's not even funny. It's not even comprehensible.
By the way,
how good the program, the situation for the program is going to be after he has had his hands on it. End of story.
We're in week 10 of an NFL season, and this is the first time I've said this. So we should be proud of this for a moment because it's been different the last few years. The updated NFL mock drafts that I've been seeing. See, the Broncos are kind of good. We don't have to talk about mock drafts right now.
No.
Number one, if everything stays the same as far as where the teams are ranked right now, is Shedeur to the Raiders. Number 2 is Cam Ward to the Giants. Number 3 is Travis Hunter to Tennessee.
Oh.
I thought, as good as those guys were, I'm like, dude, you can't have 2 guys drafted in like the top 3 picks, can you? And they very well might.
Why not?
I thought somebody's stock would drop. Something would happen. And they've just improved.
Have college teammates, excuse my ignorance here, have they ever gone 1-2 in the NFL draft?
It has to have happened sometime. Well, I mean, I'm sure they've been drafted next to each other, but maybe not 1-2.
I'm talking 1-2. Hey,
they're 1-3 according to this mock draft. They're 1-3.
I'm talking number 1 and number 2. Has that ever happened in the history of the NFL draft?
I can't remember it ever.
2000, Courtney Brown and LeVar Arrington went 1 and 2 from Penn State.
Okay, from Penn State.
Wow.
Courtney Brown was terrible. LeVar Arrington was amazing.
Was a stud. Hey, for Kevin in Illinois, just one thing for one listener and viewer. Thanks, Kevin.
How'd you look that up so fast?
Yeah, how'd you do that?
Like, what'd you do? What'd you hit?
It's a weird Google thing.
Did you go to Sky Blue or whatever that is?
Went to Google. And I said, teammates drafted 1-2 in the NFL draft.
Can we do this for Kevin? Hold on to your dreams. Hold on, even though it seems everyone around you has their little schemes.
Okay, I don't know who Kevin is.
Kevin in Illinois, our boy Kevin, who does all of our
I don't know what you're talking about.
Photoshopping work that you ask him to do.
Nelly.
Hey, man.
One more day.
Don't blast the harmonization of the Wilson Phillips, man. China, Marnie, and what's the other one?
I have no idea.
Carney, Marnie, and China.
I think their names are Wilson and Phillips.
Yeah.
Back to you guys at the desk.
Nailed it.
They're just, they're offspring of music royalty.
Hey, we'll get back to the Avs in a second. I got a piece of audio from Malone I want to play for you guys. It was Malone in the post game, and the question was, do you ever apologize to Jokic for playing him so much?
Do you do anything to apologize to Nikola when you have to play him so many minutes for such a stretch of games?
No, man. You see his paycheck? You see his paycheck? I mean, come on, man. No, actually, after last game, he was in the training room. I went in there just to talk to him, see how he's doing, how his family's in town, just kind of. And I said to him, hey, I know that when we're in the second quarter and there's 10 minutes on the clock and I'm saying, Nikola, let's go, and you're looking at me like this, Coach, already? And I go, yes, already, brother. But he understands. He's a warrior. But I will say this. I don't know how sustainable it is to play Nikola 38 to 40 minutes every night. Let's be honest. We're 10 games in. I think we're 7-1 now in our last 8. That is great. But we've also got to find ways to continue to find some other options off of our bench.
Look, they got a little bit of a mini break right now, so they should be able to get a little bit rested. I'm hoping.
How weird is it, though, that you played on a Sunday and you don't play again until Friday?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a long break.
We call that a quirk.
But I would say
it's a welcome quirk because of the injury to AG and his calf, which was originally listed as multiple weeks. Well, by this weekend, that'll be 2 weeks.
Really?
Yes.
Are you sure? Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
By this weekend, it'll be 2 weeks.
But not only that, you're not at the threat of losing games this week because
I'm
he's out of the
telling you,
lineup. Which is good. The whole thing is good. Not only the rest, but you're not going to lose because you're not playing.
As far as injuries are concerned, which are part of the league, and you knock on wood, it doesn't happen to your team. You look around the league, look around the Western Conference. Chad Holmgren out 9 to 10 weeks. Zion out indefinitely, hamstring. Ja Morant out, hip issues for week to week. These are teams you're going to play soon. Kevin Durant out indefinitely, calf. It happens. It happens. And when it happens, matters.
Yeah. Well, on top of that, I think after this little mini break, just make more of a commitment. Give Sarge some minutes again and see if he can play. If you got to play DJ a little bit to give Joker an extra couple of minutes, then do that. But
I do have to say, I am surprised that he hasn't gotten another look. I am.
He played like 2 games, and they're like, all right, well, this is done. And I was like, I hope not.
There's no way that you can sign a guy, play him a couple of games, and determine that he can't help us this year.
Like, here's what we can't.
Let me just say this, Coach Malone, I'm going to take you at your word. You need to find a way to get other guys involved off the bench. Find a way.
Like, I'm just going through the checklist here, okay? They said all offseason, we need to find a way to get Joker less minutes. And, Vic, we know this. They don't have money. That's why aprons and taxes and stuff like that, they're very concerned, and they should be about it. Well, then you can't have $13.5 million between Zeke and Dario Saric not playing. And I know Zeke's playing a little bit now, but that's a whole heap of money of which you could use for something effective, something you trust 15 to 20 minutes a night that you aren't. And so you can't give up this quickly. But can I ask another question? What's it going to take for you guys to have the same confidence you had in the 2022 team? What's it going to take to get to there?
Because for me, the answer is really simple.
Because, Vic, you went into I know this a while ago, but you went into the Minnesota game saying you didn't think they would win that game. And I get why. Minnesota's good. It was a road game, all that different stuff. The Nuggets weren't playing well.
And they could have easily won it. They should have won it. They're up 10 with 3:17 to play.
So what gets you to there?
I don't look at regular season games. I told you I needed 10 games to assess the Nuggets. Here we are. They're 7-3 through 10 games. Would you take a 70% clip for the rest of the season?
100%.
Okay. So I think we're good there. I'm not going to evaluate the Denver Nuggets based on November or December basketball games. I don't care. Let me ask you a question. When the Nuggets were rolling after the All-Star break last year, and they had it going, what was your mentality?
Super confident.
Okay.
I thought they were winning again.
So what does it all matter until the playoffs anyway? Why do we waste our breath? Let me ask you this.
But
Why
Vic, I don't want to go in as a 6-7.
But why do we waste our breath talking about this when the only thing that matters is how you perform in the postseason?
If they're a 6-7, though, I'm not going to feel good about it, bro.
Understood. That's a different deal. That means you really fell off. But if you're a top 4 seed going into the playoffs, what does it matter how you feel? Like, oh boy, you feel good? Oh, that'll change everything. That doesn't matter. How you play is what matters. Who you match up against is what matters. You beat San Antonio in that regular season game and you avoid Minnesota in the second round. That matters.
I guess I think you're trying to make an assessment of how good is your team really. Like, to me, I guess the question is, do you still think if the Nuggets don't win a championship, then this season's a disappointment? Because you felt that last year. It didn't matter how they would have lost. You felt that last year.
Okay, so you're asking me right now, if the Nuggets don't win a championship this season, will I deem this season as a disappointment?
Mm-hmm.
Hell no. I'm not that short-sighted and naive. If the Denver Nuggets fight for an NBA championship, if the Denver Nuggets are in the Western Conference Finals, that's a hell of a season.
This is why.
That's a hell of a season.
Yeah, you're right.
And I'll have anybody who tells me different, I'll argue with you tooth and nail. Oh, well, you're wasting yoke. You know how hard it is to do this?
Yeah, Brett, this is the key.
You know how hard it is to win? Do you know that the last 6 NBA champions have come one at a time? There's no dynasty anymore. Do you know how hard it is to build a dynasty in this league?
Yeah.
I think we'll be disappointed because we want more, and we think that, you know what, man, with Nikola Jokic, you ought to win more than one title. But that being said, Vic is correct. Vic is correct. It's so damn hard to win in this league. And it's so damn hard to win in the National Hockey League.
And you have to be lucky, too.
Yes.
You have to be lucky.
A lot has to go right.
Things have to break your way.
Yes.
And we saw it happen for both teams. Luck happens.
See, but here's where I'm at with this. Jokic is such a unique variable in this discussion. Because I almost always agree with you, Vic. And I'm pretty sure that I do now. But there's something that's sticking out in my head, which is this. I believe that Jokic is and will go down as one of the greatest players who has ever graced the basketball court.
He'll be a top 10 player in the league. He's already a top 10 player in the history of the basketball game. He already is. He's already there and growing.
And we're getting to TikTok level.
Yeah.
Of he's almost in his 30s. Okay? I don't know. I don't want to doubt how long he can continue to do what he's doing at the current moment.
What is TikTok level?
What does that mean? Like clock?
Clock's ticking.
Oh, I thought you meant social media.
Me too. I thought he was talking about the app.
No, that's how much. We're just talking about this. How much I'm out on social media.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're getting to the clock's ticking level. Okay, if you're a top 10 player ever, and you're coming away with a single championship, then there's going to be some what happened stuff, right? There would have to be.
Sort of like Giannis in Milwaukee. He won one, and now look at them.
Well, I don't think Giannis is a top 10 player that's ever existed.
Me neither. I think Giannis.
So give me your top 10s. All these guys got multiple titles, is what all I'm saying.
In the history of the league?
Yeah.
You want my top 10 players in the history of basketball?
Yes. You don't have to list them. Just think of them in your head.
Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Magic Johnson. How many is that?
Dr. J.
It's like 7. Okay, but
Dr. J only won 1.
I'm not even sure if Dr. J makes my top 10.
Dr. J's not top 10.
I'm not sure he makes my top 10.
He is not top 10.
Yeah.
He's not top 10.
I'm the biggest Doctor fan in the world. He's not a top 10
He's a great player. He's
in the
not
history of
top
the game.
10.
Yeah, you can
Go ahead. Be upset.
You can be upset all you want.
Live in the 80s.
He's
Go
a
ahead.
great player.
He's a great player. He's not top 10.
I'm right here.
The point is, Vic, all those guys you mentioned, they got something in common, don't they?
Multiple titles.
I'm starting to get to that level of like, hey, I want to be in a place where if you don't win a championship, it's a disappointment. Because when you have somebody this good,
it's a different game. It's a different game.
It's
a different game.
This is
the restrictions
argument.
placed on teams now to try to build these stalwart legacy dynasties. It's so much harder today than it was even 10 years ago.
I got
what the Golden State Warriors did cannot be done today. Cannot be done. Boston, hey, listen, get to know it, Boston. And I love watching the Celtics build a team from scratch and add some free agents. But a year from now, that team's going to look different.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not asking for 4 straight title appearances. I'm just saying we need a couple here. We need a couple.
I think we have a different connotation, Vic. A different connotation. Yes, we'll all be disappointed, but I won't consider it a failure.
Okay.
Understood?
Yeah,
I'll be
listen.
disappointed because I want them to win. Yeah, because he's in his prime. Yes, it's a disappointment, man. But it's not a failure because I realize how difficult it is to win in this league, and there's so many components have to work with the big fella. So many other things have to happen along with the big fella.
I don't know how else to look at this, but by saying I'm not as selfish as you are. I'm not as greedy as you are. I look at the history of this franchise and this team that I grew up with, and I say, I have seen the mountaintop already. I am working with a team that is among the elite in the NBA, that is given a consideration to win a title now for the last 3 years. I'm at a place that I never thought I'd be or see. I am watching this thing from the top of the mountain. I never thought I'd be here. You know what? I don't care. All downhill from here. It's great. When I die, I will die a happy man. Already.
When he's sleeping?
Already. That's the way you have a different perspective. And I appreciate it, and I give you your opinion on it. It's not my perspective.
I think
you play to win the game.
The difference I guess I have with Jokic is here's how it would feel, okay? And maybe this is where it stems from. If they don't get another with Jokic, it's not because Jokic wasn't good enough.
Of course not. He's never played with a fellow all-star starter.
But that's kind of where this is tracking. It'll feel like you disappointed him. He won't feel that way, but I think to a lot of fans it'll feel like that. That's all I'm saying.
You know what's funny about when people compare Jokic to Giannis? It's so funny to me. Take a look at the list of all-stars that have played alongside Giannis.
Bleeping Lillard right
Take a look at all the all-stars that have lined up on his team, okay? Compare that to the list, Joker. And now tell me they're the same player.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is brought to you by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. Circus Sports available right now. Download that app and get an early look at the lines. No local games tonight, but you want to look towards the weekend? Falcons, Broncos? Guess what? A 6-win Falcon team is a 2.5-point dog on the road in Denver this weekend. So the Broncos, the favorites, the over-under is at 44. They have all the game props available to you as well if you wanted to take an early look at the NFL weekend. Not to mention, still got futures odds. You can bet on who's going to win the AFC Championship, the NFC Championship. You still got a 17-0 prop out there because the Chiefs are still undefeated. If you're saying yes to that, by the way, plus 1,200 for them to go 17-0 this season. You can find so much more on the Circus Sportsbook as it has the best odds in the game. Tight money line splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. I mean, it's such a joke.
You're right. You're right. Mosier, among the three of us, you have the most narrow-minded opinion of what good television is because you don't watch enough of it. You watch one program, and that's all you talk about. Ted Lasso. We've all seen it.
Ted Lasso and Band of Brothers. It's all you got.
We've all seen it. We love it. But there's so much more to offer out there. Like, I just watched The Perfect Couple with my wife over the weekend on Netflix. A weird 6-part series, but enjoyable, entertaining. Quite the trip, to be honest with you. You and I are both watching The Penguin.
Great show.
Great series. Great series. He has no knowledge of other things that exist. There are other things out there besides Ted freaking Lasso, dude.
I've given you like 18 movie recommendations, nothing. You still haven't watched Breaking Bad. It took you forever to watch Game of Thrones. And you didn't watch it at the moment we were all watching it.
So you're not allowed to tell us what to watch if you don't watch enough.
Listen, I've come to the conclusion that we're far different people.
He's like Kenny from The Independent, and I'm like, I don't know what that is.
I said Trent Krim.
Whatever.
It doesn't matter. Hey, a couple of things as we move on here. Where can the National Football League go? Because I read an article at CBS Sports where they are prioritizing expanding international series to Australia. Berlin has put an official request to be a host city for the National Football League. Now, I know the NBA has gone global. The NHL is too because there are so many players from Europe and whatnot, right? It's not really global. It's just sort of Europe and North America. That's it. NBA is international everywhere. What are we doing with football? What's really happening?
Hey, I'm tired of trying to limit what the NFL can do. Obviously, they know a lot more about it than I.
It's smart.
Their manifest destiny approach to all this, if they want to market to the world, that it's obviously working. That they see value there. I don't know what to say. I sort of like being able to wake up at 7:30 on a Sunday and see an extra game. That's cool. Is it hard on the teams? Yeah, but they see value. So who am I to argue?
So they have this elite international academy going in Australia. And the NFL wants to go there because it's a vibrant sports scene, no language barrier, distinct from European expansion, blah, 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 blah. But Peter O'Reilly, the NFL's head of international affairs, says factors are real about the distance and logistics and football component of all that. But our role is to really look at the globe, look where the fan base is strong, and do the diligence, make the evaluations. But he said, when you start talking about Asia-Pacific, Australia, I couldn't help it. I don't know what kind of Pan-Pacific BS you're running around here, but Asia's my territory, Jack.
Do you know what Australia is known for right now in NFL circles? It is the hotbed for punters and kickers right now.
What? Because they play Australian rules football.
They
play Australian rules football. It's not rugby. It's Australian rules football.
They have actual clinics. They have places where guys they sit in line to get college scholarships to learn how to punt and kick. The CSU kicker.
And rugby punter, too, by the way. Rugby too. You're right. They're both there.
The CSU punter, Australian kid. He was telling me all about it.
Wait,
not the
35-year-old?
Not the guy, not the family man.
Okay, the other guy.
The punter.
Well, they got a sumo guy up there, right? CSU's going really international.
Here's the thing, though. Like, it's really smart. And it might be annoying to teams and stuff like that, but do you guys like money?
Yeah.
Because I've said this from the beginning. People ask the question, why do they even care about going outside the country? It's very simple. They have every NFL fan they're going to have already. Everybody in the United States is either you love the NFL or you don't, and there's no chance.
Well, I mean,
it's not like nobody's never been exposed to the NFL before.
You can make more.
Well, yeah, but
you made one 2 years ago.
And then there's not going to be a marketing campaign, though. Baby Jamal Cale's either going to like the NFL or not.
She's going to like it because you're going to beat it over her head all the time.
Probably. But what I'm saying is, you get somebody in Australia, you could get a new customer base there. You could get a new one in Germany. You could get a new one in England. That's what I'm saying.
Last thought on this. Here's where the games are next year. You ready for this? Next year, the NFL will play games in London, Spain, Brazil, Germany, Mexico, and Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what the heck?
I have no problem with that. I mean, if they want to play there, I mean, I used to think,
they're also looking, Vic, at Abu Dhabi, Dublin.
Well, they want some of that Abu Dhabi money.
Paris.
Did you say Abu Dhabi?
Yeah. And Vic, ready
they
for
want
this?
that Abu Dhabi money.
This is you and me. We'll end up doing play-by-play for. They want to go to Rome. Arrivederci Roma, touchdown. That'd be good, right? No,
Sure.
I just read the article. It was fascinating to me because this thing is going big time. But man, how do you have? You can't have a division overseas. That just can't happen. In Australia, dude, do you know how far away Australia is? You got to travel back in time to get there, man.
Sounds pretty cool. Back in Time by Peter Gabriel? Who sang Back in Time?
Huey Lewis in the News?
Huey Lewis in the News.
Peter Gabriel, are you kidding me?
Sorry. Yep.
Oh, you're a dork.
So listen. I'm not huge on Wheel of Fortune. Very aware of the show. Like Sajak, he's gone now, and now it's Seacrest, who's just everywhere.
Sajak just retired or whatever?
Yeah, he retired.
And he had a great run.
But Vanna's still there, I think,
Is
right?
there better? I mean, when you think of two-man games, you think of Joker, Jamal, and you think of
Sajak and Vanna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the top two-man games in the history of the world.
Did Sajak just fall backwards into Wheel of Fortune? I mean, who was?
He's actually pretty glib and wry.
He's really good. But I mean, I guess I was a kid because he was there forever. But where was Sajak before he got the gig? Like, he wasn't on the Pyramid and he wasn't on Password or anything like that.
But he had the perfect personality for that show.
Oh, he did. He was great.
Poll question up at Brett Kane Radio. Who has the better two-man game, Jokic and Murray or Sajak and Vanna White?
That's a tough one.
It is a tough one. We'll get the results at the end of the show. But you got a chance to solve the puzzle. I mean, you got to solve the puzzle. And this is going to be hard. It's going to be hard without the visual with it. But there's a guest that was so outrageous on the show to try and solve the puzzle. Listen.
I'd like to buy you.
Well, you're going to get 3 U's.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Okay, well, let's hear it.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
I'm sorry, that's not it. Over to Katina.
I would like to solve.
Okay.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Yeah, that's it.
There is no way that guy, first of all, invented letters.
Does he
on
know
here.
how to spell treat with 4 letters and then sausage? The last word is sausage and it starts with an A
and ends with an A-U-S-E. That's what's showing.
Yeah, but dude, he just got too excited.
Is he from Wisconsin?
Well, that's the thing. Listen to this accent.
Is he
again.
from
I'd like to buy you.
Well, you're going to get 3 U's.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Okay, well, let's hear it.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
It's either Wisconsin or Chicago, and the guy was hungry. That's what happened.
Hunger takes
I
over.
Treat myself around a sausage.
Huh? Dude, hunger takes over the brain, doesn't it?
I wish I could find it.
It does.
I wish I could find on Jeopardy.
I'm sorry. I'd like to change that answer. A plate of cheeseburgers.
Is this Peter Griffin on Wheel of Fortune now?
Pretty much.
By the way, I still have this clip
Oh, I'd
saved.
like to buy another Val milkshake.
I still have this clip saved from over this summer, if you remember this.
Tavares, right in the butt?
What?
No.
He was hungry too.
Blake.
This is the best.
Yeah, that's it.
Hang on a second. I can't get over this guy just being hungry and shouting food at Seacrest the entire time. I'd like to solve a plate of nachos, please. It's just over and over again getting food. All right, but listen, I think I've had this take before.
Well, I want to find it.
Well, as you find it, Moj, I think
Well, there's on Jeopardy where the geeks missed every football question, and Alex Trebek is like, "Oh my God, what are we even doing?" Have you seen that? Like,
yeah, when they get to the final question, he
Yeah.
goes, I don't even think we should bother asking this one, but here we go.
Okay, as you search for that, I have one complaint. I think I've said it on the show before about Wheel of Fortune. But this is to anybody, if you're a contestant, if you eventually get on this show, do me a favor. Don't be this person. Because they spin the wheel, 500. And then the person, there's There's a certain person on the show that does this. P! It's like, why are you screaming the letter?
All right, Nelly,
You're in a studio. You got a microphone on. Just say, P. But no, it's S! Why are you screaming the letter
Because
at me?
you get excited, man, because you're going to win some money. Money, 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 money. Money me. Me like money. Money, good money, yay. Trebek, give it to me.
Football 200.
Your choice. Do or don't name this play in which the quarterback runs the ball and can choose to pitch it to another back. It's an option play. Ryan?
Football 400.
I can tell you guys are big football fans.
Yeah.
Tom Landry perfected the shotgun formation with this team. Dallas Cowboys. Do you think we should go to commercial? Ryan?
Take it on to 600.
Okay, by signaling for one of these, a returner can reel in a kick without fear of getting tackled. Fair catch. 2 clues left, Ryan.
800.
These penalties are simultaneous violations by the offense and defense that cancel each other out. And they are called offsetting penalties. Let's look at the $1,000 clue just for the fun of it.
Than it does a game show.
Jimmy?
When I used to work for Channel 4 in the early 2000s.
He goes, let's just look at the question for the fun of it.
We had a huge staff back then when local television was in its prime, and we had a long list of possible interns that wanted to join and learn the craft. And it was a fun time. It was a great time. And so we had all these interns. I mean, we used to have 100, 200 applicants for one internship, right? And we was like, well, how do we hire the right person? So we came up with a trivia list, not a trivia, just sort of like a questionnaire. 20 basic sports questions, Denver-based questions. And if you did well on that, you advanced to the next round. You would not believe how many. I mean, these are basic questions. Basic.
Like, give me one.
What college did John Elway attend?
Okay.
Stuff like that. You know, you should. You would not believe how many couldn't even get 2 correct on this list of 20. And it pretty much gives you, all right, now you're just not meant for this department now. Is that fair, or is that the right? We were like, oh, you shouldn't do that. You should.
Hey,
isn't
Jimmy,
that basic?
Hey, Jimmy, the meteorologists are down the hallway. You try them.
I think you should be able to.
Hey, Ed, I got a geek for you.
I don't want to sound like too bro about this.
Mm-hmm.
Those people have partners. What are they doing on like Sunday? Like they're at the house.
Mm-hmm.
Football's on all weekend. They obviously haven't watched a game because they would have known one of those.
Fair catch.
What does he do?
It reads the encyclopedia and puts together models. I don't know.
You can be super intelligent and smart and nerdy and still love sports. I
Sure,
mean, that's
absolutely. They're not mutually exclusive.
But you just did ever? Just never did it? Never. Not once
Never
in your
partook.
life.
Listen, we're the dumb people in this whole thing. You realize that? I mean, there are people inventing things and making the world a better place.
I mean, you think Elon Musk knows?
I was just thinking.
I mean, does he
we're the dumb
like know
people.
the
You understand
ins and
that,
outs of a prevent defense? I don't know.
If I said Elon, do you know what a fair catch is? Do you think he knows?
I don't know.
I don't know. I truly don't know.
But in the grand scheme of things, I know we're having fun, but in the grand scheme of things, we're the ones delving in simple trivia that's meaningless. This is meaningless stuff. What we talk about here, the reason you people, this is all meaningless.
Hey, Vic,
it's a getaway.
The Lions are 8-1. It matters. Okay, this matters.
But you
in my
understand.
life.
You have that, right?
Don't you tell me that Sam Girard's breakaway goal in overtime to secure the extra point is meaningless.
Like, what is their equivalent of that
punch you.
joy? What's the non-sports person who's the nerd on Jeopardy?
Like
What's
if
their
some dude
equivalent?
solves a big math problem, he's like, woohoo!
Yeah. Like Sammy G, breakaway overtime, score! And you go, yeah! What is their reaction of that
It's all
in their
perspective.
life?
It's all what you experience in life. You know, one thing that caught me the other day as I was watching a show? Jesus never experienced snow. He never went through like a winter with snow based on where he lived. How does he know, like what it's like to suffer through these winters?
Did you say Jesus?
Yeah.
and you asked him, what does he know about suffering?
No.
Through
snow.
Through snow.
Like snow.
Yeah.
He never experienced snow.
I think he probably suffered enough other stuff,
I
bro.
understand
that the snow is probably the least of his concerns.
What I'm trying to say, it's all about your
Well,
environment.
how do you know? How do you know there wasn't a
It's about
freak
your
snow?
environment.
I'll trade for the snow.
He didn't grow up in the Alps.
Well, how do you know there wasn't a freak snowstorm in Jerusalem
Yeah,
at
you
one
don't know
point?
that.
You don't know
Is
that.
there any
evidence of it?
Evidence of a snowstorm in Bethlehem?
Well, that's where he was born, bro. He didn't hang out
What
there.
do you-
Wasn't like Arvada.
You think Jerusalem's got snowfall right now?
Oh, no, but maybe they did at one point. I mean, hell, dude, he turned water into wine. I don't know what to tell you, man.
That's why all the rooms at the inn were taken. It was a cold night, Vic.
Yes, it does snow in Jerusalem, though it's uncommon.
Okay, has he ever made a snowman?
Okay. All right. That's Sister Mary Elephant, all right? I don't know. You tell me.
No. Let's just hang on.
The damn sports radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser situation.
Just one thing real quick before break, Moser. I got to ask you something. We've been on the wrong side of some butt kickings in both of these sports before. They suck. They're not fun. How about Dallas going up on Pitt in Pittsburgh 6-0 after one period?
Yeah, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The goaltender that the Penguins started last night, I don't know him, but he had given up 5 goals on 8 shots when I finally had to turn my attention back to our situation. That is start of our pregame and all that kind of thing. I don't know what the heck happened.
What's with Paul Bissonnette continuing to push the Sidney Crosby to the
Because
Avs
he
thing?
wants it badly.
Because Pittsburgh gave up 6 in a period last night.
I know,
That's why.
I know. I love it. I'm with you. I mean, Sidney Crosby to the Avs. Are you kidding me? Now you'd have to give up the bank.
Okay,
but
this kid, Joel Blomqvist, has played 8 games this year for Pittsburgh. He started 7. He just got blasted last night. He's a 22-year-old kid from Finland. I have no idea I've never seen him before in my life, so I don't know what happened, but it was a mess, obviously. Listen, somebody even texted in earlier. I think Sidney Crosby, he's got to be a Penguin for life. Bissonnette has wanted this for an awfully long time. He throws it out from time to time because I think it's sort of a pet dream for him. I can't ever envision it happening.
Back after this. Yes, it does snow in Jerusalem, though it's uncommon.
Okay, has he ever made a snowman?
Okay. All right. That's Sister Mary Elephant, all right? I mean, the guy literally got crucified.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Is this a Frozen song?
Let's ease up here.
This is.
Okay, see, this is what I got to prepare myself for. Baby Jamal Kale is not old enough to sit through movies yet, but I'm told that this is going to be on repeat in my house, I guess.
100%.
Okay.
Why is that? Is there a new version of it? Of Frozen?
No.
Oh, okay.
But this is what happens, Vic. I mean, look, Aladdin came out in 1988?
No, I get it.
And that was around since till 2000.
You are subject to whatever your kids watch at that age. You're exactly right. That's just the way it is.
See, you guys don't know about Miss Rachel.
What was that show, Moj, when our
Miss
kids...
Rachel, hang on. Miss Rachel's a YouTube show. And you know what? God bless her. She does very well for herself.
She in a hot tub?
No, it's not that kind of show.
Oh.
It's a kid's thing.
Moj, what was that weird...
I mean, Miss Rachel sounds like one of these things you see on Twitch with the chicks in a hot tub.
It kind of does, but that's not what the show is.
Afternoons with Miss Rachel.
God bless the show because it keeps it's actually something Baby Jamal Kale watches, but I can't do it all the time.
So when my kids, I had to watch Blue's Clues. I had to watch, what was that weird one with the weird people dressed up as robots and they were all
Teletubbies?
Yeah, that one. Gosh.
They weren't robots; they're just little colored freaks.
Yeah,
that's actually a better way to put it.
Purple and yellow and
that
blue
show is creepy. That is a creepy show.
Yeah, they're just they wore these weird color outfits, man, like fuzzy outfits. They're just weird. Hey, to the day I die, and I hope that's not for a long time. But you know what I will never forget?
TikTok.
P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney. P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney. P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney.
Is that the address in Finding Nemo?
Yes, it's the address in Finding Nemo. P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney. The dentist, where all the fish go.
Yeah. Finding Nemo. You know what? Pixar. Let me give a compliment to Pixar real quick. Pixar.
It's Steve Jobs.
Huh?
Didn't Steve Jobs make Pixar?
I have no idea.
You ever read Steve Jobs' book? You read? It's his baby.
Yeah,
what?
Vic.
P. Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney?
Go on.
Pixar makes kids movies that kids love, and I love them. I think they're great movies.
Like Toy Story?
Like Pixar is like unbeaten and just making banger after banger. They're great movies. Anyway.
All right.
Moj, Avs with a huge win last night. Sammy G finishes the overtime period with a poke check breakaway finish.
So
And
good. I
the
mean, how
Avs
about the aggressive nature? You know, Brady Shea had been out there for a little bit, and Sammy just chases him all the way down the blue line and into the neutral zone. It was a great aggressive play.
They're back to 500, and the whole thing with all these injuries was keep this thing afloat. Just keep it together until you get some reinforcements. So we got Val coming back on Friday. That's pretty much been confirmed by Jared Bednar, and we'll talk to him tomorrow. Druin's got to be right around the corner, too. Maybe they both make their debuts again on Friday. Who knows?
I think, Coach, let's not ask him about, well, I know we have to have the cursory question tomorrow morning, but I think he's tired of talking about one guy. I think they're going to be back when they're back. My impression is they're going to be back when they're going to be back, and that's it, right? There's no...
Doesn't mean we can't ask.
Jonathan Drouin got, and I don't know what I don't know what the prognosis is, but he got injured in game 1 of the season, and I don't think anything was broken. I just think that it's a tissue issue that won't go away. That stinks.
Hey, I'll give you $30 if tomorrow you tell Bednar on the air. Your phone line is like your PK unit.
Well, I wanted to play the clip for him and ask him how he would respond if one of us did that to him. I want to do that. I would like to, but they aren't doing anything like super poorly right now. You can't even like fake it. Things are at least okay in every single spot.
If you had done it early in the season.
Yeah. If we could have said like goaltending early in the season, something like that. But Georgie's been playing well lately, and that's the thing.
Is Georgie, let me ask you guys. Rank for me the Avalanche goalies in their eyes? Who's the starting goalie?
It's Georgie's number one.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's back.
Well, then the Juice is number two.
All right.
It's just like, Brett, you laid it out there perfectly this morning. Or was it you, Vic? I forget which one of you. Somebody did.
It was
I did.
smart, so I
told
probably
you.
did.
No, I told you the reason they played this.
Yes,
the reason
it was
they
you,
went,
Vic.
Yes.
Correct.
They didn't do the tough love approach with Georgie. They didn't say, "You're done. Go sit in the corner." They understand how his brain works. They understand how, listen, he's might be wired a little differently. They sort of said, "Okay, take a little break. Take a little break, and
Pretty
we'll get
much,
you back
yeah.
in the rotation." That's exactly how they've handled this.
Yeah, and he's been very good. Again, he gave up 4 in a win, and I thought he was really good. He gave up 1 in a loss in Winnipeg, and I thought he was very good. And last night, again, I thought he was very good. And Saros on the other side is very good. That one push that Saros made from his left to his right to deny LOC on the wraparound. I mean, the guy's only – there used to be a time in the National Hockey League where 5'11" was a common height for goalies.
Mm-hmm.
And the Avs – they're tall. Georgie's only 6 foot.
But he's skinny.
Correct. Now, the Juice is like 6'5". He's big. But all these guys around the league are the big old, like 6'2", 6'3".
Hellebuck is
6'4". He's 6'4". So, but Saros is very nimble.
What's that
very
Dallas
quick.
goalie? How big is that?
Ottinger.
Yeah, how big is he?
He's like a 6'4" guy.
He's
Yeah,
a biggie.
big dude.
I thought the play of the game was the save of the game by Georgie late in the third, where he went to his. I mean, that was ridiculous.
Even when the puck's on the goal line.
I don't know how he kept that.
It's a great
trickling
save.
in.
Great save.
When they blew the whistle, with how he was positioned, he should have done the ray gun dance. A couple of these, a couple of those. It was a hell of a save. And look, this is. I said this at the beginning of the show. The difficulty with Georgiev to me is a simple concept, but very hard to fix. Moj, when he's good, he's really, really good. And when he's not, it's really, really bad. And not having consistency at a spot that matters that much. Like, I think...
But once you find it, Brett, do you find it?
Oh, I don't know. He did this for most of last regular season.
I mean, let's see.
Where he would ride like a 2-3 week high.
Yeah.
And then it would drop for a week or two to a low. And then he'd jump back up. It just vacillated all year.
You want to just the same thing every single night. I'm sure ideally that's what the Avs would love to have that too, but he's got the ability. I just like the way he's moving. I like his aggressiveness. I like the way he's tracking the puck. He made some excellent reads last night. Excellent.
He did.
Hey, Landy was seen skating yesterday.
Yeah, he skated yesterday before morning skate.
Now, it wasn't like crazy hardcore in the corner
but
skating.
He's tooling around a little bit. Yeah.
And this is after the news last week about, the whole setback thing that we had Coach Bednar come on and say it wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah,
so
he said, and I guess you could call it a setback, but it's not like, it's not like anything's gone wrong. It's just that, it's a process. You have ups and downs. You'll see him tonight, will you not, Vic?
Yeah, we'll see him. We'll see Coach Bednar. We'll see everybody. Tonight is the Dreams Gala.
Why don't you, if you want all your questions answered, Landy's, he's a pretty honest guy.
I've talked to Landy many times off the ice. But I don't think he knows yet.
No, he doesn't. But that's where we are. So if he doesn't know, then how can Coach Bednar know?
By the way, tonight,
how frustrating does it have to be? Could you imagine? Like, put yourself mentally where Landeskog is at. You're working and working and working and working and working and working, and you hurt, and then you don't hurt, and then you feel good, but then you feel pain again, and you're just going through this tedious, every day's the same Groundhog Day thing where you don't know when your comeback is.
Have you ever gone through physical therapy on anything?
No.
You've never done it?
No.
Mosier, I know you've done it with, the older you get.
You mean you're blown Achilles,
Yeah,
you mean? Yeah.
I'm currently going through it. You go through physical therapy.
Yeah.
It is the most rigorous, and when I say painful, it's just the rigors of it is painful. Just the meticulous approach to trying to recover a certain part of your body that you have to do it every day the same way. I can understand why these guys get so damn frustrated.
Absolutely.
It is so hard. And to have to do it for what's he doing? 2.5 years of it now?
Well, no, it's really only been, after the surgery, though, it's only been 1.5 years. Hey, there was this gal, Kelly. at the rehab place, Brett.
Mm-hmm.
And she was my main person, Kelly.
Kelly, sup?
No, boy, did I want to punch her face.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, dude, like you have to do this.
She made you hurt.
Yes. And I'm in your head, you're like, well, she wants me to blow my Achilles again, so I have to have another surgery so they can get more bread out of me. You know, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm like, Kelly, hey man, I'm okay. I'll be okay. She's like, no, you're gonna do this. I'm like, all right. Sucked. Didn't like
You ever done what's that called? My wife does it. Where they
meth?
No. It's that exercise.
Chicken pot pie addiction?
What's that exercise?
Don't call me that.
Where they go to the gym and they focus on like the specific muscle group. I've done it once and I couldn't walk. Not Pilates. I couldn't walk. Bar. You ever done bar?
No.
Dude.
My wife goes and fights. Like, she does the kickboxing stuff. She fights like a bag.
Dude, try that bar and talk to me.
Oh,
It's crazy.
I thought all those things were jokes. I did. I was like, this is such a stupid.
Try it.
You know those infomercials back in the day that used to have like whatever this thing was?
Yeah.
Whatever that thing
sliders.
is. And it's like, you do this for 18 hours a day, you'll be in good shape. And it's like, I don't think this is actually doing anything. Well, I thought the same thing about things like Pilates and yoga. I'm like, but you just lift the weight. Just lift weights. That helps. And then I went and I did a yoga class once. I was like, all right, I'll try this. I'm next to like an 80-year-old woman, white hair, okay? And I'm in one of these poses. And Moj.
And you're shaking. You're shaking. Oh, yeah.
It feels like I'm
trembling.
having an earthquake underneath me. And I look at the old lady and she is still. And I go, what in the world is happening here?
She probably said to you, like, I had 5 babies. I'm fine.
so this-
I'm
Like, she
tough.
might as well have had a cigarette in her mouth
So
when
this
she was
bar,
done.
this bar thing, right? It takes a muscle like in your leg, and you identify what you want to work on, and then you sort of bend and you work that little muscle just with slight moves, slight boom, beep, beep, beep,
No,
and you just,
no,
dude. Let me tell you something. You can't walk for days.
Sounds boring.
I'm with a motto. I go to the bar.
Yeah, sounds boring. Hey, I want to work this index finger today.
In fact,
Come
Vic,
on, man.
I got a membership to the bar. I do.
You actually do?
Oh, yeah, kind of.
Sup, Dave? Sup, Case? Sup, Rye? Sup?
Go get the gold medal winning, silver medal worthy beer.
So tonight is
at
the
Launchpad.
Mile High Dreams Gala at Ball Arena. It's our favorite event. It's a chance to meet a lot of fans, and obviously all the players will be there. I always, it's so interesting to watch, though, to observe when you see so many people just in awe of dudes like Joker, McKinnon, Landy, right? And I feel so bad because they sit there and they can't even move because they're surrounded by so many people. They can't even move. But last year, I got to see the gift of McKinnon and Joker actually talking and exchanging thoughts and pleasantries. And I'm thinking to myself at the time, but this is before they're named MVPs at the same, what do they say? Like, what is the information they're exchanging? Like, what do two geniuses talk about in their spare time? I mean, they are so similar in regards to work ethic and work habits, especially after each game. We know about Mac's work habits, right? We know about Joker's.
So and maybe they do. I don't think when those two guys get together, they talk about their jobs.
What do you think they talk about?
Chicks?
You know, I'm a
I
freak
don't
on
know.
nature. And
Like, probably just dude stuff. I don't think they're going over there like, did you work out today?
I think you'd be surprised about, like,
think?
what is your mindset after? I think they do delve into that. I do.
They might. I saw this video compilation last night of Nikola Jokic getting in scuffles.
Yeah.
You know, he's never backed up one time in his life. He's never gone, that I've seen, gone backward on somebody.
Look at him.
Understood. All he does is move forward into your space.
I have a question about that.
It's so cool.
We'll get to that.
And McKinnon's the same way. When has Nathan McKinnon ever backed away from anybody?
We'll get to that in Fact Checker next. Okay, so I have a question real quick. You were talking about how big Jokic was. Moj, I've always wondered this. This might be a dumb question. If he could do the splits, would he be an amazing goalie?
Joker?
7 feet, 300 pounds?
He's not $3 bills.
I bet she's about 280.
Pretty
I
close.
was going to say like 265.
I don't know.
No, dude.
Really?
No.
I mean, did you see?
He probably would. I mean, he probably would be. What if he's ever? Well, here's the problem. They don't make pads big enough for a Nikola Jokic. So you're limited by the size of the pads.
Like they can't be custom fit because the guy's big.
Well, because you can't get leg pads that are bigger than it. Yeah,
I guess you're right.
Have to be within certain measurements.
That's not cool.
Well, you can't have you can't have Andre the Giant and make pads that are 3 feet wide for him.
That's discriminatory.
That is discriminatory. Vic's right about that. I want to file a complaint. What, big guys can't be protected in hockey?
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's why you don't have a sumo wrestler who's like 6'4" and 360, in the crease because he'd get peppered, man. It would probably hurt him.
Ideally, if a sumo guy could just rest with his pillows closed the entire game, you'd have a pretty good goalie. You could just sit there. You know what I mean?
No.
Okay.
I really don't.
What do you guys think about hygiene?
I'm in favor of it. I showered this morning.
Are you?
I have deodorant on.
In stretches.
Well, Vic, you've been
This has actually been a huge topic lately of I see article after article. Showering every day is actually purely cosmetic, and it doesn't do much. I'm like, yeah, it does.
I don't shower every day.
Vic, you've been known to go. Brett, he's been known. Remember during the
if
COVID?
I'm at home and I'm not in public and I don't see anybody, I don't need.
Dude,
my body's fine.
He's gone days without showering.
Not days. Calm down.
I get it with Vic. Like,
you wore the same clothes 3 days in a row one time.
I'm with Vic on this. Like, if I do the show and I go home and I just don't leave the house for the rest of the day, and I didn't work out, nothing like that.
Yeah, I've done that.
Whatever.
Yeah, I've done that,
But I just like showers, first of all. Second of all, it's pretty important to keep yourself, from stinking.
So what are you getting at?
Head coach of Syracuse, Fran Brown is his name. Syracuse this year is 6-3. They were heading into last week 6-2, but they lost to Boston College. I guess he has a rule. And I don't know why he thinks this, but I'll let him speak for himself, Nelly, if this is ready.
Honestly, I got like a ritual. Like when we lose, I ain't even getting a shower till early this morning. I just be mad. I just brush my teeth. But it's like I don't deserve soap. I don't deserve to do all that. I'm just focused on like trying to get back and trying to make sure that our players mentally understand and know that I let them down, that they didn't do it.
I love it. Self-flagellation.
That's exactly what it is. Self-flagellation.
He doesn't believe in soap.
No,
if he loses.
No, he says he doesn't. It's not that he doesn't believe in
he
it.
doesn't deserve it.
He doesn't deserve it.
He doesn't deserve
like, I don't deserve soap. I don't deserve to do all that. I just
right. You wear it. That is the literal definition of you wear that loss.
That is true. Yeah.
Have you ever been in a situation where you felt you did not deserve an IPA? Like
it's either a happy or sad one.
I don't deserve this IPA. I whatever I did, we weren't good enough, so I don't deserve to have this coldie.
There is a certain. I love people that are accountable to themselves. Like I'm undeserving of whatever it may be. Like when you could get to that level, it's so hard to do. It's so hard to be disciplined enough.
Like when you throw in 41, you say, I've got to do more. I've got to be better. Like Joker did.
Well, whatever. I mean, players who understand they're not deserving of all of the praise. There are other people that have helped them along the way, that have helped them in the game. It's a team, any team sport, right? Any team sport. You go back to what we saw the other night, Kyrie versus Nikola Jokic. And I'm not trying to take away from Kyrie. He was phenomenal. He was brilliant. But he shot the ball and he played one-on-one and nobody could stop him. Joker, his entire game is about making everybody around him successful. Not just himself. Everybody around him. You understand the subtle difference there? Yeah, and just the approach to the game?
That's why Jokic is an all-timer. I mean, some guys just don't possess that ability. They just don't. I think for what Kyrie's role is on that team, he 100% did his job.
Dude,
totally. I don't think Kyrie should be leaving that game saying, I needed to do better.
No, not at all. And you know what? We talk about heel turns all the time on this show, like who's taking heel turn. Is Kyrie a good guy now again? I like Kyrie.
Well, wasn't Kyrie's whole thing
I like Kyrie a lot. Did you know what he did after the game? Because Nugget fans may remember, I'm sitting right there. We're getting ready to interview Joker. You remember Kyrie years ago when he punted the ball into the stands and he was enemy number one and all that stuff. Kyrie, after the game, a heartbreaking loss for Dallas. He misses what could have been the winning shot. Takes his jersey off and gives it to a Nuggets fan, young Nuggets fan. Just a cool little tribute. I mean, it happens all the time. He didn't have to do that. Smiled, shook hands with people, walked off the court smiling.
When you say he made a turn to the nice guy again, you remember why he was the bad guy.
Oh yeah. But I mean,
it was more COVID stuff than it was. He
went through it.
Yeah,
he went through. But since that time, like last year during the NBA playoffs, were you Kyrie or Anthony Edwards?
Oh, Kyrie. Yeah. Kyrie hasn't been all that boastful in his career. He's not a super braggadocious guy. Now he left Cleveland because he wanted to be the man somewhere else without LeBron, if I'm remembering that correctly. But he's never I don't think I've heard Kyrie go to a post-game press conference and talk about how good he is, right?
Yeah.
No, but I guess all the weird stuff he did with ball. No, what did he do? He remember with the incense and all that. What was that?
Yeah, he did. He had a weird.
Yeah, but he was going through it because he was getting a lot of public scrutiny over non-basketball things.
Okay. I don't think he's a bad guy. I found his Uncle Drew stuff. I found that to be delightful. Remember Uncle Drew?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought it was great.
I like the dude.
Me too.
I like the dude. And the other thing about it too is in this game,
I like him a hell of a lot more than Luka.
He got humbled. The game humbles you.
Yeah.
He got humbled. He does something that I think he's the best in the world and maybe the best that ever was at the NBA level. Nobody handles the basketball like Kyrie Irving.
It's remarkable to watch.
Listen to my words. Steph Curry's up there, but Steph's known more as a shooter. Nobody handles the rock and can manipulate somebody in front of him with his handle like Kyrie Irving. I've never seen anything like it.
Just quickly before we get to fact checker. College football playoff rankings tonight. CU wins. The teams above them that lost, LSU, Iowa State, Pitt, they all lost. So you should at least be, by my math, 17 in the country. Does that sound about right?
Stay on track. I mean, it really doesn't matter where you are right now. It doesn't matter.
No,
if you get into that Big 12 title game and you take care of business, it doesn't matter where you are. You're in. You're in.
When we did the CF peeping, that was sort of a backup to if Iowa State doesn't lose. Well, now it's pretty much you win the next 4 games on your schedule.
You're in.
And, well, not only are you in, Moj, if you don't, you're out. You know what I mean?
It's a heck of a motivating factor, yes.
There's no more at-large bids because if you lose even in the Big 12 championship game, you get 3 losses, you aren't getting in. So now it's just win the whole damn thing. And guess what? They control their own path in doing that now. And they're playing good football.
And now it's Iowa State and K-State who are begging for losses. It's them who are begging for losses. You know, this thing could have been even better if Utah didn't get the Scroogey against BYU. That's my opinion anyway. Oh, man.
303-504-0925. Let's get to a fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
In case you missed it, earlier today at about 7:45, we got the British traffic update guy on our airwaves for an interview. We successfully wrangled Vic D, and you guys asked him all of the burning questions on your minds and the minds of many listeners. Here's a bit of a highlight reel.
If you don't mind us asking, what is your real name? It's like Benedict or something, isn't it? What is it?
Benedict Carlisle. I live in a castle, yes. I'm going to play up to all your stereotypes. It works for me. I mean, why spoil a good thing, right?
What do you guys do on the 4th of July?
We cry because that's when we got our butts kicked. And what do you think we do?
Do you go into work? Is this something you do from your basement? Are you doing it in your PJs? How does this go?
It's generally a bit of a hybrid sort of thing. So, yeah, I mean, it's office / home, But I have to correct you. You did mention sitting in my basement in my pajamas. If I ever do sit in my basement, it's always in a three-piece suit.
That guy rules.
This guy's a piece of work.
Dude,
I don't know anything more.
him.
I don't know anything more about him than I did before we had him on the show. He was incredibly coy about his life.
It's rare
about
that,
himself.
It's rare that we get out-sassed.
Yeah, he sassed us.
But he out-sassed
We cry
us.
because that's when we got our butts kicked.
When he dropped the three-piece suit thing, I'm like, all right, this guy is just leaning into the caricature, and I'm here for it. I love it.
He's not around forever. He made it clear that he's just a fill-in right now.
I think we need to stage a protest.
Yeah, no, hey, no offense, Nelly, but can we get the other guy off our show? Jesus. I mean, we lost
the O'Neal.
Yeah, we
Aaron
lost
O'Neal.
Aaron O'Neal for life, and
God,
now
we loved Aaron.
And no offense, Spataro, but man, unless you can go work on an English accent, Spataro, go ahead.
Yeah, you're just look, man.
How about a German accent doing traffic?
Ja, this is so good. It's an I-25 wreck.
It's just like, you know what, Spataro, you got to react the same way I would. If my wife came up to me today before the gala, she goes, "I know we got these tickets. I'm sorry, I can't take you. Ryan Reynolds gave me a call, and he's going to go with me." I can be upset, but I'd be like, all right, I understand, but I understand.
Spataro's
Spataro's
on the
not
list.
on the hate list. No.
Come on, Nelly. You took it too far.
He's just been.
I put a question mark.
He's
It's
been
still
out-
being determined.
He just got outdone by a hotter Englishman. That's the only way to put it. I'm sorry. It's the only way we can say it. All right, so a lot more to break down throughout the week. I keep saying this about the Broncos, but a massive game this weekend, like gigantically, hugely massive. Would you guys be surprised if I told you the point spread with the Falcons game is 2.5 in favor of Denver?
No, I would not be surprised. I think it's right where it should be.
Because that's where we're at. So a lot more to break down with that. We'll talk to Jared Bednar tomorrow. And if you missed any of the show, check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. You got the morning sprint. Coach and Raj coming up next. Have a great Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Because that's when we got our butts kicked.
Sam Girard off the bench. Nyquist brings it ahead. Leaves it for Shea. Doesn't take a shot. Sam Girard will force it back. Girard steals it. Breakaway in overtime. Sam Girard. Yeah! Sammy G gets the GWG. His first goal of the season against the team that drafted him. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, because this party is over.
Come for the Sammy G OTG and stay for the Connor McGahee voice crack. Avs 3-2 overtime winners, back to 500. Sam Girard, second career overtime winner, coming both against his former team, the Nashville Predators. Morning Sprint, Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford. So much to get into today. No games on a Tuesday, so first time in a while where we're not prepping for anything, but coming off of a big win, we'll start turning the page from Broncos and Chiefs to a massive game against the Atlanta Falcons this weekend. We've got college football playoff rankings coming out tonight. Where are the Buffs going to sit in there? But welcome back to the studio, Coach Sanford.
So good to be back, Raj.
So happy to have you.
And it's so good to not be in travel purgatory with 3 children from ages 8 to 14 and a wife that blames me for every single misstep of travel planning. There is an airline that is based here in Colorado. It shall remain nameless at this current stage, that didn't do a great job getting the Sanford family to Las Vegas or back from Las Vegas to Denver.
Hold on. Did you fly an airline that is it painted yellow?
It is not. It's not the Spirit in the Sky. Because you can't become the Spirit in the Sky if you fly that.
Okay, so it wasn't Spirit. Did you see what happened on a Spirit airline that was flying to Haiti?
Yeah, it just got shot up.
There's bullet holes in the side of this thing.
I mean, I guess I got first world problems here. The one that I flew on, it's known, and they love saying this, the greenest airline in the entire world, or at least in the United States. I don't care about your green status. I care about getting from point A to point B in a timely fashion, especially when I'm traveling with very loud and obnoxious 2 boys that are 8 and 10 years old.
This was supposed to be a really nice trip for you. You were supposed to go see your dad and support him in a playoff game, which I'm assuming Coach Senior won.
31 spank.
Clock in,
no big
clock
deal.
out. Just way she goes.
Just 49 years. Like, that's what I do. Just dominate teams.
It was supposed to be a good trip for you. Unfortunately, the trip back is a nightmare because of the animals on the tail of the.
There were some animals.
There you go. So now we know what we're talking about.
There were some animals.
Some 17-year-old kid stole your podcasting studio yesterday.
Yeah, it was so Friday. So I had this incredible podcasting pod in the business center at the Marriott Hotel. It was soundproof. It was awesome. I was bragging about it on air. I even gave it a little tour on my social platforms, and there was a guy that was a businessman in like a suit, total suit, like every negative connotation that could come with the term, this guy is a quote suit.
You made it sound like he was like a kid.
No, it was a suit. And he didn't even need soundproofing. He was just on a stupid Zoom call with his stupid corporation, some stupid place in America.
Stupid.
So on Friday, he's checking me out. I beat him to the spot. I got there early. I set up my stuff, and he asked me on Friday, how long are you going to be in there? I'm like, I'm doing live radio in Denver, Colorado for the next 2 hours, guy.
Buddy.
So I thought he would have checked out over the weekend. So I show up a little bit later on Monday, just assuming that everybody knows that the Denver media mogul is going to have his pod reserved for him. Well, guess who's in there? Stupid suit guy. And he looks at me and he kind of gives me a little S-eating grin. Like, yeah, I beat you to it, guy.
Didn't he know that we were technically debuting the show yesterday?
I know, it was a huge day. And he, what he cared about?
Selfish suit.
He cared so much more about beating me to the little podcasting pod to do his dumb Zoom. And I walked by about 13 times. Every break I went in there to kind of poke my head in and see if he was in there still. And every time I kind of gave him a little bit of like, a really, guy? And then he gave me like, yeah, pal. And I said, easy, buddy. And we just kept going back and forth. And it was all nonverbal.
Cool it, friend.
It was a lot. So yeah, I had to do it outdoors, yesterday, which was kind of cool too.
It was cool to see the birds chirping in the background for you.
There's some mowing going on. It felt like we were back at the morning show with Vic and Moj and Kaner at Broncos Park, powered by Spirit or Comet something. But yeah, it was good. I got home last night about 1:30. I hope my wife's not listening to this show right now, because she threatened to not go to the gala tonight because of how
I'll be your plus one.
Because of how awful it was, like the travel experience. And
hey, you landed, and Sam Girard potted one in overtime,
and I had no clue.
That's all that matters.
So when we took off on said airline that, by the way, has no Wi-Fi on any of their fleet, which is mind blowing in 2024, first world problems. I get it. We took off. It was 2-2. And so I'm sitting there doing the old, trying to reload, holding the phone next to the little portal window, see if I can get a little reception here and there. Finally,
we gotta know that's not gonna work.
Well, the new iPhone, which I got, has satellite, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get some satellite action up here at 30,000 feet. Didn't work. So when we're landing, I see 3-2 Avs, and it was Samuel G. How about Vic calls him Samuel Gorgeous? I call him Samuel Glazing, because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to glaze me some Sammy G.
It was a great hockey game. Nothing better than a Connor McGahey voice break. My favorite thing in the world. Great hockey game last
I'm proud
night,
of
man.
him. I'm proud of Connor. I was, that baby face, I was wondering when, his male anatomy was going to drop. And clearly last night was the moment that he is now... He's a man.
Well, we'll learn when Connor can grow a beard. And I should be saying as much.
So a lot of balls on the table.
Thanks, Coach. I don't grow one either, but Connor's a little smoother up top on the facial area than I'll.
He's very smooth. And that voice crack was coming from somebody who has a very smooth face.
It's a great game. Alexander Georgiev stands tall at the end. Couple of sprawling, slinky Dominik Hasek saves. Maybe he got himself out of position on those. But from top to bottom, I was pleased with how this game went out. The first 10 minutes was all Nashville, man. All Nashville. And that's what happens when you have teams on road trips. Sometimes teams that either get into your building late, much like Carolina did the other day, or are playing multiple games, either back-to-backs, 3 games in 4 nights, multiple games on a road trip. You'll see the first 10 minutes of dominance by that road team, because what they're trying to do is get out to a 1 or 2-0 lead and then hold on for dear life when your legs inevitably give out. Through the first 10 minutes, Colorado had a shot on goal, and they were getting boat raced by a team that is in shambles right now. Like, Nashville is my pick to win the division after they had this crazy offseason. It's just not gelling. All these old guys, they're looking slow. UC Saros isn't playing, although he was good last night, isn't playing up to snuff for that new contract.
Scored the first goal?
They scored the first goal of the game.
It was Saros, right?
No, Saros is their netminder. First goal of the game was Luke Evangelista.
Evangelista.
They go up.
My Preds knowledge isn't quite what it was back in my Western Kentucky days when I was driving the Zamboni on ceremonial Western Kentucky night.
The Mike Fisher days. That's when Carrie Underwood was at Nashville games. That's a good time to be in Nashville.
I had myself a PK Subban jersey.
Oh,
yes, I
did. PK Subban. Shea Weber was on that team.
Yeah, I'm not quite a big Preds guy anymore.
Pekka Rinne was on that team.
Oh, I like Pekka.
Pekka Rinne is a good goalie.
Finn?
Finn.
Yeah, good Finn.
Back-to-back Finns for Nashville. They go from Pekka to UC Saros. The Finns, they put out good goalies. Our buddy Justus Onninen, Finn.
Is he still a part of the plans?
I still think he's part of the plan. So I was listening to Mosier at the back half of their last hour talking about, Georgie's the one. And Moj, you and I don't see eye to eye on this, man. I don't think he's the guy. I think what they're doing is they're going with hot hands. And what I don't want Bednar and the organization to do is, because Georgie has the hot hand right now. Like, there's no two ways about it. I know he gives up 4 goals against Carolina, but he is playing well. He's giving you an opportunity to win hockey games. Despite giving up early goals, he holds Nashville to 1 from that point on. I worry that if you continue to play that hot hand, that when you inevitably go back to Justus Onninen, that he's been put in the back of the fridge so long that he starts getting freezer burn. And I don't think that's a winning formula. As we've seen the NHL move closer and closer toward true 1A, 1B splits in this league, again, it was perfected a couple of seasons ago by the Boston Bruins with Ullmark and Swayman in net. The Avs have gone the opposite direction where they're playing a netminder for like 60 starts in a year, which is something that was very popular in the 90s and the early 2000s. Patrick Waugh, Marty Brodeur, those guys played a bunch of games, right?
They were always in net.
They were always in
like
net.
it.
But there's also a difference between Waugh, Brodeur, and Georgiev. And there's also a difference in terms of what you are paying those types of netminders. It would make sense to me if you're paying your goalie $11 million like the Rangers are in Igor Shesterkin. If you're paying that guy 11 sheets, play him 70 games for all I care. The money tells me that the Avs should be more of a 1A, 1B situation. Because you're not paying Alexander Georgiev anything. You're not paying Justus Annunen anything. So why are you starting either one of them like they are an 8, 9, 10, $11 million goaltender? I don't want them to fall back into, well, Georgie's playing well now, so he's clearly our number one. It should be 1A, 1B. And it's a very delicate dance to find the hot hand and then give him rest so that the other hand stays plateable, lukewarm, at worst. It's tough.
If you're looking at just the recovery aspect of netminders in the NHL, is it a position that deals more with physical fatigue in need of recovery, or is it mental fatigue, or just like the space that Georgie was in, where it's just you just see the head hanging and he just needs to get some R&R and some take a mental health week, if you will. Is it more physical or mental when you talk about the need for rest and recovery at the position of goalie in the NHL, in your opinion?
When it comes down to 3 games and 4 nights, it's physical. When it comes down to back-to-back, because you don't see goalies play back-to-backs. It just doesn't happen anymore. It's physical. Georgiev's situation was between the years at the beginning of the year. He had an entire offseason.
It just depends on the scenario.
Depends on the scenario. And for me, Georgiev was a mental head case at the beginning of the year. And he was getting beat down. Looked like someone had kicked his dog every which way. And I thought the Avs handled it perfectly. You brought in a guy because just in case, the reason why Kaapo Kakko was brought in was breaking glass in case of emergency by Chris McFarland and Bednar and Sakic. We're going to give Georgie time to try and get his head back, but God forbid he is mentally toast. We need someone to be in the organization. They've moved on from Kakko now.
Yeah, so I leave for Las Vegas, and in my absence, I lose the CAC.
You lose the CAC.
There's no CAC
attack. It's not going to be back.
Did he get signed anywhere?
No, he did not get picked up off of waivers. As far as I've seen, I didn't see it up until last night. Spring and I were on until 11:30 or so. I don't think he got picked off. KJ's looking at me. He's like, dude, don't ask me.
So is there still hope for me as a diehard fan of my neighborhood AHL squad, the Eagles, that he ends up getting picked up by the Eagles?
He might be.
Oh, that'd be big, man.
If he clears waivers, that's where he is.
I could round up the family and be like, hey, we're going on a field trip to go watch the CAC.
CAC attack trip.
Yeah, let's go, baby.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Hemming. Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So much to get into. As a reminder, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Text in your favorite 90s and 2000s songs. It is a 2K Tuesday. KJ will get your request playing throughout the day. We'll get back into the Avs. We'll have an NHL Hot Lap coming up at 10:45. I'll give out my awards for the first month of the season. Is Nathan MacKinnon going to be my MVP, or is it going to be another Central Division rival who's going to take that out? That'll be about 25 minutes from right now, and we will recap Week 10 of the NFL coming up at 11:15 in NFL Notes.
Capo.
2K Tuesday, Raj and Coach, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm, Injury Lawyers. Go to willheitewins.com. That is willheitewins.com. Coach, first off, as we welcome you back here, I think it's time for me to let you off the hook for going out on a limb and saying that the Broncos were guaranteed to beat the Chiefs last week. And while I didn't put my neck out there saying that, well, I didn't think there was any chance that was going to happen, I wonder if I walk out of that game with more egg on my face than you do. How are you feeling today?
Well, we're just approaching 48 hours post-mortem. And yeah, it was a bit of a post-mortem. And all of us on the airwaves and all of the different bloggers and live streamers and tweeters, and we have absolutely beat up this field goal block. We have beat up Alex Forsyth at the left tight end position. Not as much on my guy, Matthew Pert. That's kind of where I'm putting a little bit of my blame. I'm standing by that take that he should have secured his inside gap and not reached outside. But neither
Coach,
here nor there.
You're supposed to step outside first, though, right?
No. Where'd the block happen? All I got to say is, where'd the block happen? Did it happen off the edge? Don't think so. Matthew Perrett's like 6'11". They're not going to get around just his frame, so don't worry about what's outside. Anyway, I digress. I want to talk to the fan base and our listeners and the entirety of Broncos country and just Denver sports fans in general from the perspective of what I am in my core. I'm a coach. And so the most important thing that I can say right now is what's behind us is behind us. And it's very simple. What, even here on a Tuesday, as a member of the media, as a fan, we're on to Atlanta. We're on to Atlanta. And I'm going to take this from one of the greatest coaches to ever do it. His famous line, ironically, came after a terrible loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. So, KJ, go ahead and roll that from Coach Belichick.
What do you think having a 37-year-old? We're on to Cincinnati. It's nothing about the past, nothing about the future. Right now, we're preparing for Cincinnati.
Okay, do you feel like the talent you have here is good enough?
We're getting ready for Cincinnati. We got to turn the page. I mean, we're going to sit there and talk about the Kansas City game for the rest of the season any more than we would talk about any of our big wins for day after day after day. You know, it's 24 hours after the game, you got to move on.
As a coach, as a player, and I'm even taking a step further and challenge the fans of the Denver Broncos, you have got to turn the page. Because not only do games like that, they just tear your heart out, stomp on it, throw it in the trash can, and then you got to go find it and throw it back in there. You got 24 hours, Raj, and we're outside of 24 hours. And why it's important for the fan base is you got to create an elite home atmosphere in what I believe is going to be the most important game of the season for the Denver Broncos. The playoff hopes to end this 9-year drought. I believe it's going to come down to beating the Atlanta Falcons, who, oh, by the way, have crazy amount of talent, a lot of young talent. They do have a quarterback that can shred you for 400 plus if given time to do so. You've got to create a home environment. You've got to get Empower Field rocking. And so the coach in me is telling not the Denver Broncos team, because they already are getting that from Sean Payton, you can't let the Kansas City Chiefs beat you twice. Move on. Turn the page. We're on to Atlanta. Thank you, Coach Belichick.
You know what happened in that Cincinnati game back in 2014? It was a 43-17 whooping from New England.
Yep.
A whooping. And they didn't really even have like an elite Tom Brady game. 290, 2 touchdowns, but like he didn't light up the scoreboard. I'm not saying that
Was that Carson Palmer on the other side?
No, not Carson Palmer. It was Andy Dalton.
Oh, yeah.
Who went 15 of 24 for 2 touchdowns, no interceptions.
I bet he was sacked a few times.
He was sacked just once for 8 yards. Just once for 8 yards, but what killed them that game, Brandon Tate, AJ Green, and some dude named Dane Sonsenbacher, they lost fumbles, all 3 of them. 3 fumble turnovers. I believe that Rob Gronkowski had a big game, 100 yards and a touchdown, 43-17. was the final when they turned the page and moved on to Cincy.
You have to, Raj. You have to. And I think it's not – sometimes you know that Sean Payton, Vance Joseph, this entire offensive coaching staff, the special teams, brain trust of Mike Westhoff and Ben Kotwika, you've got to coach it hard on Monday, which is what you did. And then you turn the page. The game plans are already pretty close to being set on first and second down because you've been working for the last 18 hours on the Atlanta Falcons. But where I do think it's important is for a fan base to not just take the woe is me approach, not just take the here we go again approach, but to take the we are in the middle of a playoff race approach and apply that to the environment that you created in Power Field. And that's got to be the most important thing. I haven't told my wife this, but I'm bringing the whole Sanford family on Sunday.
Woo!
And they're going to be decked out. They're ready to go. Because you know what? Bo Nix, even Alex Forsyth, he needs Griffin and Gunnar Sanford there screaming and yelling and getting wild at Empower Field on Sunday.
Well, Coach, if you spent the money on the Frontier flights, let's just say it now.
Well, that's a good thing is I saved the money.
I was going to say.
Yeah,
now you got to get Gunnar and company close to the field so they can actually be hurt.
That's
you're
a different story.
Hey,
it's a different story.
Just going to say, you're not going to win the wife over if you're up in section 324.
Yeah, I probably need to do something. Something's got to change. I'll say this: it's been slim pickings around the Sanford household. For one Michael Sanford.
Speaking of slim pickings and things that need to change, if you take away the 43-yard drive that ends in the blocked field goal in the fourth, you know how many yards that the Broncos had in the second half?
10.
They had 3 drives, one of which went 3 plays and 2 yards, one of which went 8 plays and 10 yards, and the other one went 3 plays and -2 yards. You had 10 total yards in the second half. How do you fix the second half power outage?
Trust in Bo Nix. And I think you have a lead. He is a rookie quarterback, and you can see what happens, and we'll talk about it later in NFL notes, when you just recklessly cut a rookie quarterback loose to just try to go beat teams and win games. Look what's going on in Chicago with Caleb Williams.
Uh-oh. New OC alert.
It's exactly what happens. You 9 sacks in a game, turnover-worthy plays left and right. But I do think Bo Nix has done enough to take care of the football where you have to stay aggressive in the second half, even if you have a lead, even if you're playing well, even if the Broncos defense is absolutely stymieing an offensive attack led by Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, DeAndre Hopkins, and Kareem Hunt. You've got to keep the foot on the floorboard, man. You got to keep pressing forward. And I think definitely in this game, Baltimore was a little bit different. It just felt like a power outage in general. It just felt like the foot came off the gas until you really needed it to get put back on the gas pedal, which was the game-winning drive, or it should have been the game-winning drive. You got to trust your rookie quarterback. You got to cut him loose.
Did all of us prematurely give the Rookie of the Year award to Jaden Daniels?
No.
You want to hear the numbers?
Well, also, I mean, you got to look at the Denver Broncos with one of the best defenses in pro football are 5-5 right now. They're 5-5.
They're still in a playoff spot, and they were supposed to be picking top 5 this year.
It's the Commanders' record.
They're 7-3.
Yeah,
in a
different.
much tougher NFC.
A little different.
Although, is the division as tough as
And I'm not.
the
This
NFC
is not me
normally
saying
is?
Bo Nix is playing bad, but the stuff that Jaden Daniels has done as a quarterback in the National Football League in critical moments and to the tune of winning football.
Bo did everything perfect against Kansas City. He led the perfect drive.
What was the
perfect
Commanders'
drive.
record at this time a year ago?
Off the top of my head, I do not.
I'm going to
know.
lob it out there. It's either 3-7 or
We're through 10 weeks right now.
10
Give me
weeks.
1 second. I can figure this out. They started off 2-0. They lost 3 straight to go 2-3. They were 500 through 6 weeks. They were 3-5 through 8 weeks, 4-5 through 9, and 4-6 through 10.
So they're a 4-6 club a year ago at this time.
That is correct.
Denver Broncos were what at this time? Because they started out 1-5. They were 5-5 a year ago because they had the 5-game win streak.
Denver they had a bye week in week 9, so we got to go to week 11. Yeah, they were 5-5.
Same team. I mean, it's the same team. It just had a different path to get to this point. So I do believe that the Rookie of the Year award, particularly when it's a quarterback, it does come into who is rising all boats. And right now, you can't make the argument.
15 touchdowns, first. 206 completions, first. 1,900 passing yards, second. 63.6% completion percentage, third.
That's amongst rookies.
That's
right?
amongst all rookies. There's not many rookie quarterbacks to choose from, but pretty darn good.
I'll tell you who he definitely is going to be favored right now to win Rookie of the Year over. Caleb Williams.
That guy's having a tough go.
Dude, he had a tough go at USC his final year. Like, don't ignore the signs, NFL. Watch what they do in their final year. I said the same thing about high school recruiting. When a guy's senior year's a bad year, guess what that is a forecast of? What's going to come the next time that they're playing football? Like, don't ignore the signs. I said it all off season. Jaden Daniels by far was QB1 in this draft. And the Bears are dumb, and they're going to end up... An offensive coordinator lost his job. The head coach is inevitably going to lose his job. The general manager is going to lose his job. Ryan Poles will be jobless. Just do your freaking homework.
All right, so
Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
That was so good.
That was Bears radio on the Eberflus head coaches show.
We need to bring that kind of violence to our coaches' shows.
They're going to do it. So tomorrow morning... I hope Brett doesn't back off of this, but Brett said they're going to play Bednar that clip and then ask him what he would do if the fellas were to attack Bednar that way. And that's a dude that I don't know if you want to badmouth straight to his face, because Bedsy, while he played professional hockey, he made his living in the coast. And that is you got to fight to stay alive. And if you go on to hockeyfights.com. And watch Jared Bednar's tilts. Those things, you don't want to be anywhere near that dude's right hook.
The great thing about sports talk radio and the Chicago Bears sports talk radio, their affiliate, 1000 AM or something stupid, is that you have space. You have these awesome studios that create a natural separation from the inevitable right hook that's going to be coming from Bednar. How many teeth do you think Bednar has still remaining from his grown teeth?
I have no idea. I bet you he's missing 4.
Yeah,
most guys are. Most guys are.
Did
missing
you ever
some
lose
teeth.
a tooth?
This one's fake.
That's cool.
It's drilled up there. Yeah,
gives you a little more street cred.
It wasn't in a fight. I got a stick up there. That was it.
That's still cool.
It wasn't anything.
It's still cool. That's still. I mean, it happened on. Happened on the ice?
It did happen on the ice.
Didn't happen because you got wasted drunk at Syracuse and tripped on the stairs and hit your
I'm
mouth
surprised
on a railing.
that didn't happen. I am shocked something like that didn't happen. I did. One of my buddies and I were we were wrestling on our top landing at the hockey house one time, and you guys all know I'm a small dude. I'm 5'7", 160 pounds soaking wet.
Model of fitness.
Yeah, you know what? Just keep moving. That's all you got to do. And I started running my mouth, and one of my buddies, who is not 5'7", 160, at the time was probably 6'2", 205, decided that he had had enough of me running my mouth, which many of you do every single day, threw me through the banister, and I fell 2 stories down to the main floor.
What?
Yep. Cracked a rib, maybe had another concussion. Never fixed the banister.
Wow.
The band sounds
Laughed about
pretty
it.
good.
Went to
I'm
practice
not
the next
dancing.
day.
Dude.
That was the situation that I realized if I'm going to run my mouth, I have to be 2 arm lengths away, because I can get away from you, right? Coach, your reach, what are you? Are you 6'4"?
6'4", but I think I have 6'8" arm span.
All right, your reach way longer than mine, but I guarantee I can beat you in a foot race. That was the day that I realized I need to be 2 arm lengths away from you if I'm going to run my mouth.
You know what's so funny about wingspan?
There's also a reason why you're on the far side of the table from me, and I'm closer to the door than you are.
The great thing about wingspan is of course, it did come into play with thinking about what happened on the field goal unit, right? Tyler Columbus and I were tweeting it at somebody that asked a question about what happened, what went wrong. Tyler Columbus knows way more than I do because he's actually been the tight end on a field goal unit.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a great point. Is you want the guy with incredible length to be at the tight end spot, which is it's left guard, left tackle, tight end from the short snapper out.
Yep.
You want somebody with crazy wingspan. Why not that be Matthew Pert? Because Alex Forsyth's a center, right? You want to create a longer edge and you want to create a punch. And then why not have somebody who's a bender and athletic, like earlier in the year, Lucas Kroll was playing that wing spot. Lucas Kroll was subbed out for Matthew Pert. Alex Forsyth was playing the tight end, which he had all year. Wingspan is so important in recruiting and evaluating players. And when you're going the high school recruiting route for college players, there aren't really accurate combines like the NFL has. There's no standard. A lot of the quote-unquote combines that happen with Rivals and Scout.com and 247, they actually are rigged elections because a lot of these individuals or parents pay money for these combines. And so then I've watched the testing at some of these combines. I'm like, that is the biggest load of BS. I'm never trusting a number I see again. So wingspan is funny. Raj, there's a way that I could find out wingspan because I know I have 6'8" wingspan. I would stand in a high school offensive line. Did I just get a little, I had a Connor McGahee moment right there. That was really good.
It's all right.
Puberty's good. I would stand across from an offensive lineman straight up and reach out. And if they couldn't reach out with the same type of execution and blast my chest, they didn't have enough length to offer them a scholarship. Talking about offensive tackles, of course.
Get long guys.
Yeah.
You want.
So, Raj, I'm going to try this real quick with you.
You want long. I can't do this.
Let's take the reach right here. So all of our Twitchers are going to be treated to a nice recruiting evaluation
All right, get over
life
here.
hack here.
Get over here. What are you trying to do? I don't have a long reach. This isn't going to work.
All right. So you can see it right here. All right. So
I'm like 6 inches away from your sternum. What am I supposed to do?
you do have fairly impressive wingspan to height ratio.
There we go.
I will say that.
You just heard it. You just heard it from a collegiate football coach.
Let's go!
Impressive athletic specimen. That's who I am. We'll bring you through a hot lap of the NHL next. Let's do it, Coach. Hot lap around the NHL. Avs with a 3-2 victory in overtime last night over the Nashville Predators. Sam Girard, first goal of the season, second overtime winner of his career, both of which come against his former team, the team that traded him away, the Nashville Predators. He was part of the Matt Duchene trade all those years ago. Do you want me to start with last night and the couple of issues that I had on the ice, or would you like me to start with a grander overview of what's happening in the NHL?
Let's go grander overview.
Grander overview. We are a month into the season right now, Coach, which I believe means we need to give out awards because it's early, and these are the guys who are going to win the awards without a doubt. Art Ross Trophy for points leader. Right now, it is Nathan MacKinnon. He's the first player in the NHL to reach 30 points. He had an assist last night. Kirill Kaprizov is on fire right now for Minnesota. He's got 28. Cale Makar with a point last night has moved up to 25. Yes.
Hey, quick question. Does Connor McDavid get back in the race even though he missed injury?
Without a doubt. We didn't think he was going to do it last year. Connor McDavid will go on a tear where he throws up like 16 points in the span of 5 games. It's just going to happen. It's who he is. He is a point producer. The conversation about who the best player in the world is right now, though, that has reopened. Like, McKinnon is squarely there. I think McKinnon, Makar, and McDavid are all in that conversation. There are times where McDavid separates himself in that battle because he does have a level that those other guys can't get to in terms of point production. It's just who he is. And the fact that he dragged a team from last place to Game 7 of the Cup final, you deserve to be there. You deserve to be in that conversation. Does he have a ring on his finger like Cale and Nate do? No, he doesn't. Not yet. I don't think he's going to get one this year. McDavid's going to be in the conversation.
All right, let's go power ranking today.
Right now.
For the Hart Trophy.
McKinnon, Makar, Kaprizov in that order. Kaprizov's the reason why Minnesota is a top 3 seed in the Central right now, without a doubt. I suppose you could probably throw Connor Hellebuck in there right now because he's on absolute fire. He's my pick for the Vezina again, back-to-back this year. He's been awesome. He's 11-1-0 with a .935 save percentage and a .183 goals against average. He's got 3 shutouts. Those are unsustainable numbers. But he's my pick for the Vezina after 1 month, without a doubt.
Are you of the mindset that hockey and the NHL is in a better place when the Minnesota Wild are at least relevant?
No, Minnesota sucks. No one cares.
But
they lost a franchise.
That is like, I lived in Minnesota for 2 years, man. There is no place, at least in the southern part of just south of the border, that loves hockey more than that. I mean, it is a way of life in that part of the country.
Do you know what Minnesota is? Minnesota's Alabama. Minnesota is Mississippi. They care about high school hockey more than they do about professional hockey.
Yeah.
It's the same thing like SEC football. Yeah, they don't care about the NFL down there.
No, you're right. Like the Tennessee Titans, you can go to a Tennessee Titan game right now for about $14 on StubHub.
Yeah.
And even the Falcons, like, they have a good fan base, but like there's
it
times
ain't Georgia.
Where, it's not UGA, it's not Auburn or Alabama.
The only one that's a little different down there is New Orleans with the Saints. Is it?
But you know why, Raj? They don't have a great college team.
That is true. Baton Rouge is nowhere near it.
Nope.
All right. So I suppose I just look at Louisiana and I go, well, it's the Saints or the Tigers. You are right. It's far away.
And the fact that everything that happened with Katrina and the Super Bowl just galvanized that community.
You're right.
At a time where it needed to be galvanized. And of course, they had Mr. Home Team himself, Sean Payton, dialing up ball plays.
Yeah. Nonsense, man. No. Minnesota, they could lose the Wild and the NHL would be fine. They're so irrelevant.
So you just named the power rankings for the Hart Trophy, 2 of which were Colorado Avalanche players. The expectation has to be to win a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, when you get healthy. If you get healthy, the expectation is cup or bust. Without a doubt. That is who you are as a team right now. You have a guy who's going to run away with the Norris Trophy and Cale Makar. Nathan MacKinnon is on pace right now to win his 2nd straight MVP trophy. Don't even mention the guy who he shares, essentially a room with at Ball Arena, and Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic is better than he ever has been right now. What is happening? We talk about two MVP city. How about back-to-back MVP city? I don't think that's ever happened. I'd actually be willing to stake a whole bunch of money on that. I don't think that has ever happened, that you've gone back-to-back in 2 different sports in the same city.
For the Avs to win the Cup, I am rooting so hard for Cale Makar to be the first Hart Trophy winner as a defenseman since
Chris Pronger, 2001.
And then before that,
Nick Lidstrom?
No, it was a double whammy with Bobby Orr.
Bobby Orr. There we go. Surprised Lidstrom never won it. Yeah, I don't think that Cale Makar can win the Art Ross for most points. That would mean he'd have to put up like 140 this year, and that would break Bobby Orr's all-time record. I think Makar can put up over 100. I think he can put up 110. And if he does that, he'll have a very strong case for MVP. He will not win the Art Ross. I don't think that's going to happen.
I'm okay with that.
Those are my award picks for the first month of the season.
You have a Vesna?
Hellbuck.
Yeah.
Dude, he's like, the numbers he's putting up right now are ridiculous. Ridiculous. Does it mean that they're going to be a threat in the playoffs? Prove it to me. You have to prove it to me. Winnipeg is the team that can't get it done.
Do you think Shesterkin can catch him?
Yes, I do. And I think New York is a better team overall than Winnipeg is. And I also believe that once the Central starts to get going, Dallas refines its footing, Colorado gets healthy, that the Central is a much more difficult division to win than New York has in the Metro. If you look in the Metropolitan Division, New York has to deal with Washington, the Islanders, the Penguins, the Flyers, and the Blue Jackets all suck. Who are the Devils this year? And while the Hurricanes are very good, they're the best team in the Eastern Conference right now, you lost to a shorthanded Avalanche team. And we also know, much like Winnipeg doesn't have, Carolina doesn't have the guy to put them over the edge. They don't. Last night, Coach, there were a couple things that happened that I gotta put my finger on.
Talk dirty to me, Raj.
What the hell was going on with the officiating last night? The officiating was insane in the third period. Insane. What happened with Mikko Rantanen last night where he goes into the board, I can't remember the Predators player who he ends up taking the penalty on. If you guys have that on the text line, 303-504-0925 in the Shot Mazda text line, I'm missing the Predators player that Mikko Rantanen ends up getting called for a boarding call against in the third period. Rantanen stops the momentum of the player sliding into the puck in his own defensive zone. The Avs then turn the puck over and go on a 3-on-1 the opposite direction, led by Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar. McCarron is the player. Okay, thank you very much. 47 or something, I think he wears for Nashville.
McCarron or McCare?
McCarron. Carter Hart. Although I probably shouldn't say his name. That guy's allegedly a piece of crap.
He's a douchebag. He's a bag of douche.
Rantanen puts him into the boards. Avs go on a 3-on-1. They call the play down because McCarron is injured. What none of us saw was a hand go up for a penalty. They blow it down, and they end up going to review and then calling a 2-minute penalty on Mikko Rantanen after the fact, even though there was not a major penalty called against the Avs. And it wasn't announced. Apparently, Riker and Moj were told that they called a penalty after the fact, like as McCarron was down the ice, but none of us saw it. And none of us were notified that they were calling a major penalty. Therefore, we have to operate on the assumption that no penalties were called. And what you can't do as an official, Coach, is you can't go back in time and then create a random 2-minute penalty against the Avs. The officiating last night could have cost the Avs 2 points. I thought it was a joke. Right after the play and the Avs kill the penalty, Rantanen gets hit up high by Cole Smith. Not that Cole Smith who's walking past us, but a different one. I didn't love the fact that the Avs didn't come to Rantanen's rescue there.
Who had the worst weekend? Big 12 officials, the NHL officials last night in the Avs-Preds game, or Frontier Airlines in trying to transport the Sanford family?
Coach, Big 12 was pretty bad.
Really bad.
Big 12 was really, really bad.
Just completely lost control of multiple games.
We'll get into college football next.
last year was just we instilled hope, but this year, man, we got to go do it. We got to go do it. We have the quarterback, we have the receivers, we have the offensive line, we have the secondary, the defensive line. We got to go do it.
So, Deion, I think I read the other day that you said you can be a playoff team next year. Obviously, it expands to 12 teams. Are you sticking by that at this point?
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
I believe, man. I don't just wear this on my shirt and on my chest. I truly believe.
Coach Prime earlier on this year talking about how the Buffs can be part of this 12-team playoff. We get CFP ranking number 2 later on tonight. Colorado's not going to be in the top 12. We know that right now, but they do control their destiny to this 12-team playoff. You win out, that means you are in the Big 12 title game. You win the Big 12 title game, that means you're in, without a doubt. I think with their big win at Texas Tech, with other teams stumbling, I think they can go as high as 15 this week, maybe, knowing that only one team from the Big 12 is getting in, which means I don't think that you're going to see a really, really high rank from any one of their contenders. Like BYU right now at 7 feels like it's a higher ranking than it should be because there's a 0 in the loss column.
It's an obligatory, you're undefeated in a quote-unquote power conference. But we all know that the college football playoff shareholders do not respect the Big 12 conference, period. Now, I want to go back to that quote. That was back in the summer from Coach Prime.
Mm-hmm.
If you weren't in that building, if you weren't a part of the glazing, whatever you want to call it, live stream media that glazes, you would have said that Coach Prime was absolutely nuts for saying what he said there.
I don't know about that.
I do.
I don't know about that.
I think people on Altitude 92.5 said he was nuts for saying that. Now, I think they would say, well, you should have that belief when you're the head coach of the team, but let's talk in reality here.
In reality, we were talking about 7 or 8 wins being a very reasonable expectation for...
Yeah, but he said playoffs. He said CFP playoffs.
CFP playoffs means, though, in the Big 12...
7 or 8 wins would not be getting you there.
But you're knocking on the door.
10 would be the minimum.
Right. 10 wins is going to get you to that title game. So you're in the general area. I don't think it was a crazy leap for him to go from, well, yeah, if we're being expected to get, 7, 8, maybe 9 wins this season, that if we can find a way to squeak out another, we're in a title game. We're not the bona fide best team in the Big 12, but we give ourselves a shot.
How often do coaches, and I've been one of them as a head coach that talked, like at Western Kentucky, I boldly proclaimed that we were going to be BCS busters at my introductory press conference.
Go Toppers.
Yeah, we didn't go there. We didn't go to the BCS. In fact, we went to me looking for a new job after 2 years. But how often do coaches have these type of bold proclamations and they just fall flat on their faces? This is not one of those situations. He said it. And that was my expectation was, yes, 100% a year ago was a year of hope. It was a year of rejuvenation, of getting the bandwagon kind of full again, getting certainly the national TV decision makers to put CU on major games that it hadn't been on really since the 90s. And then this year was the year of expectation. And that's been the standard of which I've held CU to, because I took Coach Prime for his word, and he's made good on that word. He's made good on that promise. The defense, which had so many issues a year ago, doesn't have those same issues. The offensive line, while far from perfect, doesn't have the egregious issues of 2023. And the reality of where Coach Prime is right now is you got 4 games ahead of you, essentially. And you go 4-0 in those games, you are in the college football playoff. And to me, that's the only path.
If you go 4-0 and you win that Big 12 title game, though, you're likely not a top 4 seed.
Definitely not.
Because your top 4 seeds as of right now, and this is projecting what's going to happen.
Hold on,
tonight.
real quick. Do you think the CFP decision makers want to give CU a bye in the first round? Hell no, because they want that TV revenue, baby.
Yeah, you want them playing.
They want them
round
playing
one.
if they're good enough to make some noise, then let's milk it for everything we can. And don't think that those discussions don't happen behind closed doors, because they absolutely do. College football is so freaking crooked, man.
So would they? If you end up running the table and you win the Big 12, does that mean you're the 5 seed?
You end up Boise State would be a higher ranked team if they went out, I believe. Because Boise State would be 12-1, most likely with a Heisman candidate, and they in Ohio State have the most high quality loss.
Colorado, however, will have an opportunity to have a better win at the end of the season.
Correct.
Because you're going to have to go through BYU, and Boise State does not. Boise State has San Jose State, Wyoming, Oregon State, and as it stands right now, the CSU Rams.
But you're still going to have that really, really ugly wart of that ass whooping that you took in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Week 3.
And potentially a home loss against what could end up being a 3, if not 4 loss Kansas State team. And you've got to measure all that. Boise State.
Well, I guess the question is then, if you're in the committee, how far away from the Mountain West is the Big 12?
The top of the conference, I'd say it's significantly better, 1 through 5. The rest of the conference, I mean, the Big 12 does not get a lot of it. It is not respected currently in the national landscape.
No, but it's far more respected than the Mountain West Conference is.
It is
far more.
But you will have a 12-1 Boise State team versus a 11-2 CU team, and Boise State's one loss was at Oregon by a one possession situation.
I do have to poke holes in the Heisman candidate theory with Boise State, though. Colorado may have 2.
You're right. They will have 2 Heisman candidates, but unfortunately, they will have 2 losses.
Man, I don't know. I don't know if Boise State ends up getting a higher seed there. I really don't.
Because let's talk ACC.
Well, with Miami being shown, they finally showed their colors.
Which
right?
I called.
Finally lost.
I've been calling it for weeks.
You called that. You called the Mississippi game, man. You were on fire last week.
I had a good weekend.
And you were damn near.
And I was
near
in
called
Vegas.
The Broncos. You had
I was in Vegas, and I called it all on the airwaves, but I didn't call any of it. It's the first trip I've ever made to Las Vegas where I didn't gamble a cent. I didn't even drop a penny in a penny slot, Raj.
Coach!
Yeah, missed opportunities.
What do you do? Actually, you know what? Listen, congratulations. As of right now, this is the projected bracket coming out tonight, according to ESPN. Number 1 seed, Oregon. Number 2 seed, Texas, and the perpetually horny Quinn Ewers, if you guys haven't seen his text messages that he was sending out. Enjoy your Google searches. It is a riot. Number 3 seed, as of right now, the Big 12 undefeated champion, projected, BYU Cougars. Number 4, Miami stays despite losing an ACC game at number 4. Your first round matchups are this. 10-7, Alabama visiting Tennessee. The winner plays Texas. 11-6, Georgia, coming off of a loss, a big-time loss, shellacking, visits number 6, Penn State. The winner would then play number 3, BYU, or your Big 12 title. Number 12 versus number 5, coaches Boise State Broncos at the Horseshoe to take on Ohio State. The winner takes on the ACC champion, Miami. In our situation, however, this is more likely the Big 12 champion than the ACC champion. At least we think. And then your final first round matchup, as it stands projected, number 9 Notre Dame visits undefeated number 8 Indiana.
So CBSSports.com breaks down this for anybody who's listening and is calling me crazy to say that Boise State as a non-power conference team cannot get a first round bye. You're dead ass wrong. Okay. And this is from CBSSports.com breaking it down. If BYU and Miami, this was written a week ago, finish their seasons undefeated, we know that's not going to be the case. Boise State will assuredly finish at the 5th automatic qualifier. If either is a 1-loss team, though, things get interesting. The Cougars especially would be at risk of falling behind Boise State in the rankings, and then there's a possibility of a title game upset. If Miami or BYU lose their respective conference championship game, Boise State is set up extremely well to stay ahead of the winner, whether it's SMU or Iowa State, which is those ships have sailed, at least in the Iowa State, most likely. That would give the Broncos the possibility of earning a first-round bye in the number 4 seed. The expanded CFP model only guarantees the top 4 conference champions will earn first-round buys. It never guarantees the 4 power conferences. So just want to put that in the universe so everybody understands the rules.
So as it stands right now, the chaos in the ACC is what, like if Louisville finds a way in the ACC title game and wins the ACC championship over, let's call it SMU. I think Colorado has a better chance, BYU has a better chance, Boise State has a better chance of being a higher-ranked conference champion than a possible 2-loss Louisville Cardinal team that,
correct.
In a game, an ACC title game that no one would watch. And again, this is all projected.
The problem,
don't know what's going to happen.
All of you listeners and texters that are crushing me right now, the problem that you guys are just glossing over so conveniently right now is that my alma mater, Boise State, has 2 victories over ranked teams at the time.
And a great loss.
And an elite loss. And those 2 victories are against, what is Wazoo right now ranked in the rankings? We'll find out tonight. They were 21 in the first one.
So most Wazoo is currently 19 in the AP.
So 19 in the AP, and Boise State beat them by 21 points, Raj. 21. And then beat UNLV, who most likely will finish the season at 10-2. They have a win over UNLV as well.
Fishing for Cards goes, don't forget that awesome moral win or moral loss. It matters in college sports, man.
It does, especially if you back it up with 2 top 25 victories, which UNLV at the time was a top 25 victory. Most likely will finish their season out 10-2, and they will also most likely finish out probably outside of the conference championship game, because guess who's going to the conference title game in the Mountain West to play the Boise State Broncos?
The CSU Rams.
The CSU Rams, who have the border war on Friday.
It's the coolest thing ever, dude. It's the coolest thing
Let's
ever.
go. They're battling for a boot on Friday and a potential. They control their destiny towards the CFP, Raj.
What's the best college football trophy?
Man, I always thought just coaching in the UNLV Reno game, the battle for the Fremont Cannon was so cool.
It's an actual,
it's a real
like
Civil
a
War
cannon?
It's a Civil War cannon.
How heavy are those things?
Because I don't know the exact history, but the state of Nevada was awarded statehood after the Civil War, and it had something to do with the battle for the north and the south of land. And so Nevada the state is known as Battle-Born because of what happened in the Civil War.
The Iron Skillet is the award between SMU and Texas Christian.
Paul Bunyan's axe was pretty damn sweet.
Paul Bunyan's axe is dope.
I won that son of a gun, man. You know what was awesome? I coached in the Wisconsin-Minnesota game. Kind of coached a good game. Leo Chenal, who blocked the field goal against the Broncos, I kind of had him from a schematic standpoint. We had a bunch of really good hard play actions that he was kind of getting got a little bit. I got to hold up the Paul Bunyan axe, and then I got to get fired the next day. So cool. College football.
At least you held the axe, baby.
It's so good, man.
I'm biased. Give me the Egg Bowl.
Egg Bowl? It's a good trophy, don't get me wrong. I think
it
the
sounds stupid.
The oak bucket between Purdue and Indiana is pretty cool.
I'm about to teach you something, Coach.
But why are we talking about eggs, man? We're talking about eggs in football. Like, what do eggs have to do with a rivalry? Just give me like a 15-second just.
What does Paul Bunyan's axe have to do with anything?
Because Paul Bunyan lived up there in the bold north, man. Paul Bunyan he's like 7'11". It's a big man.
Isn't he made up?
That's
He's a
beside the
fable.
point. But
that's folklore.
KJ, what are eggs in Mississippi? Because every state has eggs. Is it like, does Mississippi think it has the best eggs, the coolest eggs?
There's no question. You won't find another state that has more counties that produces eggs by chickens than Mississippi.
Cool.
Yeah.
Give me the eggs here. I'm sick and tired of paying $12.99 for a dozen eggs. I've stopped eating eggs. I love my English muffin egg sandwich that I make every morning. I grill a little bit of ham. I throw some white American cheese on it. Don't come at me. That is the best meltable.
Dude, that sounds so
white
good.
American cheese is the best sandwich cheese on the planet.
You're right.
Without a doubt. It's a crap cheese, but
it melts perfectly.
It melts perfectly.
And it kind of drapes. It kind of frames whatever you have that it's bringing about. I mean, on a burger, anybody who gets Swiss cheese
Nonsense.
or even like real high-end cheddar on a burger,
insane.
Like, you are wrong.
It turns into like a rubbery flap. Like I could smack you across the face of it. Like it's a tortilla.
It's actually un-American.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, it's un-American.
White American cheese, grill some ham, do a little over medium egg, and sandwich it in between an English muffin. And I haven't been able to do it because eggs are costing me my damn mortgage. So get me your Mississippi eggs, please, so I can enjoy my breakfast again, KJ. Thank you very much. NFL notes are on the other side.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Coach, we are getting lit up for our cheese choice.
Well, let me tell you about my own personal cheese experience. I ended up getting some jobs where I was becoming, at least I should have acted like somebody who's a bit more high class. And you go to these booster events. You know, what kind of cheese would you like on that, sir? My whole life, I just said, I don't know. What do you guys usually put on it? American, right? That's what a burger is. So I felt like I had to be somebody who classes it up.
Be yourself, Coach.
And so I started throwing Gouda and Munster, Münster.
They're good cheeses. Don't get me wrong.
I love good cheeses, but we're talking about sandwiches, hot sandwiches, namely burgers or breakfast sandwiches. And I learned over the last year and a half, I had an epiphany that all of those other cheese options, they're bringing my sandwich down. American compliments and frames my sandwich so perfectly well that, Raj, I got back to my roots as a real American that likes American cheese. America.
Damn right, Coach. Every day on Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL. And on Tuesdays, we wrap up the week that was around the league. We start with last night's game, the Dolphins, 23-15 over the Rams. Tyreek Hill, big-time touchdown.
3 wide receivers out there on 1st and goal from the 1. Tua keeps, fires, touchdown, Miami, Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek, big touchdown, just 3 receptions and 1 TD from Tyreek, who's been really quiet this year. Granted, he hasn't had, his full-time quarterback the whole year. And yet again, we see Tua put himself in a compromised situation.
Yeah, he decided on was it a fumble or an interception? He just leads with the helmet, gets kicked in the back of the head or on the top of the head, whatever. Tua, you gotta just learn and just self-preservation, man. It's the way to go. But Tua is a warrior, and it's hard to sometimes take the warrior out of the Hawaiian, the Islander. He's a true warrior, man.
As field goals tooketh away from the Broncos, they gaveth to the 8-1 Lions, who on Sunday night go into Houston and beat the Texans 26-23, thanks to a couple of 50-yard field goals from Jake Bates.
For 52 for the win. It is just good. Just inside the upright. Jake Bates, hometown hero. And the Lions have come all the way back.
Game of football, it's a matter of inches, isn't it, Raj? And I know you and I are always looking for that hidden inch ourselves, man. And the Lions found it, and unfortunately, the Denver Broncos didn't. Those are the 2 best games by far of the weekend. Number 1 being the Broncos-Chiefs. Unfortunately, for all the wrong reasons. But you know what? I move on because we're on to Atlanta. But I'll tell you, those Lions, man, they find a way to win.
Find a way, despite 5 interceptions from Jared Goff. Count them, 5 picks and a fumble from David Montgomery, although he didn't lose the fumble. Still, you put the ball in harm's way 6 times against a team. It's not an easy team to play against in Houston, although is CJ Stroud going through a little bit of a sophomore slump? We've seen some tape on this guy, and now he's coming back to earth.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Texans as a franchise, they were creeping up on people a bit last year. Sometimes you got to think about just how the schedule lines up. And so far this year, the Texans have ended up playing some pretty premier games because the NFL wanted to showcase their, the next big-time quarterback in the NFL. He's going to be just fine, Raj. Just not playing at the level he was a year ago.
Cardinals beat the Jets 31-6. Kyler Murray, 22 of 24, 266 yards and a touchdown. 2 rushing touchdowns in that game for Kyler as well. Arizona, man, are they real in the NFC?
They appear to be real, and Kyler Murray's playing really good ball. He's found that work-life balance between being an NFL starting quarterback and also in his life away being a Call of Duty aficionado, and he's balancing it so much better than he has in years past with the new drop of Call of Duty. Really proud of Kyler.
He's probably roasting me in BO6 right now.
Oh, I'll tell you this.
I can't compete anymore, Coach. I just can't. I need to uninstall the game.
Do we think that this is how Aaron Rodgers is going to go down. Is this going to be the end of Aaron Rodgers? Absolutely melting himself, the franchise falling apart, him pulling at every single fiber of that franchise to get Robert Saleh fired, and now the defense is 10 times worse. You know what I think Aaron Rodgers might need? He needs a darkness retreat.
Who would want him? Who would want him? Name a team. Regardless of how he comes out of a darkness ayahuasca retreat. What team wants that chaos in their room?
You can hear John Lennon right here singing to the only place that wants Aaron Rodgers right now, and it's darkness. And this is where he's going.
Dude, he's done. I'm sorry. He's done. He's cooked. He's toast, just like the turkey you're going to have in 2 weeks. Cardinals 31-6 over the Jets. They improved to 6-4. They are firmly in a playoff spot, first place in the NFC West as it stands right now. Moving on, Eagles hammer the Cowboys 34-6, 202 yards, 2 touchdowns through the air, 2 touchdowns on the ground for Jalen Hurts in that game. Saquon Barkley, 66 yards. A.J. Brown, 110-yard reception game. Cowboys fall to 3-6. Jerry Jones doubled down on the fact that, well, we think that the glaring sun is actually... it's an advantage for the Cowboys, he said today on his radio show.
Yeah, it didn't look like it for CeeDee Lamb, who should have caught a touchdown pass. I know CeeDee Lamb fantasy owners aren't going to be too happy about that glaring sun that Jerry Jones is talking about the benefits with.
Did you see what they did on Mike McCarthy's presser?
They built like an apparatus so he doesn't have a glare in his face.
They put up shades for the presser for the head coach that's about to get let go in the offseason, and they won't find a way to put up all... They make apps for these things now. I've got an app on my phone that brings a shade up and down inside the house. I think Jerry can afford those.
Yeah,
Get the damn act together.
Right now, it seems like darkness is something that a lot of people are looking for. Aaron Rodgers looking for darkness. CeeDee Lamb looking for a bit of a retreat from the glare of the sun when he's trying to catch a football in an indoor facility, mind you. What the hell are we doing with these stadium designs? I know that Jerry loves this natural light and the feng shui that it adds to his amazing facility. Just make it for the players to perform at optimal level, you morons.
Vikings 12-7 over the Jaguars. They survive against Jacksonville despite 3 turnovers from Sam Darnold, 3 picks, 241 yards though through the air. The Vikings are 7-2, but is it sustainable when your quarterback leads the league in turnovers? The answer is probably no.
Yeah, probably not. I don't think so.
One and done year for Darnold.
It's
McCarthy's team next year.
It's going to be J.J. McCarthy. I'm excited for it, man. I love J.J. McCarthy. I didn't like him at all. I thought he was overrated. I thought he just won because Michigan was so good. By the way, have you seen Blake Corum, who I thought was the world beater at running back? His stats are so... It's amazing how little he's doing, and he is...
Did Harbaugh run him into the ground?
Mm-hmm.
You see a lot of those coaches, man. A lot of those.
I've done it.
Who'd you do it with, Coach?
Jay Ajayi.
Yep.
Sorry.
He still had a decent career.
Yeah, he got 7 years in, but it could have been like...
Could have been 10.
It could have been like Derrick Henry light if he would have been delivered to the National Football League in tip-top shape.
Hey, your job is to win football games, Coach.
Feed my family.
I was going to ask you when we were talking about the Broncos and Bo and whether or not he should be more in the conversation for Rookie of the Year. We didn't get to it. If you redraft the quarterbacks right now, how do they pan out? Because 1, 2, 3 goes Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May. The next quarterback is Michael Penix at number 8 to the Falcons, J.J. McCarthy at 10 to the Vikings, and then Nix at 12 to the Broncos.
My power ranking all along at the quarterback position, you can go back and check the tape, was Jaden Daniels 1, Michael Penix Jr. 2.
Loved him.
J.J. McCarthy 3. Caleb Williams 4. Bo Nix 5. And Drake May 6. So I'm going to be wrong. I'm going to eat crow and say that at least at this stage, there is no comparing Bo Nix to Caleb Williams. Bo Nix, you are without a doubt better than Caleb Williams in your matriculation to the National Football League.
So if you redraft right now, and obviously it's we're very early in these quarterback careers, not even full way through a season, halfway through a season, almost exactly. Jaden 1, Bo 2. Who's 3?
It's got to be Drake May. I mean, he's trending in a pretty positive direction. He's doing some good things.
Caleb 4 because we
and
haven't
then
seen
incomplete
Penix.
grades on 5 and 6.
Through 10 weeks, you've won the draft so far, Sean Payton. Congratulations. I should say congratulations to D-Mac.
Do you think that me, and I said it earlier in the show, that me taking the entire family to just root for the home team for the Denver Broncos game against the Falcons because it's the biggest game of the year, do you think there might be a slight ulterior motive because I'm a president of the Penn 15 Club, Rocky Mountain
You're not going to
Charter?
see him.
See him warm up.
Be excited as D-Mac is?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I just love it.
You got to wear like an oversized sweatshirt, coach, that goes down to like your quads.
Yeah.
Just telling you.
Or just like some sweatpants that you can give the old uptuck.
Jesus Christ. You can't pull out the elastic pin. This guy. Where were we? What game was I talking about? Oh, yeah, the Vikings 12-7 over the Jaguars. Who really cares? Steelers 28-27 over the Commanders. They improved to 7-2. Commanders' third loss on the season. 49ers get a game winner, 44 yards from Jake Moody.
Can it be redemption for Jake Moody to win it from 44? Kick is up, and it is up and through. It's good. The 49ers win it.
Don't look now, but the 49ers are knocking on the door in the NFC. 5-4, second place in the NFC West, and Christian McCaffrey is back and healthy. Don't look now.
We all knew this was coming, Raj. We've talked about it for weeks, and here it is. Even to the point of all championship teams have a superstar receiver running back combo take a right hook to the long snapper's helmet early on in a football contest. Did you see what happened with Deebo Samuel? He damn near punched his own teammate on the sideline. And that same teammate is the one who snapped that ball, and the kick was made, and everything's good.
5-4 the Niners, 4-6 the Buccaneers. Saints get a 20-17 win over the Atlanta Falcons. 20-17 is the final there. Saints 3-7. Falcons are 6-4, taking on the Broncos next week. Kirk Cousins 306 yards, no touchdowns. Did throw a pick. Is he ripe for the sacking this week?
He's not very mobile, I'll say that, but he is very crafty. He's very intelligent. He's got a PhD in football pressure packages and how to exploit certain coverages. But I just still like the fact that the good old-fashioned Falcons are going to have to see a bunch of man pressure, and that's what I think is the biggest challenge for a quarterback to create their own time for, because there's just not immediate answers available in the pass game.
No, man, I'm a pretty open guy, so this is how my day started. I get down here to the stadium, I get down here to Superdome, I go in the head coach's locker room, which, I've never used before, right? So here I am early in the morning, I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet. And I'm like, this is going to be a crappy day, pun intended. And so listen, I'm like, okay, this is not really a great start to the day. Here we go. And so, I'm not really feeling like a head coach of an NFL team right now. So.
It's what happens when you have a new head coach and he doesn't have all the media training that he needs.
For all of our 16-year-old listeners that are clearly listening to our program right now, that man right there is just taking over the title of Riz King. Darren Rizzi, I believe is his first name.
Darren Rizzi.
He is just showing his Riz by talking about the poop that he had in pregame.
Bills.
What a legend.
It's unbelievable. Bills 30-20 over the Colts. They improved to 8-2. 2 interceptions from Josh Allen. However, they overcome 114 yards on the ground from Jonathan Taylor. They forced 4 turnovers on defense from the Colts, but Joe Flacco is still going to be the quarterback in Indy. I don't get it.
It's not great over there. And Shane Steichen, a guy that I've told you a couple times, Raj, that I coached, did a great job as the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles in their Super Bowl. Man, it looks like he is a young head coach that is going through it right now and not necessarily making the right decisions and pulling the right strings, because he's questioned at just about every different step that he takes along this journey.
Patriots beat the Bears 19-3 on the road. It was a terrible game, a boring game, but 9 sacks for New England on Caleb Williams.
There's Williams in trouble, and down he goes for the 8th time today. Williams on 4th down to the sidelines. Odunze is down at the 49-yard line. A tough day for Caleb Williams.
I would imagine, since he's not calling back, that'll be all for Matt Eberflus.
9 sacks, 51 yards of lost yardage for the Bears there on the 9 sacks. And as a result, they fire offensive coordinator Shane Waldron.
Just another offensive coordinator goes down in back-to-back years under Matt Eberflus, who, by the way, his defense hasn't been spectacular either. Matt Eberflus has to be next. Ryan Poles also probably going to be going on his way out. I saw this tweet from Dan Orlovsky. Caleb Williams is the only QB to take 15 sacks in a two-game span this season. He leads the National Football League with 19 sacks when his O-line records a pass block win. He co-leads the NFL with Deshaun Watson with 27 sacks on extended dropbacks, 4+ seconds after the snap. It's not going well for Caleb Williams. A lot of the same things that I had questions about, where he's obsessed with the second play. I think it's starting to kind of bite the franchise and bite him. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a little Bryce Young style benching here in the near future.
Panthers get a 20-17 win. Despite the benching, Bryce Young,
hey,
2 wins in a row.
Yeah, Bryce Young's back, man. He graduated 8th grade and he's on to 9th grade with his little backpack.
Giants fumble in overtime, game-winning field goal, 153 yards and a touchdown on the ground from Chuba Hubbard. 2 interceptions from Daniel Jones. There's rumors that he might be sat this week, Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Danny Dimes, you're just not it. You never were it.
Who's the backup in New York, Coach?
It is a one Drew Lock.
Drew Lock, baby!
Put that backpack
lasers.
on,
Pew,
baby.
Pew, 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 pew.
Is that where the laser show started?
Yeah.
That's so dumb. Is it a DMAC bit?
I don't know
if you want to listen
I can't
to
put that on
the
him.
laser show bit, tune in here in 22 minutes.
Colorado's most complete local appliance store is Mountain High Appliance, with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. That is mountainhighappliance.com.
I'm feeling bad for the DBs. Don't forget he could move, that he could throw on the run. Pop smoke with the woo. That's a fully loaded gun.
Did you guys see what Syracuse head coach Fran Brown had to say after the Orange fell to 6-3 on the season? After we all thought that me and D-Mac wanted to keep Kyle McCord a secret because we thought he was going to be a Heisman Trophy candidate, and then he threw 5 interceptions and a half.
3 pick sixes. No big deal. Light work. Yeah, I actually didn't hear what Fran Brown said, but I did smell what Fran Brown is cooking.
Honestly, I got like a ritual. Like when we lose, I ain't even getting a shower till early this morning. I just be mad. I just brush my teeth. But it's like I don't deserve soap. I don't deserve to do all that. I'm just focused on like trying to get back and trying to make sure that our players mentally understand and know that I let them down, that they didn't do it.
When you choose to go into college football coaching, you are inevitably choosing to self-loathe and just basically treat your own self like you're the worst thing on planet Earth after just about every loss or bad practice. But the double whammy here, Raj, and you and D-Mac can certainly understand this, is when you choose to go to college or you choose to be employed in Syracuse in the hitherlands of upstate New York, you're going with the old double whammy as a football coach at Syracuse. You are choosing to hate yourself.
Listen, the good news is that it's so cold up there that you're not sweating. Therefore, you probably don't smell as bad.
Except for
Is that big brain?
It's big brain, but also a lot of times when and I learned this in Minneapolis, man, some of the most ripe days of my life were going from extreme cold outside to extremely overheated indoors, and you end up just kind of sitting in your stew a little bit.
You sweat, and then you go back outside to the cold, and then it freezes on you?
Yeah, and it's just frozen butter of the duck.
What was your self-deprecating move when you lost football games?
My wife would always laugh if we drove home together after the game. I would talk to myself for like the entirety of the drive home.
Out loud?
Out loud. Like talk to myself like, such a stupid call. I'm so dumb. What the frick was I doing? She's like, hun, stop it. You sound like an idiot. Like the real world doesn't operate like you're operating right now. And I'm like, I know, it's just terrible. Like we didn't give our play. Just the entire ride home.
You think Sean Payton did that after the Chiefs game?
I think he probably found a parking lot near a sushi restaurant and just started doing circles. I don't even like sushi, but I'm going to go to a sushi restaurant because I just deserve expensive food that I dislike.
Yeah, but I don't think he should be in a self-deprecating mood right now. They played the perfect game. They should have beat the Chiefs. They're going to be fine this week against Atlanta on their
right? Right?
Well, you're looking at me like
they're
I'm crazy.
They're going to be fine against Atlanta, right? It's the biggest game of the season.
You
know why?
Would you care to unpack that?
Do you want to know why it's the biggest game of the season for the Denver Broncos? They got 5 wins and 5 losses. Their 5 wins are against all teams that are not just 500 or worse. They're at least 2 games below 500. Now with the Tampa Bay Bucks showing what they actually are, not what they started the season as, that's the best win you have, and they are a 4-6 team. You got wins over the NFC South's 3-7 apiece, New Orleans Saints and Carolina Panthers. It's 3 of your wins are against the NFC South. And then you got to win against the dynamic history of the Las Vegas Raiders, who currently sit at 2-7.
Would you care to show me outside of week 2 at Philadelphia the impressive win on Atlanta's schedule?
They have 6 wins, and it's your first crack at a victory over a team that has a winning record.
A 2-point win at home against New Orleans. An overtime win at home against Tampa Bay. An 18-point win on the road at Carolina. Craptastic. A 5-point win on the road at Tampa Bay. Again, who we're now disparaging the Broncos having beaten.
Right.
Because that's, I guess, what we do. And then a 6-point win at home against the Dak Prescott-less Cowboys, although he did play in that game.
So about the same. About the same.
They're kind of the same.
Yeah.
They I'm sorry, they lost to New Orleans.
About the same.
They've got a worse loss.
The Broncos.
There's a worse loss on the schedule.
The Denver Broncos and the Atlanta Falcons are vying for the coveted playoff spot from the NFC South because that's where the majority of the victories have come from.
Both teams have lost to Seattle and Pittsburgh. Denver, on the opposite side of the equation, outside, and I know they got blown out by Baltimore. Denver doesn't have the bad loss on the schedule. They lost to a team. They got blown out by a team that is a Super Bowl contender. You can look at that and see the final score and go, you know what? Bad loss. But they didn't lose to New Orleans. That's a bad loss that they've got going there.
Agreed.
They have kind of been the same team. However,
Seattle Seahawks, you got beat in the opener. Rookie quarterback who's 4-5 in the NFC West, which is just mired in mediocrity at this point. Everybody's just hovering at or near 500. Well, actually, every team's either one game or two games over 500 or one game below 500.
But they've the Broncos have beaten the teams that are kind of around them or lesser than they are.
So this is the first probably game that you're really looking at the opposite sideline and say, yep, we're evenly matched.
I think Tampa Bay is closer than you think.
Especially probably at the time that you beat them 27-7 because they were confident at the time.
Yes.
They were the Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Bucks were the toast of the NFL at the time.
You thought
like the Saints were early in the season.
True.
The two teams.
You thought you were closer to the Chargers than you actually are from the Broncos perspective. I don't think I guarantee a win against Atlanta, but I'm comfortable with the matchup. I think this is a bad matchup for Atlanta. I think it's a bad matchup for an immobile quarterback who does throw picks to go against this pass rush and this defense. And I think much like the Broncos matched up poorly against Baltimore, like you tried to tell us all week 2 weeks ago, I think Atlanta matches up terribly on the road in Denver.
Kirk Cousins has been sacked 20 times in the year already. He's thrown 8 interceptions. They do have they have some impressively talented skill players. Bijan Robinson, who's already he's at 750. He's going to be a 1,000-yard rusher insofar as he isn't banged up. And then their pass catching crew, man. You got Darnell Mooney's playing good ball, man. He's got 46 catches for nearly 700, 5 teeters. Drake London, who's a matchup problem. He has 58 catches for 650, 6 teeters. Kyle Pitts, who's extremely athletic. If you can do a good job of getting home, which I believe the Broncos will, with your pass rush, then you win this football game. If you get beat in man coverage, I would argue that this is maybe the toughest challenge of skill talent in one franchise that you're going to be facing, and that can show up against man-to-man coverage.
How scared does Bijan Robinson make you in this game? Has he gotten to the point where you look at him and you go, I have to heavily game plan for that running back?
A bit for me, sometimes it's Bijan Robinson as a pass catcher.
Okay.
Right? 41 catches on the season. He's got, he's averaging almost 10 yards per pop catching the football. Their screen game's really good. A lot of times when you do see a heavy dose of man coverage and pressure as a coach, you think, okay, I need to get the ball to the back out of the backfield, create some mismatches. Hopefully, if you're the Falcons, you're wanting Bijan Robinson in the pass catching sense to be more lined up against Cody Barton than you are Justin Strnad, because he's done a phenomenal job in coverage from where I've been able to evaluate. I'd say it's the fact that they have 5 very, very dangerous threats in their quiver that you don't have for your Denver.
Coach, I didn't get to one thing on my NHL hot lap when I brought you through the biggest stories. And Paul Bissonnette of TNT and Spit and Chicklets podcast tweeted out last night that, hey, get Sidney Crosby to the Avalanche. He's 3 years late to the party. We've been screaming that on Between the Pipes for years and years and years, although we know it's a pipe dream. It would likely never happen, especially with Crosby having signed a deal. The Penguins are terrible right now. They got 6 goals scored on them in the first period against Dallas yesterday.
Raj, what would that do to you?
Would
it be worse than D-Mac?
I'd have to tape it down.
Would it be worse than D-Mac at the draft party when Bo Nix's name was read?
Get me a sponsorship from Home Depot, because I'll need to double up on the duct tape.
I thought you were going to go with the 2x4 treatment from Home Depot.
It's a little big for my liking, Coach.
Got to find the hidden inch always, Rash.
Kyle Dubas, who's the GM in Pittsburgh, says, hey, I'm looking to make some player in, player out moves to fix the roster in the near future. And he goes, everyone's available but Sid, so we might have to put that hope to bed.
Yeah.
I apologize,
Keep
guys.
dreaming, Raj. Keep dreaming.
I am dreaming. That's Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson. I'm Alex Ryanemi. On the other side, PhD takes over. Prime has his presser. The big question surrounding CU, It's not about where they get ranked in the CFP today. Is Jerry Jones going to steal Dion from Boulder? The guys discuss next.
We got to turn the page. I mean, we're going to sit there and talk about the Kansas City game for the rest of the season.
Good shit.
All right, thank you to AAA Home Improvements. Hey, I tell you, Dion's talking right now. Can we pot that up? Pot that up, Dan, and hear what he just said something really, really cool. He has a little bug up his butt today. Little fire about the media. He always has a little fire about the media. So a little bit more than usual. But very rarely. Yeah, just go to Prime. Let's hear a little bit. He's done by now, but let's tune it in.
I'm going to go grab a couple mature young men out of the portal, and we've already have this thing mapped out. I mean, not only for this year, but for the year thereafter. So we're kind of thinking ahead on these things. These are the kind of things that I've shared with the best darn I don't even know how to describe Rick. One of the best men that I've met that has given me a tremendous opportunity, but we go over these things with Rick tremendously well before. Not that he asked me to, but I just want him to know where we're headed with personnel.
Nick, Coach, just to follow up to that, one of those young guys, Cash Cleveland, who I know you're excited about, taking advantage of his opportunity last week. His performance, was that something that kind of solidifies him as kind of the starting center, or is that going to continue to be a competition with him?
It's going to always be an ongoing competition with everybody, not just Cash. But he's performing. He's been consistent. He's grading out wonderfully, and he's not making many mistakes. The main thing is to get the ball to the quarterback. That's number one, and we got to do that consistently. We can't have hiccups in the midst of that. But Cash is doing a great job. Well, we definitely Hank is Hank. Hank is still a great football player, we feel. But it's a battle. We would like to have that with every position, that thought process that there's another guy that's just as good, that's going to challenge you for your job, and depending on how the week plays out, that's the guy that's going to start. That's where we are in that position.
Hey, Coach. Brady King, Denver 7. Two quick ones for you. You mentioned the success of your defense, specifically Arden Walker. What has impressed you about him so far?
Don't give up. He's been labeled a starter, second team, third team, not even in the rotation. But he never gives up. He's relentless. He practices his butt off. Never is a ignorant person to talk back and lash out at the coaches. Always on time for everything. He's never on anybody's list, late list, this list, discipline list. He's a pillar of consistency, and he's learning the game day by day and understanding the expectations that we have for him. And I'm really proud of him.
Not football related, but Miss Peggy turns 100 next week. What has she just meant to you in this program?
Everything. Miss Peggy, in her own tremendous, loving way, she gives all of us hope. She gives all of us that unspeakable joy, that love, that respect. You know how many decades that we're apart, but we still found one another? I thank God for that. And just the little things she whispers, that's the remembrance of certain little things that she may say. Just her asking me about my mother. I told my mother the other day, Peggy would beat you in the 40, I'm telling you. Because she's going to get out the hole. I know she's going to get out the hole, and you're not going to catch her. I said, you got to get up and get going now. Come on, Peggy, high stepping on you, Ma. And I was dead serious, too. Because Peggy's just, she is like that, man. She gives me so much energy every darn time I see her. And you guys thought I was joking, man. I was really dedicated to get Peggy to a bowl game. Now we're trying to get Peggy to the game. Yeah, it was a bowl game. Now it's the game. Thank you. Great question. And she looks good in my shades.
Hey, Coach. John Treach, 9 News. Your former coach, Barry Switzer, always used to say, it's not about the X's and O's, it's about the Jimmies and Joes.
True.
Do you pass that sentiment down to your guys, that you have more firepower down the stretch?
Well, it's about both to me. The Jimmies and Joes are certainly the focal point. Then it gets to the X's and O's. We have a couple coordinators that are really good, And sometimes you guys are, you like giving Pat the credit that he deserves. Pat is unbelievable. Maybe because he had a stint in Denver, which Jesus of Nazareth couldn't have turned that around at the time. what he had to work with, God bless him. But Pat has been incredible, and I love him to life in his relationship with our players and the way he challenges them, the way he challenges the staff. I mean, in his preparation and his dialect during the game is unbelievable, man. So it takes those Jimmys and Joes, but also you got to know what you're doing and know what you're calling. And we have a tremendous relationship with the coordinators, with the staff, with everybody that's inside the building that's working to make this program a powerhouse. Thank you all. God bless you.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Man, good to see everybody. Tyler, Scott, good to see y'all.
Hi, boys. I like the better in a better place, Dion, than angry, hating everybody in the media, Dion.
No doubt about it. He has a little bit of that left. I mean, just a pinch. Right. Just a pinch, and it came out kind of earlier. But overall, this is really cool.
He's a confident man, and I think he's been relatively humble the entire year. I like the approach. He's probably looking at everything that he did this year like, man, it's everything, including what happened with Sean Keeler. This all unfolded the exact way that I wanted it to. He got a little bit contentious, and now he's got the relationship where he wants it to be, and he's on cruise control right now.
Right or wrong, and we've argued the validity of the Keeler situation, right or wrong. But anybody who's been to therapy will tell you, and I guess probably the same thing with coaching, got to have boundaries.
Yep.
And what he did now, it was a hard boundary. But guess what he established? He established, this is my boundary. I'm not wasting a breath with you because maybe he knows that's going to take me to a dark place I don't want to go. So whether it's ethically right or professionally right or all that stuff that we can argue as far as relationship between media and the head coach, I think that's all fair. But, dude, he set a boundary, and it's been a hard boundary, and guess what? Ain't no one crossed it.
Well, he certainly wouldn't have to do it, and nor am I demanding that he does it. But do you think he should just quietly just put out there, hey, Sean, it's good. Come on back. You can ask questions. We're all good.
I would hope that someday, sometime, somewhere, he and Sean Keeler have first an off-the-record conversation, and let's air the laundry. And then if that all works out and Stem's good, that maybe it gives him an exclusive. Let's sit down and talk.
Okay.
Yeah, there might come a time and place for it. Not now. Right now, I mean, he's definitely not thinking about the media. He's definitely not thinking about relationships with the media right now. So if that were to happen, it would probably mean because Deion Sanders is here next year, and he's getting everybody just a fresh pass for the new season. But no, I don't think he should do anything right now. All right, the focus is just on ball.
Yeah, I'm not demanding. I'm not banging the table for it. It's just, you just brought it up. Like, okay, it's definitely. Listen, man, I sometimes I feel like I'm at a cool church service with Prime when he's talking sometimes. Not a lecture, but more of and not even a TED Talk, but like an inspirational sort of like. If we could only
get Jameis Winston and Deion Sanders at the podium at the same time, I mean, we would all have a better faith in Jesus.
There's a lot of real good stuff that I think anybody could frankly use in their life about, I'm not looking straight ahead. I'm always looking around the corner. That's I'm standing up at the sermon on that one, man. I'm not. Everybody can see what's straight ahead. Can you see what's around the bend?
Yeah, and he had a great one last week when somebody was asking him about failures, and he said, "I don't live in failures, so I don't know." It's not saying that he hasn't failed, but he's saying I don't live there. Which is a great line, man. I mean, we can all fail, but don't live in your failure.
The strength and I'm going to take the credit for this since we're on a show of let's take credits. When he was at Jackson State, I got into somehow his YouTube channel and started watching him. And the messages like you're talking about, he was given to players. I've not heard a coach talk like that to players. The uplifting, the building, the promoting. I think we came
Dan
back.
Quinn. Dan Quinn's the only one I've ever been around that is similar to it.
Yeah, but now because we get to see it, right? I mean, he's got a social media chat, and there's always the naysayers that go, well, he knew he was on camera. And we've all seen guys change when they know they're on camera. But I said, dude, this is a different cat. This is an absolute different cat. Why don't see you talk to this guy?
It doesn't matter. Well, he's raised the bar so much right now. The conversation now gets really, really interesting. And the CU Buffaloes with Deion Sanders could become the biggest story. Oh, my gosh. If they get and win the Big 12, and I was a little bit wrong a couple things yesterday. One, if they win the Big 12, they've got a bye, right? They're one of the top 4 teams, correct?
I don't know if it's guaranteed, but they definitely can.
It's not guaranteed. Big 12.
I don't know. You could be right.
See, Dan, maybe look that up.
The way I understood it was that it wasn't a guarantee, but there's a very good likelihood of it.
Okay,
but you could be right, man. I mean,
but
this stuff is all brand new.
Yeah, Dan, maybe look it up. But I would assume
I thought it was a Power 4 conferences that are left.
I thought so too. Which would be SEC, Big 10, Big 12, ACC.
They all get it.
Yeah, those
thought
4.
So.
Okay.
I thought so. I thought those were the buys.
Then they do the best of the rest. And
then it's 5 against 12, 6 against 11, 7 against 10.
I'd almost, 8, 9. Okay, so if they get the bye, though, then where's the game played? Because I know if they don't get the bye, they would play at Folsom.
The first round of games are all somewhere else.
All right, here's what it says. The new 12-team college football playoff will include the 5 highest-ranked conference champions that will receive automatic bids. The 7 highest-ranked teams will round out the top 12. So it's not automatic that they would get the 1, 2, 3, or 4. Correct. They could get 5.
Now they probably will. If they win out, they will be one of the highest-ranked teams. I would imagine.
You would think so, right?
Yeah. I mean, if nothing else, look, they just got the name and they got the notoriety, and voters vote for name and notoriety.
Well,
so
there's going to be a 2 and 3 loss team in this playoff, which
from what conference?
But either the SEC or Big 10 probably.
Will see you if they make it to the Big 12 championship, even if they lose, make the top 12.
Well, I don't know. It'll be hard, but yes, the answer is they can.
They can, right?
And that's what I was trying to say last week about it, is that they didn't have – there is a path to the national championship, even without winning the Big 12. Now, there's a lot of things that got to fall in line, and you don't even know what those factors are yet, so it's hard to predict it. But, yes, there is a path in theory.
Utah has no quarterback, really, and are 10-point underdogs to see you at home and is having a down year. Oklahoma State is in last place and is 0-7 in the conference. Who would have seen that before then? By the way, who would see Arizona State right behind CU in 3rd place in the Big 12? That's happening too, which is wild.
My biggest concern, obviously, Kansas feels...
And then there's Kansas.
Kansas feels all of a sudden like the most dangerous team that's left, even though they've only won 3 football games, I think. But I'm actually really concerned about this weekend, about the start time. This team is so accustomed to playing these late night games. They are going to the polar opposite extreme, man. I mean, we're going to 10 a.m. start. That's radical. I like when we would play in Kansas City, I would struggle more with my time clock playing in Kansas City than I would on the East Coast, because we're now in Kansas City. Everything's just bumped up. It's early. You got the 11 a.m. start time. But when I go to the East Coast, I had a little bit of time to let my body adjust to it. So at 10 a.m. start, when you are accustomed to playing late at night, that is a radical extreme, making sure everybody's ready to rock and roll.
Prime said something fascinating about recruiting and something amazing about his team that the Avalanche and the Nuggets share as well, and I'm not quite sure about the Broncos. Details about that next.
All right, guys, Tyler here, my friends at Revitalized Health. I want to help you look better, feel better, sleep better by sending you on over to Revitalized Health. I've been working with them for 7 years because they're awesome at what they do, and I promise I wouldn't keep going for 7 years unless they're good. Guys, testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. Whatever your body needs, they're going to come up with a customized game plan, and once you get your numbers to where they belong, and believe me, you probably are deficient somewhere, once you get those numbers where they belong, you are going to feel so much better. With 3 locations, Revitalized Health is close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Leaves it for Shea. Doesn't take a shot. Sam Girard will force him back. Girard steals it. Breakaway in overtime. Sam Girard. Yeah! Sammy G gets the GWG. His first goal of the season against the team that drafted him. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, because this party is over.
Connor McGahey will join us in 24 minutes to go in depth about the Avalanche and where they are right now at 8-8. They've come back. The Nuggets have reestablished themselves. CU is on the cusp of, incredibly historic. It already is historic, and what it could do is actually kind of jaw-dropping the position that they're in. The Broncos, we'll see. Love the old school D, man. That is a sharp-looking T-shirt right there. I don't know where you picked that up. It looks great, though.
You know what? This was a giveaway this weekend. I was doing a watch party at the Broncos Stadium, and for a bunch of season ticket holders, I was doing it with Steve Foley. They were passing these
T-shirts out. That's a giveaway, huh?
This was a totally free T-shirt.
That's a damn sharp giveaway right there. I like that a lot. I love that logo.
Full time.
The thing that's interesting is creating some sort of identity for your team. And I'm not exactly sure the Broncos have done it, but you see these other teams doing it. Jared Bednar last night was asked, what's the difference between the beginning of the season and right now?
We're more competitive than we were early in the year. Yeah, we're figuring out the identity of what exactly this team needs to do and how we have to play to have success with this current lineup. I think you have a lot of guys in the lineup that have been here and they know what it looks like when the team's full, and what plays you can make, and you're making high percentage plays. You're used to the chemistry of your lines, and early in the year it can be a little bit of a learning curve, and I think we've kind of adjusted a little bit to that. But the guys are playing harder. We're playing more with more urgency and more competitiveness than we did in some of the games early in the year.
How about that? Fascinating. I'm watching a great Netflix 3-episode series about the 2004 Red Sox and the comeback they have on the Yankees. But they don't just start with the series. They go back to 2003. And somebody that was hurting the Red Sox remarkably was Nomar Garciaparra, because there was a big trade rumor that he was going to be dealt and they were going to bring in Alex Rodriguez. And for whatever reason, even though he was a legend with the team, it just didn't fit in to the identity and really where they were going. Fascinating that a legacy person just doesn't match. And once they got rid of him, they went on kind of a magical run that they made a remarkable comeback from. It just makes me feel like when you looked at the Red Sox, they were a bunch of misfits and the Yankees are all buttoned up. And listen, you can win either way, but whatever your identity is absolutely critical. And when I saw CU play down in Texas, I thought it was a lot of BS going there, man. I think the refs were a little bit of BS. I thought allowing those fans to do what they were doing, the T-shirt ownership, and I realized, wait a second, I am going to circle the wagons around CU and their identity right now because I kind of dig it because it's different. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but to me, once you establish a winning identity, whatever it is, look out.
Yeah, it's the hardest thing to do, man, especially when you're trying to get rid of bad culture, man. The belief in a winning identity. Like, if I'm being honest, as a Buffs fan right now, and I'm not sure if we're talking about Buffs or Avs or what right now, but or a little bit of it all. As a Buffs fan, I am so trained for negative things to happen that there is still a huge part of me that's like, all right, when are the wheels going to fall off?
You're waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah, it's hard to get rid of it. Now, but can you imagine if you feel like that, the hardest thing to do is to get that out of the locker room. But what Deion did, maybe the smartest thing he ever did, was getting rid of every single person that had been in that locker room. Because nobody's got that vibe. Nobody's got they don't have a hangover from the years past of Colorado. They just know Deion. That's what they know.
What's our guy from the Boulder Daily Camera?
Brian Howell.
Brian Howell asked him, what's the difference today? And he looked at Howell, and he's got a good relationship with Howell. He's like, what are you talking? We flipped the roster. Have you not paid attention? And then he goes, we flipped the coaches. And then you guys all heard it at the end. Pat Shurmur has been incredible. he couldn't have done anything with the sack of garbage basically he was handed with the Broncos. Are we looking, Scott, it's Pat Shurmur a little bit different these days? Was Prime speaking some truth?
Well, maybe, but and I think there's different coaches that handle different areas better. Tarkanian was a great college coach, but he sucked in the NBA. There's been a lot of switchovers like that. I'll go Deion Sanders biblical on you. And there's a story when Moses frees the Israelites and boom, 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 they wander the wilderness for 40 years. Well, you know why it was that long? Because they need to get generational people out of the slave mentality and get born into new generations of free, of understand what free meant instead of having that slave mentality. And that's how you change a culture. You got to, you can't just move the headstones.
Mm-hmm.
You have to move the bodies. I think that's probably what exactly happened to CU. I will go back to what Tyler just said about the waiting for the other shoe to drop. Go back to before the Avs won that last Stanley Cup. That's all we talked about with the Avs. When they're going to lose in the second round again. When is it? Nuggets before they won their championship. Well, okay, maybe they get to it's the Lakers again. This thing's over.
And unfortunately, Scott, with the Avs right now, I would imagine the majority of the fan base is feeling that. It's just been a couple of years of like, all right, when's something terrible going to happen?
And maybe, but let me just talk more about the organizations. And I look at the Avs and Nuggets almost in the same boat. These are championship teams. These are championship mentality teams. These are championship experience teams. What no one ever really appreciates that I try to impress on is, and you know this going to all the game, you only go to 41. 82 games is a grind. I mean, it is a grind.
Did you just say only 41?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm
you
joking,
missed one.
joking.
You missed one on the snow day, so you're down to 40 this year.
I did.
It's an absolute grind, and I think it's tough sometimes for champions. This is why we ought to kind of respect what Kansas City's able to do more than we do. But I look at the Nuggets starting the season the same way, and I think maybe the Avs say, dude, are we ready to really? We got to put that much energy in it in Game 3, Game 4. Do we really? And then once you kind of click, and listen, don't sleep on that win last night. Nashville just beat him to a pulp just a week ago.
It was
right?
a fascinating game because Bednar admitted last night both teams didn't have the jump. And you kind of get it, right? And through a long season on a Monday night, neither team really had it. So when nobody's really got it, what's the difference between the team that walks away with 2 points and 1 point because it went into overtime?
Some dude making a stupid turnover at the blue line, one of the fastest guys on the Avs.
But I mean, you're
have a penalty shot basically.
You're gonna bet on Sam Girard,
first overtime winner of his career.
First goal of the season.
First goal of the season. Taves had his first goal of the season, and Bednar spoke about that too. Like, you need moments where other guys have their moment too, as well as your superstars.
Yeah, and sometimes it's getting somebody back. And I do think that the Avalanche, once they got Lehkonen back 4 games ago,
that helped them.
That helped a lot. And I don't know if Lehkonen really did anything in the game last night, but they've certainly been clicking. And then they put Georgie back. You know what? And good for Georgie. He's out there looking like he could be the guy again. I'm fascinated by that whole conversation.
He scored a goal like in his first game back.
He did.
He scored their first goal.
And Georgie, you know what happens? When it's going your way, sometimes you get a little bit lucky because he made a save, but the puck was about to trickle over the goal line, but it didn't. And we heard that. We're seeing that from the Chiefs. You're winning games sometimes because you're a good team that happened to you guys in 2015. Yeah. And you're like, I don't even know how we're winning these games. But essentially, there's some teams that get the boot and some teams that give the boot. And right now, the Broncos are trying to figure that out. They're not quite there. But you're seeing it with these other teams. And with CU, you had to have 2 massive turnovers. Isn't that interesting? The first one when Prime first came here, and then a whole nother one until you really got it right that include the coaches. And you know what? With the Broncos, I think this is the primary reason why Justin Simmons isn't on this team. It's not that he's not a good player or people don't like him. It was just
he'll be back in the building Sunday.
He's kind of like, that's why I'm pointing. Like, he's like Nomar there. He's a legend. But he's probably too identified with when things weren't working out. Right. And it's not even his fault.
He had Pro Bowl years with a team that never sniffed the
Not
playoffs.
even his fault.
Yeah.
But he's the guy identified with it. And sometimes you just got to move on for probably the benefit of everybody. And it's fascinating to watch. So Prime, man, and by the way, you notice what he was wearing today?
His camo?
Yeah, because it's Military Appreciation Week for the Buffs.
That's his go-to right there, though. He wears the camo overall jumpsuit to practice all the time.
Yeah, to think that CU is that whole T-shirt thing really pisses me off.
Yeah, well, let me go. What's it called when you go and buy different stuff, merchandise, right?
Mm-hmm.
My daughter's a CU grad, also, right? Mad at CU.
Right now?
She loves how they're playing. Mad at CU.
Why?
Well, she sees some of these hoodies the Prime wears. I want one of those.
Oh, I know.
I got to get one of those. And she goes to the webpage and she goes, Dad, it's all the old stuff. There's none of the stuff that he wears on the sideline is available to buy on merchandise on the store.
I think he gets 90% of that stuff just custom made for him.
That's what I told him.
It's not stuff that they sell, but they should. Every single time he wears something on the weekend,
they ought to find a way to sell
They
it.
should release it that game, and they would probably make $1 million every weekend just off of selling whatever. Hey, Prime's wearing this weekend. Buy what Prime's wearing.
I just want to point out on ESPN right now, they're talking about Prime being the next coach for the Dallas Cowboys. They just had a highlight of him, and they're connecting Prime with the Cowboys. And guys, get ready for it. That conversation is really going to heat up here in the next 6 weeks. It's going to be on fire.
Coach there if all of a sudden Shedeur is playing in
No,
Las Vegas.
No, of course not. It would come with that caveat. He would go there, and then they would do whatever it would take to get Shedeur.
Well, there'd have to be a realistic path for Deion to take the job. I think Vegas is going to be – they're going to be tough to beat to get Shedeur Sanders, man.
They're going to be tough to beat, too. And so that's 2 teams. Well, how many teams do you really need going after you?
If some team signed Deion with the expectation of getting Shedeur, and they don't have a top 5 pick, if I'm the first pick in the draft, second pick, third pick, I don't care if I've got a franchise quarterback on my team. I am selecting Shedeur Sanders, and I will make that dude sit on the sideline as long as I possibly can. I'll say I need 3 first-rounders. I need your top 3 players and some on top of that. And I will wait as long as I possibly need, because that would be an insane gamble for a team to bring Deion Sanders in if they don't have a top 3 pick, thinking that they could just get him.
I'll throw this out there, and you already got one, but you're not paying him a lot. It ain't Florida, it ain't Georgia, but Carolina's good old Southern guy for like Deion is. Carolina, why wouldn't they be in the mix?
They could be. I'll tell you, there's a few teams in the mix, and I do not know if you caught the news today, but Daniel Jones has been benched in favor of Drew Lock with the Giants, so his career is over.
Well, they're trying to get the first pick now.
They may. They're getting rid of Jones, and that's the New York Giants.
There are so many bad teams this year. It's amazing.
Yeah, the other 2 win teams are the Jacksonville Jaguars. They moving on from Trevor Lawrence?
No, they just paid him.
Okay, probably not. Yeah. Probably not. The Raiders, absolutely. Tennessee, absolutely. Cleveland, well, I don't know if you can move on from Deshaun, but I'm sure they'd like to. I'm sure they'd love to. So you're right, Tyler. And then the Carolina, by the way, is a 3-win team.
But my whole point with that is there is no guarantee. You could say, Deion, we can guarantee we're getting Shedeur. You can't do it.
Well, they can, but Shedeur can control that.
Not really. That's what my whole point is.
He can sit out.
That's my whole point. And I'd be willing to sit on that dude for 2 years if I had to, because you're going to be so desperate to get him that my asking price is going to be the highest asking price in the history of the NFL.
Well, they could play that power move. They're in a position to do it.
I don't think it's as simple as you think it is, dude.
I'm not saying it's simple, but they're in a financial position for, if anybody's in a position for him just to sort of, okay, I'll sit out, it's believable for him.
It's also not simple for somebody to eat an $88 million dead cap salary, and we saw him do it.
Yeah.
That ain't easy either.
No, I mean, listen, man, that's a great question.
I would say this, Deion probably would not take a job unless they were selected in the top 2 or 3.
Oh, I
would agree. But your chances are,
Carolina.
Carolina,
You think it's so simple to get Shedeur. It ain't going to be that simple, dude.
Carolina, Dallas, and the Raiders, Vegas, they're all probably going to be 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
why would you not just select him and say, hey, you can sit out for 3 years if you need to sit out?
Because you would not have anything. You would be giving up on a first round. You wouldn't have a guy.
But
you would be giving up on Travis Hunter, or you'd be giving up on Cam Ward, or you'd be giving up on another player who could really help you.
But in the return that you're going to get on the back end of that thing, man, you'll get tenfold of it.
You want to hope that Carolina, whether they win or lose, the young quarterback balls out these last 7 games. That's what you hope.
I personally don't think Deion's taking an NFL job. I don't. The conversation's not going anywhere, so I'm not denying the premise of the conversation.
The conversation's happening all over the place. And what is going to happen if they're in the college football playoff?
But you have to admit, though, you also thought initially there was no way Deion was coming to see you. And that happened.
Sure.
So, and listen, I got to believe Sean Payton's one of the highest paid coaches in the league at $18 million. I got to believe that is. Jerry Jones comes out and throws 25 on the table.
See ya.
20.
And I'm the coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
And he goes to Dallas. He's got a home. He's got a ranch
There's
in
plenty.
Texas.
There's plenty of money in college football. Plenty.
How
much is Nick Saban making? Why didn't he leave for the NFL if it was just that much easier to double up his money?
Because he had his experience in the NFL and was done with it.
You know what it is? It's not what the money is. It's what the money says. And that is something you can't replace. And if the money says, and especially with the Dallas Cowboys for prime, I mean, give me a break.
Throw this out here. Somebody looked this up, Dan. I'll help you too. What was the highest salaried year of Deion's professional career?
Well, you got to double it up, right? Between
I was going to say
Major League Baseball and NFL.
Well,
sure,
but
go for it.
His NFL contract, what
he played
6 or 7 million?
He played for
8?
peanuts in Major League Baseball. Peanuts. He wasn't a high-priced Major League Baseball guy.
So if he made 8 as
Maybe.
a cornerback in the NFL at that time?
Maybe.
And all of a sudden Dallas says, we want you back home, son. Son, come home.
$100 million guarantee.
Yeah, here's 5 years, $100 million guaranteed.
Yeehaw. Welcome home. And you live in Dallas? Now listen.
And do you think all the former players' stars aren't going to show up?
Are you kidding me?
On the doorstep?
Because what is the identity right now of the Dallas Cowboys?
Troy Aikman leaves the booth and he's going to be your quarterback's coach?
What was the glory days of the Cowboys? Wasn't it?
When they're pounding the Buffalo Bills every single year in the Super Bowl.
And what was the character of that team? They were getting some
Hardy, crazy, go nuts.
Right?
Party hard during the week and win games on Sunday.
What's the identity of the Buffs right now?
When I see the Cowboys in the top 3, I believe that Deion take the job. Until then, I don't think it's I do think it's very realistic. If he sees a realistic path to getting Shedeur, that's going to be very tough to say no to.
Well, they just announced Dak's out for the year.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys may take care of this themselves, by the way. I mean, they're an absolute train wreck.
They literally just gave Dak that contract.
That's
just gave him that.
They just gave Russ. The Broncos just gave Russ a huge contract.
I got it.
You figure it out. You figure it out.
It's so simple. It's so simple.
I just will never. If anybody just says it can't happen because of the money, I just shrug my shoulders and say
things can happen, but it's far more unlikely to happen than it is likely with certain situations.
Okay. Well, listen, it's a fun thing to talk about, and the buzz is real.
Here you go, Deion Sanders. He made $45 million as a.
He made 60
football.
Between the two of them.
45 in the NFL, 13 in baseball.
And how many years did he play in the NFL, though? That's the question. So he probably played, he had double-figure years, right?
I'm not sure. A bunch. He did okay in baseball. He did okay, but it's just okay. $13 million doesn't buy you a cup of coffee in Major League Baseball these days. Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
You got the 25th guy on a 25-man roster making $13 million per.
That's a middle reliever.
That's like 4 innings for our guy who gets hurt on the bench there. What's his face?
The real question would be, would Jerry Jones be willing to humble himself to let Deion be Deion?
Humble himself?
Yeah. Yeah. Get the hell out of the way. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I think that's a co-starring role there on Broadway.
Hey, Jerry Jones, you know what Jerry Jones becomes?
Deion is so in control of his world right now. He's not going to take a backseat to anybody when it comes to decision making.
Jerry Jones becomes even bigger if he hires Deion.
Oh, of course.
And he becomes the Dallas Cowboys Miss Peggy.
He
becomes
for sure.
Miss Peggy.
I'm simply referring to football decisions.
Actually,
I'm not talking about anything to do with that.
I got another one for you. Not Miss Peggy. Not Miss. I know what you're saying. And 100 years old for Miss Peggy next week. That is awesome. That is incredible. The next most popular person at CU, I do believe, next to Prime right now, is Rick George. I am blown.
Over Hunter? Not counting players?
Not counting players. Not counting. I can't say over Hunter or Shedeur, that sort of thing. I am blown away with how much people are in love and are giving due respect and adoration towards Rick George right now.
Well, he
Monster.
he got the deal done. Rick has always carried himself with a certain level of swag that was a little bit different than most college athletic directors, and maybe even a little bit more focal than some athletic directors.
But he's also been at the heart of black and gold. I mean, he's a CU guy.
Oh, for sure.
CU guy.
But he's always kind of been into like fashion. He's always been kind of into looking clean, nice suits, all those things, right? And so to see Rick George to find appeal in a guy like Deion Sanders, it adds up, man.
It's working well. Okay, more about CU and the identity of teams, especially the Avalanche with their own Connor McGahey, who had a great call last night as they win 3-2 in overtime. And what is Connor McGahey wearing to the gala tonight? I mean, these are the important questions that need to be answered next. Hey, it's C-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. If you've been thinking about remodeling your home or adding living space, you don't know where to start, AAA Home Improvements. They are the premier design and build contractor in the metro area, helping hundreds of families transform their homes from tired and dated to beautiful and modern. Lori in Louisville, we had a wonderful experience with AAA from the initial bid to the finished remodel of our kitchen. They showed up when scheduled, stayed within the projected money amount, and finished earlier than anticipated. This is a typical story. And the before and afters at aahomeimprovements.com are tremendous. Upfront pricing, no surprises from design, engineering, permitting, project management, and final inspections. AAA will get it done for you. So schedule a free, no-obligation estimate at aahomeimprovements.com. That's AAAhomeimprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
Burst of speed on this shift. McKinnon leaves it for Gibby Runt off the bench. Rampton in a one-timer. He scores! The Moose is loose.
Connor McGahey on the call last night. Connor, when you put your resplendent outfit together for the gala tonight, what will you be featuring?
It's an excellent question, D-Mac. Excellent question, and I don't know which route I'm going to go.
Options.
But I do
Costume
know
party.
that I do know that a brand new pair of bullhide cowboy boots will probably factor in.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Dion,
and you know what's special about bullhide?
No, I do not. No, tell me.
No, it's a better skin because they don't get pregnant, and the regular cows are skinned because they can expand and everything. So the leather is more supple, and if you house them right and farther up north, there's no mosquitoes, so there's no blemishes on the skin.
That's why, because I got the pregnant boots. That's why they're not as good. Yeah. That makes sense now.
Yeah, you can't get heifer hide. I've got a pair of bull hide and bison hide. They're both fantastic.
You got a nice little belt buckle to go with that?
Of course you do. You can't, and that was one of the best giveaways that the Broncos ever did was that game versus the Raiders. They gave away an old school Broncos D belt buckle. I'm not going to wear that one tonight, but
that's cool.
Yeah,
you know what you should have done? You should have gone and found a buckle manufacturer when the Avs won that championship and got you an Avs championship bull riding buckle.
Okay, Connor,
we can go retrospective here. I can go back.
Here is what I think we should do here at the radio station. We should get a big hat. And anytime any of us does something good, we wear the big hat. Can you imagine, like in the office, if somebody in accounting just had a really great week and they got the big hat, but you're forced to wear the big hat no matter where you want. Now, I got a fun go ahead, Connor.
This is a good idea. I approve, but it has to be a custom made, Altitude
Yes.
Sports Radio
Yes.
92.5 logo on the front.
That's right. I saw a fun moment yesterday in the locker room. Sammy G gets the overtime goal. By the way, Connor had the stat, Tyler. You're slightly wrong on something. I believe Sammy G has 2 overtime winners.
Oh.
Correct.
And because Connor told me, I shouldn't steal your... What's the stat, Connor?
Well, he's got 2 overtime winners, and they both have come versus the Nashville Predators.
Oh, there you go.
One
How about that one?
December 23rd, 2022. Yep. So both versus the team that drafted him.
Here's what I saw in the locker room. So Gerard's got the big hat on. It's a little goofy, and here comes the media.
Especially because he's not a big guy.
Nah, the hat's bigger than him. And the Muggles go over. Gerard has the locker.
By the way, he is built.
Oh, yes. Yes, he is solid.
He makes Vic look like a pixie.
He has the locker next to Cale Makar. He takes the hat off because the Muggles are going over there. Makar goes, you got to put that on. Like Makar told him to put the hat back on. I bring that up because we're talking about identity with the team a little bit here. You know what I'm saying? Like leaning into things and being more competitive, Connor. Bednar pointed that out. What are you seeing?
Without a doubt. And isn't it funny that something as ridiculous as a big hat for a star of the game can do so much? And it has. I mean, that is the fiber, really, and look, there's so much that we don't see. We say that all the time. But what we can see is one not-so-tiny thing that's bringing everybody together in a patchwork quilt of a hockey team in the early going here. It's really held a lot of the guys together, and that's what the great part about last night is like, no. The big hat applies to everybody. I don't care if you don't want to wear it. Nobody actually wants to wear it. Arturi Lehkonen didn't want to wear it, but he did for the entirety of his post-game availability. But this is a team that has started to bond more. They've started to play like that too, which is why the quality of the play has gone up and the results have started to come in succession as well. So I think it's all connected, and as is usually the case, off the ice is a direct connection to on the ice.
All right, is Georgie the starting goaltender again?
Yes.
Yep. You said that quick. No hesitation at all. No hot hand anymore.
But I mean, look, I still think that it's not the same question. Like you can have a starting goaltender, but if a starting goaltender goes cold, then you go with the other guy.
No. That is the same question. Come on. The hot hand's a hot hand.
Tyler, you asked me to answer a question, and I did.
I didn't like your answer.
Just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean that you can get after me for answering it properly. This is how it operates. You can have a starting goaltender, and they can go through a cold spell, and then you can put the other guy in. That's happened for a million years in the National Hockey League.
Yeah, that's why you got to have a good backup.
Like, okay, now it isn't like football. I mean, maybe it is like football. You know what I mean? If you have your starting quarterback, a clear number one who is struggling, but then you put the other guy in for a little bit. I mean, is there any difference there?
Yeah, football's the only sport you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah,
it's weird. It's a different culture. You're not allowed to do that.
Now, if you said running back or wide receiver or safety or linebacker, you're probably absolutely
Connor,
right.
Pretty much any position except for offensive line and QB. That's true.
It's weird, Connor. It doesn't make sense, but that's just I don't know. It's just the way it is.
Okay.
I know.
Hey, real
Trust
fast,
me.
and I heard a lot of people talk about this on Sammy G. First, I mean, he's out pressing that blue line. On the defensive side, you're used to seeing defensive maybe a little bit lower, so he's out pressing the puck on that last play. Not only does he get the turnover, takes it down, and it's basically now a shootout, right? A shootout goal. I don't people notice that the referee put his hand up near. That was going to be a hooking penalty had Sammy G missed it anyway, right?
Yeah, it was a delayed penalty on Shea, and I feel like Nashville got a little bit too comfortable in the overtime. Like, we'll just glide back here and do this and hang on to this. And I think they got a little bit too big for their britches there, and Sam Girard waited for the opportune moment to apply pressure. But, yeah, there was a delayed penalty on Nashville. So if he didn't score on the breakaway, then they were going to go on the 4-on-3 power play for the remaining 2.5 minutes of overtime. So, but, I mean, he put it. You talk about putting it through the twine. I mean, there was no doubt about that. There was nothing gentle about that wrist shot from Sam Girard. He made no mistake about it. Great shot.
All right, Avs at home, late start on Wednesday.
Yeah, 8:22.
God. Well, they kill the Nuggets and the Avs with those things.
God, it's the worst.
They really do. And I'm going to buy Turner Network Television, ESPN, and the league office a globe for Christmas.
Okay.
With time zones.
And then Friday against the Caps, and I love it. And Connor, we'll see you tonight. Great job last night. We appreciate it. Thank you, Connor.
See you, buddy.
Thanks, boys. Have a good one.
See you.
Sam Girard will force him back. Girard steals it. Breakaway in overtime. Sam Girard. Yeah! Sammy G gets the GWG. His first goal of the season against the team that drafted him. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, because this party is over.
Connor McGahey on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Prime was spitting some major league truths about the reality of recruiting that I think should make you feel even better about this team. Details about that next. Oh, I like this with the sun coming out here today. And that snow melting. See all the white up there on the mountain, man? Just where it should be. Prime wearing his fatigues, celebrating Veterans Day and Military Appreciation Week this week at CU.
The NFL hoodies that everybody wore is pretty cool looking.
They are very cool.
It's always
looking.
the best stuff the NFL puts out all year long.
Almost all year.
Yep.
You're right.
I want to play a little bit from Prime today. A lot of good stuff from Prime. Not nearly as confrontational as he once was. It's just tiny little specks of it. It's hardly anything. But what he reveals every now and then are some truth bombs about the reality of the situation, which I actually really like. Because I love his approach as somebody who's relatively new to this whole process, looking at things with fresh eyes. So he was asked today about signing day, which is in early December. So these guys got to be working on all this crap like in the middle of the year.
Trying to win games and championships and everything else.
I do not understand that at all. I have no idea why they would pick that date to do that.
Well, there's multiple signing days nowadays, but yeah, you're right.
It seems ridiculous to me that you have to do all these things at the same time. Okay, whatever. I have no idea why it couldn't be in February. And you go, oh, well, I do. They want to get a lot of these kids up there in January, right, to start doing spring practice.
There's still
so
one in February, I think, but yes.
Right. So I do get it, actually.
They still call this early signing date? They call it the early one, right?
So here is Prime. A couple of cuts here. A little bit long, but I think they're really interesting about focusing on signing day. Go ahead, Dan.
We have a staff, dedicated to that, and we have coaches that are dedicated to that also, as well as I. It's not a week or a few days that go by that we're not talking to a recruit that we've targeted. We kind of know a little more than you all know because we don't let you in on everything, that how this is going to play out. But also, it's a tremendous balancing act that you have to do between the portal and high school. God, I don't want to let you in on so many things, but let me just give you this example. Just say we get 25 high school players. How many is going to play that freshman year at the most? Let's say 4 or 5, right? And so now you got 20 guys redshirted. So when you go through that spring with that 20 guys redshirted, how many are you going to retain after that spring? Or how many are going to jump in the portal on you? Let's just do it. If any one of you going to go statistically and try to calculate this, I already done it. So it's going to be how many? Half. Okay, why don't I just focus on 10?
I love this. I love this concept.
Makes a lot of sense, man.
I think colleges get away with murder by bringing on, because they're allowed to, bring on so many kids with maybe we'll play them and maybe we won't. What about just getting the kids that you are going to play and you are committed to? I don't like that, Tyler. I love that approach to
Well,
it.
Deion has gotten crushed for not recruiting high school kids. But he's had a plan from the beginning. And his plan has only involved high school kids of extreme priority. Extreme priority. And
Cool.
if you think back on what he's saying, the most difficult challenge in college football today is not recruiting. It's retaining the players that you already recruited. It's retaining the guys that you said, look, man, we need you to come in but we need you to buy a year, maybe 2 years. God forbid, we need you to buy 2 years till we get you on that field.
Ridiculous.
And there's always the grass is greener. So you got to recruit your own kids every single year.
Well, he kind of addressed that. Go ahead, Dan. Keep going.
Guys that can see, when we grab a freshman, we expect that guy to play. We're not looking at, hey, man, we can just redshirt you, develop you. No. We're looking for you to come in and play some football. I don't give a darn if it's a walk-on, if it's a Cash Cleveland. We expect you to play. So our approach is somewhat different, heavily scrutinized, heavily criticized, but we know what we're doing. So if anybody ever did the homework and the statistics of these young men, that people have a class that they say is the number one class in the nation, then 5 of those guys play or 4 of those guys play, then the rest go through the spring, then they jump in the portal. Give me those numbers. Don't give me the numbers of where you rank nationally recruiting, because it's just like an NFL team. You always say who won the draft. Then the team gets killed all year. You don't say nothing else about it. Who won the draft last year in the NFL? Nobody care right now, right? Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. See what I think.
I love that, man.
What
I do love that.
Why Deion is so successful so quickly is because he thrives in chaos. And college football is chaotic. It is. Everything about college football, from the transfer portal, it's straight chaos.
Right.
Now, he's willing to live in that chaos, and he's willing to not only live there, but actually thrive in it. And so what makes Deion so successful is that he's willing to go in and get the portal guys. Portal guys are willing to come to Deion Sanders because he's Deion Sanders, right? Every single year is free agency in college football for every single player. Every single player hits free agency every single offseason. When you get to the NFL, Deion no longer has that appeal. And although I'm sure there would be players that would like to play for Deion Sanders, players don't go play. They don't go sign for coaches. They sign for money. They sign for free agency contracts, right? So all of a sudden you go to the NFL, and Deion doesn't get to recruit the same way that he got to recruit in college. He doesn't have a transfer portal that he has to go get new kids every single year. He has to live off of a budget like every other team in the NFL has to live off of, and he will get recruits if he gives the most money, free agents, I should say. So the challenge is so much different in the NFL. I honestly wonder if he looks at that and he acknowledges that these kids come to me because I'm me. They don't come to me because I'm me in the NFL.
Yeah, but you don't get to coach your kid. The coaching Shedeur is kind of this crazy outlier sort of thing. You know, it's like there's nothing else to compare it to. And you would think he'd want to at least give that a shot. And if it doesn't work out after 3 years, Deion Sanders can, 3 years, Deion Sanders can go any college he wants, do anything he wants to do. That being said, I love his approach here in college. And I'm going to guess it's like this in basketball, because why would you recruit? Because you have such a smaller roster, right? Like, you know what your plan is when you get recruited, don't you?
Well, the great line in The Patriot, aim small, miss small, is kind of the philosophy that Deion has, which is unique and which is also usually left for more established coaches / programs. Like, I think Saban probably was in the similar boat. I don't think he just brought in 60 people every year. He goes, we want the best tackle, the best, and they've had a lot of young guys play over the years. So I went to a college practice one time, and I was watching them do a defensive drill, and they were denying the ball all the way out to the sideline. And I thought it was weird. I asked the coach afterwards, why you deny all the way out to the sideline? He said, game slippage. He said, we know that if we can get him in practice to go to the sideline, in a game, if we can get him to the three-point line, we've won the battle. That's recruiting, or old recruiting in college sports.
Right.
Let's worry about the game slippage. Let's get 30 guys in here. So what? We only play 2 or 3 and we lose 15, 18 if the right 2 or 3 stays. And so I think coaches did that. I think Prime, it'd be really interesting someday to hear Prime and Saban, because I think they got a relationship.
Oh, yeah.
Sit down and talk and see how much of some of this recruiting philosophy, the Prime, Saban has done it because of years and years and years of winning championship, became the biggest name in college football. Prime did it because Prime had a name coming into it. Prime had a name having done nothing as a college football coach in regards to D1. He already had a name, though, and people bought into it. So he's like Saban without all the rings.
Man, when I came into college, I believe we had 24 kids in my recruiting class. Guess how many of those I graduated with?
4.
So my senior year, which I was a fifth-year guy, there were 6 of us.
6.
There were 6 of us. Now, there were probably 3, maybe 4 that were 4-year guys. So they were out of there a year early. They played their true freshman year. So less than half of the kids survived till their 4th or 5th year back in the old days, okay? Whether that was kids that got kicked off the team, kids that quit, or kids that transferred.
Right.
That was in the old days. Nowadays, you're probably lucky to retain 5% of the kids by the time they get to their senior year.
Why even bother? And I think that's what Prime is saying.
But it's history. It's because everybody's done that the way forever and ever. See if more programs or coaches that have some sort of notoriety start doing more emphasis on this. Let's get our 5 guys that we really want.
Let's get our guys.
My senior year in high school, I was recruited and I always wanted to go to KU. That was my dream place. That's where I was going. I was from Kansas. I was playing a year in Kansas, won a state championship, was the MVP of the state tournament, blah, blah, blah. I should be a shoe-in, boom, boom, local kid, right? Local state kid, let's go to KU. And they told me, we have 4 scholarships right now, and you're our 5th choice.
Jeez, heartbreaking.
And Arkansas said, no, we want you. In Arkansas, I'm getting second in voting to Mr. Indiana basketball, Mr. Texas basketball comes in, Mr. Arkansas basketball comes in.
And what would hurt? Didn't Kansas do you a favor, though?
It did in the long run. But the point being, in that scenario, if you're going to go small and only recruit this, then guess what you can't do?
Can't miss.
You can't miss.
Okay.
Only one of those other 4 guys, I think they found a fiscal. Only one of the 5 recruits they brought in stayed there, and back then we all stayed 4 years. Only one guy finished at KU. Only one guy.
Nobody said there wasn't pressure with sports jobs, that's for sure. As a parent going through the football recruiting process, I wish more coaches were upfront and honest when recruiting. I went through this as a parent. I couldn't agree with you more because my kid wasn't some sort of superstar. And when we were just flat out, as it turned out, lied to by a couple coaches, it hurt. It really hurt. And they did. I know why they did it. Because it's just a number. We're allowed to do it, so we'll just do it. And my kid was more of the extra kid, not a priority kid. I really, honest to God, the best favor in the world would have been just to say no. No would have been a great answer.
And for me in my era, was the agents that really lied to you. Like I appreciate KU saying you're our 5th choice. We got 4 scholarships. I mean, that's pretty honest.
That happened to me with Oregon.
Yeah, that's pretty honest.
Tough to hear, but at least it's honest.
But it's pretty honest. I was the MVP of the Pizza Hut All-Star Classic. It's a senior thing they used to have in Vegas. Boom, boom, boom. And we flew from Vegas to go play at an All-Star, 4 or 5 day trip to Hawaii. Had an agent run into me on the streets of Honolulu somewhere, whatever. Starts talking to me about, because they're recruiting now too. He goes, hey, you know what? You come with us. We'll be used to Great White Hope. Said that to me.
Okay. All right.
Our agency is good friends with Jeannie Buss. They had the first pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can get her to take you.
Oh, my God. Such ridiculous.
So I'm like thinking, he probably said, well, in my draft, 1, 2, 3 was James Worthy, Dominique Wilkins, Terry Cummings.
It's just a ridiculous thing to promise a kid, though.
I know.
It's absurd.
But don't you think if he said that to me, and I'm
saying it to everybody.
He's saying that to everybody.
Everybody.
That he's friends with Jeannie Buss, so he's going to get me drafted ahead of Hall of Famer James Worthy. Hall of Famer Dominique Wilkins.
Yeah. I had little things like 2 schools offered me as a tight end. University of Nebraska and UW, University of Washington. Both offered me as a tight end. But to me, those were the lies. Those were the type of lies that I got, right? Like, hey, come here. We'll let you play the sexy position. The second we get you in the door, we're flipping your ass over to tackle, right? I was never athletic enough to play tight end. Not at a high level. Like I could play tight end at a lower level for sure, but not at a high level.
Like CSU had been fine.
For sure. Any day. You kidding me?
You're saying you're probably more like a Joel Dreesen.
Yes. Oh, me and Joel, Joel and I are practically the same thing. No, those are the ones that I had. But you know what? I kind of fell for it. It even happens in the NFL, right? So when I went undrafted, I had the craziest hour of my life when I went undrafted. And I ended up with 31 out of 32 teams offered me a deal. And I had to figure out who the heck I'm going to sign with, right? And I'm sitting there on the phone. We've got Tony Dungy on one phone. We got Mike Shanahan on another, and Tom Cable, who was the head coach of the Raiders at the time, on a third phone. And Mike Shanahan and Tom Cable are on hold. And I'm talking to Tony Dungy, and Tony says, Tyler, I don't know how much you know about me, but I'm a man of faith. My word means something to me. If you come to Indianapolis, you're making this team. And I'm like, whoa. Okay, so I put down the phone. I turned to my dad. I'm like, I guess I got to go to Indianapolis. He said I'm going to make the team, you know. But even then, I'm like, well, is he just saying things like this, right? So my dad's like, well, so I said I was going to go to Indy. He's like, well, just get on the phone with Mike and Tom and tell them what they said. So I get on the phone with Tom Cable. That was the first one. I'm like, hey, Tony Dungy guaranteed me a roster spot, and Tom's like, okay, cool, see you later.
Wow.
And he was honest about it, which I respected.
Okay.
Right? But he was like, yeah, I can't do that.
So you were just going to be a body to him.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you would have had
I would have had a chance,
but it's not a promise.
But he wasn't willing to make me a guarantee.
Yeah,
right?
he wasn't going to lie to you, which is good.
But then I got on the phone with Mike Shanahan also, and I was just like, hey, Mike, I think I got to go to Indianapolis. Tony actually, he guaranteed me a roster spot. And Mike was like, Tyler, do you think I'm sitting here on hold for 20 minutes with an undrafted free agent unless I want you on this football team? if you come here, you're going to make this team, not because I'm promising it to you, because you're good enough to make this team. And I respected that a little bit even more. And it's not. And I believe Tony Dungy, of course. I mean, that
you just like being told you're good. That's a smart play.
Well, yes,
you're getting recruited a little bit,
but it made you feel better. It's not just a statement. Like this guy believes
you're
in
going to
me.
be on the team. Should have been. You're good enough. But now actually getting verbalized to you, probably changed your whole world.
Yeah.
We have no dumb questions coming up in 13 minutes. And the path for the Broncos. Well, we're positives here. But what's the next step? Details next.
Well, there's a lot ahead. Obviously, we've got 8 games. I mean, I don't know how many games left. So I think this team has been resilient. So the sky isn't falling, relative to our season, the schedule. We're sitting here at 5-5. Obviously, we'd love to have been 6-4 with a win yesterday. But the focus shifts, quickly to the next game.
In about 25 minutes, we'll go around the NFL with the Texas Tech Tortilla Travel Agency. I bet you didn't know the Texas Tech Tortilla Travel Agency was booking trips these days.
Oh, can't wait.
That's coming up in about 30 minutes. Bo Nix and No Dumb Questions in 6 minutes. So get him in, 303-504-0925. Okay, quick on Bo Nix here. What do you need to see next out of Bo Nix? I guess I'll direct this to you to start, Scott, because you're the biggest, not hater. I wouldn't say hater.
You can say what you want to say. I'm not a hater.
I'm saying you're not a hater. I literally just said you're not a hater.
I haven't seen anything that shows me he's a bomb.
What would you classify yourself as a Bo Nix? If I'm a believer.
I'm hopeful. I am down on my knees, Oliver Twist, holding the bowl out. Please, sir, can I have some more? I am just begging for him to be the guy, to be the guy. I've not seen anything that I can sit here and say, he sucks, he's not an NFL quarterback. Heck yeah, he is. But now, what do I got to see from him do? I want him to handle blitzes. I want him to be able to pick on something quick, not turn his back to the play that Tyler and I talked about yesterday, and make a play under duress, get hit in the mouth, and he drops off a 7-yard slant that goes for 35. I want to see those, and I'm not seeing that yet.
Yeah. I'm very cautiously optimistic about Bo Nix, but I've just been around this thing too long to fall into a trap of thinking because we've seen a couple good things, it means it's going to materialize. I've just seen it happen far too often, and years that were way better than Bo Nix is obviously RG3 is a great example of it, going through that experiment with RG3 and knowing the whole time, we knew that this was not sustainable, right? And we knew it over time somebody was going to catch up to it. Now, that was way different than Bo because Robert didn't have the ability to play within the pocket like Bo does. But I've been around this so often that you see signs of hope, and then you're like, well, just because Jared Goff figured it out, well, what about the other 9 guys that did not figure it out after the rookie year? The next steps for Bo Nix for me, well, I really wanted to see him step up and look like he'd be in the same ballpark as either Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. I think he did that with Patrick Mahomes. Unfortunately, Mahomes just is not himself right now. So it's not necessarily that he looked like he was with the elite company, but he certainly went toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes. So he's darn close in that category. He's strung together. He's proven to me he is not afraid of big moments. And that's about maybe the biggest thing you could ask of. Are you going to turtle when the biggest moments come? Yeah. He doesn't turtle.
Enough have been seen that gives you hope.
Of course.
But like I said, now, and I don't know why the 3 plays stick out to me. On heavy blitzes, he turned his back on 2 of them, ran the other way. One was that 17-yard sack, and you said, you and I were talking about yesterday. You said you can't do that.
Well, he's got to learn how to trust an NFL pocket, and he's not there.
No.
Okay, and it's normal. I'm not calling him out for it. This is a normal.
He ain't the first
experiment.
rookie that's done that.
Nope, not even close. But he ain't there, and it's causing a lot of problems. So the next step for me that I'm looking for, have a complete football game for once. I mean, like not just like no more fourth quarter heroics. Give me a start to finish football game.
I see what it is. You want hope for Bo. You're a hobo.
I'm a hobo.
And Tyler.
You're kind of a hoe for Bo.
No, I'm a Bo. Well, maybe. A different type of hobo.
Yeah, different hobo.
But I'm a believer. I'm a believer. I'm clearly a believer. You're a believer. I'm sorry, huh?
Yep.
You're a hobo.
Yep.
You're not anything, but you have RG3 TSD.
Oh. Well, a little bit.
Robert Griffin III, traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, a little bit.
And you're going to need more than a year to get over your RG3 TSD.
Yeah, but Bo's not even close to the year that Robert had.
No.
I mean, Robert was having a rookie of the year season, right?
I understand, but the RG3 TSD is strong in your soul right now because it's going to take You've been burned by it. And I'm not saying that he's having that kind of year.
I would even say some of his dislike for Lamar Jackson and non-belief in Lamar Jackson.
You think he's got RG3 TSD there?
Could be easily. Yeah, it could be easily.
Yeah, RG3 TSD is.
But I'm a hobo, so that's
You're
okay.
a hobo.
That's okay, right?
Yeah. You're not scarred for life like, unfortunately, Tyler is suffering from RG3 TSD.
No, I'm just scarred for a decade.
At least you've got hope.
I'd have hope. I haven't seen anything like.
Yeah, but it's different than a hater. A hater is just out to see failure no matter what.
I will never cheer against the teams I like to lose games.
And those people probably wanted us to draft, what's his face, the tight end there in Vegas,
fire the coach.
who is having an incredible year.
Mm-hmm.
What's that dude's name? Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers. Those people are the haters.
Well, he or Neighbors will win Rookie of the Year. One of those two.
No.
Well, Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels. Forgot about Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels is going to win Rookie of the Year.
He's got that in the back.
Yeah.
But
there's your top three, probably.
Sure.
Well, how about this? Did you think Bo Nix would be within the top three rookies out of this NFL draft this year?
Well, he's not.
He's not?
Statistically speaking, he is.
Are you sure? Jaden Daniels is number one. You could say Brock Bowers is number two if you want. Who's number three then if it ain't Bo Nix?
Is it Malik Neighbors? Look at his
you think Malik Neighbors is having a better year than Bo Nix?
An article I read today on it said he was.
Well, it's hard to compare and contrast Malik Neighbors to Bo Nix.
I'd say the impact Bo is having. Listen, I'm stretching to even put Brock Bowers. I'd say Bo Nix is right behind Jaden Daniels.
If you redrafted the quarterbacks right now, would the order be any different? I would say
Same
no.
teams?
I would say literally nothing would be different.
Oh, I don't think the Bears would be taking Caleb Williams. I do not think the Bears would be taking Caleb Williams.
Who would they taking? Well, Jaden. Okay,
Jaden Daniels.
All right, that's fair. All right, that's fair. Those two would probably.
Then you
flip.
go to Washington. Would Washington
they would still take Caleb. Yes.
Knowing everything we know now?
Yep.
Well, knowing what you know now.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Who they taking?
They may take. I mean, I don't know, but not necessarily Caleb Williams.
Well,
you're
if not
still
him, then who?
You're still sold on Caleb Williams, knowing everything we know now.
It's not about being sold. I'm not sold on any of these guys. I'm pretty sold on Jaden Daniels. I am sold on Jaden Daniels.
Okay, I love the concept of redoing the draft, but only I would include everything
today,
you know right now.
I am including
an ACL tear in Minnesota.
I am including that. I am including that. And I'm still including potential, and I'm still including college film, right? Because we've got a very small sample size of NFL stuff. So you still have to include what they did previously for this specific group.
That's fine.
And yes, I do think the Caleb Williams still goes number 2 overall.
Boy, I've lost belief in Caleb Williams. I think it's not.
I
don't think it's going to work
OC
out.
today, so they're not blaming him.
I see
yet.
dudes not helping him off the field. I see discontent in the locker room. I see 23 straight drives with no touchdowns.
Michael Penix might rise just because he hasn't played.
Penix I might take everybody over Caleb Williams at this point, bro.
No, not me.
I would certainly take Bo Nix over Caleb Williams, knowing what I know now.
I'm not like sitting here telling you I buy into Caleb Williams, but the talent is still outrageous.
But look at everything else going on there in Chicago.
I know. But see, this is you put way too much into the first half of a season of a rookie year, in my opinion, right?
All right.
So I'm evaluating with all the information we've got, and this is just a small piece of the sample size.
Not bonding with teammates and not scoring touchdowns in 23 straight possessions is pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty rough.
Well, they fired the OC. I will say this, and here's where I'll give Caleb Williams a pass. You just ran out a high draft pick, a quarterback previous.
True.
And the franchise has stayed the same.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, the Giants, the Jets, the Bears. Eventually, you got to start looking at the franchise too.
Right, you tell me all those quarterbacks the Browns drafted, none of those would have worked out if they were drafted somewhere else.
The Browns last one that was pretty good, they got rid of, and is flourishing in Tampa Bay.
Fair statement. Haslam or whatever his name, Haslam in Cleveland is a terrible owner. Terrible owner. I'm not exactly sure who owns the ice. Is it the Hallis family still? I don't even know who.
The Bears, I think it's
something else. It's something else.
It's a daughter or granddaughter.
They clearly are terrible, although they're going to build some sort of new building. Eberflus is a horrible head coach. He doesn't know what he's doing there. So you're not wrong about that. And I've been saying it literally for a decade. The most important piece of the puzzle for the Broncos to get right is ownership. and I think they have got it right,
Right.
which is what the turnaround would be. I think the Jets ownership with the Johnson, I think they're terrible. The
Well, when your
Mahrez-
owner could take 4 years off and say, "I'm going to
Yeah,
go,
man,
I'm going to
it's-
go to England and London and live for
Dude.
4 years to run a team." I mean, and that's kind of when the demise of the Jets started.
But
right?
I think Caleb Williams, man, is just not that guy. I just don't think he's that guy, man.
Yeah, and that's just where you and I differ, is that I'm not going to let what has happened in a half of football change the overall evaluation.
Yeah, because and I would just back him up by words you just said. The ownership is terrible,
It
and the
is.
head coach is rotten.
Yeah.
So I think that,
Okay.
and we talked about,
But this is their fourth swing at that. It's crazy.
with the same ownership,
Same ownership, but
and who are still in charge of hiring the three coaches that don't work. The thing we talked about early on in Prime and what he's done in Colorado, and we talked about the words of Bednar of culture. They've moved bodies around, but guess what hasn't changed in New York? In New York, two New York teams with the Bears. With the culture has not changed. You move bodies around, but you ain't changed no culture.
let's get to no dumb questions, Dano.
Hastings and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Brought to you by Old Chicago.
There you go.
OldChicago.com.
So I'm going to ask food question. When's the last time, and what would it be, of like your last just a simple meal that you may not even had for a while, and you go, "Gosh dang, why did I wait so long? Why did we forget about this?"
Oh, I know what this is.
Simple move.
Sloppy Joe.
Sloppy Joe.
My kids won't eat Sloppy Joes,
So you don't fix them.
so I don't fix them. But every time I have a Sloppy Joe,
You
I'm
love
like,
it.
oh my gosh, why will my kids not eat these things?
They're so good.
Yeah, I
I
love
freaking
sloppy
love
what
Sloppy
is wrong?
Joes.
Like my kids are just so spoiled. They're just like,
I love
I
sloppy
love Sloppy Joes.
I do too.
Chicken salad. My mother-in-law, who's a tremendous cook, literally makes Joanne's chicken salad. I know I'm hyping up chicken salad. It's freaking ridiculous. Found some little place right up the street. Nukes. Have you ever heard of Nukes?
No.
It's just like it's kind of a cool diner.
Kind of an atomic family place.
It's by the Blue Oyster. It's right up here. It's right up here. Holy camole. Is there homemade chicken salad? Scotty, I'm in freaking heaven. I'm buying it by the tubs.
Really?
I can't.
Because you can ruin a good chicken or tuna salad.
The chicken salad, the biggest mistake, it gets too sloppy. They over mayo chicken salad and it's too sloppy. This one is perfect.
They can do the same thing with tuna and make it too juicy and
Too
everything,
juicy, that ruins it. You needed a
Good
little
egg salad too. I like a good egg salad. Those are forgotten simple meals too.
hey, you want to know who's got the best egg salad sandwich? Heidi's Deli. They've got what's
Ooh,
it called?
I love good egg
It's
salad.
like it's the Hell's Kitchen or something like
White
that.
bread toasted or non-toasted?
Oh well, I go wheat, but
health nut.
Yeah,
right there.
But it is phenomenal.
What inspired the question?
I had last night.
Mm-hmm.
Start off with the bread. We use the sourdough bread.
Because you got the baker.
Well, but
Are you making it still, or is that done?
It's a seed right now, and she's trying to germinate it and get it back alive.
All right.
But we had sourdough bread out we were on Yin Yang for a while. Sourdough bread, grilled cheese sandwich, tomato soup.
Simple.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
dip it.
Dip it.
Heck yeah.
I even got my 10-year-old to dip it. She goes, ooh. Because the last time we had it, which was like a year or two ago, she wouldn't even touch it. Now she's like dipping the grilled cheese sandwich into the tomato soup. Is that like the best sandwich to go with tomato soup, though?
I don't know what else you would eat with tomato soup, except for a grilled cheese sandwich.
Right? But isn't that a simple meal? Took literally 15 minutes to fix.
Yep.
And just sat there and watched a Christmas movie and just was in heaven.
I'm eating chicken salad just with a spoon out of the thing.
Out of the tub. You don't need meat bread.
And then the food is good when you take it out of the refrigerator and you just literally start eating it with the refrigerator door open.
On our trips, which I'll be heading on one on Thursday, I usually go down if I want to be careful what I'm eating. They usually have tubs of either chicken or tuna salad. and I just grab a fork, a napkin, and one of those tubs, and that's my meal.
It can be dangerous, though. But it's so good.
I like tuna salad. You see me most days have tuna salad.
Most days, I've never seen a
And
human
that's-
being more religious to tuna salad than you.
Yeah, but you
Every single day, Scott Hastings comes in with tuna salad.
And I love you. But you do get in the machine
crunching
shizzle tuna salad. You get that stuff.
Well,
it's
it's pretty tasty though. You ever had it?
I have.
It's not bad. For $1.15?
I got it.
And if you go to Costco, it's like
I got it.
80 cents a box.
I know, but that's the low rent tuna salad that you're getting right there.
Well, listen.
If it's okay for you, it's okay for you.
Listen, clay court. I'm a boat owner. I mean, what do you want? Clay court boat owner. Listen, I'm going cheap and low fat.
Okay, all right. Are you ready to go to the Texas Tech Tortilla Travel Agency?
Sure.
You ready to go there? Because we got some games, man. What a game last night. Who saw that coming?
Oh, I know. Gerard's great play. It was unbelievable.
Hell yeah.
NFL. I thought the
They
Rams
played last night?
Okay. We'll go around the NFL next.
He was playful enough, but I think he was actually low-key.
Half of men over 50 have erectile dysfunction. This stinks to deal with. What a downer. Listen,
You okay, brother? You need a shoulder?
I'm good.
Okay.
Are you sure? Are you about to get some sloppy tuna?
No, I just felt you were down.
No. Well, I'm going to get up right now because I'm talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You want to get there? No problem. I mean, just go in the office. They work where the pills or herbals fail. With treatment success rates well over 90%, some can have you last even an hour or more. Good luck. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. They don't want you to be down. They want you to be excited about life. Schedule a consult today. The initial visit's $99. You get the consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. Hey, if advised, a test dose. And if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. You could be having sex the day after your appointment as long as you're a nice person to be around. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's the Texas Tech Tortilla Travel Agency. Let's start with Tyreek Hill, Rams Dolphins.
3 wide receivers out there on 1st and goal from the 1. Tua keeps, fires, touchdown, Miami, Tyreek Hill.
What are the Dolphins doing here winning a game, fellas? Again, the Rams, what are you doing? What are you doing, Rams, losing to the Dolphins?
When do they play?
Dolphins look pretty good, man.
They look pretty good.
Tua got himself in another jeopardizing situation, and it's terrifying every single time. I mean, every time that dude gets hit for the rest of his career, we're all going to cross our fingers and pray.
How long do you think it's going to go there with Tua in Miami? I hope it goes forever, but I mean, what are we really thinking there?
I don't know.
I hope it goes a long time. It just feels like whatever. Tyreek Hill's dangerous. They could be a problem for other teams. I don't think they're going anywhere necessarily, but they gave the Bills a hard time. You just beat the Rams in LA. That was a must-win sort of game for the Rams.
NFC West is so bad this year. No team wants to run away with it. Every team is still in the hunt, and they're all sitting there at 4-5, 5-5, right there at 500 or slightly below.
What's Miami's record now?
3-6.
Yeah, they should be out of it.
I guess they could go on a run, man. I mean, crazier things have happened, but
you got 8 games left. You win 8 in a row.
I guess. I mean, like I said, crazier things have happened. Around the NFL is brought to you by the Texas Tech Tortilla Travel Agency. If you just need to fly from the student section to the 20-yard line, they got you covered. Let's go to the craziest game of the weekend. That's the Texans and the Lions.
For 52 for the win. It is just good. Just inside the upright. Jake Bates, hometown hero. And the Lions have come all the way back.
Are they a team of destiny? And let me point out, Goff threw 5 interceptions and they won.
Yeah, it sure feels like it, man. First off, there can't miss television, I'll tell you that much. You do not want to miss a Detroit Lions game. They're just flat out fun to watch. They're like Kansas City of the years past. That's how powerful and exciting they are to watch. I'll tell you this, Super Bowl 50 year, we had 3 or 4 games like that. So sometimes when you're a team of destiny, you just got to get the ball to bounce your way.
Problem is they lost their tight end late, too. We got to see what that does. He can't stay healthy completely this year.
Are the Texans going to be back in the playoffs?
Bubble.
Let's see.
6-4.
They should. They'll be disappointed in Houston if they don't.
But no doubt about it, especially after last year.
They will 100% be back in the playoffs simply because the AFC South sucks.
Right. Simple as that?
Well,
yeah.
Let's go back. We just talked about.
You're probably right.
You talked about the Dolphins. 3-6. Got 8 games left. 2 of them against the Jets. They got the Browns they got to play. They got the Texans. They got the Patriots. They got the Raiders. They could go on a run.
What do you think?
Maybe it's between. Well, no, the Texans should win their division.
You tell me who in that division is coming back to win, and then I'll figure out a way that they don't make the playoffs. But Colts ain't winning the AFC South. Titans aren't doing it, either the Jags.
It's Around the NFL, brought to you by the Texas Tech Tortilla Travel Agency.
Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Blah, 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 Navidad.
I don't get it, but yeah.
Let's go to the Niners and the Bucks.
Can it be redemption for Jake Moody to win it from 44? Kick is up and it is up and through. It's good. The 49ers win it.
I'm a little confused about the Bucks. I thought they were better than this, to be honest with you. They're now 4-6.
They're a phony team.
They're
a phony team.
They're phony. They're Fugazi.
They're Fugazi.
They're exactly who Baker Mayfield is. He's run of the mill. He's a good quarterback.
$30+ million run of the mill?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what $30 million is for quarterbacks nowadays.
Kind of like a BMW 5 Series.
$50 million are your true dogs. $30 million, that's a run-of-the-mill quarterback. And Baker Mayfield's just competitive, and he's frustrating, and he's all of the above.
Not much on the ground for Christian McCaffrey, but 6 catches for 68 yards with a long of 30.
He had a good
The
fantasy
biggest
day,
story
though.
on that was that kicker that hit the big kick to win it.
Yeah.
Had missed 2 previously, and I guess Deebo Samuels came
yeah.
up to him and chewed him out. And
He
got
didn't chew
on
him out, Scott. He choked him.
Well,
He put his hand around his neck and it was choking
Well, he
him.
was helping him get that apple out of his throat.
Actually, I think that was the long snapper that he put his hand around.
Wasn't he
his neck.
saying
But he
lock in?
Yeah, lock in.
He was so he was chewing out the kicker. Then the long snapper comes to the kicker's defense, and Debo puts his hand on the throat of the long snapper. I'll tell you this though, that long snapper had a bit of spine in him. Debo starts walking away, and that long snapper was not backing down.
Yeah, well, you're a long snapper. What do you got to lose? You probably lift weights.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Debo was asked after the game if he takes credit for the kicker making the field goal. He said no.
Yeah, that's probably about right. Hey, it's the Texas Tech Tortilla Travel Agency. Shadur will sign an autograph if you need to go to hell. Let's go to the Saints and the Falcons.
Got to get a first down to have a shot.
He's got to get out of bounds.
McLeod. He's not going to get it. And the Saints will snap the skid.
How good could the Falcons be, fellas, if they lost to the Saints? Who really, seriously,
Trap game. They were looking to this one.
Hell
Trap
yeah.
game.
Yeah, right.
They were looking to the Broncos.
Right.
Why does every time Denver plays somebody, they lose the week before?
I know, right? I would put them in the same category as the Bucs. They're just a dangerous football team that are capable of beating anybody, and they don't have it all together. That's who the Atlanta Falcons are. So Broncos desperately need to get a win this weekend. I think they've got a very good chance of it, but you never know what Kirk Cousins is going to do.
Kirk Cousins, 23 of 38, 306, no touchdowns with a pick, sacked 3 times. You just lost to the Saints, bro, your biggest rival. By the way, while we get to the Falcons more tomorrow than any time, I'm not going to sleep on the fact about Sean Payton's venom for teams in that division. I think I personally overlooked at it when it came to Carolina.
Well,
Just didn't take it seriously, but it's no deeper than Falcons Saints, right?
Atlanta, when I was even playing in Atlanta in the 80s, the Falcons and New Orleans was a big rival. I mean, that was like the big game the city would get up for all the way back in like 85, 86. So that's a big rivalry. That's huge.
Around the NFL brought to you by the Texas Tech Tortilla Travel Agency.
We'll fly you somewhere. We're just not sure where we'll land.
Yeah, there you go. Steelers Commanders.
Wilson hooks a pass, looking, end zone! George Pickens climbs the ladder for the touchdown!
Did the Broncos make a mistake letting go of Russell Wilson?
Does anybody else have more awkward celebrations than Russell Wilson? You guys see him doing his Antonio Brown finger wag? He was doing the AB.
That was a team thing that they're probably all into with.
Dude, they were 4-2 with Justin Fields, and they are 3-0 with Russell Wilson. It's not spectacular numbers, but it is literally getting the job done. 14 of 28 for $195, 3 touchdowns and a pick. But somehow, some way, things are working out with Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh. My God, is Mike Tomlin the coach of the year?
Oh, he's got to be up there.
No.
If they continue up there and run, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's got a good chance for it. Russell Wilson is – some people, when they play Madden, they build quarterbacks that look like Jaden Daniels. If Mike Tomlin could build a Madden quarterback, he would build Russell Wilson. Not based off of stature or anything, but just based off the style of play. Man, we are going to control it. We're going to run the ball. We're not going to ask a whole lot out of you. Don't you dare put my defense in a bad spot. And Russ has been the perfect guy for what Tomlin wants.
I left out one game, but we'll get to it next because it surrounds where Prime may be going. At least that's some national speculation. The most important hour with the big question of the day next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I get it, man. You're probably looking for solutions. You've gone online and you might have spent your money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Your hair's still getting thin, nothing's working, and your pocketbook is getting thinner at the same time. Guys, invest in yourself. Do it the right way with my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. Guys, modern technology, top-rated physicians, and it is guaranteed to work. You need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. So whether you've got receding hairline, thinning hair, or a bald spot, Advanced Hair can address all those concerns with their simple one-day treatment. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these treatments, and now it's your turn. Guys, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and the best part, your hair is guaranteed to grow for life. That is a long guarantee right there. Get a free consultation. Call 720-459-HAIR. If you qualify, you're also going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that has redefined hair restoration. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Eagles out of timeouts.
No sacks for Hurts. Everything else you can throw in the middle of the field or outside.
Able to shake off the pressure. Fires to the end zone, and it's caught by Dallas Goedert.
Philadelphia 34, Dallas 6. Not that we really care about that game in particular, but the worse that Dallas does and the better that CU does, the question is how much, not pressure, wrong word, maybe hype, vibes, how much momentum Dallas keeps their downward spiral going. Maybe it's a 4 or 5 win season. They bottom out. They got nothing to play for at this point. How much does that momentum go towards Prime coaching the Cowboys and them doing whatever they need to do to get Shedeur? Where does this go?
By fan base or by the organization?
I think it's going to be spearheaded actually by the media because it is a juicy-ass thing to talk about.
Media and fan base, it'll be at a 9.5.
Yep.
Ownership, I think they're looking at seeing $260 million that I'm not sure they want to spend somewhere else or be on the hook for.
Well, the train has left the station in terms of Deion's appeal for other teams, right? Whether that's college football or the NFL, he is officially an attractive candidate. Now, the conversation adds up in terms of Dallas. I think it adds up with Vegas. I think both those teams are NFL destinations that Deion Sanders would jive with, of course, for the obvious reasons. I don't know there's just about any team in the NFL that Deion would jive with. Now, of course, you could say, well, he'll jive anywhere that he could get his son. Maybe that's true. To me, what the real conversation is, do you believe Deion Sanders in what he has said previously about not wanting to coach the NFL? And then the other part of it is, as an NFL owner, do you look at Deion Sanders like he is going to have the same ability to shine in the NFL as he does in college football, based off the fact that he recruits based off who he is, his name, and in the NFL you recruit with money? So there's a lot of things that factor into it that I don't know that Deion Sanders is going to be as coveted as an NFL head coach as you think he will be. There's probably a couple teams like Dallas that makes a lot of sense, but I don't know that there's going to be 5 or 6 of them.
It feels to me that if he doesn't leave this year, he could be here for a long time. He could. I don't see a world where Shedeur is on a team and Deion's not his coach, that Deion joins him. I don't know if that makes sense. I suppose it could. I mean, if things
to me, that makes more sense.
If things go poorly,
that makes more sense because then I can guarantee I'm coaching him. I know you think it's easy. I don't.
But you realize you would have to have a year of complete failure for that to really happen. I don't think you'd have a mediocre or a developmental year where things are going well.
Hey, it happens. What's going on in Chicago right now? It happens all the time. What happened in Carolina last year?
Okay.
Number one picks that their coaching staff got fired.
I'm not trying to ever say never because certainly, but it would have to be that.
But see,
it would have to be Shedeur with the team. The NFL team does not do well. He's not doing well. And what are we doing? We're firing a coach after 1 year?
Yeah. But from Deion's perspective, that would be a whole lot more attractive than trying to do it the other way around. Trying to say, I'm going to go to the Dallas Cowboys, and I'm going to figure out a way to get Shedeur.
What if he gets drafted by the Cowboys? Deion stays here. Let Shedeur go. Doesn't play. Dak comes back, has a great year, which might be what it needs to be pushed. And then Shedeur just hits the portal.
There you go.
You got it all figured out, Scotty.
Well, but Scott, I mean, the portal thing to me is a huge conversation. I think Deion is way more self-aware than most people give him credit for. I think he's very aware of what makes him successful and why it's working in college football. And it's working because of the freaking portal and the chaos of college football, because he thrives in that environment, because he's got a name that kids want to come play for. Deion Sanders. And you don't do that in the NFL. Even Bill Belichick. Nobody went to Bill Belichick. Maybe they went for Tom Brady, but they damn didn't go for Bill Belichick. They will go for dollars and cents, and it just doesn't work. You can't recruit in the NFL like you can in college football.
Prime laid it out today. essentially they're focused on probably 10 kids. They're going to try to get their guys, and the rest is all portal for the rest of the time he's here. And I really don't have a problem with that. Sounds fine to me.
As long as he gets the guys.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get the guys.
Yeah.
But, listen.
On both fronts.
On both fronts. You got to get the quarterback, too, if he's going to stick around. And I know there's been, who's that kid, the USC guy or
Lewis?
Yeah.
Juju
Lewis, right? I could have sworn I saw something about, hey, he's this, that, the other thing.
Well, there were
see.
reports yesterday that he's like immediately close to flipping to University of Colorado.
Right.
The report didn't get finalized yesterday. Like there were rumors that it was going to,
Right.
but it's all over the place that he's going to flip.
Okay. Well, if you got a kid like that, you got a shot. I mean, you got to keep going down that line. You
There's
gotta have
pretty
a
cool
guy.
photos of so Juju's been to the University of Colorado 4 times now. He's
Okay.
taken 4 visits up to Boulder. And there was one cool photo floating around on Twitter of, they've got Juju sitting in the CU throne. I'm sure you guys have seen all those photos where they got him sitting in the throne. And then you've got Shador standing over him and he's dropping the keys into his hands, passing the keys to the kingdom
That's
to him.
cool.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Let me ask you this. Now I'm trying to grab the question. I just had a great question.
I'm sure it was.
It was a great question.
Best one
It
you
was a
probably ever
no-dumb
had.
question.
What's the question?
What is the question?
Well, you guys are pressuring me now.
How much?
It's a great question.
You brought
Here it is. Here's a no-dumb
How much do
question.
you get paid?
Say CU plays well, maybe even gets to the Big 12 championship game, doesn't win it.
Yeah.
So now doesn't make the playoffs.
They don't?
No, now they don't make the playoffs.
Okay.
Now they're having to go to Cotton Bowl or something else like that.
So they're a 10-3 team that doesn't make the top 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually think that if they don't win the Big 12, they will not make it.
Okay.
There is
all
a
right.
path that they will, but if you lose 3 games, the likelihood of it is very low.
All right, go ahead.
Should Shador and Hunter play in that bowl game?
Hell no.
No, of course
Hell
not.
no.
Yeah. Which you say Cotton Bowl. You're like,
no.
Cotton Bowl, that's a great bowl game.
Well, it used to be.
Not
Or
anymore.
the Fiesta Bowl or
Nah.
whatever.
Well, the Fiesta Bowl is one. There are bowls, Dan, if you could put it back up there. There are bowls like the Sugar Bowl that are part
of the championship.
Yeah.
So all the
Yeah.
BCS bowl games, that's where the first round is being played.
Yeah, it's
Or,
like
excuse me, I think the second round. Second round.
Did they say
the
what
first
the
round is
bowls
being
are?
played at home, and then the second round is being played at all both BCS ones.
New Year's 6 bowl games will be introduced in the quarterfinal.
yeah, and those are those. That's the Sugar Bowl. That's the
the
bowl.
BCS.
That's
And then the semifinals will be played on bowls on a rotating basis while the
Yeah.
national champion host site is determined through bids by prospective host
Where's
sites.
the national championship this year? I don't even know.
I don't even know either. You know what's cool
You
though?
know
in-
Jerry
in that
Jones
first
gonna try
round,
to get in
in that first round, 5 through 12, it's at the higher seeds home field.
Right. So an extra home game.
Yeah, in a playoff game like that, come on, man, that's pretty awesome. That means you could have. Help me out here, Tyler. A home game in December at Folsom.
Yeah.
Has that ever happened before?
Well, there's a part of me that would rather get the home game at Folsom than get the bye. Just to have the experience of having a playoff game at Folsom.
Has there ever been a December game in Folsom?
Probably not, because the last game has always been on Thanksgiving.
Right.
I don't know.
That'd be kind of cool, right? Having a home game at Folsom.
There's probably not been a December game anywhere. Like in terms of a home game.
They've probably never had. Wow. That's kind of weird to think about, but yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? There's probably never been.
there's teams that have got bowls in their home field, so they might have played in a bowl game at
Sure.
their home field. but-
Sure. USC's probably played at the Rose Bowl more than once,
So you can
obviously,
probably have
that sort of
a
thing.
December 6th game in
Folsom.
In Folsom.
That would be pretty damn cool.
Unless they give 2 weeks.
Dude, I'm telling you, I would almost rather not have the bye just to have a playoff
Well,
game
but-
at
but-
CU.
but
Wouldn't
again,
that be fun, man? That
At
would
the
be
end
amazing.
of the season, is there 1 or 2 weeks before the playoffs start?
I'm not sure.
I bet it's a couple weeks.
But
Whatever.
boys,
It'd be
can
December.
you
You're talking about December
imagine-
12th, maybe.
Okay.
Can you imagine how expensive that ticket would be?
Oh my God.
I mean, tickets right now are outrageous.
I can't imagine.
Insane. A playoff game at Folsom? Dude.
Get your
So
running game
you
going.
got to play Utah. You're a 10-point favorite, and their season just ain't what it used to be. You should beat them, despite
Who should have beat BYU
who
last
should have beat BYU. That game in Kansas, man, and it will be at Geha because that's where Kansas is playing their home games this year. and then you host Oklahoma State is terrible. I actually don't know how a program like Oklahoma State can be this bad. But
Who
they are
was one of the preseason favorites and was ranked as high as 13 to start the season.
Yeah.
That is bananas. They're 0-7 in conference play.
I'm most worried about Utah this weekend. Kansas is hot, but Utah's number one. It's just that it kind of has sort of become a rivalry, sort of from CU's perspective. And the 10 a.m. start worries the hell out of me.
Prime said he liked it today. He said he liked it.
That's fine.
He said he preferred it.
He can say that all he wants, but all I know is his team is accustomed to playing at 8 o'clock at night.
More than what CU's done so far this year, does beating Utah this weekend legitimize themselves more?
I think at this point, the pressure is on because the expectation bar is you're going to win out now. Forget about making a bowl. It's funny, and Miss Peggy turning 100 next week. Wow. Prime said today, we got her a bowl. Now we got to get the game. And it is true. He is not lying about that. They hold their own destiny. If they win out, they're the national champions.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? If CU wins the rest of their games this year, they will be national champions this year.
Yeah, it'll only be 8 more games, but sure.
7.
Hey,
Right. Depends on the seed. But it depends if they get a bye or not.
Yeah. Let me go on the limb like D-Mac. If the Broncos win all the rest of their games, they're going to win the Super Bowl.
They will. They will. But the Broncos would have, let's do some math on that, 11 more games to do that. Because you're playing in the wild card because you got 5 losses already.
It's only 3 more.
You're going to be 12-5. You'll be 2 or 3 at least.
Yeah, it's different. Okay. All right. No dumb question. I know how easy relative the path would be for CU because I just named 3 games they're going to be favorites in and a BYU team that just almost lost to Utah to win the Big 12 championship. And then you kind of go from there. What's the easiest path for the Broncos? Because the CU path is actually doable. Is the path really doable for the Broncos?
I mean,
I'd love it if the answer is yes.
According to you yesterday, they're 9-5 in a month.
They're 9-5 in a month, yes.
With a bye.
They should be. I don't know. I feel weird about this Atlanta game. The way you feel about Utah is exactly how I'm feeling about this Atlanta game right now. I do not feel good about it. I do not. I wish I did. I don't feel great about it.
You wish they would have won last week.
I felt better about them being Kansas City than beating Atlanta. I know that sounds weird, but I have
he hit the brakes real fast.
He comes out with the weirdest takes.
Yeah.
They're just weird.
I feel
and
strange
you don't need to have a
about this.
PhD to have that take.
No. Damn right you don't. Give me a total moron. I mean, you could be a comic book nerd and figure that one out. I told you I'm an idiot, right? We're going to play that game.
We're playing games?
I guess so.
Are we playing games?
Now we're having fun. All right, we have a story we missed yesterday. We'll get to it today about smarmy radio hosts basically telling an NFL coach you're an idiot. This really happened, and you'll hear it coming up next. Oh, we have fun on this show.
You
That's
got
what
me
we
on that
do.
one, Scott. You got me on that one.
MountainHighAppliance.com.
Because you know it's true.
Oh, that's why it was so good.
Greatest comedy has truth to it.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. We love you. All right, we got some fun stories and actually leftovers from yesterday. But hey, who dominates leftovers more than Dan Bud Squints Tanner? Let's go.
All right, just very quickly, the Broncos ESPN Power Rankings came out today. Fellas, they moved up 2 spots
15?
after a loss. Yeah, they went from 17 to 15 after
pretty good.
almost beating the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday. Now, speaking of that game, obviously Alex Forsythe gets bowled over on the game-winning attempt for the Broncos field goal, and Tyler actually sent us the Kelsey brothers. I'm not exactly sure when this is from, but they are
it's a full year ago. It's got nothing to do with the game.
So a year ago, they're just kind of discussing how a certain position on the field goal unit is the toughest assignment.
And this is Alex Forsythe's position, the one that I was trying to describe that I played as well.
Okay.
The most unselfish guy on the team, hands down, are the tight ends on field goal.
100%.
Their jobs are literally take your right hand and you grab the thigh pad.
Die slow, homie.
Grab the thigh pad of this guy. Take your other hand, punch out to expose your entire chest. And then oftentimes 3 people just barrel through you. And you're not allowed to do anything. You can't lean. You can't move your arm and open a gap. Otherwise, that thing's getting blocked.
Blocked. You just got to die slow. You got to absorb everybody as slow as possible. And literally 99% of field goals, that tight end is on his back, just getting pounded into the ground by 3 people.
When the coaching point is die a slow death, you know you're in for a rough assignment.
I had not heard that yesterday. I swear. Was that not verbatim what I said? My coach told me, you're going to die playing this position. Your goal is to die slowly. And when I got on Twitter last night and I was defending Alex Forsythe, not based off of that play, okay? He got his ass blown up, okay? And it was bad, right? But what I felt bad for the man about, all these clips that are floating around, somebody put together this string of like 15 clips of Alex getting knocked on his ass, and they're normal. They're absolutely normal clips of what happened. You're going to get knocked down, like they said there. I would say that's a little bit high, not 99% of the time. But I would say about every other time, you're going to get your ass knocked down, okay?
The best example I saw of this, and maybe we could find this, it was Dan Orlovsky. And they went on the first field goal, or the first extra point, the second extra point, and then that, and he showed it. So they didn't really do it, but watch what they do. And he said they tested. Oh, second touchdown. They tested again and almost got the second extra point. Almost got 3. And he said, look what their adjustment is. Now they lined 2 big old jokers right on top of that tight end position.
Mm-hmm.
He said he had no chance. And he got flattened on the extra point. The second extra point, he got crushed.
So let me ask you, on the block, did he use perfect technique?
No.
Okay, so he did screw up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But my point was not defending that. I'm defending the clips that are floating around on the internet about him. The ones that they're like, oh, he got knocked down 7 out of 10 times.
Oh, okay.
They're normal, and he did his job in an effective manner in the ones that he got knocked down.
But he didn't do his job there getting knocked down.
Correct.
He gets knocked down in all of them.
But I don't think that there was some scouting report on this guy.
The Chiefs said there was. Are they lying?
But if we can watch this, we got Orlovsky, Dan found it. Watch the progression and listen to what he says about it.
Every time Denver kicked an extra point or field goal, they attacked the same guy, okay? So this is the left, essentially tackle. Now watch what they do. That's the first one. They don't rush him, okay? That's the first extra point. They don't rush him. The next opportunity to make a kick, Denver. Watch what they do with Chanel and Karlaftis. They run through him. He gets dump truck. He's on the ground there, okay? So you sit there and like, okay, we were close. Very next kick, next opportunity. Let's go after him again. Karlaftis and Chanel. They're going to go run through him. Where does he go? Down on the ground.
That's good
so
right there,
you're sitting there as a unit and going, we can get after this guy. We can go block a kick over this guy. The very next one, this is the game-winning opportunity. Who do they go over? That left tackle wing. Who are the 2 guys? Karlaftis and Chanel, and they get him. That is not by mistake. They went attacked the same guy 3 times in a row.
But the other part
And it's a big progression.
that nobody wants to talk about, Pert screwed him. I mean, he absolutely screwed his guy because he's got to block inside out, and Pert blocks outside. He leaves that third guy. So that tight end spot, you're going to have three guys coming over you, right? The wing guy, you've got to go inside out on that third guy to help out your tight end, and then you go to the outside. Pert just goes straight outside, and he leaves a total vacancy there.
Is that a more vulnerable spot on the left side than the right side?
The field side is the most vulnerable side.
The field side. Define what the field side is.
So not away from the boundary. So
the further you're away from the boundary, the
Not the
more
short
vulnerable
side of
there
the
is.
field.
So if you're on the other hash, the right side would be more vulnerable than the left side. Is that right?
if you're on the left hash, the right side, yes.
Okay.
If you're on the right hash, the left side.
Okay. So
And they
this
moved it to the right hash.
So they moved it to the right hash. I didn't notice with those other hashes there. Because my question is, well, who's doing the job on the other side? I don't even know.
The other side doesn't get attacked. That's
It did on
the
the
whole
very
point.
first extra point.
On the side that gets attacked 9 out of 10 times is going to be the field side. So
well, that's right. But if it was on the left hash, the field side would be on the right side. Correct?
Yes.
Right side of the line.
Okay. So my question is, everybody knows this in the special world of special teams?
Yes.
Common knowledge.
Yes.
So why did the Broncos, I guess what my question is, whoever plays that position on the other side, is he stronger than Forsyth? Or are you so rigid that no matter if it's strong or weak, you just keep the same guys at the same spot?
Or did you not see the missed field goal and go, dude, they almost got this one. Let's
Okay,
go.
Let me back up, though. My biggest question on this would be, why was Forsyth asked to do the job? Because traditionally speaking, you want guys with length in that position because you're trying to take on 3 dudes at once. Right?
Well, you're telling me not only are they asking Forsyth to do the job, it's a more vulnerable position because of where the ball was snapped. And theoretically, then Forsyth would be better at the job than has that mirror position on the other side. Or why not put that guy over there where Forsyth was?
You don't. Nobody flips. I don't know. I mean, they just don't.
They don't?
No.
Then that makes no sense to me because if it's the most vulnerable position and they're getting after it, that's pretty shizzle coaching right there to not realize how vulnerable it is.
No, well, they didn't think it was a vulnerability. And what I'm telling you is that I don't think he was a vulnerability going into that game. Based off the film that I watched, the incidents that he got knocked on his butt, and everybody's like, Tyler, you're such an idiot. What are you talking about? He got his butt kicked. It's normal. It's normal.
Yeah, but he wasn't getting it took them 4 different times to figure out that puzzle. It got, as Orlovsky, well, first of all,
3 straight times.
First rush, they didn't do anything.
And they did but they came from the right side.
Right?
Okay. And maybe on most extra points.
But because every team, there's only 2 places to attack a field goal. You could try to attack on the inside by having 2 guys veer out in opposite directions and hoping that the guard's going to fall on his face, or you attack over the wing, or they're the end, excuse me. So this isn't like rocket science of what Kansas City did. Every single team attacks the same 2 spots on field goal.
Do you think Forsyth will have that same?
So it's poor coaching.
Well, that's where I was.
Coaching of technique. It's poor coaching.
I think it was poor technique.
Okay.
Well, who coaches technique?
And then, well, I guess I would say poor coaching by putting him. I think you could have a different body there that would have. Yes.
Well, right. That's kind of where I was going. Like, who plays his position on the other side? If it, all right. Listen, the minutia of the special teams. Will Forsyth be in that same position against the Falcons next weekend?
Yeah, probably not.
This weekend. Probably not. Well, why not?
Well, because now he's gotten exposed, and now he got his butt kicked. So you make changes. That's just what coaches do.
Oh. So it is his fault.
Yes, I've said that was his fault every single time. I'm not sure what we're getting hung up on.
Well, you said you were defending people who were going after him for getting his butt kicked over and over and over again on that type of play.
On the previous plays, yes.
So people were wrong to criticize him on previous plays,
correct,
but not for that play.
Yeah.
But he may be replaced.
Yeah.
Because that's what coaches do.
Yeah, when you get beat, you get replaced.
Even if it's not your fault.
We're talking in circles here.
We are kind of talking in circles because I'm not sure where you're going. It was his fault.
What? Oh my God!
Scott, help me here. Am I
Scott, can you explain
something?
what I'm saying? That play was his fault. The other plays were not.
Okay.
What is so hard about that?
Nothing.
You guys are going to make me pay attention.
I know, sorry.
Like,
next story, Dan.
Like, my brain is about to explode.
All right, we'll make it simple. Next story, Dan.
4 cars just imploded on the road.
Well, somebody else's brain that's exploding is a radio host in Chicago. Fellas, the Bears fans and their media, they're down bad. So Matt Eberflus, the head coach of the Chicago Bears, appeared yesterday on a local radio station in Chicago, and the host was getting frustrated because Matt's phone was having some issues.
We're looking at this week and this week only. We do have evidence on tape that we've played good football during the course of this year. We got to pull on those experiences.
Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
All right, we'll put them on hold and see if we can reestablish.
Damn! I mean, come on, man. This is 2024. Can we get a freaking landline? I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, dummy.
Seriously.
2024.
That's actually a really stupid comment by that dude right there.
Yeah.
It's 2024. Can we get a landline? No, bro. It's 2024. There are no landlines.
There are no landlines. 1924.
Yeah, if it was 1994, we would have a landline. What the?
You got to listen to the rest of it. He goes in on this, dude. What you got to understand the context here. Like, this would be Jared Bednar calling into the morning show, right? So he's calling into his station,
regular show,
to his show that he gets paid to appear on.
Yeah,
and this guy is
probably the flagship of the station, I would guess.
Absolutely, the flagship of the station. Dan, do you have the rest of it or no? Oh, okay. Don't worry about it then. But he goes off. I mean, he goes on a 2 or 3 minute diatribe.
The host of the show goes off on Eberflus.
Yes. But Eberflus never does. He never comes back.
Well, because he didn't have a landline, because it's not 1994.
Right. Coach, your phone's as bad as your offense. Hey, Bednar.
How do we feel about a radio host on the coach's show going off on the coach like that?
If you're on the state-sponsored station, you're probably getting your butt fired, quite frankly.
On one hand, it's refreshing, but you can tell this guy's stupid.
The host of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not a bright guy.
Yeah.
He's not a bright man, Jen A.
It's kind of refreshing. Be interesting to see how much longer he has his job. Because I know there have been some state, as you call it, state-sponsored radio that was said, really? No. We pay $25 million a year.
Dude, people do
to have him on the show every year.
I mean, it's a funny comment because it's so in your face. But literally, people do drive and do interviews and have cell issues. I think the guy's kind of a tool to do that to Eberflus. I think Eberflus is not that great of a coach, but I actually think that guy's a knob.
Oh, he's way out of line. Way, way out of line.
Yeah. It's a funny comment, though, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he's a Chicago legend, whoever that guy is.
Well,
he can do no wrong. He's the Vic Lombardi of Chicago.
Since they called, Bears have fired their offensive coordinator.
I guess it worked.
I guess it was all his fault. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's go to Dallas. Another dumpster fire going on right now. Did you guys happen to see the sun poking through the Cowboys stadium?
Yeah.
Got in CeeDee Lamb's eyes, and he missed a touchdown catch because of that. So a lot of people were asking Jerry after the game if he would consider putting up curtains in the stadium to block the sun.
So we do know where the damn sun's going to be in our own stadium.
Why not put the curtains up? Why not mitigate that?
What?
The sun in CeeDee's
Well, let's
eyes.
just tear the damn stadium down and build another one. You kidding me?
But it's not, you don't have to go that way.
Everybody's got the same thing. Every team that comes in here has the same issues. They know where the sun's going to be. So every team has the same thing.
So is it more on Mike not understanding where the sun is and not calling those places?
I'm saying the world knows where the sun is. You get to know that almost a year in advance. So someone asked me about the sun, and what about the sun? Where's the moon?
Where's the moon?
Well, that sounds like me and you talking about Forsyth right there for a second.
What? Why not just put curtains up? What's the big deal, Jerry?
So
I agree.
It sounds like they've got the ability to put the curtains up, right? If you think about it, that could be one of the most wicked home field advantages of all time. If you would put the curtains up when you're on offense and you take them down when the opponents have to go into the sun,
well,
that would be a ridiculous home field advantage.
Having been that stadium, I'm assuming the side that you come in from this giant courtyard.
Yeah.
With food and vendors and places to sit and music and band. I mean, it's a giant courtyard. And you kind of walk up to this giant glass wall and you walk in and you're above the field. It's really kind of cool. So it's an aesthetic thing. Probably don't need to put curtains, but you could probably put some sort of film over it that cuts it down a little bit.
Wasn't the whole part of this story, too, that Jones was a little bit arrogant in how he designed the stadium because they knew there were going to be some sort of issues with the sun and all that? And it was like, well, who cares?
The Rangers right across the parking lot, the Rangers did the same thing. They rebuilt the stadium after like 5 years because of the sun.
Yeah, I mean.
Listen, the building's, 15 years old now?
Cowboy Stadium?
No.
Oh, it feels older than that.
15,
What?
20?
It doesn't feel that old to me.
I have no idea. What's your point?
This is the first time anybody's complained about it publicly?
No, I mean,
no. There's
it's
always
gotta be a
there are
thing.
always memes floating around. Jerry Jones built a $4 billion stadium, but can't figure out the sun glare.
Cowboys Stadium was built in
2009.
2009 it was open. How about that? Not that long, I guess. You're not knocking it down.
Hey, no, first of all,
that ain't going anywhere.
CD's making an excuse for a drop, right?
Yeah.
Anybody know how much he makes? Didn't he just sign a big deal?
How much does he make? Has anybody seen his paycheck?
Has anybody seen his paycheck?
What's his paycheck?
I mean, he's talking about can't see it. Whole lot of first basemen around Major League Baseball have to fight that every afternoon, don't they?
Weather, man. The sun. Man.
Where's the moon? Yep, that's it.
That's pretty brutal.
And there's a giant courtyard out beyond that.
That is pretty brutal.
But if you're
right
telling
there.
me you could put but if you could put curtains down, they've already got them. It sounds like you do that when the opponent's got to go into that, and you put them up when you got to go there.
There's no
amazing.
way. There's no way the NFL would allow
What
that.
you got to do?
Why?
No way.
Hey, anybody watch Monster or what is it? What's that one garage movie down there?
Garage movie?
Yeah, something Monkey Garage.
Yeah.
You see that guy?
Yeah.
Just get him come in and tint the windows.
Window tint.
Yeah, just tint the windows.
What could that be? Run you a couple bucks. Jerry can afford it.
Yeah, tint the windows.
That is pretty stupid that you would allow something like that could impact your team. That is dumb beyond dumb. I mean, what are we talking about?
Or play better if you get the late game and the evening games. Monday night
Well, I was
games.
going to say, because not every home game is an afternoon game. Not every game probably is sunny, I guess.
I went there on a beautiful sunny
and then you
day,
got the
and
time.
there
You got
was
the
no
time
issue.
change that factors into things later on. So it probably doesn't happen that often, but often enough. Go
You
ahead,
guys know the
sorry.
story about what happened to the Rangers also, though, right? They built a new stadium after
Yeah.
like only 15 years of, not even 15 years. And it was because they built it facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, people do dumb things for sure.
Well, I know somebody built a basketball arena and forgot to put a bay for trucks.
What?
Yeah, they forgot.
Shut up.
Oh,
Who did that?
They forgot that they're supposed to build and have trucks in there, and they had to go like last minute redesign and then build them small.
Oh.
The Boston Garden forgot they needed a way for trucks to get inside also, and so they've got, I don't know if you've seen it.
The new one?
Yeah.
No, relatively new.
And it's like a 60-foot uphill ramp.
Oh, no kidding.
To get up there. I mean, it's massive. Now the buses have to back up because you can't turn around when you get up there. So in wintertime, you've got this giant ramp that's iced over and slip, and these buses are trying to back up.
If you've never
about 100
been
yards.
to the Boston Garden, I cannot. First of all, it was crazy how they Jimmy jammed it into such a tight space in the first place. The fact that they built a new arena, I don't know how they found the space right next to it to build essentially the Fleet Center. But it might be the tightest stadium configuration in the country.
They built
It's
that one and
insanely
forgot that
stupid.
they needed a way to get buses indoors.
Well, there's no room in there anyway.
Yeah.
It's not super stupid, but it's pretty wicked. Not smart.
Not smart.
I go to Duncan and talk about it.
Not smart.
We had a fun moment with Deion Sanders and Travis Hunter. What is the holiday song about shoes? The saddest song ever.
Oh, yeah.
The shoe song.
New pair of shoes. For mom or something like that.
Something like that.
I made my daughter listen to it a couple weeks ago.
You did not.
I did.
You made her listen to the saddest song of all time?
Yeah.
Do you hate her?
Oh, love her.
Okay.
She's my daughter.
We'll hear Travis Hunter and the shoe story with Prime next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're in the market for new vehicles, don't waste your time. There's one car dealership you need to go to. You will find the vehicle of your dreams at a great price. Phil Long Ford. Guys, Tyler Plum's here. I've been buying all my vehicles there since my rookie year because I've built a long-term relationship. I know him, I love him, I trust him, and you're going to do the same thing. Once you buy a vehicle there, you'll be a customer for life. Guys, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care what you're looking for, a new or pre-owned vehicle, car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles. They've got it all over at Phil Long Ford. The inventory is as strong as it has ever been. Excuse me. So we're talking about one-stop shopping. One-stop shopping at the best prices. No reason to go anywhere else. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over and shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
I just got a tweet. Hey, D-Mac, where can we purchase the hobo shirts? We figured out that Scott's a hobo. He's a hopeful Bo Nix fan. So if you're a hopeful Bo Nix fan, you're a hobo. You're a hobo.
The Ho for Bo shirt's going to sell
Yeah,
a whole lot
and then
more.
if you've just sold out, put everything in one nest, then you're a hoe for Bo.
Hoe for Bo.
And that's you.
I'm a hoe for Bo.
Which we can make them both Christmas shirts, sell them for
Sure,
charity.
Sure.
I'm a hobo,
And I'm a hoe for Bo.
Maybe a little cross candy canes.
Okay.
And then I'm a hoe for Bo.
All right.
And a picture of Santa Claus holding a bag. And on the bag say, I'm a hoe for Bo. Or I got a hoe for Bo.
We'll retire on that idea.
You sold a lot of T-shirts before, Scott. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get
I
T-shirt
guarantee you
business.
we could wrap up 100,000 of those.
Hey, let's go. I can use some money now.
I'm a hobo with Christmas colors on it.
Yeah. And
Gone.
and 10.
Gone.
A Santa bag with the number 10 on it.
Yeah.
Maybe the guy carrying it, smoking a stogie going,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
a
yeah.
hobo.
Yeah. Brilliant. Let's get our people on that. We had a fun moment with Prime today. Prime was cool today. Prime. I really do like Prime, who gets into story time sometimes. The dude's just lived an amazing life and has some cool stories to tell. But this was a weird one. He's in the press conference, and Travis Hunter comes in. He's got a pair of shoes for him. So I saw it on ESPN. They actually had the highlight on ESPN. Travis Hunter bringing him his shoes. So go ahead, Dan, roll it.
Hey, Coach. Troy Finnegan, CU Sports Report. I know that you're aware.
I thought you stole them.
You can have your shoes back.
They must don't fit.
Nah, they fit very well. I told you I got them on layaway.
No, you can take them. Go ahead and take them. They hurt my feet.
Say no more.
In warm-ups, they hurt my feet. How does a man wait for you to take shoes off? Yeah. He's unbelievable. They have so much. He's worth so much money, and he's so frugal. It reminds me of somebody.
Mirror.
So Travis Hunter was borrowing Prime shoes.
Well, he looked just like a
He
pair
steals them all the time.
Yeah.
Every time Dion gets a new pair of, he's got his own shoes, I guess. Yeah, he steals them all the time. He's the only Travis is apparently the only dude on the team that's allowed to go in there and steal Dion's shoes.
That is a different relationship. Right
Does Dion rub you as the definition of frugal? I'm not sure that he rubs me as that way.
How about flashy frugal?
Is there such thing?
Flug. He's a flug.
He's a flug?
So he spends all his money on flash, but nothing else?
No, I think he goes flash, and he ain't afraid to have nice things, but I don't think he's just going to go up and let's have a this or that for 50,000.
I think he is. I think he has nice things. Can you be frugal and still have nice things?
Yeah, you can.
I think that's who he is. He has nice things, but I bet he's pretty cheap overall because I don't think you get that far away from how you grew up. And he grew up with nothing. I don't think any of us get that far away from how we grew up.
Other side of the tracks, Cherry Creek, Clay Court. That's all I'm saying.
Boat. Don't forget the boat.
Kids grew up quick at Cherry Creek High School, man.
Yeah.
Cherry Creek High School.
Boat.
Other side of the track.
Yeah.
Clay Court and a boat.
Right. So I probably spend money on
Crabbing with the Kennedys on the weekend.
Right. That's what we did.
Yeah.
What do we do? I'm sorry. Did you say crabbing?
Yeah.
Clamming.
Clamming. Oh, okay.
Lobstering.
I was thinking about
We could be lobstering or we could be clamming. Crabbing would be down like in like Baltimore or that. It's just different where that stuff is.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to East Coast splain things to you.
Explain it.
I'm
Thank
trying
you.
to explain
Thank you.
things how
So crabbing.
how
No,
the,
I mean clamming.
how the boat culture rolls.
Clamming. Well, listen, I'm not assuming that the Kennedys aren't throwing out their own their own lobster pots.
Hey, good luck trying to explain the field side to him.
True.
I got it now.
Or whose fault?
When you asked about the field side there, I almost lost my heartbeat.
Well, we got it now. We figured it all out. It'll be interesting what they do with Forsyth, man. Because Sean Payton did say it wasn't his fault; it was a team thing. Blah 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 blah.
Well, and that's
we'll
maybe
see.
not selling Pert out. If Pert needs to close that gap in between them also.
Well, he does.
I mean, if Pert even just jams, maybe hits that one inside guy into the other inside guy that slows down, and you get the kick.
And you know what? I never even
then we
looked.
can talk about Lutz
I
and
don't
Snook.
even know specifically which guy actually did make the block, if he was the middle guy or the outside guy. If it was the outside guy, then it's really Pert's
Well,
fault.
I will
let me
say
ask-
this.
yeah.
I understand again. Boy, Forsyth sure fell over easy. Where's
Yeah,
your
he
balance?
did.
Yeah,
He
it felt
did.
like it.
I mean, that was
Yeah.
an easy comb over.
Who do
Yeah.
you think in the building as they get back to work next week, day off today, they get back to work next week, who do you think is having the hardest time just with, how they feel about that game in the building?
Forsyth.
Well, of course you're setting that up to say Alex Forsyth.
Worse
And-
than Ben Kotwika or Mike Westhoff, the special teams guys?
Yes.
It's the player.
Because the player is the one that was out there. Yeah.
If the player's
Okay.
worth the salt, then you always blame yourself.
How's Kotwika dealing with things this week? How's he feeling about stuff? How's he feeling about life?
He's just
Well,
walking around
things aren't
saying, I'm
great.
Peyton's boy.
It's fine. No
Yeah,
problem.
I'm a Pope boy. Peyton's boy.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not good. As a special teams coach, it's kind of like playing offensive line. You only get noticed when something goes wrong.
Mm-hmm. Is it more on the player or the coach, that moment?
One more no dumb question for you guys.
Sure.
5-5. True?
Yeah.
And we're talking about we should be sitting here probably 6-4. I'm content this. If Denver was a legit team, should they not be at least 7-3 right now?
Yeah, but they're not.
That's what I'm saying. If they're a legit team,
It's not
so
this year.
forget 6-4. If you're going to go, we should have won that game. Great. Well, then you probably should have won Seattle too.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Dude,
even Pittsburgh.
When we get in the DeLorean to a year ago ahead of time, let's have that conversation. 7-3 next year at this time. Should be. I don't even care what the schedule is. That's what they should be.
I'm a hobo, and I'm hoping you're right.
Okay. Well, that's the life of a hobo.
Unless Shadur's available.
Really? You're going to bring that up? We're out the door. You're going to bring that up? Give us something to talk about tomorrow. Dan, we'll see you at the gala tonight. What are you wearing?
This.
Okay. Andy and Nate coming up next. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
What I wanted for Bo to experience was he made the key third down throw so that they didn't attempt the field goal and give the ball back to Kansas City. All I wanted was for that to be rewarded.
Should have been.
You know what I mean?
It should have been. Yes. Like, ultimately, the result doesn't change the way Bo played yesterday.
No.
Which was he played really well. But also,
for a half, though.
It does pepper the experience differently.
They can't be as inept as they were in the second half as far as holding on to the ball.
You're inept in Denver tonight. But you know what, Andy? It's this is just kind of how it goes right now.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
How did we not get the headline? The headline part of the bite.
I didn't know that Keats was going to be on this show today.
I forgot about Keats.
Well, Andy said inept.
I know. You need to let him sneak in. I hate you. Goodbye.
I hate you. Goodbye.
There it is.
There it is. There now.
It is.
Now
Thank
it's a
you,
Keats appearance. Yes.
Oh, we've had a lot of new listeners since then.
We're inept in Denver tonight.
And he just snuck in the I hate you goodbye, and I remember only half paying attention going, wait a minute.
That was always my favorite part of the Keats exchange was you clearly weren't listening to anything he was saying.
Like, why is Garrett Bowles mad? Garrett Bowles yelling about something on the bench.
Yeah.
What do you say? Does anybody know? I was texting some of our people going, what do you say? Did he say anything? And then I got the I hate you goodbye.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it wasn't the first time I've been told someone hates me.
Nah, it's okay. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Tuesday. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Springer produces the show. We're with you today until 6. Our pal Parker Gabriel is going to join us from the Denver Post this hour, 3:20 to be exact, to talk about, blocking for field goals and other things going on with the Broncos as they get ready to take on the mighty Atlanta Falcons coming up on Sunday.
I do want to throw this out there. I almost hit up Dave Diaz-Infante today, my buddy that was a long snapper forever for a million NFL teams, to get him to talk about it again, but I thought, maybe we're beating a dead horse. But here's the thing, Jeff Saturday.
That dead horse was the Broncos on Sunday.
Jeff Saturday was on Get Up today.
Okay.
And when they quit talking about the Cowboys for 5 minutes.
Jeff Saturday was on Get Up today.
On a Tuesday.
Okay.
It was Saturday.
I think I'm following this anecdote. Okay.
So.
Yes.
Remember, former offensive lineman for the Colts. And he also, Tyler had said this, so some of the stories are starting to come out. Some guys are kind of coming out to defend our dude Forsythe.
Yeah, you get knocked on your ass.
You get knocked on your butt all the time, and none of us notice. Because usually the kick goes off without a hitch.
Goes up and goes through.
But Saturday was really funny because he goes, I have been in that guy's position. And he said, all you're doing is trying to grab legs. And as you fall down, you're screaming, kick the ball, kick the ball. So
1.2 seconds.
So, yeah, man. 1.8 is what Treadwell got. What do you think it goes to in the pros?
Well, it's 1.2 was Treadwell's number. 1.2. But that was when he was, at Clemson?
Clemson. Say it right now.
Excuse me. Clemson.
There you go.
Clemson.
There you go.
Does it have to be faster in the pros? I suppose the rush is faster.
They're better.
But the long snapper should be faster. The holder should be faster.
I'm just saying we maybe all need to not get too angry at Forsythe just because apparently there's a lot of people coming out and saying that's not all that unusual.
Yeah, he could have done better.
Well, but why don't
I'm going to stick with he could have done better.
Sure.
Yes.
Could they have got the kick off quicker, though?
When he was steamrolled and the dude that went directly through the place where he was once standing blocks the kick, I'd still say that that's on Forsythe.
Well, he wasn't alone. I'm going to go back to that
he was
picture.
not alone.
I mean, that picture was
not good either.
No, everybody. I don't know who had a man, frankly.
Peart gave the stab step outside, so his leverage was gone, and then Forsythe just got trucked. Also, I think Forsythe's left foot kind of got caught up with Peart's, and again, Peart didn't have good leverage to begin with, so he got knocked on his keister, but still, do better while getting knocked on your derriere. What's your favorite euphemism for butt?
We should put this picture up behind you. I'm not sure a single guy got blocked. I'm trying to think.
Fanny? You like a
There's
fanny?
a fanny's old school.
You like
can.
you like a rear end?
Yeah. Keister is funny.
Tail?
Your tail kicked.
Your rump?
Okay.
Ooh, famously or made more famous by the Philadelphia Eagles, the tush.
The tush.
The tushy.
The tush to me always kind of
What do you got?
trouble.
Let's have it.
That meant more a female rear end.
The tush?
The tush.
Ah.
Whoa. Tush was cuter. Was it Jason Kelsey's?
I was going to say, Jalen Hurts obviously has a nice enough tush.
No. Kelsey's is not a tush. That's a can.
Yeah,
that's a fanny.
That's a can, but it's Hurts is whose tush gets pushed.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I suppose that's more in the realm.
Derriere?
The buns. The buns is good.
Buns.
Nice job.
I instantly
Text
go to
line.
Buns of Steel when I hear
Yeah.
buns.
Oh, the hiney. Want to touch the hiney? That's what I hear Adam Sandler every time.
The derriere?
He got flat-backed. I like to go with flat-backed for what
Flat-backed.
happened to him.
Okay.
The dumper? I haven't heard that one.
I had a former co-host who's still a friend of this program
For now.
who used to use a term for the backside that it revolted me. It was so vile.
Is this tell me and break stuff?
It will be. But yes, it had to do with one of the very specific functions of biologically and anatomically what the rear end is kind of there for.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was pretty gross. I didn't like it.
There's badonkadonk. That's good.
Well, that only refers to large ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Jason Kelsey.
Yes.
What else? The keister? Have
I
we
would say
said the keister yet?
Forsyth has a good size keister. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a lot coming in.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So, yeah, I feel the need to stand up for Alex Forsyth.
Oh, 919 got the term. Yeah.
I think a few people got the term.
I don't like it. I don't like it. And I don't care for it. Andy, we got 3 teams fighting for 2 playoff spots in the AFC. All right? This is my read of it right now. Chargers, Broncos, Bungles. Those are the
Hey!
I know I offended your favorite team. Those are the 3 right now. I'll say the dark horse is Miami.
After last night, I give you credit. They looked all right.
They're 3-6, but they're only 1 back in the loss column at Denver. And also in their next 4 games, look at the Dolphins' next 4. Of their next 4 games, they have 3 home dates against the Raiders, the Patriots, and the Jets. That sets up pretty well for the Dolphins right there, and they're scoring 26 a game since Tua's return. So let's not kick them out of bed completely yet, but they have a larger hole to pull out of as of right now. Now, here's an interesting scenario. With the Broncos getting ready to play the Falcons this Sunday, the Chargers play Cincinnati at home this Sunday night, meaning Bronco fans, you got to root for the Chargers this week.
All right.
You got to want the Chargers to win this game because I think it's more important for holding off Cincinnati than I'm all that confident the Broncos can catch the Chargers. Chargers already have 1 win, so they are already up in the tiebreak.
All right. Hold on now.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Today,
I'm going to go look at this.
I do not apologize.
First off, we got Tookus mixed in there, too. There's another good one.
Yeah.
Let me get the Bengals schedule going down this stretch.
What expression do you think Jim Harbaugh uses for the real?
Yeah, not one we can say on the radio. By the way, did you see him getting mad not catching passes out there? That video showed up.
Do we have audio of this? Okay, so Jim Harbaugh is mic'd up.
Yeah, grab
Sunday.
this while I get the schedules of the 2 teams.
Jim Harbaugh is mic'd up on Sunday, and the Chargers, they're getting ready to play Tennessee. And Harbaugh is catching passes from Justin Herbert during warm-ups, okay? Again, I can't reiterate enough. This is in warm-ups, and Harbaugh is just there to catch passes
with gloves on.
From Justin Herbert. And what you were about to hear is audio of Jim Harbaugh dropping a pass from his quarterback who he loves, Justin Herbert. This is how he reacted to, again, in a completely inconsequential environment, dropping a single pass.
Damn it! Damn it! I mean, balls are coming out good. I suck today.
Says it to all his quarterbacks, then tells Herbert he's spinning it good.
He was so angry at himself.
That's just locked my keys in my car angry right there.
Right.
Yeah. Come on, calm down.
That's the I spilled coffee all over my shirt.
Yeah.
Anger right there.
I gotta go change.
There's no consequence at all to Harbaugh having made that drop, and yet if there was a wall nearby,
he'd have punched it.
He would have broken his hand, putting his hand through the drywall.
All right, here's the schedule.
Yeah.
Bengals got the Chargers, obviously. Steelers, Cowboys, Titans, Browns, Broncos, and the Steelers again.
Tough.
I don't know.
Bengals got a lot of work to do against their own division. And
Chargers.
Pittsburgh defense is always going to be tough.
The Chargers, on the other hand, have the Ravens, the Falcons, the Chiefs, the Buccaneers, obviously the Broncos. Then they end with the Patriots and Raiders.
That's generous, but they're both road games, but still.
But they should win those.
Those games,
healthy Charger team wins those last two down the stretch.
Those teams will be checked out.
So I'm telling you, frankly, look, 2 Steeler matchups in your own division. Browns again in your own division. Remember, the Browns jumped up and bit Baltimore out of nowhere. I don't know about those Cowboy Titan games.
Yeah, but AFC North games, those teams always play each other in slugfests.
I can't go against my guy Joey B. Who's it hardest for you to root for, Bronco fans? That's what I want to know. 303-504-0925. Just shoot the text in. I'm curious. I told you Nate had to give me a ride today. The show had to go in one car today.
I've been Andy's chauffeur of late.
I had to put a new battery in my old Ford Ranger there. Finally got that done.
Today's ride was better. We almost died last week.
You know what? I give you a lot of credit. We got off on a slick off-ramp Wednesday night as the snow was falling.
Right.
And I will admit to you, I've not admitted this to you yet. My motorcycle sense kicked in where I was like, we're going a little too fast. But I didn't want to say anything to you because I'm the guy getting the ride. You can't say nothing.
I didn't realize it was that bad.
C470
was
fine. At one point, I almost gave you the stop short arm.
Yeah.
We had it. And I wasn't driving. I don't know. It might have been the first. I stopped short. Not driving. But yeah, you handled it. You didn't cuss.
Nah.
We were sliding, and there was a very, very big vehicle in front of us, and you just kind of like, well, it's just kind of like, again, if you can imagine planes, trains, and automobiles on the highway, instead of freaking out and you looking at me and I'm the devil like John Candy, you were just like, a little slick. I'm like this Midwestern bastard.
We're good.
Slow it down, pal.
I've done a lot of mountain driving in my life.
I don't know what kind of donuts you're pulling in Chicago, but in Denver, we slow it down. So anyway, that's all done.
We were good. Yeah,
we were fine.
It was never an issue. Yeah, nothing.
But I told you, I got no problem rooting for the Chargers. It's fine.
Yeah.
They don't anger me enough. I can root for them if I have to.
You're really rooting for the Bengals, though, aren't you?
Yeah, I want them in the playoffs.
Yeah, you
I
sure
think
are.
Joey being that offense are fun.
You sure are, aren't you? Parker Gabriel is going to join us.
More fun than the Bills.
Covers the Broncos for the Denver Post. We're going to talk to Parker Gabriel about blocking field goals and other Bronco things with 7 games to go. That's next. Ooh, a honeysuckle white turkey. Anyway, it is time for you to go getsporttrade.com. That's right, getsporttrade.com, because you are looking to upgrade to a premium sports betting experience, and there is a brand new app in Colorado designed just for you. It's Sport Trade. That's right, minus 106 main lines. That means more earnings for you when you win. Instant in-play betting. Sport Trade has the best live wagering experience in the industry. Your bets go through immediately. No spinning wheels. They're not going to change the odds on you or cancel your bet. And in fact, most books offer minus $1.15 lines on in-play markets. Sport Trade cuts that VIG in half. Now, I'm talking about money lines. Sound a little confusing to you? Well, at Sport Trade, you can bet as probabilities. That's right. You bet a game. Team that you bet is up in the first quarter. Hey, you made a bet them pregame at 47% odds. You sell it the end of the first for 60%. It's just buy low, sell high. Go to getsporttrade.com. Make yourself some cash. That's right. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
this isn't on the player. This is on all of us. This is on us as coaches. We've got to continue to look at, are we big enough stature-wise there for that, and understanding how the rush was coming. So it's disappointing, and yet it's not something that's new when a big play is made at the end of a game.
Hey, good for Sean Payton. He stuck up for his dude, Alex Forsyth, who got knocked on his rumpus? Anyway, he hit the deck, and Leo Chenal went through and blocked the kick, and the Broncos lose 16-14. They gave up 16 and lost, Andy. At Kansas City now, it's Atlanta coming up right here. Joining us right now, and we cited his work quite a bit yesterday on the show. Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Parker, it was a hell of a car accident for Alex Forsyth on that play. Shout out to you, by the way. I mean, you went and did the all-22 work on all 40 Broncos, either field goal or PAT attempts so far this season. And as you found, it is not terribly uncommon for Alex Forsyth to end up on his back.
Yeah, that's right, guys. I mean, it's and that's sort of like, it lends itself to an interesting question. If 14 times before he'd been knocked backwards and nothing bad happened, like, is it that bad to get knocked backwards? It doesn't look good, obviously, and it's not like totally like, you don't want it, obviously. I don't think you look around the league and see guys getting knocked backward on their butts at that regular of intervals. And at the same time, it had cost the Broncos until Sunday, and then it cost them very dearly. But also, B, it's not subtle. It's pretty clear when you watch those plays, especially if you're looking for it. And so, like, it's not like it's something that could have possibly flown past the Broncos coaching staff as they're watching the film. So that it just sort of leads to, like, more questions than answers. Like, is it a big deal? Clearly it was on Sunday. And is it something that, like, they've known about and worked on? Is it something they've known about they didn't think it was a big deal? That's sort of like Sean maybe kind of answered that in his own way yesterday, but not specifically.
Okay, so Parker, I'm curious, has anyone else come close because of that? Was there any other one that you watched and you thought, oh, there's another one they almost got?
Well, I mean, there was one against Las Vegas, what was that, week 5, that looked close. It's really hard to tell, even when you have, you have the sideline angle, you have the broadcast angle, you have the behind or ahead of angle. It can be pretty hard to tell. I didn't think they'd come like razor close, but definitely, I think two things. One, they definitely have consistently given up pressure off the left side. And then the other thing is, in recent weeks, like basically since the New Orleans game, you've seen teams, bull rush Forsyth and load the left side a lot. And so that tells me that even if you know it's a low probability that you're actually going to block one, teams, when they were going after it, like, they clearly thought, hey, this is our best chance at sort of caving it in and getting through. And obviously, Kansas City finally did it and did it in a game altering spot.
Parker Gabriel, Denver Post. I mean, Parker, clearly it's a shame. It's a shame in the win-loss column. It's a shame in terms of trying to cement any kind of playoff seeding. Broncos could have been 2 games up on Cincinnati and Indianapolis, even though nobody takes the Colts seriously. But Broncos could have been in a much better spot. The other shame of that, obviously, is that Bo Nix and the Broncos basically ran a perfect drive. At that point, getting the ball back with just under 6 minutes to go, with the intention of leaving Patrick Mahomes no time left. I mean, Sean Payton literally called that timeout to attempt the field goal with 1 second on the clock. The Broncos did every damn thing right except for win the game on Sunday, and that's the part that I'm really curious to see how they bounce back from.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's why the locker room was so stunned too. I mean, that's why it was such a brutal scene in the locker room after the game, was because they did. Like, you've seen, like, people make the joke on social media, but it's like only half a joke. You could score with 5 seconds left, and people would say, "Oh, you left Mahomes too much time. Did they leave Mahomes too much time?" You almost can't leave him any time, because you just think somehow, some way, he's going to get him out to midfield or to the plus 40, and you're going to get a field goal chance. So, like, they did everything right. That drive was executed perfectly, and not only that, but Bo Nix, like, they converted 3 third downs on that drive. They did everything you could ask, and then to have it go begging, to have it be, they've only given up 2 offensive touchdowns to Kansas City in the 3 games they've played since Vance came back as a defensive coordinator. Like, they have had the Chiefs' number offensively for the most part the last year and a half, the last 3 meetings. And so in order, to lose this game under those circumstances just was a real kick.
All right, what do you think this does to the locker room? To me, everything's still in front of you. I guess, we look at it obviously differently as media, but not a lot of us are real sure they'd go in and win that game. So I feel like everything you want to accomplish is not necessarily taking a hit because of that, right? There's still a wild card in play and all that. How do you think they feel about it? Will this be, I guess, like a Commanders-Bears moment for them?
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Because if, like, before they went to Baltimore, you would have said, hey, they lose the next 2 games and whatever, they'll still be right in at 5-5 with 7 to go. All the teams that are in contention for that, final spot or spots are still on their schedule ahead of them. Like, they'll be fine. And then it just was the combination, the manner in which they lost the 2 games, the blowout to Baltimore and then getting your heart ripped out in Kansas City. That's the manner in which they lost the 2 games is really the only reason why you question, do I still think that they're sitting in good shape? But, like, fundamentally speaking, they are. And they also have, I think this locker room is more likely to respond the way that, fans hope they respond to a brutal loss like that. It's not a guarantee. You never know for sure until you come out and you see the next week or 2. But Sean Payton's really confident in the leadership of this team. I think the players are confident in their own leadership. And, these guys are conditioned that no matter what happens the week before, you put it behind you and you move on. Now, it's not always possible to do that, but given everything that's ahead of them and where they sit and all of that, like, all of that should make it easier to move on from that and say, yeah, that was really bad. But listen, all we got to do is beat Atlanta and Vegas and then Cleveland. And if they go to the bye week 8-5, I mean, you're going to be sitting there saying, like, it'll be a shame if they don't make the playoffs.
That's kind of the way you kind of almost feel about it right now at 5-5, the way that they're sitting, right, even with these 2 losses. Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post. Parker, elsewhere in that game, the Broncos' 2 leading ball carriers against the Chiefs were Audric Estime and Marvin Mims. McLaughlin and Javonte Williams combined for a grand total of 3 carries in that game. Javonte did have a couple of catches, but what did you make of the carry distribution and Sean Payton suddenly employing a 4-back system?
Yeah, with Sean Payton, like, they're so week to week that, like, I just want to caveat this by saying I think you want to see it for a couple weeks before you say, yeah, I know exactly what I'm looking at. But it sure seemed like we all knew what we were looking at on Sunday. We were looking at Audric Estime taking a hold of the top running back spot. I mean, that's what it felt like. That's what it seemed like. And as long as he hangs onto the ball, it would be a little bit surprising, wouldn't it, if that wasn't the way that the Broncos, proceeded going forward. And I almost think, like, I don't want to jump too far ahead, but, like, I almost think you can sort of see clear. I think you can see the path of what they want the running back room to look like the rest of the year, and that's Audric Estime is the top guy. Javonte Williams is a 3rd down back. He's a reliable pass catcher. He's not explosive, but Samaje Perine wasn't explosive last year either, and he still, converted a lot of first downs and all that as a 3rd down back. And Javonte Williams is a really good pass protector. So, Estime is the lead back. Javonte is the 3rd down back. And then some combination of Jaleel, Mims, or whoever else they think can create a mismatch, doing the sort of, as Sean Payton says, the Joker traits, mismatch type of thing, scat back, change of pace, however you want to term it. So to me, like, it looks like that's how it's shaping up, and I just don't see how, unless Audric Estime puts the ball on the ground, 1 or 2 more times going forward, like, I just don't see how they don't keep rolling with it in that general complexion.
You think we'll ever see Greg Dulcich again? People get annoyed with me bringing him up, but he is the most explosive athlete they have at the position.
I saw him on the sideline. His hair looked great.
Yeah, in his sweats. I mean, Parker, do you think he gets one more look before this is all said and done? I don't think he's a Bronco after this year, but you have nothing else, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible, but I think they're taking injury at this point, honestly. Like, I just, they did with Greg Dulcich what they did with a couple of guys last year. They did this with Essang Bassi at nickel last year, where you didn't really know what you had between him and Jaquan McMillan. It turns out Jaquan McMillan's really good, but he quote unquote won the job out of camp. They gave him a few weeks. They didn't get much out of it, and they said, no thanks, we'll take the other option. And that's basically what happened with Dulcich. I mean, they gave him a few weeks. He didn't show that he, at that moment, was a difference maker. They went to Kroll, and, Kroll hasn't, put up huge numbers, but I'm not sure he's done anything to lose the spot at a position where you're not getting a ton anyways. And then, I'm not, Adam Troutman didn't full on, put on his Travis Kelce pants or anything like that on Sunday, but, he did have that nice catch and run. He's made a couple more chunk plays, I think, in the last few weeks, probably than he made all of last year. And so, you're just not going to get dynamic production from that group on this team this year, probably. But I'm not sure they're in a big rush to change the mix again unless somebody gets hurt, because at least they sort of maybe know what they're getting from the group at this point.
Yeah, and it's just, hey, whichever guy's open, you got to make the play. Parker Gabriel covering the Broncos and the NFL for the Denver Post. Parker, the other team that was on the field on Sunday. We've spent so much time talking about Denver, but let's take a look at these Chiefs real quick, okay? 9-0. Saw this today. 34 teams in NFL history have started 9-0. The Chiefs' point differential, plus 58, is the lowest of any of those teams. They are completely living off of third downs, which speaks to Mahomes' brilliance, but also speaks to an offense that is probably due for some regression. This 9-0 Chiefs team, they're about to play Buffalo. What do we make of this group? Are they due for regression, or is it just impossible because they have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I think it might be the latter. It would sort of be hilarious to be a Chiefs, player, coach, fan, or whatever, and then to have the conversation this week is is this the worst 9-0 team in history? If that's what you're going for, I mean, you're still in a pretty good spot. And I just Mahomes. It almost seems to me that I thought Vance Joseph made a good point on Thursday last week before the game. He said, he's doing less and they're winning more. And he didn't mean that as a slight against Mahomes at all. It's just you don't see the 400-yard games and 4 touchdowns and all of that, and yet they keep winning. And it almost is you almost get the sense that it's sort of the net. It's one of the last steps of his just full mastery of the game is that he can – it's almost like he just decides, okay, we're not capable of doing it all the time, but now we need one. And then they just go get one whenever they need it. First down, touchdown, whatever they need, they seem to go get. And I thought that was what was so fun about Sunday's game was, the Broncos defense gave everything they had. They threw everything at them, and it was basically good enough, right? There was that 16-play drive. The red zone battles were really good. And it was just this guy who's at the peak of his powers, even though he doesn't have all the weaponry around him that maybe he's accustomed to, against a really good defense. And, they held him in check 3 times out of 4 in the red zone. And that should have been enough if a 95%, field goal goes through the uprights.
Did you get a peek at Taylor Swift on this trip? Did you go and scout it out like everybody else?
Isn't the box I think the suite's right below the press box. So, I didn't have eyes on, but presence is palpable, obviously.
Clearly. Yeah. By the way, Parker, you're also Denver's unofficial ambassador to the state of Wisconsin.
That's true, yeah.
I need you to editorialize a bit here, but that Jack Del Rio story, that's the most Wisconsin story that's ever Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, the front yard that he ended up in or whatever, all of that, that's 2 blocks from my dad's house.
Oh, no way.
Wow.
Yeah. So he's the neighborhood watch guy, kind of. So I'm surprised he wasn't the one that found Jack Del Rio, in the yard. But, yeah, I mean, listen, Madison is sort of a work hard, play hard town. And if you're going to play hard, you just have to also not be an idiot.
Asking a little bit too much of somebody that worked for the Broncos in that era. That is Parker Gabriel, everybody. He's covering the NFL for the Denver Post. Read his stuff, denverpost.com. Subscribe and read him. Parker, good work as always, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Anytime, guys.
How about that? His dad's the neighborhood watch guy.
That's hilarious.
2 blocks away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's more legendary, that or Chad Kelly at this point?
Oh my God, that's Madison, Wisconsin's Chad Kelly story.
There's hints of both, right?
Right.
God, how about that? Did you see the Chad Kelly video?
No, what happened to Chad?
You have no idea.
Oh, he broke his leg.
A leg injury so gruesome, his teammates couldn't look at him. One of them started crying or whatever.
Ew.
They showed him trying to put his leg back in place. Hold his leg in place. Just disgusting, man.
You know what makes a good leg splint?
Oh, here we go.
A vacuum cleaner tube. Yeah.
They're
versatile. That's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm.
Grossest injury you saw? Were you in the press box for J.D. Walton and Chris Cooper?
I was for Chris Cooper, yeah.
Were the legs in the air?
But I was way up there.
Okay.
The thing I always remember
and it
about...
was on the other side of the field,
right? The thing I always remember about Cooper was... But they put that picture on the cover of the Post the next day on the cover of the sports section was Cooper sitting there with his foot pointed in the wrong direction. No, I remember we had Cooper in studio once, and I pulled up the picture, and I asked him, I'm like, can you... I'm going to do the annoying sideline reporter thing, and I'm going to go, what was going through your mind when that thing happened? But really, what was going through your mind? And he was just like, hey, look at that thing hanging there. Oh, look at that. Look at that guy. He's not supposed to go that way.
The worst one I've been privy to, I had a next door neighbor who had just a young daughter, and I can't remember. I was probably 8 or 9 at the time. I remember she walked out of her backyard, and her arm was pointing the other direction. But all my mind was going, that doesn't look right. Why doesn't that look right? I don't understand that. And she's kind of going,
Wait, what happened to her?
She broke her arm. She
obviously, but
I don't know. She fell off it was the 80s, man, some unattended swing set or something, I think. All I know is she walked out and my brain could not parse together. Why is her arm facing backwards? She's walking south and the arm's going north. Just like the forearm part of the north. It was like it rotated on the elbow the other way. Like a G.I. Joe character.
Ugh. You remember Kevin Ware from Louisville? That one I think maybe disturbed me the most. Ugh.
Oh, I've seen a lot. There's been... Yeah, it gets wild down there.
Back in Nam,
I
saw
tell
some
people
stuff.
all the time, when the players scatter, there's a big issue.
Yeah.
When they run as far away from it as they can,
Yeah.
They've seen some stuff.
That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Thanks again to Parker Gabriel for joining us right there on the show. Dane Brugler, the draft expert from The Athletic, has his newest big board. How big does he go for Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders? We'll tell you about that next. Live in the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll get new college football playoff rankings. I believe 5:30, I think we're getting
Well,
them.
they start all the pomp and
Ish.
circumstance at like 5, and then they start revealing them. I want to say it was 5:30 when you and I saw them, but who knows?
So, latest AP poll saw Miami, after losing to Georgia Tech, Miami plummeted all the way down to 12. Georgia got smacked by Ole Miss. They fell down to 11, so quite a bit of shakeup up top. Indiana's up to 5 right now in the AP at 10-0. BYU, after surviving against Utah, and the Utah AD having to get fined, BYU is up to number 7 at 9-0, but we'll see where the committee has them. I believe BYU was at number 9 last week at 9-0. We will see where the committee puts them. I'm just looking at the AP poll as of right now. Buffs are at number 18. Colorado, obviously, that's where they're at in the AP, but we know what CU's situation is. Win out, and you will go to the college football playoff as the champion of the Big 12.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this week goes. Look, I love the Buffs' shot at this thing.
Yeah.
Utah played pretty good, though, last week.
They did.
Put in another. What was the story with Zach Wilson's brother? Was he just bad enough they benched him, or did he get hurt and that's why the freshman was in last
He's been
week?
up and down all year long.
So, anyway, that freshman was playing last week. I can't remember his name, but, man, they should have won that game, frankly. I mean, Denver and Utah could get together and talk about bad illegal contact calls this week if they wanted to.
I mean, that game would have been over right there.
So, but Utah is sneaky now.
Did you see
Buffs
Utah's
cannot
AD?
be looking past them.
He got fined 40 G's.
Who did? The AD?
The AD
Well, you
did,
heard the
for
presser,
going
didn't
into
you?
the press conference and losing his mind.
Well, and I'm sure it also didn't help. You saw him. He was walking with the refs. He was in front of Winningham when they went to go over to shake hands, when Kyle went over to go and shake the hands of the BYU coach, and he was giving him an earful then.
They don't like losing to BYU. That's tough for those people to swallow.
But why did they change their strategy? I'll say this. You got him.
Mm-hmm.
I feel for you. You should have had your stop on and on and on. But then you guys, they couldn't stop a nosebleed.
Right.
And you quit blitzing him. They quit pressuring BYU's QB.
It's not a good Utah team. They're just not very good. Buffs should win this game here on Saturday. 10 a.m., big noon kickoff, going to be in Boulder. You're at KU. Kansas, maybe Kansas found something against Iowa State last week. They beat the snot out of them, but Kansas has struggled all year long, and you finish up with Oklahoma State. Gundy's team's not very good. You'd get BYU then in the Big 12 championship game, win all 4 of them, and enjoy yourself in a college football playoff situation with a chance possibly to be hosting a game in Boulder.
That'd be great.
You would have to end up ranked ahead of Boise. Now, Boise right now is ranked 13 in the AP, so they're 5 spots up on the Buffs in the AP poll. Now, in the college football playoff, Boise was 12 last week. But the problem there is that Boise doesn't have much left on the schedule. Like, They have a field goal loss at Oregon. They have a really good win over Washington State. They have a really good win on the road at UNLV. But the rest of the way, their last 3 are San Jose State. They did win last week. You're on the road at Wyoming. Pokes have struggled all year long. By the way, border war this week. Bronze boot is up for grabs, CSU and Wyoming. And then you finish up with Oregon State. By the way, speaking of Wyoming, Jay Norvell, you've got a border war this week against the Pokes, okay? You are hosting that game. It's a rivalry game in Fort Collins. You're 4-0 in conference, is CSU. If you win your last 3 conference games, you are going to the Mountain West Championship. That's a good year for CSU. You're already bowl eligible. But, Andy, if Jay loses this game at home against Wyoming on Friday night, and it's border wars are always nuts, I don't know if Norvell coaches the last 2 games of the regular season.
Okay, that's fair. I was going to ask you, let's say they do win out, is Norvell safe? I asked you based off of what some of my CSU friends have told me they think what the AD wants to do.
I think if he wins out, he's safe.
He can't do anything.
Right.
Do you buy the premise that has been floated to me by some that the AD up there would like their own Is it her own people?
Well, Amy
or
Parsons
is it the president?
the president.
The president. Is it the
Right.
president that wants her own people?
But she didn't hire Jay,
Right,
And the
right.
AD didn't hire Jay. That this is a different regime that is in charge, and that's always tough for coaches. Now, the remedy to everything is win, but the problem is that you had such a bad night against CU when your stadium was packed. Now you got another big one coming up here on Friday night. We already know Trey McBride's going to be in town. I think a lot of alums are showing up for this thing. It's Board Rewards rivalry game. It's you got to have it for CSU. We know that outside of winning at Air Force this week, they pretty much haven't won any rivalry game since Norvell has been there. You got to have this game. Now maybe it helps that Craig Bohl's not at Wyoming anymore, and that was your kryptonite. But this is must win. This is must win for Norvell. After that, you'd go to Fresno. Fresno has struggled. You get Utah State at home. You could go to a Mountain West championship game. That would be huge for Jay. I think then they'd have a really tough decision to make. But if he doesn't win this week, I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know if he makes it to the end.
They should win, though, correct?
They should. They are a better team than Wyoming. They should. They're favored by 10.5. They should. They should. Should. Funny thing about should in sports, isn't there? Dane Brugler's newest big board for The Athletic has at the very top right now, Andy, Travis Hunter as the number one player on his board.
Okay, so this agrees. We had the Athletic mock draft last week, but that was his co-writer, right?
Right.
That was not Dane.
And this is the big board. This is straight up
Top
just
50 players or whatever?
This is just ranking players. This is Legwold style.
How many did he go? How deep did he go? How many numbers? 100?
Yeah, I think, there was 50.
50.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Shador?
23.
23?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. He
Who's
had
the
him-
top quarterback?
Cam Ward.
All right.
Was the top quarterback that he had on the board, which I was a little bit surprised by, but he's got Shador down there, and he cited the hanging on to the ball too much, and that's what's going to concern NFL teams. That if you're going to be that kind of player in the league, you gotta have Jordan Love's size and arm, and Shador doesn't have Jordan Love's size and arm. So that's what he puts as the knocks there on Shador. Now, that's what's funny about this. And this is the big board, right? So he's got Shador at 23. That's not where he's getting drafted. He's getting drafted in the top 5. That's the way this works. I think both Travis and Shador are going to go in the top 5. Shador might go ahead of Travis because, again,
he's a QB.
He's a quarterback. They have the highest value. Cam Ward could go above him. Jalen Milroe could go above him. We don't know.
Depends on who gets that first pick. Really.
Exactly. Yeah. If it's
the Patriots, guess what?
They got a quarterback.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter's going to New England.
What if it's Chicago? They're not doing that again, right? It is getting ugly in Chicago.
It's bad. Oh, it's bad.
I don't know how you bail on Caleb Williams this soon, though.
They wouldn't.
So
no,
you're
they
getting
wouldn't.
him more talent.
Yeah.
Although you got quite a bit of talent. They may not need.
They got to get better coaching.
If you're Chicago, there's no doubt about that.
Waldron
Firing an OC today ain't going to do you. You need to clean the whole house.
Waldron was fired today. You got to hear what Dion had to say about recruiting in this era coming up here in a few minutes. But quick break, Andy, when we come back. Nathan McKinnon, another assist last night. He now has a 10-game home point streak to begin the season. Home point streaks are a thing again with Nathan McKinnon. Leads the NHL in scoring. Oh, we keep talking about Nikola Jokic winning another MVP award. Is Nathan McKinnon possibly going to repeat on the Hart Trophy? Who's more likely to bring home another MVP trophy this year, 15 or 29? We'll debate that next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Just saw Jerry Jones today, as a matter of fact, as we recorded some spots for the holiday season. You can start thinking about that. I got floor mats for my daughter's new car about a month ago from Jerry. Great floor mats that fit right in. She got a Ford Bronco Sport. They've got the perfect size because they're laser measured. If WeatherTech's the way you want to go, he's got Husky, he's got other brands. But to make sure that cabin stays clean, I'll tell you what, I was driving, 2 nights ago. Guy pulled up next to me with the truck. Ton of snow in the back of the bed. If you don't want that to be you, time to get a bed cover. Jerry can get you a bed cover and can get most of those installed about 90 minutes. Stop by his showroom that's located off of, it's just right behind Arapahoe Community College. It's 3 blocks south of Prince Street there. Or of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Just go by there and see, and he could show you his display models for the bed covers. Step rails, remote start kits, you want them all. Call Jerry today at 303-761-1264. Find him at cooffroad.com. He's Jerry Jones, Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Murray dribbles behind his back, beats Clay off the dribble. Behind him, Jokic, 3. Let's go! 31-point triple-double for Nikola Jokic. Back-to-back 30-point triple-doubles.
Now McKinnon's got it through center ice. McKinnon trying to get through a stick take. Does 2-on-1 with Mikko Rantanen. McKinnon, he scores! Oh, baby! The Mac Attack has another multi-point night, Jack!
Yeah, nice win for the Avalanche last night. Sam Girard, the hero in overtime on the breakaway. Avs get the 2 points. They beat the Preds 3-2. Nathan McKinnon, your NHL points leader, had an assist on the Rantanen goal last night. His 30th point of the season. Andy, I looked it up today. There he is. Top of the leaderboard. Nathan McKinnon leads the NHL in scoring after having played 16 games so far this season. 30 points. Tops in the NHL, 23 assists, tops in the NHL. That's 4 more than Jack Eichel currently. In terms of points per game played, you always want to look at that metric because guys have played different amounts of games. There's Nathan McKinnon at number 1, 1.88 points per game. That is just above Kirill Kaprizov of the Minnesota Wild at 1.87. Nathan McKinnon, last year's Hart Trophy winner, leads the NHL in scoring after 16 games. We have not had a repeat Hart Trophy winner in the NHL since Ovechkin, back-to-back 08 and 09. That was the last time that anybody repeated for that award. Now, let's take a look at what Nikola Jokic is up to these days. The numbers are insane, as they usually are with this guy. So there he is right now, Andy. He's averaging 29.7 points per game. He's always, real quick, he's always whatever his team needs him to be.
Yeah.
And they needed him to score this year.
So he's done it.
So he scored a ton. But he is 4th in the NBA in scoring average, 29.7 points per game. Only Giannis, AD, and Jason Tatum are above him at the moment. Leads the NBA in rebounding, 13.7 boards per game. That's almost a full rebound above Domantas Sabonis right now. Leads the NBA in assists, 11.7 assists per game, just above Trae Young of Atlanta, who is at 11.5. Oh, by the way, and I know this isn't sustainable, but I just want to point it out that after 10 games, Nikola Jokic is 3rd in the NBA in three-point shooting.
Ridiculous.
Making 56% of his shots from deep. As of right now, only Alec Burks and A.J. Green in Milwaukee are above him. He has 6 triple-doubles on the season. That is double the total of LeBron James, Domantas Sabonis, and Cade Cunningham, who are currently in second.
Yeah, I wonder if he worked on it. Seriously, remember, he needed to hit some threes during that playoff series.
And he
I
struggled.
wouldn't be shocked to figure out if he decided I'd go focus on this, because that's just who he is.
Yeah,
and like you, I agree. This probably won't keep up, but who's to say he didn't go work on this?
I also take it as I think his wrist is probably feeling good right now.
There you go.
I think he typically he shoots better when the wrist feels good.
Well, yeah.
And last year in the playoffs, I mean, he had that thing. I mean, there was like 8 ice packs wrapped around his arm after every playoff game last year, and he struggled. Right now, he's lights out. Won't continue because you don't
He'll
shoot
get hacked
56% from 3 for a season, but it's still pretty cool. All right.
Let's do it. Let's do this.
Okay. As we sit right now, we are
November 12th.
An eighth of the way through the NBA season, and I don't know, whatever 16 over 82 is for the NHL season. Which of these two is most likely to repeat as their sport's respective MVP, the Joker or McKinnon?
You know, again, I just feel like Joker's place, and it's only been catching steam lately.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the NBA world has accepted this guy is, in fact, the best player in the world at basketball.
Everybody refers to him as that.
Now.
There's,
Everybody.
There's no debate about it.
All the networks, all the media people, the players on their own podcasts laughing about how good this guy is.
I tell you what, it would have been different if Dallas would have won the title last year.
You're probably right. Kyrie or Luka gets that designation.
Then Luka would have the title. But Boston won nobody's going to call Jason Tatum the best player in the world. All NBA, he's great, to be sure. Nobody's giving Jason Tatum that title.
They weren't even playing him during the Olympics. That wasn't really fair, but
yeah.
Here's the so yes, I'm gonna go Nikola just because I think of the stature in the game. Nate is always gonna have to be so special that McDavid doesn't get it.
Yeah.
The Canadian media, especially to me, always is gonna want the guy they call McJesus.
But he's been banged up.
I know, but he was banged up a little bit last year. Remember, they started horribly last year. Then he got on a heater. And then they just kept talking about him. What about Kucherov? Do we have to pay attention to Kucherov too?
Always pay attention to the Kucher.
Because he scores, and that's what people like.
Yes.
So
scoring is typically, yes, it is liked in that game. Right now, Kaprizov, number 2 in scoring. Jack Eichel in Vegas is third. Cale Makar, by the way, 24 points, tied for third.
Makar.
He's got to be the favorite to win the Norris right now, right?
I would hope.
He's
Makar
leading the defenseman in scoring by a ton right now.
Their top guys are playing so well right now.
Yeah.
They needed that one last night. Here's the thing. I sent you this a little bit earlier. And it's funny because every year I keep thinking, this is it. No more. They're not going to let him have any more.
Right.
Nope. Can't do it again. Not allowed to do it again. According to Basketball Forever, I don't know who they are, but I'm going to trust their math.
They will like basketball from now
Forever.
until eternity.
They claim that Nikola Jokic, I'm reading the tweet, Nikola Jokic has a 91.2% chance of winning MVP, and we're only 10 games into the season. The next closest player right now is Jason Tatum with a 3.2% chance, saying they are quoting Basketball Reference.
Okay.
So we do know Basketball Reference.
Yes.
Now, there's a lot of basketball to play. But I just think
there's a lot of hockey to play.
There's a lot of hockey to play. But do you argue my point that Nikola is at the top of his mountain? I think in the NHL, people will debate who's really at the top of their mountain.
Yeah, I think there's generally a consensus that McDavid is the greatest in the sport
at the moment.
At the moment, and that McKinnon. But the funny part about it is McKinnon and Makar are oftentimes like in the debate of like battling it out for who's number 2. And Kucherov is always in that conversation.
Austin Matthews gets some runs
sometimes. Sure does. And he was electric last year.
So I just think McKinnon has more competitors. I think Jokic has just knocked out the field like he's going through Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Right now, and I'm looking at the betting market, okay? Joker is by far the favorite, right? I say by far. SGA is not terribly far behind him. Tatum, Luka, and Ant fill out the top 5. Anthony Davis is right there. I think the betting markets are slightly tepid on Davis, who's been outrageously good to start this year, because everyone's just like, all right, dude, when are you going to get hurt? We're all waiting for it.
Right.
You know? And that's where we're at on that. Let's see. I'm looking right now. Looking at the Hart Trophy markets at the moment, and scanning. Kucherov, a slight favorite. Actually, no, Kucherov and McKinnon are tied. I was looking at the Art Ross. Kucherov and McKinnon are tied.
Which guy for the Messier?
Plus 375. Connor McDavid at 4-1. You know, I have not been able to find a betting market on the Messier.
Can we create one?
Yes. Should we become bookies?
Well, it's kind of hard when Mark Messier is the only source of who's going to win the award.
What if we just emailed Mark Messier every single day?
Who you like?
Mark.messier at Rangers.com and be like, hey, guy.
Who you thinking? Can we get Mark Messier on to talk about the Mark Messier? Can you just give that?
Make it happen.
An email.
Yeah. See what can be done.
We've been told no by Les.
Yeah. Messier at ESPN.NHL.ca. That's the Canadians get that.
Sure.
They get that handle.
The .ca. Cost you more per email.
It does. We'll have to pay every time. Expense those emails, Spring.
Yeah.
We can find out who's going to win the Messier this year. Nathan McKinnon leading the NHL in scoring, and Jokic leading the NBA in basically everything. By the way, what did you say on his player efficiency rating? Also, Andy?
33.2%, 2 points ahead of your guy, Anthony Davis.
And it's already going to be another career high in PER?
Yeah, if he were to keep by, he was going to beat his own record set. That was sent to me today. Here, I'm trying to, where's the tweet? Anyway, yeah, he's already crushing that too. So
unbelievable.
Yeah, it just every time you think he's done,
right? He
tells
finds
he's not done,
and it goes back to that thing of like he's always the thing that his team needs him to be. Now, right now, he's playing 38 minutes a game. There was a great quote the other day, by the way, from Malone when someone asked him like, "What's the ideal amount of minutes you would want to play Nikola every night?" And Malone said 48, which I thought was a very good answer. They don't have that number right now. They can't find it. And at the moment, with AG being out and Jamal battling through the rust, having just returned from injury, they need Jokic to be the superhero, and that's what he is.
Did you see this? Speaking of your team, sometimes he's the coach.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison Wind pointing out against in the win against the Mavericks the other night, Jokic he grabs the video and shows Jokic putting everybody into position because he knew the play they were running for Kyrie. And literally made Russ go and cover Russell Westbrook, happy birthday to him, go and cover the inbound pass.
It's phenomenal.
How about that?
It's phenomenal.
He basically switched Brown and Watson.
Guys, he's one of one. He's a top 10 NBA player that has ever lived. He's the greatest that will ever put on a Nuggets uniform. And what's so funny about it is he can win 3 MVPs in 4 years. He can win an NBA title. He can go to the Olympics in Paris and carry that team to, I mean, within a millimeter of a gold medal and pick that team up on his back and play the way that he did and scare the hell out of, the 12 billionaires playing for Team USA that they were going to choke and not win a gold medal. And God, they were right there, except for one bad fourth quarter in the gold medal game. And yet there is another level.
By the way, I meant to mention this to you last week. I thought of this because of Kevin Durant calling us a bunch of lames for rooting for Jokic.
Y'all lames.
Did you see what Kevin Durant had to do last week? He was on the Kay Adams podcast. Dak getting hurt was Kevin Durant's fantasy quarterback, and he griped about it on the air. So do you know who he said he picked up to play fantasy QB?
Bo Nix?
Bo Nix was his QB.
Hey.
And I wanted to write in and go, no, dude, he's part of y'all lames country, so you don't get to use him.
Yeah, he's a good waiver wire pickup right now.
He is.
He's good for like roughly a rushing touchdown and a couple of touchdown throws the other day. Bo Nix a solid fantasy quarterback.
By
Go
the
pick
way,
that guy up.
Someone, we had that tweet. I read you that tweet. Someone was griping that they're not going to talk to their family at Thanksgiving because they wrote in a football player on Twitter. So a guy asked, we got to know who it is now. And she wrote back, somebody named Bo Nix. Bo Nix got a presidential vote.
Congratulations to Bo. He is very presidential, isn't he? By the way, Phoenix is 8-2. Lost in overtime against Sacramento, but they're 8-2.
Pretty good, but now they're without Durant for a little bit, right?
A little bit. Bradley Beal going to have to carry that thing. NBA Cup starts tonight. You ready?
No.
We got one game in West C action, Andy. Dallas at Golden State. Clay going back to the Bay. They're giving out captain's hats to everybody. But it turns out the Warriors are better off without Klay Thompson. They've been kicking ass. So Dallas and Golden State tonight in West C action. Nuggets will open up IST Play / NBA Cup, brought to you by Emirates Play. I still like IST personally, on Friday at New Orleans. Memphis, the Pels, and the Nuggets all idle this evening. Who's ready for power rankings? Yes! What do you do with a road loss on a last-second field goal attempt getting blocked? How did it impact the Broncos standing amongst the power rankers? Well, we are going to find out coming up next. It is Tuesday. That means it's Power Ranking time here on KNL. Power Rankings are brought to you by Safeway. Get your flu and COVID immunizations from Safeway. Enjoy 10% off groceries. Schedule your appointment today at Safeway.com/pharmacy. Yes, Power Rankings. If you're new to the Kreikman and Lindahl show, every Tuesday, every website known to man
ranks something.
Every single one of them. Even that one that you always have to erase your search history after looking at. That's right. They all put NFL Power Rankings on their website on Tuesday.
Nice. Feels like going to Playboy for the All-American team. Is that what you're describing?
Could be. It may be.
Maybe.
It feels a little tame for what I'm talking about, but
Well,
yeah.
you know, it's family hours.
Yes. Anyway, every Tuesday, the new Power Rankings come out, and we dig through them. We delve. We aim to discover what does everybody think of these Denver Broncos. And boy, Andy, we're all over the place, but not this week.
Makes sense.
I'll try and make it make sense. You ready, Spring? Last week, Broncos averaged 17 in the power rankings. 17.
And yet couldn't score 17 points.
They were 5-4. If that kick had gone in,
that kick would have been the magic number.
That would have been 17.
Yeah.
You lost when you gave up 16. Somehow it's even worse. But last week, the Broncos are coming off a 31-point blowout loss at Baltimore. And really not a huge impact on Denver's standing in the rankings. This week, Andy, you go on the road, you play Kansas City. Now, they're 9-0. They still have yet to take a loss on the year. And yet, you had a chance to win that game, and I think a lot of people were paying attention to that. I'll tell you what I mean. Here we go. ESPN.com. Jeff Legwold, his people over there, they rank these things. Last week, after getting blown out at Baltimore, the Broncos were 17th. This week, after losing on the road at Kansas City, the Broncos have skyrocketed 2 spots to number 15.
Boom.
15. They went up. Despite a loss, they went up. NFL.com. Greg and Carrie Penner pay for most of this website, I assume. NFL.com. Last week had the Broncos at 15. This week, after scoring 14 and giving up 16, they're still ranked at 15.
So there we go, 2 15s.
No movement.
Nothing. Stand pat.
Says NFL.com. The Athletic. Fine publication. We cite it often. Nick Kosminer, who I'm sure we'll talk to tomorrow on the show.
Dane Brugler.
Employed by The Athletic. Dane Brugler. The Athletic last week gave the Broncos their highest rating of the season at 14. This week, the Broncos fall precipitously 3 spots to 17.
Wow.
The Athletic
All right.
moved them down 3 spots after losing on the road to Kansas City.
Did not like them not scoring 3 of the 4 quarters.
No, did not think much of that, so a drop right there. Oh, our friends at CBSSports.com, Andy.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dion doesn't like those people. Last week, they had the Broncos at 16. This week, after the Broncos go on the road and have a last-second game-winning field goal attempt blocked and lose at Kansas City, Broncos climb 1 spot to 15.
Boom, a third 15.
15.
3 of 4. 15.
Plus 1, says CBS this week. TheRinger.com. The Ringer has not respected the Broncos this season.
They're not into it.
They are not believers.
Nope.
Last week, The Ringer had the Broncos down at number 23. This week, they lose on the road at Kansas City. And the biggest move on the board, Andy, the Broncos actually ascend 4 spots to number 19.
Still too low, but okay. Yeah, that was it.
Was that Forsyth?
Coming in twice. Holy cow.
Is he okay?
Yeah.
Somebody check on him. Yeah, +4 according to the Ringer. They're all the way up to number 19.
Yeah, but see, that's just that they need to adjust even more. The jump doesn't really impress me. You've got them ranked in the wrong area anyway. 17, 15, 14, that's where they should be hanging out. Not in the 20s.
As the Ringer points out, this team actually looked wild card worthy on
What
Sunday.
do you know? They are that right now.
Wild card worthy. They are worthy of a wild card right now at the moment. Pro Football Talk. This is a website in which there is often chatter, discussion, discourse about football played
Pro only, though.
at the professional level, in which the competitors are compensated. Pro Football Talk.
I
Get it?
can't say that anymore. Competitors in college are now compensated.
That's true as well.
New line.
It's another version.
Redo the script.
Pro Football.
Anyway.
Only for their name, image, and likeness, though,
Yeah,
Andy.
there you go. Okay, fair enough. Still no health insurance.
Because that's what it is. Last week, Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio in his hair helmet had the Broncos at 15. This week, stasis, still 15.
What are we up to? 5 to 7, 15s.
Yeah, a lot of 15s on the board. Pro Football Talk doesn't move the Broncos. USA Today. It's a newspaper. It's made daily.
Hotels.
In this nation.
Gas stations.
Airports. That's where you get a USA Today.
I ain't sure gas stations count anymore.
I don't know. Good
No,
question.
You got a Barnes & Noble, maybe.
Can you get a USA Today at a gas station? Somebody do the
Somebody
research
go to a
for
gas
us.
station. Tell us if you find one. You're stopping to get gas.
Let
just
us know.
take a peek for us. Text in.
I think they still have it at King Soopers or Safeway. I think.
Where?
I think the grocery.
I shop at both. I don't see them.
There's a newspaper rack up front.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Where? Yours?
Yes.
Well, let's go to mine now.
I don't care to. I'll pass.
You're
Thank
not
you,
that
though.
dedicated to the research?
No, I'm really not. No,
Yeah.
because I know.
Yeah.
I can tell you exactly where the newspaper rack is in front of the service counter at the grocery store near my home. I can see it in my head right now. When was the last time you bought a newspaper?
A newspaper?
A newspaper. A legitimate newspaper.
Maybe, you know what, honestly? Maybe 2016 after that Super Bowl win. I don't know. That would probably be it.
Okay.
Now, a magazine.
USA Today last week had the Broncos at 19. This week, the Broncos upswing to number 16, +3. +3.
16.
16, says USA Today. And
Nice.
finally,
Which is not in gas stations, we've been told.
Yahoo Sports.
Yahoo!
Yahoo!
Nice.
Frank Schwab, who we're not allowed to speak directly to or make eye contact with. Frank's he's too important for that.
Yes.
Don't look directly
He
at
needs
him.
a script of questions if we're going to do an interview, and don't you
Yes.
dare veer off it.
Yahoo Sports. Last week, Frank rated the Broncos at number 17. This week, the Broncos surge to number 15, +2.
6 15s.
+2. Yes. We had a lot of 15s on the board. Right now, ESPN, CBS, Pro Football Talk, and Yahoo, as well as NFL.com, all rank the Broncos at 15. That's the highest ranking on the board. Lowest ranking is 19, according to TheRinger.com. Although that was our biggest move this week. We saw the Broncos move up 4 slots, according to The Ringer. The only drop on the board this week was The Athletic, which dropped the Broncos 3 spots. But that was the only outlet that moved the Broncos down in the power rankings this week. So 5 rises for the Broncos, 2 stays, 1 fall. There you go. That is your power rankings.
Ranking the power.
As we go into now week 11 of the NFL season, the Broncos are 5-5, and they get set to take on the Atlanta Falcons. That's where we're at right now.
Okay, we've got 2. No USA Todays and gas stations, and
Okay.
Brian claims he works in a hotel. None there either.
Oh, wow. So even they're done with them. It's a cold world. Where do you get a USA Today then? I guess just the airport.
Wow, are we sure even at the airport? Yeah, there's newsstands everywhere.
We were talking to Parker Gabriel about this before.
USA
Andy,
Today? I don't think he reads it.
about the Chiefs. I was getting to the next thing.
Does Parker get a post? Like, if you write for the paper, do you get a free copy?
I don't know if it's free. I remember
Does it
this.
come out of your check?
Dude, it's my subscription. They jacked it up on me again.
I know.
I saw it. I called them right up. I was like, "What is going on over there?" I'm online only.
Read the room, pal.
No more delivery.
Oh, Nate, you can't bring it in anymore.
I know. I don't even get the Sunday paper anymore.
That may make Vic Lombardi the last actual physical paper guy in the station.
Andy, I was going to have to take out another mortgage if I wanted to keep getting the paper. It was outrageous.
Brian says they can have a free digital posting. Brian wants me to come fight him at the Brown Palace for misinformation.
Honestly, I bet that's what it is.
What, everybody gets free digital?
I would hope the writers get it. So back in the day,
you have to pay for your own work.
So Hooch used to get the paper delivered
Hockman?
to his house. Yeah, our pal Benjamin Hockman, now St. Louis Post-Dispatch, but longtime Denver Post guy. Hooch used to get the paper delivered to his house. His house had like a front steps.
Yeah.
And he called the paper and asked them. He asked for like the senior citizen treatment. Can you bring this up and put it on my porch for me? I don't want to have to walk down the stairs. And they did it, which is something they do for seniors.
Wow.
But I guess if you request it, they'll bring it right up to the door so you don't actually have to walk downstairs and bend at the waist to pick up your newspaper.
Real quickly, how would you take this? By the way, Dexter does say they've got it at the Ameristar Casino in Blackhawk.
Okay.
So they have rooms there.
You need your betting lines.
Brian's having fun with us, but how would you say this? I had read that they don't have it in the hotels, and Brian writes back, "I don't claim, sir. Come see me at the Brown Palace." Doesn't that feel like you're being asked to come and then go outside? Step outside, sir.
After we have high tea and finger sandwiches, we're going to go rumble in the streets.
Yeah, after you go to tea, has Lucy done that with Abby?
No, I don't think so. No.
Not high tea?
Eh.
Fancy hats and high tea?
We're not high tea people.
No, we're not.
She could have have a Sprite at home.
What is the guy equivalent of high tea and fancy hats? Is that just the fantasy draft at the bar?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I was gonna
Hooters and a fantasy draft is high tea in a man's world. Is that what we're getting to?
Hooters, aka Mike Sanford's mailing address.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Sanford's quick stop in any recruiting city in America. Although we ought to probably say Twin Peaks, since they're the people that have us out. Twin Peaks and a fantasy draft.
8 NFL teams this season have a higher point differential than the Chiefs. Detroit leads the NFL plus 113. Buffalo's at plus 97. They have 2 losses. Manders have 3 losses. They're plus 73. Chargers are plus 68. They're all above Kansas City right now in terms of point differential. Here's something else on the Chiefs, okay? And I know I'm getting a little analytic-y here, but follow me, okay? Right now, in terms of success rate, and that's just the amount of plays that have a positive outcome. On first and second down, the Chiefs are 10th in the NFL.
Okay.
On third down, they're first.
Hey, no shock.
Yeah.
Mahomes knows where his money's made.
Right. It's like...
What's Denver?
I only have the Chiefs rankings in front of me. But, and I bet you it's not that good. The thing about this Chiefs team at the moment here is that, like, any other team that had these metrics, you'd be like, this team is, they're complete frauds and they're completely due for regression and they're going to start losing games. But the Chiefs possess devil magic.
Okay, but hold on.
And I don't see it happening to them.
Here's the deal, though. We probably shouldn't throw stones in Denver, right? because the Nuggets are kind of living this way too. And yet I'm never surprised. Somebody was like, man, I don't remember who I was talking to the other day, but they're like, man, a lot of last second wins. Yeah, it's kind of what the Nuggets do. Guess what? You got Jokic and Murray. That's how they live sometimes. Okay?
Yeah.
That's how the good teams do it, though. They're not worried about beating you by 10. They're just worried about having enough points to beat you at the end. And that's what the Chiefs do. That's just what they do because they know they got the guys that are going to come through when it matters most.
I mean, the counter argument to that is good teams win comfortably.
Okay. Who's the good team winning comfortably? Right? I guess Boston did some of that last year. The Celtics.
Yeah. They did a lot of comfortable
Florida
winning.
did some comfortable winning in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Playoffs?
I mean, right now, Baltimore wins comfortably. Buffalo wins comfortably. Like the good NFL teams.
Yeah, but who wins comfortably come playoff time? It's the Chiefs. Look, I'm sorry. I know everybody's waiting for the balloon to pop, and far be it from me. I hate the Chiefs more than any team in sports.
It's not going to.
But the reality is when you are that damn good, and let's cite the Patriots. The Patriots did this same crap.
I know.
They don't care during the regular season. They care when it's time to put the rings on. That's when they care. That's what you're dealing with.
How did Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes inherit whatever Sith powers?
It's crazy,
that
right?
Belichick and Brady had.
It's such a great point, Nate, because I've thought about this a couple of times. I thought once the Patriot dynasty ended, you don't normally get just another one.
Yeah.
The NFL doesn't work this way. Usually a couple teams duke it out, then somebody, you know what it is? It's the fact that it goes back to what we talk about at the draft. It's the fact that the Chiefs built this team and then turned it over to a rookie quarterback. They were already in the processing of putting this thing together.
They converted 2 3rd and 13s the other day.
Is there that damn
It shouldn't
good?
work.
Nope.
It shouldn't work. And yet, on 3rd down, it's just like, okay, Patrick Mahomes, you go be brilliant. You escape from Nick Bonito, you run to the sideline, you fling it back to Samaje Perine, and you pick up 33 yards.
Yeah. Sucks.
Does.
By the way, Brian, the Brown Palace is haunted. Just so you know.
Counter argument, ghosts aren't real. You're fine, Brian. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Oh, I got positive things to tell you about Rad Power Bikes. Yes, e-bikes. They're the wave of the future, but they're available to you right now in the present. And they're more affordable than you realize. Guys, go to radpowerbikes.com. You're going to be stunned at just how affordable these e-bikes are at Rad Power Bikes. Plus, you're eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit. When you purchase at Rad Power Bikes, they will walk you through this. They know all about it. You can save $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. Yeah, go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line. They got the Radwagon, cargo and utility bike. You put the kids on the back. You can haul groceries, whatever you need, with a whopping 375-pound payload capacity. Or the Radster Trail. That's the bike that I'm riding right now. You will love this thing. Fat tires, suspension. Oh, it cruises like a Cadillac. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out their super affordable, super easy to ride, fully customizable line of e-bikes. Again, that's radpowerbikes.com, or check out their service center and showroom at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. We are going to delve into the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL at the top of the hour. That's at 5 o'clock. Jerry Jones is defending his lack of curtains, and we've got coaching staff changes in Chicago. That's all coming up today with NFL news on Tuesday, the day that everybody's off. Broncos getting ready to take on the Atlanta Falcons. You got the Falcons coming off of a loss to New Orleans, who is riding the interim coach high right now, Andy. Those mighty Saints. The Falcons at the moment coming into this game at 6-4. They lead that division despite losing on the road at New Orleans. Kirk Cousins still threw for 300 yards. Bijan Robinson is still a problem. He ran for $116 and a couple of tutties last week. Drake London still had 8 catches in that game. Kyle Pitts still went for over 55 yards receiving in that game. I know the Broncos defense is really good and really good at home. Atlanta's going to score some points. The Broncos offense is going to have to be better than what it was on Sunday against the Chiefs.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to start pitching in more. And you know what I loved about it? I do. There's some things I wish could be better for Bo Nix when it comes to the arm. But I do like the personality he's starting to show. I liked after the game how he talked about, he didn't put on anybody else. He said, look, we just got to be able to go down there and get a touchdown. We got to score a little bit more, I thought he had that big moment on third down. Again, you and I are in lockstep. I think they played the end of the game perfectly. But you know what? Maybe after knowing that your flaw has been exposed on the field goal protection, maybe you need to go for the touchdown next time. I don't know.
Well, one other thing I worry about with the Broncos is there can be quite a bit of variance in defensive play. The team that's chasing them that you got to worry about is Cincinnati. Joe Burrow, sort of like, did you notice, is having an MVP caliber season.
Right. Now they got no D, but
he's not going to get any love because his team is 4-6. But Bengals are top 10 in offensive DVOA. They're 6th in scoring at 27 points a game. I mean, the Broncos are 22nd in scoring right now, scoring 19.7 points per contest. You got to be able to score, and that's why Cincinnati's thing is so damn dangerous, because they can put, 24-plus points on the board every single week.
No, you're right. The Broncos' offense has got to do more, but here's my thing. Please, Sean Payton, just, you know what I think is funny? Different quarterbacks, a little bit different personnel, but the way you win games right now, because you need to build around your quarterback. You need better skill position talent.
Yep.
The way you win games is still the same as it was a year ago. You got to run the football. You got to stay committed to the run. You got to keep yourself in second, third manageable. It's just your classic. When you're a wild card caliber team, everybody's got to play by the rules that the Broncos are playing by right now.
I'm glad Estime is the guy now. He looks so much better than Javonte.
He can hit a hole. When watching him run, you realize how slow Javonte was to the hole. Here's the thing.
He's also fresh right now.
It's a great point.
Which, when you can come in and have that kind of juice when everybody else is banged up and, 10 weeks of their ankles and knees and just general pain, Estime right now, his physicality is a problem.
Yeah,
for
if
teams.
You got bad shoulders as a linebacker, that isn't going to be fun to deal with. You and I have said it before. The reason why it's no big deal, the reason why there needs to be no panic or sky and fall is falling in Broncos country after losing these 2 games is you got to get the Atlanta game and you got to get the Bengals game. Yeah. Those are the 2 that you got to focus on, not the last 2 weeks. So this becomes a must-win, I think, this week. Unless you're going to steal one we don't expect. If you give this one up, then you're probably going to have to go get the Charger one in L.A. But this is the one you got to get in my mind. And again, Sean Payton's been very good against the NFC South. Go do it one more time.
Andy, you ready for your Rockhead of the day?
Oh, I've been waiting all day.
Your Rockhead of the day. Waiting all day for Rockhead of the day?
For Tuesday afternoon.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. So I haven't been watching the new version of Wheel of Fortune with Seacrest hosting.
Yeah, yes.
Of course, Seacrest is hosting Wheel of Fortune now.
I know what you're talking about now. You. Today is old when I found out he's the new host.
We're busy during Wheel of Fortune.
Is that still Vanna turning letters?
Great question.
Whatever she's doing?
Great question.
Couldn't tell.
I think it is.
I think it is too, but I wasn't positive.
Yeah. And she
doesn't even turn it. She just taps it.
She's
right?
keeping it right and tight.
Yeah,
you don't even spin the thing anymore.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
Good for her. Fountain of youth.
So this is yesterday on Wheel of Fortune. All right. This is the contestant's name is Will. Will is from Wethersfield, Connecticut. Okay.
He should be from Wisconsin.
Yeah. Will is one of 3 former service members who competed on Veterans Day on Wheel of Fortune. And Will had a really bad guess. We need to hear this. It also should be noted he's got a lot of letters available to him, including on the last word to solve the puzzle, Andy. A blank 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 AUSE. Again, this is the last word. A blank 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 AUSE. Let's listen to Will attempt to solve the puzzle. Roll it, Spring.
I'd like to buy a U.
Well, you're going to get 3 U's.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Okay, well, let's hear it.
Treat yourself a round of sausage. Oh.
I'm sorry, that's not it. Over to Katina.
I would like to solve.
Okay.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Yeah, that's it. Although, Will, I kind of like yours better. That sounds better than just clapping right now.
Give yourself a round of applause. I'm sorry, what was that Will said right there, Spring?
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
What was? Can you give me the Seacrest audible reaction to that?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Treat yourself a round of sausage. Oh.
I'm sorry, that's not it.
Ooh, so close.
Nah.
Uh-huh.
Oh!
Yeah.
Treat yourself a round of sausage. Now,
we'd all like to.
That sounds
round for everybody.
That sounds great.
We're at happy hour. Me and my friends.
As a Midwesterner, as a fan of encased meats, I do think that's good. Not a expression I've ever heard before.
No.
But now I think it should pick up steam. Treat yourself a round of sausage.
See, had there been the
treat yourself a round of sausage.
If it could have been treat yourself to a round of sausage.
No, just treat yourself.
Yeah. He's reading like he's texting, like it's Andy, just dropping words on you.
Blank, 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 E. He got treat. A, blank, 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 AUSE. He got sausage. I like it.
Who doesn't love some sausage?
Give yourself a round of applause. I'd rather treat myself a round of sausage.
Is that a Midwestern thing?
A round of sausage?
Do you walk into the bar, your local watering hole?
Round of sausage.
Round of sausage for all my friends.
Brats all around. I've never done that, but now I want to. Let's get Parker back on the show. I bet they do that in Wisconsin.
The polka music breaks out. Hey!
I think that's what Del Rio was doing at the bar before he crashed. He was treating the bar to a round of sausage.
That should have been the sign. Call somebody for him.
Treat yourself a round of sausage. You know, that does remind me. We're only, 6 weeks or so away from drop of the year.
That's a good point. That's in.
It's going to be upon us before we know it.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Congratulations, Will. Thank you for your service. And you are also the rockhead of the day.
Yeah.
On the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
How high a rank you get, Will?
Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home, simplifying your life.
Hey, what?
And trading yourself a round of sausage. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL next. Hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz, starts with football news. Let's get right after it. Mark Springer, we call it the High Five. Mark, it is brought to you by...
Hey, it's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. And we start today with the sun, that beautiful orb up there in the sky. And specifically, Jerry Jones's comments on it, further comments today, as he did comment on it following the Cowboys' loss to the Eagles, that the sun peeked through the windows of AT&T Stadium and got in CeeDee Lamb's eyes and cost the Cowboys a touchdown. Today, Jerry Jones went on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas.
Yes.
And I love this. This is the Cowboys at their best. This is Jerry Jones rambling about his baby, Jerry World, and how the sun should be home field advantage for them.
All I can say is that stadium was built to feel like it's outdoors when you're indoors. And it was built to have sunlight coming in every way that you could put it out there as though it were open air, yet still being inside. It's the largest air-conditioned space in the world, the stadium. It has over 3 million cubic feet of air-conditioned space. My biggest thought when we were building it was don't have it not look like it's outdoors. Make it look like it's outdoors. And so all of the things that are a part of that out there is a concept as though you were sitting out there with no roof, no doors, no anything, and you're playing in the elements. Every venue has certain things that at certain ways and times in the contest can create an advantage. That really goes under the category of home field advantage. And so usually, and that's the case with us, that if there's a field, or in the case it's your home field, which it is of the Dallas Cowboys, it should be an advantage to the home team.
Except it was a disadvantage because the guy in the Cowboys uniform couldn't see the ball even though he was inside, but it felt like he was outside.
But see, if it wasn't a backup quarterback and damn Dak would have been out there, he'd have thrown it ahead back into the shade.
Just get some curtains, you dope.
I know. It was funny.
There's a simple, honestly, Andy, some of the crap that he's saying, as absurd as Jerry Jones is, I could completely buy. You wanted to have large windows. You wanted natural light coming in. I get it. It makes sense to me. However, and this is especially like when your team has to look back into the burning ball of gas that is the sun and try and catch the ball, and they have their retinas burned out of their face. Like, I don't know, maybe close them.
Yeah, here's what's going to happen. He's going to make sure he's not playing any 2 o'clock games anymore. That's what it's going to come down to. The only time this thing
after
really
daylight
is a problem.
savings?
Well, just think about it. The only time this thing's a problem is when the sun's setting.
Uh-huh.
That's the only time it's been an issue.
Good
when
call.
He plays at night, not a problem. When he plays at 11 a.m., not a problem. But this thing shows up, I believe, because remember, like Woody Page tweeted about this, and I forgot about it. Remember when the Broncos and Cowboys had their shootout? They were dealing with the same thing that day.
Yeah.
But the Cowboys are usually a morning game. You know what's funny, though? Cowboys are always the afternoon game on Thanksgiving. We might see this again on Thanksgiving.
They're going to get blinded again. Except you're going to have to call it in the coin toss. Yeah. You got to figure out where you're supposed to be defending.
What's your point?
Well, you know what you're going to have to do now in Dallas? You take the ball first. Force the team. That's going to be the stadium now where the play is always take ball first.
Yeah.
If you win the toss or whatever. And then that way you make the other team take the ball first, and you could choose that size not to be in the sun.
It also speaks to, if anybody wants to know why the Cowboys haven't won anything of note since the early 90s, it's because of crap like this.
Yeah.
It just the tours inside the facility that the players can't stand, but Jerry loves, and he insists this is a part of the fan experience, and the fan is first in Dallas. And now it's more all about his building. It's more all about whatever, when he built the Star, and he could have people walking through, and he could have hotels and restaurants everywhere, and luxury boot stores and everything else that they have in that place. It's because, he might say winning is the thing, but it's not.
Right.
It's spectacle is the thing for this guy, and winning is second to it.
You get your receivers to put some shields on now, though, don't you?
When
you're going the other way, it can get in your quarterback's eyes too.
How many games has CD played in that stadium? He's aware of it.
Hey, man, they make color changing lenses. Just get color changing windows.
What about flip down shades?
Yeah, the flip.
I love flip down shades. I also like when a baseball player loses a pop fly in the sun and he's got his sunglasses on top of his hat. That's always pretty classic.
Oakley can't build them some special windows with their whatever the coating is.
Yeah, right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's money to be made from this, Jerry.
Yeah, it would block the sun, though. Jerry Jones loves the sun. It has fascinated mankind since the dawn of time, Andy, and it still fascinates Jerry Jones because he was alive at the dawn of time.
God, he hates this year so much.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Today, the Bears and their head coach, Matt Eberflus, fired his offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron. Eberflus saying that the process was thorough and respectful to Shane Waldron. Mark Silverman of Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000 in Chicago posted on Twitter the following. After talking to a few people with knowledge of the situation, players went to Matt Eberflus and Ryan Poles asking them to make a change at offensive coordinator. There have also been a few veteran players requesting that Tyson Bagent starts.
Wow.
This thing's really going off the rails right now.
Yeah, get the arm wrestling dude in there. Woo! That's nuts, but also, this is Caleb's problem is he hangs onto the ball, which it was his problem at USC, was he had a high sack rate, because he didn't get the ball out. And by the way, the Caleb Williams thing is why teams are nervous about Shedeur. It's why Dane Brugler ranked him down where he did, because he has a tendency to hang on to the football. Sometimes that tendency is hard to break for young players. But this was what Shane Waldron and the Broncos coaching staff had to break Caleb Williams of, make sure he understood, get the damn ball out of your hands. And they haven't done that, and so he has fallen victim to his worst impulses, and he gets sacked 9 times against the Patriots on Sunday.
It's because so many of these young quarterbacks think that they're Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And you're right. Look, this is why they said it during the game the other day. I don't know how many people caught it, but there was the comment by, I think, Kevin Harlan, when he was talking about Bo Nix, that Sean Payton had Nix to Jaden Daniels. Because, again, there were a lot of teams that, and you're right, Shedeur is going to have to prove you can run the offense and the play is called, not hold on and do what you want to do with it. Coaches hate that.
Sean Payton's whole thing is get the ball out, avoid negative plays. That's why he hated Russell Wilson as much as he did. Avoid negative plays. That's what Bo's done. He doesn't take a ton of sacks. I mean, yes, 2 sacks for 33 yards the other day, but he was only sacked twice in that game, which is pretty damn good. He doesn't fumble. They had a fumbled snap on that in that game, but he jumped right on it. He doesn't turn the ball over all that often. These are the reasons why the Broncos defense, which is very good, can pave the way, because the offense doesn't kill them the way it unfortunately had been too much in recent years.
Yep. And this is going to be fascinating to watch. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And I don't know. You're going to have to, look, you got to clear the whole staff out, seriously.
Oh,
how has Eberflus made it around to change another OC?
I don't know.
Now, look, Luke Getsy, his guy that was with him, just got fired by the Raiders. So
he's also not
he's
good
really
at his
bad
job.
At this.
Yeah. Matt Eberflus. The Bears won't fire him before the end of the year. What do they got? 7 weeks left, and then he's out. And
enjoy it.
And they'll hire a very offensive coach that will promise to fix Caleb Williams, and if he doesn't, he'll get fired too.
You think our guy here? Now, I don't think he'd want to go deal with Williams, but think Sean wants any return to Chicago in the blood?
No. I think Sean's pretty happy these days. I can't imagine. He's second highest paid coach in the NFL. He's got his boo at quarterback. He's got a bevy of draft picks to build this thing up, and he's got patient ownership. Yeah, Sean Payton he's got to be loving life right now, doesn't he?
I don't know. Does he seem like it?
Would Sean Payton seem happy anywhere?
No. Look out, sushi restaurant.
Exactly. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. So the New York Giants are on a bye week. They lost in Germany to the Panthers and fell to 2-8. They will play Tampa. They will play Tampa when they return from their bye. Who will start at quarterback for the Giants in that game? Adam Schefter on ESPN this morning said he thinks Daniel Jones has played his last game for the Giants and that Drew Lock or Tommy DeVito will get the start in that game.
Hey, Tommy DeVito. We haven't heard about that guy in a while.
Yeah. Joe Schoen.
Shane. Joe Shane.
Okay.
Doesn't look like it. Joe Shane.
Okay.
He was star of that. He's the famous star of Hard Knocks. He's going to make sure nobody ever does that show again.
Okay. God, off-season Hard Knocks was so
Yes,
good.
so good, it'll never happen
We'll
again.
never get it again. You're right about that.
Okay, Joe Shane, who spells his name Schoen, talked to the media today, and he was asked what his evaluation thus far is of Daniel Jones.
Yeah, in general, it's not just, I understand the question, and you want to, pull him out, but it's everybody. Everybody's got a hand in this. Again, I know being the quarterback and offense coordinator, head coach, a lot of people like to point to those guys in general.
Yeah, they matter.
Daniel's played some good games, and there's some games where maybe he'd like to have some throws back or do things differently. But in general, it's not one individual or one situation that keeps occurring, unfortunately. So whether it's defense is on the field at the end of the game, and we've got a chance to close it out, or offense has the ball in a couple different games and we could go down and score and close the game out. So again, we're going to look at solutions, and we're going to evaluate everything like Dave said yesterday, and that's what we'll do moving forward here.
That's the take of a man who refused to go and get a quarterback for his guy. Remember that? They wanted the receiver so bad.
It's the take of a man that gave Daniel Jones a 4-year, $160 million contract.
And let Saquon walk.
And made him the highest paid player on the team, and then sits there and wonders, why is everyone asking about the quarterback?
Right.
I understand the question, but why would you ask about that? We got to talk about everybody. No,
you don't.
You do have to talk about the highest paid player on the team who has regressed. And Brian Dable's got to tell Joe Shane, go stick it where the sun doesn't shine.
Well, he was chewing glass. Dable,
Right.
you and I saw it. He was chewing glass on the sideline last week.
If I'm going to
they
go
had a chance to hit a big play, and Daniel Jones wouldn't throw the football.
Yeah, if I'm going down, I can't watch this guy do this job anymore. No, absolutely not. He's got to be hating life. I'm assuming Dable probably gets fired too, and he's going to be the most in-demand offensive coordinator in the NFL going into next season. But yeah, that's a bad situation, and I'm sorry, Joe Shane, you don't get to act like it's odd that everybody wants to know about why Daniel Jones hasn't played well this year.
That's a guy I know he's losing his job.
Yep.
So I'm going to spread it out.
Yep.
You're the guy that convinced the owner not to give Saquon $18 million so he could go be a star for Philly.
Yep.
So you could keep your what is he, a $40 million a year quarterback?
Yeah. Saquon's on his way to being, a second
He's an
team
MVP
All-Pro
candidate.
this year, and there's Joe Shane standing there just defending his quarterback. What a mess. Yeah, and I think Dable's a good coach, and he's going to get fired. He has no quarterback. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and the Broncos, they did fall against the Kansas City Chiefs. They have a lot of good things ahead of them, but we need to at least spend 5 more minutes on how much did that suck on Sunday. We'll do that next.
Dolphins are in that company.
That's regular season. 2nd down and 2. A-Chain, big hole. Turns it on, accelerating. You can kiss him goodbye. 69 points. 35-yard field goal Lutz. Fraboni the snap, Riley the hold, Lutz the kick to win it. Oh! Blocked! The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won!
Apparently Kevin Harlan's the Grim Reaper for the Broncos.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that.
Didn't realize
it. Sucks
it.
because I love him calling a game, frankly.
It's my favorite play-by-play guy in the world. Friend of the program, Kevin Harlan. And yet, Kevin Harlan did 70-20 last year, and he did the Broncos. Does this game have a nickname yet, by the way? The loss at Arrowhead? The block?
I've got one. I don't think I can say it.
Are you allowed to?
Play it off the name of Fraboni. And then what you'd call a screw-up. Put an R at the end of that.
They Fraboned it?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Although it's not fair to him. He didn't do anything wrong. He did his job. Snap got back there fine.
Snap was fine. Not the snap's
So we
fault.
can't put it on him.
No. It's a good point, though. Andy, what's worse? Losing 70-20 in an NFL game or having a game-winning field goal from 35 yards out with 1 second on the clock blocked at Arrowhead of all places?
KC all day. Close losses suck.
Uh-huh.
Come on. You knew you'd lost the game by halftime of the Miami game a year ago. Seriously.
I think you knew in the first quarter.
Right. Bottom line is you have time to sit with it, right?
Yeah.
You have time. In Kansas City, I'm there. My son's happy. I'm like, oh, they're finally going to break this streak.
Mhm.
Like, because again, you don't expect what happened to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And not just one guy. Again, let's get off Forsythe. The whole left side of the O-line collapsed. 4 guys ran through like it was a bad game of Red Rover. Come on, dude.
You had a win against your arch rivals who have beat you, what is it now, 16 out of 17? I think we're at?
Yeah.
16 out of 17
and you
times.
hadn't won there since 2015.
You got one last year against these guys. You finally broke that streak. They're 8-0. You have a chance to hand them their first loss of the season. You're in their building. You've played well. I don't think the Broncos outplayed the Chiefs.
No.
I disagree with that assessment from Sean Payton. You scored 14 points.
Right.
Okay? And you had 64 yards of offense in the second half. So I can't say that you outplayed them, but you played them even, and you were in position to win the game, and you had managed that last drive flawlessly. This was about to be Sean Payton's signature win. This was about to be Bo Nix's signature moment as the quarterback of the Broncos. And nothing that happened on that play changed the way that Nix performed or the job that Bo Nix did. But ultimately, you lose that game, and you're 5-5. God, that's the other thing. You had a chance to be 2 games up on Cincinnati and Indianapolis, and now it's just a 1-game lead. You're only a game up on Miami in the loss column right now. Keep an eye on that loss column. That's the thing. And the Dolphins' schedule's about to get real friendly, and Tua and company are going. Jalen Waddle finally produced last night. Tyreek Hill scored a touchdown for the first time since week 1 last night? So Miami's waking up a little bit. This AFC thing's about to get a little bit hairy. And it was always going to be for the Broncos, but God, the good they could have done for themselves if they don't lose that game.
And it's because it's the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I mean, they have been your bully. And you could have broken their streak. You could have made a lot of people around the league really happy. I mean, how tasty would it have been to finally hand those Arrowhead people one there?
When you think about, because we brought up 70-20, which is its own brand of humiliating. You can't give up 70 points in an NFL game. You shouldn't give up 70 points in an NFL month. But you think of like last-second losses. Clearly, you go back to the playoff game against Baltimore in 2012. But the one that I think that this game most reminds me of, Andy, was that game against once again, it was the Chiefs. November of 2016, when the Broncos had won 5 straight AFC West crowns. They go to overtime. Both teams kick a field goal. It's 27-all. Kubiak decides with 1:08 left in overtime, I'm going to attempt a 62-yard field goal. McManus chunks the thing. Chiefs get the ball at the Bronco 48. And Alex Smith takes him down, and Cairo Santos kicks a game winner. They win 30-27. And that, in a lot of ways, Andy, like I know Manning retiring was really the start of it, but in many ways that game was the changing of the guard in the AFC West.
Yeah, it was, because you know what else I remember about that game? Here's the thing. It's so funny that you bring up the ending to that game. I forgot about the ending of that game. You know what I remember that game for? You bring up Manning. To me, that's when the Broncos defense lost its mystique.
That too.
Because remember, the Broncos had that long pass play. They got a lead back, end of the game, and we're all thinking, no way are the Chiefs going down on this defense with Alex Smith and scoring the go-ahead, and instead they go right back and they get that thing tied up. And I never thought they could do it, because that was still most of that good remnants of the 2015 D. That was the defense that got hacked off at the tackle, the old Seattle tackle. Russell Okung. By the way, did you see he turned all his Bitcoin into a whole bunch of money? I would say this may be too drastic, but as far as just sudden gut punch, boy, we're bringing up a lot of bad memories.
I know, right?
I'd put it up there with the Fail Mary, what I call the Fail Mary against Baltimore.
The Flacco
Where
fling.
just all of a sudden, because now, and again, maybe this is just too personal for me, because I'm on the sideline for that game. For those that never heard the story, although most of our listeners have. And when I see Flacco let it go and I saw Raheem break, I thought it was an interception. So in my mind, this game's done. And then, like, my mind could not, just like that girl with her arm pointing the wrong way, I couldn't process that Raheem Moore didn't pick that off. Like, I stood there stunned the whole overtime that we were even doing any of this.
The audio, and this was going around Twitter after that game. This was playoff game 2012, or I guess technically January of 2013.
Right.
Flacco to Jacoby Jones, the Flacco fling. This was the reaction of the girl. This was from in the stands. Listen how quiet it is over at Mile High. I have to imagine this was most people's living rooms watching Broncos Chiefs and Leo Chenal blocking the kick from Will Lutz on Sunday. That girl was right in the end zone above where Jacoby Jones caught that thing.
Yeah, that was all of us on Sunday.
It's hard because that's a playoff game, but in so many ways, like a loss to
this felt like a
the
playoff
Chiefs,
game. We
like,
haven't beat these clowns. I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
I'm sick of their faces. I'm sick of every player on that damn team. I've been beyond sick of your stupid war cry chant that you can't let go. I hate everything about that damn team.
I love when I hear that chant, by the way, and then on the pylon it says end racism. Good job, guys. No, good job. So you got Atlanta this week at home. Gotta have it.
Gotta have it.
You can't be 5-6. You got a road date at Vegas. The Raiders are just a mess. There's a possibility the Raiders could lose out.
Oh, they're in quarterback sweepstakes, baby.
And then you get Cleveland at home. You got Jameis and company coming in on Monday night, December 2nd, before the bye. One thing here's what worries me a little bit about that game, and I brought this up, Andy, is the late bye, the Week 14 bye. What is that Broncos team that goes into that game against the Browns?
Well, if you're on a win streak, then I think you're pretty good.
Yeah.
But to your point,
you can be running on fumes a little bit. Yeah.
Well, I saw with the Broncos, funny enough, in 2016, you'd bring it up. Remember, they had the late bye that year, too.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, they were out of running backs. They were out of offensive linemen. This is the Trevor Siemian year where they were 9-7, lost to, But that year, I can remember guys were telling me, we need a bye so bad. We are so banged up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think the Broncos are in better health position than they were that year.
At the moment.
But, dude, it can be rough. And hey, I would tell you this. You're worried about the bye. Other than the Raider game, and again, the Raiders could do to you what you just did to the Chiefs. When you're a wild card team, you talked about it with Miami. None of these teams can really afford to go screwing around with anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You play on the razor's edge.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say it. The Bills, the Chiefs, maybe the Eagles are getting back in there. There's only a handful of teams, I guess the Lions right now, that can go screwing around and wake themselves up at halftime and go win a game. Most of the NFL can't afford to do that.
All right. The Atlanta Falcons right now, 97-year-old Kirk Cousins as their quarterback. The weapons are good. Bijan Robinson's a stud. Drake London is a legit number one. Good news is Patrick Surtain generally neutralizes those guys. And Kyle Pitts has woken up and become a nice NFL player. They just lost on the road at New Orleans, so that team's smarting a bit. They're 6-4. They're number one in their division, but also kind of clinging on to it. Tampa Bay hasn't necessarily completely gone away quite yet. By the way, speaking of Tampa Bay, we're gonna learn a thing or two about, what is it, Raymond James Stadium?
Yeah, coming up at 5:45.
5:45.
Your favorite piece of the stadium. We're going in depth.
Oh, I'm excited about this. We're going inside the pirate ship today. Is that what it's called, by the way?
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out. I need to know.
We have a guy that went and he got to pregame at the pirate ship.
Outside of a home loss against Seattle where they really struggled, this is what the Falcons have scored. This is going back to week 4, 26. The next week, 36 in OT against Tampa. The next week, 38 at Carolina. They went down to Tampa, scored 31. They beat Dallas at home, scored 27. And then they scored 17 on the road at New Orleans last week. This team can flat out put points on the board. Like we mentioned, Bijan Robinson went for a $116 and 2 tutties the other day against the Saints. He showed up, his teammates didn't. But now this team comes in here this week. I got a sneaking feeling about this game. The Falcons can score points. And I know that Sean Payton has owned the NFC South so far this year, but that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I would also tell you, though, I'd add on to that point. Every other team that you've played from the NFC South, and New Orleans knew some stuff about you, but New Orleans is in dire straits.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Simmons, remember, plays for the Falcons now. Got a little inside knowledge of a few of the things you're doing.
Too.
Not only does he knows everything about VJ's defense because he's played for him twice, not just last year, but VJ's first run when he was here. And he knows things about Sean Payton's offense.
Yeah.
So they've got a really good spy for what they're going to do. I don't know if it'll factor. Sometimes we overplay that card. It's not something to ignore, though.
Deion Sanders today was talking about his roster building strategy.
I love some of these cuts.
This is good stuff right here. And Deion talked about recruiting in the NIL era, in the transfer portal era, and the challenges that these programs are up against. Clearly, nobody has done better in the transfer portal than Deion Sanders.
Because it's how he builds his team.
Yep. Let's roll this, Spring. This is interesting stuff right here.
Hey, so signing day is December 4th, earlier this year. And I guess it's in the middle of everything. How do you find time to do that and do everything else? And when would be an ideal time for signing day?
We have a staff dedicated to that, and we have coaches that are dedicated to that also, as well as I. It's not a week or a few days that go by that we're not talking to a recruit that we've targeted. We kind of know a little more than you all know because we don't let you in on everything, that how this is going to play out. But also, it's a tremendous balancing act that you have to do between the portal and high school. God, I don't want to let you in on so many things, but let me just give you this example. Just say we get 25 high school players. How many is going to play that freshman year at the most? Let's say 4 or 5, right? And so now you got 20 guys redshirted. So when you go through that spring with that 20 guys redshirted, how many are you going to retain after that spring? Or how many are going to jump in the portal on you? Let's just do it. If any one of you going to go statistically and try to calculate this, I already done it. So it's going to be how many? Half. Okay, why don't I just focus on 10? Guys that can – see, when we grab a freshman, we expect that guy to play. We're not looking at, hey, man, we can just redshirt you, develop you. No. We're looking for you to come in and play some football. I don't give a darn if it's a walk-on, if it's a Cash Cleveland. We expect you to play. So our approach is somewhat different, heavily scrutinized, heavily criticized, but we know what we're doing. So if anybody ever did the homework and the statistics of these young men, that people have a class that they say is the number one class in the nation, then 5 of those guys play or 4 of those guys play, then the rest go through the spring, then they jump in the portal. Give me those numbers. Don't give me the numbers of where you rank nationally recruiting, because it's just like an NFL team. You always say who won the draft. Then the team gets killed all year. You don't say nothing else about it. Who won the draft last year in the NFL? Nobody care right now, right? Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Well, go ahead.
What's so interesting about what he said right there, and a couple of years ago I was talking to a college DB's coach, and he had some freshmen that he was playing. And he said, these guys, they're not ready for this level, but I have to play them. Because if I don't play them, they're going to go in the portal and they're going to leave. So even though they're not up to the job, I have to get them snaps. Otherwise, it's just, their parents are going to be pissed and they're going to go. And so that to his point, that is one of the challenges that you run into. It's so many-fold, right? It's
right.
Okay, I can put a red shirt on you, but you may decide you don't want to be here and you want to be a part of a different program, and the kid's phone is getting blown up and the parent's phone is getting blown up, and they decide they want to go elsewhere and they're getting a NIL offer. You end up like Sluka, the quarterback from UNLV, and you get a better offer elsewhere, and you just, okay, I'm out of here. So that's one challenge that you end up with. The other one is exactly what I'm talking about. You have to put guys on the field that aren't ready for that moment.
Well, and every year you got to then go back and recruit your own players. You got to keep everybody there. You got to make sure that nobody transfers. Here's the deal. Deion's doing this differently. Now, I think there is 2 ways to look at this. I like the way that he's talking about it because, again, they've built the team that they've built that's got a chance. And I'm trying to also figure out what the latest college football rankings are, because I just realized we got games on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll try to find those before we get off the air.
Might not be till 6.
Is it 6 now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the deal, though, Nate. Deion, I don't think it doesn't feel like he's doing the right thing to have a good competitive team every year, right? I need a new left tackle if this guy's leaving. I need this. So it's just basically massive free agency.
Yep.
Now, you're going to have some chemistry troubles like the Buffs did at the beginning of the year, but they've got those smoothed out if you went and go get more talent. But also, doesn't it feel like this is also a great approach if you're not sure you're going to be in a place for 10 years? Like,
right.
Again, I still don't know that I feel like Deion's settling in for a 10-year run.
No, you want to put veterans in place and you want to be good quickly.
And, right.
That's
and
what Deion's trying to do.
So,
and to his credit, he knew. I have one more year where Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter are in their prime. I need the best talent humanly possible that are able to go out on the field and win right now. That was what he built up. Now, is that the best approach after this season? Deion certainly thinks it does. He didn't want to waste his time recruiting the kids. He didn't want to mess with the freshmen. He'll get a kid in, he'll put a good NIL offer in front of him and say, hey, if I get a year out of you, if I get a year or 2 out of you, that's good enough for me.
I think the Buffs players are getting coached up, but at the same time, to your point, he's grabbing guys that he can go out there and just say, go do the job.
And look at his defense. Look at the guys that sacked Baron Morton 7 times on Sunday, and that's almost exclusively what it is.
It's great scheme from Livingston, and I'm telling you, Warren Sapp deserves kudos for he's coaching those kids up.
Yeah. No, that coaching staff knows what they're doing right now. Tons of credit, man. Livingston, maybe one of the hires of the year in college football. All right. We have long been fascinated with the weird pirate ship in Tampa Bay. A friend of the program, Andy, they weren't just in Tampa Bay on Sunday.
No.
They were on the boat.
On the ship.
Yes.
And I know they went after a cannon.
We know nothing about the experience. We're open to learn. We'll do that next. Oh, and we are the station to tell you all about Rad Power Bikes. 16 plus years of innovation for Rad Power Bikes. That's what sets them apart. They are the undisputed industry leader in the electric bike market. Rad Power Bikes, they've been in Denver now for 3 years. They have a brick and mortar store, 3863 Steel Street and the York Street Yards. And Rad Power Bikes build e-bikes that are built for everyday use. If you're a commuter, or if you need hauling utility for your life or your job, you want to put the kids on the back, Rad Power Bikes, perfect for you. You can replace your expensive car with a super fun e-bike. They're so easy to ride, so comfortable. Anyone can ride an e-bike. You don't got to be wearing spandex or anything like that to get on a Rad Power Bike and go rip it. Their bikes are fully customizable, super low maintenance. They'll get you 50 to 60 miles per charge. Best holiday gift that you can put under the tree right now, or I suppose next to the tree, is an e-bike from Rad Power Bikes. Plus, when you buy with Rad Power Bikes, you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. Plus, Rad Power Bikes offering financing through Affirm in 6, 12, and 18-month options. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line. Go to their shop, 3863 Steel Street in Denver. Test ride any e-bike in the store, Rad Power Bikes. Craigman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So on Sunday, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers fell at home, Andy, 23-20 as Christian McCaffrey made his season debut for the Niners. By the way, Kyle Shanahan said there will be no limits on Christian McCaffrey, and boy, they sure did everything they could to get him off the field as much as they possibly could. Baker Mayfield threw for a $116 in that game and 1 touchdown. Doesn't feel like it would be the most thrilling of viewing experiences if you're a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan, but what if you got to watch that game while sitting on a big boat?
Well, I got just the guy to tell you what that big boat is like. My man, James Gomez. Now, we worked together at the other place. He was our old producer. And then you know what? Like, unfortunately, a lot of us in this business have to do, we grow up and go get real jobs. He's now still working for the Air Force, right, James? And he joins us now. He's been a Tampa Bay fan his whole life. Every time I call the Buccaneer, Petey the Pirate, he immediately texts to scold me. He loves the Bucs, and he and his group. Who was it? Was your dad, James? Who did you go with to go see the pirate ship?
Yeah, it is. His name is Bruce, by the way. It's Bruce.
Bruce?
Not Petey the Pirate. Yes.
Buccaneer Bruce.
I prefer Bruce.
It's a much more masculine name, I think.
It's a good name. Plus, I mean, the guy's discography is just unimpeachable.
Yes, and who can forget the wink? So yeah, I was at the game with my dad, who is a season ticket holder,
who is not named Bruce.
Who is not named Bruce.
Okay.
And my brother, not a Bruce, who also lives in Colorado. We traveled down to Florida to go to the game with my dad, and he miraculously was able to get us on the ship. So for everyone here who doesn't know, which is probably, I mean, everyone probably doesn't know this, but you don't just get on the ship. The first Buccaneers game I went to the ship. I asked to get on, and they didn't let me on. So you have to be – it was –
permission aboard, sir.
Yes. Yeah, and they're like, no. So the party's kind of like died for me. But I saw everyone having a good time. You have to be a season ticket holder to get on, but not just a season ticket holder. It's a special invite. So my dad found out that you could do this. He sent a letter into a season ticket rep. He wrote a letter. I'm sure that he he really sapped it up. He really tried to play.
Did he write it with a feather pen?
Did he say my son James is dying and his last wish is to be on the boat?
Yes. My son, probably has some sort of, mental handicap. My other son is dying. Please get them on the ship if you can. And so anyway, through some sort of lottery, it worked out that we were able to get on the ship. And it's a special pass that you get. So it's an hour-long party in an area right next to the ship. So you get to that area, and it's all you can eat, all you can drink.
Nice.
And you have access to the ship, and you go onto the ship if you want, and you hang on the ship. And it's the ship, right? I mean, you've got.
What's the name of the ship? Is it the Jolly Roger? I mean, what is it?
Do they just call it the boat?
Is it just
That's a great question, and I don't know that it has a name. It's just our little lanyard said Pirate Ship Party, and it's just the pirate ship. That's all I've ever heard it called. It must not have a name because I feel I would have heard the name.
I'm surprised they didn't sell the naming rights.
Buccaneer
of it.
One or something.
Yeah, like the.
Yeah, you think it have a name? In fact, there needs to be there's got to be some sort of fan base or group out there for the Bucs that's trying to get it named if it doesn't have one. But no, I just know it's the pirate ship.
So there's open bar on the ship, which that part of it is very cool. Now, were you on the ship during the game?
No. So here's how it works. They have a pregame party, and it's an hour long. So from 10:30 to 11:30 for the 1 o'clock Eastern kick, you have that amount of time. You got an hour where you have access to the ship. You can hang out. There's an area around, a galley area,
cool,
if you will, with pirate boxes and accoutrement, things like that. And you can just drink and eat while you want it there, then go into the ship. The ship's got cannons. It's got the huge wheel that you turn when you're steering a ship.
Cool.
whatever that's called. It's got to has a name where the boatswain's mate would drive it, I guess. I don't know. But it's got everything. It's like you're on a ship, and it even has pirates. And I've talked to the pirates, and, they're modern pirates, if you will, because, I'm talking to one. He's like, oh, I like Colorado. I used to, I've skied at Keystone. I broke my clavicle.
Pirates don't ski. You're ruining that.
They didn't-
That's a fake pirate.
They didn't say like yar or
Yeah, there
anything
was
like
no
that.
No, it's like he had a New York accent. He was from the East Coast, and he was like, yeah, I used to ski at Keystone, and, I broke my clavicle.
Did he have a
so
hook for a hand? Is he
No,
missing
I
a peg
didn't
leg?
see
I
any
mean, what do we
hooks.
got?
Eye patch?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see any hooks. There were some wenches. They're pirates.
Cool.
You get your pictures taken. They're on, all around. I selfie with a few of them.
By the way, when you
but
said
they're there.
modern pirates, I was thinking about the Somalis from Captain Phillips.
I'm the captain now.
That would have been quite the surprise, and I don't think the spirit of the team.
That would not have been the party you tried to sign up
No.
for. Hey,
This isn't what I
real
expected.
quick, did you get to fire the cannon?
No, I didn't get to fire it. The cannons were there. My brother, I was like, just get on the cannon. So he pretended like he was firing the cannon. I took some pictures. But I didn't know what to expect. We didn't know what it would be like. But it was a great experience. We got to eat.
Is it a full ship? Like,
It's a ship.
Yeah, it's not like a Casa Bonita ship where only half of it's a ship and
Like-
the other half is like. Is there a bow and a stern and a below and an upper deck?
Is it
and all
a
that?
seaworthy vessel?
Yeah. Could we break it free and sail south?
Well, we were allowed on the top level of the deck, right? The top deck is where we're allowed on it. It had, it's got masts and crow's nests and, riggings.
Cool.
And it's got a front, it's got a back. It feels like you're on an actual pirate ship when you're on there. But I will say, and this probably does ruin it for some people, but when I was off the ship partying, I mean, there was an elevator that you could take to go up. So this pirate ship doesn't have an elevator. So I don't know if it's seaworthy, but it's definitely got some, it's been, pimped up a bit.
I don't think most pirate ships were ADA compliant. Was
skiing pirates? It's got a lot of different things.
Was there anyone swabbing the poop deck?
Yeah.
No,
Any mops
I
and
didn't
buckets?
see anyone swabbing. No, I didn't notice any mops or buckets. I wish I had more time on there, because
Only an hour.
Because you can't drink or eat on the ship, so you're torn between the free beverages and food, and then just running around on the ship. So I made sure I did both.
It's like a McDonald's play place. Hey, by the way, it does have a name. Now, there's disagreement on the internet. AI claims
On the
name
internet?
of your ship is Jose Gaspar. Another
That could be
posting
true.
says there is no name, no Pooter Pearl or King Ronde's Revenge. But according to the AI that I'm looking at on Google, the ship is named after Jose Gaspar, a Spanish pirate who is said to have terrorized Florida's coast
That's
in
why
the
they-
18th and 19th century.
That's why they have the Gasparilla Bowl there.
Well, there you go.
That is why they have the Gasparilla Festival. It's every year in Tampa, where everyone dresses like a pirate and has it's called the Gasparilla. But yeah, so that could be it. That could be true.
And
but
it was-
I've never heard it.
The ship was
named
not
that.
damaged in the most recent hurricane. It was okay.
It's okay. All things are clear.
No, it's still there.
Well, maybe it is
did
seaworthy.
quite well. Maybe take it out. Maybe
Yeah, look,
maybe
you
that's
don't-
the next thing.